Liu Feng traverses into the world of Game of Thrones, arriving in the vast expanse of Dothraki, where he acquires the Conqueror System. At the outset, he selects the profession akin to that of Arya Stark, a faceless man, and under the enhancement of the system, gains the attributes of a deceased. Following the unexpected hatching of a golden dragon, Liu Feng officially embarks on his journey through the treacherous game of power. Chapter 1. Crossing into the world of Game of Thrones. Ahem. With a bout of intense coughing, Liu Feng's consciousness gradually awakens, and he suddenly opens his eyes. He is greeted by a dazzling sun and the sweltering air. The sudden stimulation causes Liu Feng to sit upright, and upon examining his unscathed hands, a look of incredulity spreads across his handsome face. He vividly recalls that due to a failed assassination mission, he had been ordered by his superiors to have his hands severed, ultimately being cast into the sea. The ocean not only stripped him of his last shred of trust in the assassination organization, but also claimed his life. In the final moments before his demise, he contemplated that if life could be relived, he would never allow his fate to rest in the hands of others. However, Liu Feng never anticipated that he had not perished. Gazing at the boundless wilderness before him, he fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, an emotionless notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully binding to the Conqueror System. The following will detect coordinates and filter skills for the host. Ding! Host coordinates detected in the world of Game of Thrones, SO's continent. Please select a conquest target and initial skills. As a notification faded, a virtual panel appeared before Liu Feng. The panel clearly displayed the various factions within the SO's continent. Liu Feng did not make an immediate choice, as his mind had yet to recover from the shock. However, he quickly realized that he had traversed to a world he was familiar with, the world of Game of Thrones. Although Liu Feng had once been a professional assassin, skirting the edges of life and death, assassination missions were not frequent. During his leisure, he would often watch dramas. Particularly due to his profession, he had to learn numerous foreign languages, making him quite familiar with the once popular series Game of Thrones. Contemplating the forthcoming conquest of the SO's continent, his mood grew exhilarated. Reigning in his excitement, Liu Feng focused his gaze on the virtual panel. After comparing coordinates, Liu Feng discovered that he was situated in the Sea of Dothraki. Further comparison revealed a hint of surprise on his face. At this moment, among the major factions, there was no mention of Khal Drogo within the Dothraki forces. Originally, Drogo's territory had been shattered and occupied by both Khal Bono and Khal Jacko. Liu Feng remembered that in the series, Bono and Jacko were both Drogo's Khalasars, each leading a group of followers known as a Khalasar. Whenever a Khal dies, his followers choose to either continue following a new Khal or depart to establish themselves as a Khal, forming a new Khalasar. The emergence of Bono and Jacko signified the death of Drogo, presenting the perfect opportunity to conquer Dothraki. Upon further comparison of coordinates, Liu Feng discovered that the nearest Dothraki tribe was named the Elon tribe. He had never heard of Khal Elon, likely a mere footnote in the grand narrative of Game of Thrones. This feeble tribe was perfectly suited for him to hone his skills, so he decisively selected the Elon tribe as his first conquest target. Ding! Target selection successful. Please choose a professional skill. As the system's voice faded, a series of virtual options appeared before Liu Feng. Among these options, the most alluring to Liu Feng were the wizard and the faceless man. The wizard could master a compendium of basic sorcery, gain enhanced magical power, and absorb the magical essence of dragons. The faceless man could acquire identity collection skills, gain agility enhancement, and plunder certain attributes from those whose identities he collected. After careful consideration, Liu Feng ultimately opted for the skills of the faceless man. His decision was influenced by two factors: a natural affinity for the faceless man due to his own profession, and the knowledge that wizards relied on dragons for magical sustenance, of which only Daenerys was a known possessor. Furthermore, Daenerys harbored a deep-seated hatred for wizards, prompting Liu Feng to forego that option. As Liu Feng made his choice, the inscription denoting the faceless man transformed into a shimmering green light and swiftly merged into his being. As waves of skill information flooded Liu Feng's mind, a finely crafted dagger materialized in his hand. Though initially surprised, he quickly deduced that this was a possession inherent to the faceless man. With his profession settled, a smile graced Liu Feng's handsome visage. Although he remained unaware of the reasons behind his traversal, he was certain that in this life he could dictate his own destiny. Cluck! Before Liu Feng could revel in his newfound circumstances, his stomach audibly protested. Resignedly patting his flat belly, he rose to seek out provisions, hoping to find something to eat. However, the Dothraki Sea is notoriously desolate. After walking for a full hour, Liu Feng found himself devoid of any gains. Gazing upon the endless wilderness, he opted to head towards the Elon tribe. hoping to chance upon fortune along the way. With the remarkable agility bestowed by the Faceless men, Liu Feng moved with the swiftness of a swallow. Yet, after another half an hour of travel, he discovered that he was still nearly 100 kilometers away from the Elan tribe. Conservatively estimating, he would need to traverse for another 7 to 8 hours, provided he maintained his stamina and speed. This realization filled Liu Feng with a sense of despair, silently cursing the system for its lack of consideration in selecting an auspicious location for his journey across worlds. Just as Liu Feng was lost in his thoughts of grievance, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a distant black dot. As time passed, the dot grew closer, and Liu Feng discerned its true nature, a Dothraki rider galloping towards him. Upon recognizing the approaching figure, the horseman also took note of Liu Feng. The rider then spurred his steed, charging fiercely towards Liu Feng. Noticing that the assailant was alone, Liu Feng's previously anxious heart settled. However, just as he intended to greet the stranger, he realized that the Dothraki man did not share his amicable disposition. As they drew near, a look of surprise flashed across the Dothraki's face, followed by a torrent of rapid speech in Dothraki directed at Liu Feng. Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback. The language barrier was evident. Yet, upon seeing Liu Feng's lack of response, the man's expression morphed into a menacing snarl. He then brandished his saber, swinging it towards Liu Feng's neck. Although the attack was sudden, years of honing his instincts in life-and-death situations had rendered Liu Feng's senses extraordinarily keen. In an instant, perceiving the intent to kill, his body instinctively reacted, leaning back just enough to evade the abrupt strike, though the sharp blade still left a gash across his chest. After narrowly avoiding the attack, Liu Feng immediately sent a barrage of curses towards his assailant's entire lineage within his mind. He swiftly drew his dagger, preparing for the confrontation. As he assumed his defensive stance, the Dothraki rider charged at him once more. This scene ignited an inferno of rage within Liu Feng. He had only seen the combative nature of the Dothraki on television, yet his first encounter was with a rogue who resorted to ambush. Nevertheless, when faced with the specter of death, Liu Feng had no time for contemplation. As the Dothraki warrior approached with increasing speed, Liu Feng did not flinch. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, quickly calculating the trajectory of the impending strike. Just as the Dothraki raised his saber to strike again, Liu Feng seized upon the opening, his agile form barely dodging the blade's edge. He rapidly adjusted his position, leaping forward, closing the distance between himself and the Dothraki warrior. As they neared, he swiftly aimed his dagger at the enemy's midsection. With a precise thrust, he struck true, then propelled himself off the horse, using the momentum to evade. Although Liu Feng's dagger was short, his extensive training had attuned him to the vulnerabilities of the human body. Even with a mere 10 centimeters, the blow struck the Dothraki's nerve center. Indeed, the horse barely galloped a few meters before the Dothraki lost his balance and tumbled heavily to the ground. Observing the man struggling helplessly in a half-reclined position, Liu Feng felt no trace of compassion. With a swift motion, Liu Feng ended the Dothraki's life. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the Identity Collection skill, acquiring a cane face mask, basic Dothraki language, and a 10th of basic horsemanship. As the system's voice faded, a wealth of knowledge flooded Liu Feng's mind. He also became aware of the Dothraki's name. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Feng resolved to utilize the man's identity to infiltrate the tribe. With his decision made, Liu Feng approached the startled black steed. After some effort, he managed to acclimate himself and familiarize himself with the basics of horsemanship. His rationale was simple. Being an eccentric figure in Dothraki territory posed considerable danger. The man named Cain had attempted to kill him upon their first encounter. It was unlikely that others would be any kinder. Fortuitously, he had encountered a solitary warrior this time, but who could say what awaited him next? Thus, Liu Feng prepared to blend into the tribe, using the skills of the Faceless men. With his determination solidified, Liu Feng awkwardly mounted the newly acquired steed and set off towards the Elan tribe. The horse's speed significantly enhanced his pace. After nearly an hour of travel, Liu Feng finally spotted a wisp of smoke in the distance. Following the trail of smoke with excitement, he journeyed until he could clearly discern the outline of a tribal settlement, at which point he halted the horse's advance. Liu Feng observed quietly for a while, confirming that the attire of the tribe was similar to his own, before feigning an injury and cautiously approaching the tribal encampment. He resolved that if the first person he encountered did not recognize him, he would flee immediately. As the tribal encampment loomed closer, Liu Feng's nerves heightened. Through his observations, he estimated the tribe's population to be in the thousands. He had no desire to engage in conflict here, as the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, Liu Feng soon heard someone calling out Cain's name. His gamble had paid off. The man he had slain belonged to the Elan tribe. However, Liu Feng was soon faced with a dilemma. Although he bore Kane's visage, he lacked his memories. Clearly, the individuals before him were strangers to Liu Feng. With no other option, he feigned exhaustion, and in full view of the crowd, he fell directly from his horse. This spectacle immediately incited a commotion, and soon, someone came to lift Liu Feng and carry him to a tent for rest. Thus, Liu Feng successfully infiltrated the Elan tribe under the guise of Kane. The following morning, he awoke amidst a gnawing hunger. The first thing he beheld was a young girl seated beside his bed. The girl possessed striking features, her face delicately sculpted, clad in a simple dress of animal hide that revealed expanses of sun-kissed skin, emanating a raw, untamed beauty. Upon noticing Liu Feng's awakening, she immediately approached and inquired, "Kane, are you all right?" Liu Feng, while feigning faintness yesterday, had caught a fleeting glimpse of the young maiden. He recalled that others referred to her as Ayla, and it appeared that she shared a rather amicable relationship with Kane. Liu Feng, apprehensive of being recognized by this acquaintance, could only clutch his head and lament. "My head aches terribly. Who am I? Where am I?" The young Ayla, having never encountered the concept of amnesia, was left somewhat perplexed. Fortunately, she was quite astute and swiftly grasped the situation, patiently recounting the past between the two. Liu Feng, devoid of curiosity regarding Ayla's identity, felt a sense of relief upon learning that both she and Kane were orphans. After all, the familiarity between kin could easily unravel Liu Feng's ruse. Lacking family ties was indeed advantageous. Subsequently, Liu Feng inquired about numerous matters he deemed essential to know. Ayla was notably cooperative. She expressed profound sympathy for Kane's plight and exhibited no wariness, readily answering Liu Feng's questions. Through their conversation, Liu Feng discovered that the chief of the Elan tribe was Elan Cao. However, not long ago, the Elan tribe had clashed with other tribes, resulting in severe injuries to Elan. The conflict arose after the death of Zagakeo, leading to a schism wherein the Bonokalas and the Jakakalas, competing for territory, launched an assault on the Elan tribe. Ultimately, Elan Cao, though victorious in repelling the enemies, had suffered numerous wounds. Just the day before, news of Elan Cao's demise had circulated, although the Dothraki people held little regard for death. Nevertheless, the selection of a new Cao was of paramount importance. His son, Orlan, as the Kalak of the tribe, the heir to Cao, sought to inherit his father's position smoothly while preparing for the imminent threat posed by the Bonos and Jocko, thus deciding to forge an alliance with the nearby Barcaos. The condition was that Orlan must marry the daughter of Barcaos during the night and triumph over all challengers at the wedding feast. If successful, he would ascend as the new Cao. Liu Feng, well versed in Dothraki customs through his experiences, understood that their weddings were occasions of exuberance. Each young man was permitted to challenge the groom, and those who failed would meet a bloody end on the spot. Successful challengers could not only attain the groom status, but also become the new groom, even consummating the marriage in front of an audience. While this sounded exceedingly barbaric, it was also one of the reasons the Dothraki thrived across Essos. Tribes perpetually required strong leaders. Contemplating this, Liu Feng recognized that his opportunity had arrived. However, his intent was not to publicly father children with the bride. Rather, he aimed to conquer the Elan tribe through the method of challenge. This approach was not only swift and straightforward, but also entirely aligned with Dothraki traditions. Resolute in his decision, Liu Feng sent Ayla away, focusing on adjusting his physical state while analyzing the situation. Currently, as a professional assassin endowed with the substantial agility boost from the Faceless men, he believed that in solitary combat, he would not be inferior to anyone. Coincidentally, the Dothraki revered strength, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to unify the Dothraki within a year. Chapter 2, Eerie Tactics. According to the timeline of Game of Thrones, Daenerys Targaryen's 3 dragons had already begun to mature. The cities of Astapor, Karth, and Meereen would become the cornerstone of her ascendance. Liu Feng felt a profound sense of regret for Daenerys' life, while simultaneously harboring a healthy fear of the dragons, which deterred him from becoming her adversary. Thus, the only remaining targets for conquest were the major cities of the free trade city-states in the west, particularly Pentos. This location happened to be a strategic stronghold. By controlling the unscrupulous merchant Illyrio, he would gain access to a plethora of intelligence networks, which was crucial for Liu Feng's future endeavors. With the strategic objectives firmly established, Liu Feng delightedly savored a feast of roasted meat delivered by Ayla. As night fell, Ayla sought out Liu Feng once more, this time adorned with extraordinary beauty. The once grimy animal hide she wore had been replaced by a pristine leather garment, tailored to accentuate her voluptuous figure, leaving her alluring abdomen and smooth, taut legs exposed before Liu Feng's gaze. This sight nearly caused Liu Feng to lose his composure. Fortunately, he maintained a modicum of self-restraint. Reluctantly diverting his gaze, he addressed Ayla "Ela, you look so exquisite tonight. Could it be that you aspire to be a bride?" Liu Feng anticipated a bashful retreat, yet to his surprise, Ela's response was not one of embarrassment. Instead, a glimmer of longing danced across her face as she replied, "Cain, you must understand, every woman of the plains dreams of becoming a Khaleesi." Ela's bold declaration left Liu Feng with a renewed perspective on the world of Game of Thrones, reaffirming that the women in this realm were remarkably forthright. However, Liu Feng playfully retorted, "Ela, the strongest man on the plains stands before you. Cherish this moment while you can. I hope that when the time comes for the challenge, you remain so resolute." Warrior Cain. Ela, clearly skeptical, rolled her eyes and walked away. Liu Feng smirked, realizing that he was poised to astonish Ela this very evening. The wedding ceremony was set upon a beach. The Dothraki ignited bonfires, casting a radiant glow over the celebration. Young maidens danced joyfully around the flames, while older women busied themselves preparing the banquet. Ela led Liu Feng through the throngs of people, swiftly arriving at a spot close to the center of the festivities. Suddenly, a wave of fervent cheers erupted from a certain direction. Liu Feng turned to see two figures astride magnificent steeds, one of whom was a man, bare-chested, with bronze skin rippling with muscle, resembling a bull rearing on its hind legs. His thick beard and icy gaze inspired an instinctive fear in those who dared to meet his eyes. The most striking feature was the long, dark braid cascading down his back, adorned with golden bells that jingled with the movement of his horse. From his age, Liu Feng deduced that this must be Oleron Kalaka. The length of his braid suggested immense strength, likely unmatched within the Elon tribe. Beside Oleron rode a stunning Dothraki maiden, clad in a light blue, low-cut veil that billowed gracefully in the breeze, revealing her alluring figure through the translucent fabric. This sight elicited cheers from the surrounding crowd. Oleron and his bride made their way to the center of the banquet, dismounting gracefully. Hand in hand, they approached the altar, but despite the joyous occasion, Oleron's face bore no trace of smile. His deep, cold eyes scanned the crowd, and his formidable presence compelled many eager young challengers to lower their gazes. Unwilling to meet his stare, with a powerful voice, he addressed the gathered tribespeople. "The Horse King of the Plains has fallen. The treacherous Bono and Jocko have betrayed their oaths, igniting war. My father died for the tribe, and I shall take his place as the new call. I will lead our people to reside in the City of Honor, the capital of the Horse Kings, and become the mightiest Khalasar." With Oleron's proclamation, his supporters erupted in cheers. Among the crowd, Ela and Liu Feng were joined by another maiden, equally beautiful, though perhaps not as captivating as Ela. In a land where stunning women were scarce, she was certainly a notable beauty. Ela seemed familiar with her, and the two of them exchanged opinions on the muscular young men nearby, leaving Liu Feng in a state of amusement. "Ela, do you see that warrior standing behind Kalaka? That is Yuri, the one I often speak of. He intends to challenge Kalaka tonight, and if he succeeds, he will declare me his Khaleesi in front of the tribe." The girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Yuri, her expression brimming with hope. In contrast to her optimism, Ela voiced her disapproval. "Eli, you must dissuade Yuri. Challenging Oleron would be a foolhardy decision." The girl named Eli bristled at Ela's words, firmly believing in Yuri's strength. She pouted defiantly. "Ela, you underestimate Yuri's prowess. He will surely defeat Oleron, becoming the new call, and plant the seeds of the future Horse King within me." Seeing that she could not sway Eli, Ela turned her attention to Liu Feng. In her eyes, Cain had once been a mere novice sentinel. However, after his injury and amnesia, he seemed transformed. Just moments ago, she had perceived a glimmer of battle-ready spirit in Liu Feng's gaze, coupled with an unmistakable air of confidence. This left her puzzled. Was Cain preparing to challenge Oleron for her sake, or for the woman standing upon the platform? Ela opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. Liu Feng, though aware of Ela's silent inquiry, chose to ignore it, focusing intently on Oleron's every movement. He understood that to vanquish a formidable foe, one must first identify their weaknesses, seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Oleron was the first opponent he encountered in this world who instilled a sense of pressure within him. It was well known that the Dothraki were renowned for their strength. Liu Feng recalled his initial encounter with the ordinary scout Cain. Despite years of dedicated training in the art of killing and significant enhancements to his agility, he had still sustained injuries in battle. One could only imagine the might of the strongest among a tribe of thousands. Just as Liu Feng prepared to step forward and issue a challenge, Yuri, standing behind Oleron, suddenly emerged. His tall, muscular frame was bare, showcasing his powerful physique. Though he too sported a long braid, it bore few bells, indicating a lack of extensive combat experience despite his unblemished record. He approached Oleron and declared to the assembled crowd, "We Dothraki have always followed the strong. Today I, Yuri, shall prove myself to be more worthy than Oleron to lead our tribe." Upon finishing his proclamation, he turned to face Oleron, locking eyes with him before pointing a finger defiantly. "Oleron, I challenge you to a duel." The tradition of coronation challenges was deeply embedded in Dothraki culture, with each new call typically rising to power amidst several life-and-death battles. However, Oleron's countenance shifted from surprise to anger at Yuri's audacious challenge. "Yuri, the coward I once crushed beneath my heel, you should be aware of the consequences of challenging me, knowing you will surely perish. Why you step forward?" Oleron's familiarity with Yuri, coupled with his victorious history against him, explained his astonishment. Confronted by the wrathful Olong, Yuri's face momentarily betrayed a flicker of fear, but then, as if a realization dawned upon him, his gaze regained its resolute intensity. "Enough with the idle chatter. Only the strong can lead the tribe to become the most formidable Karasa. I am no longer the Yuri of the past. Today, one of us must fall." With Yuri's determination now evident, Olong ceased his banter, dismissing the onlookers, and assumed a combative stance against Yuri. "I anticipated encountering powerful adversaries at the coronation ceremony. Yet it is you, the coward, who stands before me as my first challenger. Come, let me witness the prowess you have acquired over the years." With Olong's words hanging in the air, silence enveloped the two, each poised in confrontation. Olong, brimming with confidence, launched the first strike, leveraging his height to unleash a devastating blow with his machete aimed at Yuri's head. Yuri, seemingly prepared, deftly rolled to the left, evading the lethal strike. In the midst of his evasive maneuver, Yuri swung his machete in a sweeping arc towards Olong's midsection. Rather than evade, Olong swiftly absorbed the force of Yuri's attack, pivoting to block the machete with his own. Simultaneously, his right leg shot out like a bullet, delivering a powerful kick. Olong's strength was formidable. Even a simple kick wielded immense destructive potential. Caught off guard, Yuri, who had poured all his weight into his machete, staggered backward from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Olong prepared to strike again. At that moment, a pair of shadowy hands emerged from the ground, grasping Olong's calf with a vice-like grip. Unprepared for such an occurrence, Olong lost his balance and fell awkwardly. Meanwhile, Yuri, who had previously appeared to be at a disadvantage, revealed a sinister smile. The unexpected turn of events in the duel elicited gasps from the crowd. None anticipated Olong's sudden fall. Yuri, however, did not let this serendipitous opportunity slip away, as if he had foreseen it. In the instant Olong tumbled, Yuri's machete flashed like lightning, severing Olong's head in a swift motion. The arena fell silent, save for the gushing blood and the look of disbelief that lingered on Olong's face in his final moments. Bending down, Yuri hoisted Olong's severed head and bellowed to the assembled tribesmen. "Olong is unworthy to lead the tribe. The true Karasa must be the mightiest warrior." As Yuri's declaration echoed, his supporters erupted in jubilant cheers, for they revered the victor, a custom steeped in Dothraki tradition. Yet, amidst the celebration, sorrow was palpable among Olong's former comrades, many of whom were bewildered by his sudden demise and cast doubt upon Yuri's triumph. Among them was Cass, Olong's closest companion, who had trained and fought alongside him since childhood. Acutely aware of Olong's prowess, Cass found Yuri's victory dubious. Determined to prove the truth, he resolved to confront Yuri in the arena, even at the risk of his own life. Cass approached Yuri, then turned to the onlookers, shouting, "Yuri is far weaker than Olong. His victory is a result of treachery, not fairness. The tribe needs a true warrior, not a despicable trickster." Having finished his proclamation, Cass faced Yuri, assuming a combat stance. Yuri recognized Cass, and, in response to the provocation, replied with a knowing smile, "Cass, you shall pay for your folly with your life." With that, he charged at Cass like a wild stallion. In his eyes, Olong was the sole threat. Individuals like Cass barely registered on his radar. Below, Liu Feng observed the fierce clash with contemplation. It was evident to him that Olong possessed superior strength compared to Yuri. Yet he had met his end. The cause of this unexpected downfall intrigued Liu Feng. He needed to ascertain whether Cass would suffer a similar fate. The two fighters remained evenly matched through several rounds of fierce combat, with no clear victor emerging. As the battle stretched on, Yuri grew increasingly anxious, fearing prolonged conflict would lead to skepticism regarding his capabilities. He swiftly repelled Cass, creating distance between them, and gestured toward a specific direction in the crowd. Once he received an acknowledgement, Yuri lunged at Cass once more, like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Yuri's speed was remarkable, but Cass was no slouch either. As Yuri's machete descended, Cass tightened his grip on his weapon. Just as he prepared to counter, a sharp, agonizing pain shot through his left ankle, as if his leg had plunged into molten lava, causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the moment, Yuri struck with his machete, landing a devastating blow to Cass's chest. The force of the strike was tremendous, ripping open Cass's torso and spilling blood and viscera. In his final moments, Cass comprehended the reason behind Oolong's fall. Yet he found himself too weak to retaliate. After a desperate struggle, he succumbed, his face etched with disbelief. Liu Feng, having scrutinized every detail of the preceding battle, noted Yuri's nod towards a specific direction, which precipitated the shift in momentum. To overcome Yuri, he realized he must eliminate the mysterious figure outside the arena before any communication could transpire. Speed was Liu Feng's forte. On stage, Yuri stood drenched in Cass's blood, exuding a menacing aura. He raised his machete in triumph, parading around the platform. With no further challengers stepping forth, his grin transformed into one of arrogance. He approached his bride, Basha, taking her hand, and together they made their way to the center of the arena. Chapter 3. The commencement of the path to conquest. Basha, rather than recoiling at Yuri's bloodied appearance, felt a swell of pride. In a Dothraki wedding, if there are not several men dueling for the bride, it is either because the groom is too formidable or the bride lacks allure. Thus, most Dothraki women delight in the atmosphere of competition. In this moment, Yuri mirrored Oolong's earlier demeanor, casting a cold, sweeping gaze over the tribe below. The onlookers instinctively bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. When he spotted Ailey in the crowd, her face alight with anticipation, he hesitated momentarily before coldly averting his eyes. Ailey felt a pang of injustice. She understood that Yuri had deceived her. Though he had emerged victorious, she was not the bride he intended to claim. Overwhelmed, tears streamed down her cheeks as she collapsed into the arms of her friend, Arya, sobbing uncontrollably. Arya, an ordinary girl herself, glanced at the impassive Liu Feng before sighing in resignation. Liu Feng, keenly aware of the shifting dynamics around him, refrained from intervening as he continued to analyze the position of the mysterious figure. At that moment, he pinpointed the source of intrigue. Among the crowd, the only individuals who had not bowed were the warriors aligned with Oolong and a disheveled female slave. It was known that slaves were often captured during tribal raids and held the lowest status within the tribe. The audacity of this slave to remain unfazed under the gaze of the future Keo hinted at a deeper secret. Just as Liu Feng was piecing together her identity, Yuri proclaimed, "It seems there are no challengers today. Thus, I shall proceed with my wedding to my beloved, Basha Kalixi." Wait! Just as Yuri was about to announce his victory, Liu Feng surged onto the stage. Disguised as Cain, his physique, while not frail, was far from imposing. The moment he ascended the platform, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd, as no one held faith in Liu Feng's abilities. Liu Feng appeared somewhat overconfident. At that moment, Ayla finally noticed Liu Feng standing on the stage, and a startled gasp escaped her lips. The weeping Eli in her arms was also roused by the commotion, quickly glancing up at the stage. Upon recognizing Cain, she turned to Ayla, exclaiming, "What is he thinking? He could be killed by Yuri." Although Ayla harbored little faith in Liu Feng, upon hearing Eli's words, her anxiety was tinged with a flicker of hope. She recalled her earlier words about the Dothraki girl who did not wish to marry the strongest man. Cain's retort had been that perhaps he was the strongest man after all. Ayla suddenly felt that Cain had stepped into the arena for that very statement. Was he truly attempting to prove to her that he, Cain, could vie for the position of Khal for her sake? Though it was perilous and likely to cost him his life, at that moment, Cain's figure was indelibly etched in Ayla's heart. She vowed that even if Cain were to lose this duel, she would go to any lengths to avenge him. On the other hand, Liu Feng remained unfazed by the jeers from the crowd below. He cast a cold glance at those who looked upon him with disdain and declared, "Strength is not merely a matter of physical prowess. It is a matter of a resilient spirit. If you lack the courage to ascend this stage, to question an obviously flawed duel, then remain content as mere spectators. You shall witness the birth of the strongest Khal upon the plains." Liu Feng's words were impassioned, yet the Dothraki below remained unconvinced, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. Fortunately, Yuri, having grown impatient after defeating two formidable foes, could no longer contain himself. He gestured for Basha to step aside and fixed Liu Feng with a menacing glare, stating, "Enough of your nonsense, nameless wretch. The only fate that awaits you in challenging me is death." With that, Yuri launched his attack, eager to expedite the coronation of the Khal. Liu Feng, seeing this, offered no further words. As Yuri's curved blade descended towards him, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the furious strike. Swiftly shifting his position, he appeared behind Yuri, his dagger effortlessly slicing through the artery in Yuri's neck. A spray of blood erupted, and Yuri, with a look of disbelief, turned a glance at Liu Feng before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Though he was not yet dead, the lack of blood flow to his brain rendered him unconscious and unable to control his limbs. He could only endure spasms until his demise. Throughout the encounter, Liu Feng merely cast a dispassionate glance at Yuri before disregarding his state entirely. Years of experience as an assassin had taught him that in that instant, Yuri was already a dead man. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the identity collection skill, acquiring 1 Yuri skin mask, proficiency in Dothraki, expert, activation of horsemanship, beginner, and archery skills level 10. Having dealt with Yuri, Liu Feng had no time to examine his spoils. He quickly scanned the crowd. He knew that Yuri was not the true mastermind. He had merely triumphed over 2 top warriors with the aid of a mysterious figure. The onlookers appeared momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with shock, especially Ayla, who could hardly believe that what Liu Feng had said was true, her eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Beside her, Eli wore a similarly conflicted expression, having just been weeping in anguish over Yuri's betrayal. Now, witnessing her sister's companion effortlessly slay Yuri, she felt lost, uncertain whether to feel resentment or gratitude. After a thorough search, Liu Feng finally spotted the enigmatic female slave. Her face bore expressions of shock, regret, and confusion. A follower of the Lord of Light, she had received a revelation in the flames not long ago, foretelling the rise of a true king among the Dothraki. She had witnessed Yuri, with her assistance, slay Oler and triumph over other tribesmen. Yet just moments ago, as she prepared to invoke a curse using Dothraki blood, it had failed to take effect. She could only watch helplessly as Liu Feng easily dispatched the one she believed to be the prophesied child of fate. When she met Liu Feng's gaze, an inexplicable fear surged within her, compelling her to flee. Liu Feng, however, could not allow this mysterious female slave to escape. Although he did not understand why she had refrained from using her powers against him, allowing such a mysterious figure to slip away would leave him restless. He recalled the Dothraki's intense hatred for witches. Unsure if this individual was indeed a witch, he nonetheless cried out, "Among you lurks an evil witch." She aided Yuri in the deaths of Oler and his brothers. His words incited a stir among the crowd, faces contorting with fury as they turned to Liu Feng, eager to identify the accursed witch. Chapter 4. The Red Priestess, Olipala. Seeing the crowd's attention fixated on him, Liu Feng swiftly pointed towards the panicked female slave attempting to flee, declaring, "It is she." In an instant, all eyes followed Liu Feng's finger, focusing on the mysterious slave. The Dothraki standing beside her quickly recoiled, leaving the bewildered figure standing alone, unsure of what to do. Liu Feng navigated through the throng and confronted the mysterious figure, asking, "Who are you, and why did you assist Yuri?" The mysterious woman, realizing there was no escape, halted and steadied her emotions before replying, "I am Olipala, a devotee of the Lord of Light. I saw in the flames that Yuri is the true king of the Dothraki, destined to unify them, surpassing the former call, Drogo, and become the new call." Liu Feng was taken aback. He was aware of the Lord of Light, a powerful figure capable of resurrecting the dead. Observing her closely, he noted the vivid red gemstone hanging from her neck, reminiscent of the necklace worn by the Red Priestess Melisandre, and instantly believed her claim. "You are a Red Priestess?" Liu Feng inquired, uncertainty edging his voice. He recalled that within the world of Game of Thrones, 2 red priests had appeared, Melisandre and Conqueror. Both were adorned in red robes and wore red gemstone necklaces. If 2 could exist, the emergence of a third in this land would not be surprising, considering the many followers of the Lord of Light in Essos. Olipala, seeing Liu Feng recognize her identity, exhibited a fleeting look of surprise, which quickly subsided as she adopted a devout demeanor and stated, "We are both children of the Lord of Light. All I do is to shatter the darkness and death." Liu Feng remained inquisitive about the Lord of Light, aware that he was at odds with the many-faced god. However, he recalled that the Night King had ultimately been vanquished by the followers of all gods, suggesting that a common enemy might forge an alliance. With this thought in mind, Liu Feng asked, "Can you truly see the revelations of the Lord of Light in the flames?" His curiosity regarding transcendent powers piqued. He sought to confirm this opportunity. Without hesitation, Olipala replied, "The flames are a gift from the Lord of Light. I can perceive his will through the flames." Liu Feng promptly led Olipala to a nearby bonfire, inquiring, "What do you see in this flame?" As Olipala gazed into the fire, she began reciting a mysterious prayer, her expression one of deep reverence. She wished to use this method to draw this formidable call into the ranks of the Lord of Light's followers. As she chanted, a figure gradually materialized within the flames, a man with black hair and an eastern visage, seated atop a golden dragon, followed by thousands of Dothraki cavalry engaged in battle against a horde of the undead. Upon witnessing this scene, the expression on Olipara's face shifted dramatically, as the revelation from the Lord of Light had altered. Before her arrival at the Elon tribe, she had envisioned an entirely different tableau. Initially, it was a portrayal of Yuri triumphing over Olong, followed by the silhouette of a Dothraki warrior riding upon the back of a colossal dragon. Although she could not discern the figure's features clearly, she was resolutely convinced that it was indeed Yuri. To her astonishment, this time her vision was markedly different. Beside her, Liu Feng, noticing Olipara's sudden change in demeanor, was filled with curiosity and turned his gaze toward the flames. He too beheld the scene, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. The figure atop the golden dragon was one he recognized all too well, his own familiar silhouette, with flowing black curls, resolute black eyes, and an exceptionally handsome visage. The intensity of his emotions stemmed from a simple truth. Since his arrival in this realm, he had been seen only by a man named Cain, who was now deceased. Thus, no one else in this world had laid eyes upon him, instilling within Liu Feng a profound sense of dread regarding the power of the divine, making him feel, despite being a traveler from another world, merely a pawn in the hands of the gods. This realization left Liu Feng feeling deeply resentful. Ever since he became an assassin, he had controlled the lives of others. Apart from the organization that sentenced him to death, he felt ensnared by a web of fate, reduced to a marionette, easily discarded. Olipara appeared to sense Liu Feng's emotional turmoil and, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, "Do you know him?" This question fortuitously pulled Liu Feng from the depths of despair, prompting him to strive for composure as he contemplated his response. After a moment of earnest reflection, he replied, "Yes, I know him, and I am quite familiar with him." Upon receiving Liu Feng's affirmative answer, Olipara's emotions surged with excitement, and she grasped Liu Feng's arm fervently, insisting, "He has been chosen by the Lord of Light. You must take me to see him." However, Liu Feng's response brought her disappointment, for he was not yet prepared to reveal his identity. With a piercing gaze, he fixed his eyes upon Olipara and stated, "Miss Olipara, your current status is that of my captive, and it seems you possess little of value that warrants my assistance." Olipara, undeterred by Liu Feng's icy demeanor, retorted calmly, "Are you friends?" Liu Feng was taken aback by her response, but then recalled Melisandre's willingness to face death, and he found solace in that thought. Nevertheless, he did not deceive Olipara and replied with unwavering conviction, "No, we are beyond mere friends." Olipara's surprise was palpable, as she evidently misinterpreted the implications of his words. With an inquisitive gaze, she remarked, "I possess a dragon egg. Tomorrow, I shall bring the egg to you, and all you must do is accompany me. He will be the child of destiny, the true-born of dragons." Liu Feng rolled his eyes at the notions of child of destiny and true-born of dragons, pondering whether he could not also be the man of a true dragon. Yet, despite his musings, he felt a profound curiosity about the dragon egg. In the world of Westeros, only 3 dragons had graced the realm, each a paragon of power. If he could indeed hatch a new dragon, it might alter his fate. Even in the worst-case scenario, Liu Feng believed he could leverage the dragon to reshape the narrative of the entire saga. The world of Westeros was rife with missed opportunities. Robb Stark, who sought to rescue his father from the Red Wedding. Jorah Mormont, who had spent his life in unrequited devotion. The brave Lyanna Mormont. Missandei, the beloved of Grey Worm. And Daenerys, who perished in the arms of her lover. Since he had traversed into this world, he would strive to seize every opportunity that arose. After all, these were among the heart-wrenching scenes he had witnessed while watching the series. With this thought in mind, Liu Feng sincerely stated, "You may go. I hope you can keep your promise." Olipara was not surprised by this outcome. After all, the allure of dragons was not something everyone could resist. As she departed, she turned to Liu Feng and assured him, "Rest assured, the revelation from the Lord of Light is the singular mission of my life. Tomorrow, I shall return here, and I hope you will bring him." With that, Olipara lightly touched her soiled robe, igniting it in a blaze of flames. When the fire subsided, a woman with flowing red hair and clad in a crimson robe emerged. She did not look back, but gracefully stepped out of sight, leaving all who beheld her in awe. The surrounding Dothraki, wishing to intervene, refrained from acting without Liu Feng's directive. As Olipara vanished from view, Liu Feng returned to the arena, surveying the gathered crowd below and proclaiming, "The despicable Yuri has received his just punishment." The witch has promised to bring the dragon egg as restitution. If no one dares to challenge me further, I shall be the new KO of the Elon tribe. Faced with Liu Feng's formidable presence, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, none daring to approach him. They recognized that when Liu Feng had triumphed over Yuri, it had been a display of sheer strength, making his claim to the title of KO indisputable. At that moment of uncertainty, Ella suddenly called out, "Kane KO! Kane KO!" Her words acted like a spark igniting fireworks, and as her voice echoed, the crowd erupted in unison, chanting, "Kane KO! Kane KO!" Chapter 5. Night Raid on Bono. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Liu Feng was officially recognized as the KO of the Elon tribe. Ding! Host has successfully conquered the entire Elon tribe. Riding skills have been upgraded to intermediate, archery skill at 50, and the title of Junior Conqueror has been acquired. Activating the skill will momentarily stun opponents. Gazing at his newly acquired abilities, Liu Feng felt elated. It was not the time for contemplation. He had not forgotten that a bride, recently passed through 3 hands, was left in the lurch beside him. According to Dothraki customs, a groom must accept the challenges of all tribe members during the wedding ceremony. Failure could not only result in death, but also entail the bride marrying the victor. Having slain Yuri, the second groom, Liu Feng understood that he was expected to fulfill the wedding rites. However, he was acutely aware that the Dothraki wedding rites involved, before the eyes of the entire tribe, the consummation of the union with the bride. This presented a considerable dilemma for Liu Feng. Although he had certain inclinations, he could not fathom publicly engaging in such acts. To avoid becoming an unwitting actor in a grotesque drama in this foreign land, Liu Feng had no choice but to refuse the marriage. With this in mind, Liu Feng approached Basra and spoke in a soothing tone. "Oolong has always been a respected call of mine. I cannot accept marrying his betrothed. I am truly sorry, but I must return you to your father's side tomorrow. I hope you can soon forget today's unpleasantness." Basra was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etching her exquisite features. As a Dothraki, she could not comprehend Liu Feng's actions. Throughout her life, she had witnessed numerous duels at weddings and had anticipated a spectacular confrontation at her own. Today, she did see an impressive duel, yet she never expected that the ultimate victor would refuse to marry her. This was an immense humiliation for her. Basra's incredulity gradually morphed into fury as she fixed her gaze upon Liu Feng, declaring, "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? My father's wrath will incinerate the Elon tribe. Are you certain you wish to betray the oaths of Elon and Balu?" Her questioning bore a hint of menace. It was not merely a matter of her pride, but it would also bring disgrace upon her father, Balu KO. As Liu Feng pondered the fierce nature of Dothraki women, he could not help but calculate his options. After all, Balu's tribe was also on his conquest list. Since conflict was inevitable, why should he compromise his own dignity? Upon contemplating this, Liu Feng resolutely declared, "My intentions remain unwavering. Once I have severed the heads of Bono and Jocko, I shall personally explain to your father." Upon witnessing Liu Feng's steadfast demeanor, Basha ceased her insistence and, in a fit of anger, cast aside the circlet representing Khaleesi before storming off. Her actions incited a wave of commotion, prompting one of the warriors, who had pledged allegiance to Elanco, to approach Liu Feng and caution Kane. Such actions may provoke Beru's ire, and he might choose to ally himself with the likes of Bono and Jocko. Liu Feng, having been introduced to this warrior by Ella, recognized his lack of malice and replied, "Rest assured, Dole, after tonight, there will be no more Bono and Jocko." With that, Liu Feng returned to the center of the arena and proclaimed loudly to the assembled tribespeople, "In light of my respect for Oolong Kalak, I have decided not to wed Princess Basha. This may incite Beru's resentment. Hence, tonight, our sole purpose is to avenge Elanco. Warriors of the Elon tribe, will you dare to fight alongside me?" Although the crowd did not fully endorse Liu Feng's decision, the Dothraki were inherently combative, unwilling to admit to cowardice. Thus, they all shouted in unison, "We shall forever follow Kao, avenging the old Kao of Elon." Liu Feng was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. Ultimately, with the assistance of 3 warriors, he selected 2,000 fighters and set off towards Bono's coordinates. Liu Feng was not foolish enough to believe that 2,000 men could defeat Bono's 20,000. As an assassin, his expertise lay in stealth. Knowing Bono's appearance, he would not forsake the most advantageous option available to him. After approximately 2 hours of rapid travel, Liu Feng's contingent halted a kilometer from Bono's camp. He instructed the others to await news while he stealthily infiltrated the encampment. It was now midnight, yet numerous tents within Bono's camp remained aglow with firelight. Occasionally, sounds inappropriate for children emerged, which both impressed Liu Feng with the Dothraki's ferocity and led him to lament their lack of diverse entertainment. The vastness of the 2,000-strong tribe compelled Liu Feng to navigate for half an hour before locating the most opulent tent, a symbol of Cao's status. With the grace of a nimble wildcat, Liu Feng approached the tent silently. Straining to listen, he discerned the heavy snores emanating from within, which immediately alleviated his concerns. Knowing that his target was asleep, the moment was ripe for action. Despite the thick darkness, night vision was a requisite skill for an assassin. And Liu Feng moved like a shadow, swiftly reaching Bono's side. Although he could ascertain with 90% certainty that this was indeed Bono, he chose to confirm the identity further. With a dagger poised at Bono's throat, he inquired, "Bono Cao?" As a seasoned warrior, Bono possessed acute crisis awareness. And nearly at the moment Liu Feng spoke, he opened his eyes. Realizing his vital point was under threat, Bono exclaimed in indignation, "What do you intend to do?" Liu Feng found amusement in the fact that, regardless of who one might be, panic ensues in the face of death. Wasting no time, he directly queried, "You're a Bono Cao, are you not?" Observing Bono's lack of denial, Liu Feng understood he had not erred. With a swift motion, the sharp dagger sliced through Bono's throat. Bono opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, but Liu Feng denied him the opportunity. He knew Bono would likely inquire why he was being killed. However, in Liu Feng's view, there was no need for a deceased individual to possess such knowledge. Having dealt with Bono, Liu Feng seized his head and hastened back to rejoin his company. Upon Liu Feng's return, the gathered warriors turned their gazes upon him. "Bono is dead. This is his head," he declared. The 2,000-strong force erupted in jubilant cheers, for Bono and Jaco's presence had shattered years of peace among the Dothraki, inciting deep-seated hatred from the Elon tribe. Once the cheers subsided, Liu Feng continued, "Next, we shall absorb Bono's tribe. Everyone together. Shout Bono is dead. I shall exploit the ensuing chaos to provoke them into a decision, thereby demonstrating the strength of our Elon tribe." Upon hearing this, the three accompanying warriors nodded in agreement, having witnessed Liu Feng's prowess and deemed the plan viable. In the plains, absolute loyalty was a rarity. All Dothraki favored following the strong. This was the fundamental reason why Drogo Cao could ascend to the throne of the Horse Lords. With the objective clarified, the Dothraki commenced their actions according to plan. They brandished torches and circled Bono's camp with fervor. Soon, many of Bono's tribesmen were roused from their slumber, frantically emerging from their tents. Upon encountering the sight of torch-bearing cavalry, their expressions were wrought with fear. Observing that enough people had emerged, Liu Feng called out, "Bono has paid the ultimate price for his transgressions. Apart from Bono's closest kin, all others shall either become members of the Elon tribe or descend into slavery." Though Bono's tribe boasted 20,000 members, the majority consisted of captured slaves, women, and children, with only about 5,000 capable of combat. Lacking horses, their combat effectiveness was severely diminished, and after a few dissidents were slain, the remaining individuals ceased their resistance. Recognizing that the enemy's forces had been subdued, Liu Feng proclaimed, "I am Cain Cao. I respect the traditions of the Dothraki. Any challengers may contest me. If you prevail, the title of Cao of the Elon tribe will be yours. If you fail, you shall forfeit your lives. What say you?" Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, several confident individuals began to ponder their options. After a brief lull, one stepped forward, eager to challenge Liu Feng. This challenger was tall, towering over Liu Feng by a head, and his musculature was formidable. As he stepped forth, those from Bono's tribe erupted in cheers. The challenger was named Boda, Bono's brother. There existed a long-standing rumor within Bono's tribe that Bono was not the strongest. Rather, the true might lay with Boda. With an icy demeanor, he approached Liu Feng and, with eyes ablaze with malice, declared, "Cain, you shall pay the blood price for your arrogance." Liu Feng dismounted confidently and stepped forward to meet Boda, retorting, "Perhaps I possess the right to be arrogant." Upon hearing this, Boda's fury could no longer be contained. He swung his sword towards Liu Feng's head, intent on making this presumptuous individual pay dearly. However, as he struck, Liu Feng's figure vanished from his sight. A searing pain shot through Boda's abdomen, and he soon lost control of his body, collapsing helplessly to the ground. With Boda's demise, no one from Bono's tribe dared to challenge Liu Feng. Instead, they felt a sense of elation, for in Liu Feng, they beheld the might and confidence reminiscent of the late Drogo. Their allegiance to Bono had stemmed from the void left by Drogo's death. Thus, witnessing Liu Feng's strength, they felt a natural inclination to return to the side of a truly powerful Cao. After easily incorporating Bono's tribe, Liu Feng selected 3,000 cavalrymen and promptly set forth towards Jaco's tribe. This time, Liu Feng opted against assassination. Instead, he led a grand cavalry force to encircle Jaco's encampment. Subsequently, in full view of all, he severed Jaco's head, thus conquering both the Bono and Jaco tribes. As dawn broke, the inhabitants of the Elon tribe began to engage in their daily labors. Some tended to the flocks, while others fed the horses, creating an atmosphere of harmony throughout the tribe. Yet, there were those who occasionally gazed longingly towards the direction where Liu Feng and his companions had vanished, hoping for their return. Among them, Ella's restlessness was most pronounced. Her mind was frequently haunted by the heroic image of Liu Feng slaying Yuri the previous night, along with his resolute refusal to wed Basha. At times, she fancied that Liu Feng had rejected Basha solely for her sake. Moreover, she recalled how he had hurried to find Jaco and Bono overnight to prevent a retaliatory strike from Basha's tribe. This thought would cast a shadow of worry across Ella's delicate features. She would often gaze into the distance, yearning for the moment when Liu Feng might appear, galloping on his magnificent steed. Yet, each time she looked, disappointment followed, though hope persisted with every attempt. Suddenly, a resounding horn pierced the air, a signal from the sentries that danger was imminent. As the horn's urgent call intensified, the ground trembled beneath their feet. Turning to look, they beheld a throng of riders approaching at breakneck speed. The vast procession kicked up clouds of yellow dust, resembling an immense serpent of sand, poised to engulf the diminutive Elon tribe. The people of Elon had never witnessed such a formidable sight, and trepidation gripped their hearts. By the horse god, whose army is this? Surely, they do not come to attack us? Yet, no one answered, as most were paralyzed by fear at the unfolding spectacle. Nevertheless, the Dothraki were never short of gallant warriors. The young and robust men began to muster, knowing full well that even against overwhelming odds, their duty was to stand resolute in front of the women and children. Just then, the hornblower altered the tone of the signal, transitioning from urgent to melodious, conveying a message of joy. Positioned higher than the rest, he was the first to spot Liu Feng and his companions at the forefront of the charge. Realizing his previous mistake, he quickly adjusted the tune. Liu Feng was the first to burst into the tribe, and upon recognizing him, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Ella could no longer contain herself. She dashed forward and threw herself into Liu Feng's embrace, bursting into tears. Liu Feng, startled by her sudden display of affection, found himself at a loss, as it was his first intimate encounter with a girl. Fortunately, Ella soon became aware of her indiscretion and hastily extricated herself from his arms. Though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, the Dothraki girl did not flee. Looking curiously at the dense formation of cavalry outside, she inquired, "Cain, what is the meaning of this cavalry?" Liu Feng, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Bono and Jaco have perished. These are the tribesmen willing to join us." His voice rang out clearly, reaching the ears of the onlookers. For a moment, disbelief washed over them. The new Cain had slain Bono and Jaco overnight. Moreover, he had persuaded all their kin, instantly swelling the Elon tribe's population to over 50,000. It was noteworthy that the largest tribe in Dothraki history, led by Khal Drogo, had peaked at a mere 100,000. They could hardly fathom that the Elon tribe now boasted half the size of Drogo's. Such numbers positioned them among the most formidable tribes in Dothraki. Liu Feng offered no further explanation, swiftly gathering all the warriors of the tribe and instructing them to organize the newly joined clansmen. He then advised everyone to alert him immediately upon sighting the red-robed, which before returning to their tents to rest. Although Liu Feng had not suffered much physically after a night of battle, his mental exhaustion was considerable. Fortunately, after conquering 2 tribes, he sensed that he was on the brink of elevating his equestrian skills from intermediate to advanced. His archery proficiency had also escalated from 50 to 100, and he had gained a tenth of the experience needed for the title of Junior Conqueror. Liu Feng's slumber extended until the afternoon, when scouts arrived to inform him of a red-robed witch's arrival. At the mention of the red-robed witch, Liu Feng became instantly alert and commanded the guards to admit her. Sure enough, within a minute, he beheld the elegant and fiery-robed Olipra entering. Upon her arrival, she eagerly searched the tent, her expression darkening as she asked, "Why hasn't he come?" Liu Feng understood that the moment for concealment had passed, given that the Lord of Light was aware of his identity. There was no reason to withhold it from his followers. He instructed the guards to vacate the tent, asserting that no one was permitted to enter without his consent, and then warmly greeted Olipra's gaze, asking, "Have you brought the dragon egg?" Olipra was filled with fury, feeling deceived. But her years of service to the Lord of Light restrained her from losing composure. I have brought the dragon egg, but without him, no one else can hatch it. Moreover, no one may defy the Lord of Light's will. Liu Feng chuckled softly, and in the instant he turned, revealed his true visage, saying, "What if it were this way?" Upon witnessing Liu Feng's transformation, Olipera's expression shifted, and she blurted, "The Faceless Man?" Upon uttering that name, she became momentarily perplexed, struggling to discern whether Liu Feng had usurped Cain's identity or if Cain had appropriated the identity of the Chosen One. However, her countenance soon relaxed as she recalled the Lord of Light's prophecy, which spoke of a Dothraki riding a great dragon and a dark-haired youth battling the Night King atop a dragon. This perfectly elucidated Liu Feng's identity. He was indeed the Chosen One, and the previous revelations of the Lord of Light had been accurate, though she had struggled to comprehend them. Without hesitation, she produced a dragon egg speckled with patterns and declared, "This is the dragon egg you seek. May you, as foretold by the Lord of Light, vanquish the long night and spread the light." At first glance, the egg appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary oval stone, causing Liu Feng to doubt its true nature. Unaware that within it lay a dragon in gestation, curiosity piqued, he accepted the egg for a closer examination. However, the moment he touched it, an unforeseen phenomenon occurred. The egg, which had seemed like a mere stone, resonated with an inexplicable energy upon contact with Liu Feng. Crack! The mottled shell of the dragon egg fissured and rapidly shed its exterior, revealing a dazzling golden egg before Liu Feng. At that moment, an extraordinary connection formed between him and the dragon egg. He could distinctly sense a vibrant life within the egg stirring to awaken. Just as Liu Feng marveled at this occurrence, the long-forgotten system prompt chimed once more. Ding! The dragon bloodline within the host has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the dragon god body, bloodline activated to 1/10. Dragon god body? System, how does this relate to the true dragon body? Liu Feng pondered. Having never encountered the concept of a dragon god body in the realm of Westeros, he only knew that Daenerys possessed the true dragon body and was impervious to flames, prompting his inquiry to express his confusion. The true dragon body is a subspecies of the dragon god bloodline, endowed with the ability to command ordinary magical dragons and immunity to flames. The dragon god body, in contrast, is a direct descendant of the dragon god bloodline, possessing blood that can awaken the bloodline of the Dragon King. And its physical form is imbued with formidable magical power. Liu Feng, somewhat perplexed, grasped the concept that blood could activate the Dragon King's bloodline, yet the notion of possessing immense magical strength eluded him, as he currently felt no distinct attributes apart from the ability to shed the dragon egg stone skin. While Liu Feng was lost in contemplation, Olipera suddenly exclaimed, "The dragon god bloodline! You are indeed of the dragon god bloodline. No wonder you seem vaguely familiar to me." Liu Feng was further bewildered. How did Olipera discern his possession of the dragon god bloodline? Sensing his confusion, Olipera quickly elaborated. She revealed that she hailed from a place called Asha in the eastern part of the Essos continent, a land known as the homeland of the King of Light. An ancient legend circulated there, claiming that beyond the east lay a continent whose name was unknown, a realm shrouded in mystery, protected by the dragon god, where no soul had ever set foot. It was said that the first dragons of the Essos continent originated from that very place. Furthermore, there were tales of a young man with black hair and black eyes who claimed to be the heir of the dragons, having successfully evolved a dragon through his bloodline, resulting in a unique dragon known as the Dragon King. Ultimately, this enigmatic young man vanished without a trace, and no one knew his fate. Since then, the Dragon King had not graced the Essos continent again. Upon hearing this tale, Liu Feng felt a tumultuous surge within him. He was nearly certain that this individual was his kin, whether from ancient times or the present. It undeniably affirmed that his dragon god bloodline stemmed from the legendary heirs of the dragons. With this newfound understanding, Liu Feng refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that in this peculiar world, power was paramount for his return. Contemplating this, Liu Feng posed a few questions to Olipera, the first being the nature of the King of Light's mandate, and the second, whether she would assist him in overcoming obstacles along his journey. Olipera did not divulge the King of Light's intentions, merely stating that when the time was right, he would guide them. She assured him of her support until the enemies of the Frost God were vanquished. Liu Feng interpreted the Frost God's minions as the Night King, thus understanding that Olipera would aid him until the Night King was eliminated, unless the King of Light issued new commands. Pleased with this outcome, Liu Feng felt it aligned with his objectives. Subsequently, he refrained from pressing further questions, arranging for Olipera's accommodation before departing to confer with Dor and others regarding their strategy against Balor. Unlike Bono and others, Balor would not be exterminated. Liu Feng intended to exert pressure through overwhelming strength, ultimately reclaiming the Balor tribe through negotiation. However, upon locating Dor, Liu Feng received disheartening news. Balor, upon learning of Liu Feng's prior eliminations of Bono and Jocko, had commenced an early migration with his tribe. Descriptions from scouts indicated that they were heading toward the sacred city of Vis. Liu Feng felt a twinge of regret over their departure, but upon considering the sacred city, he instinctively checked his conquest coordinates. To his astonishment, he discovered that the sacred city was home to nearly 10 tribes, each of considerable size. If he were to conquer them individually, it would be a protracted endeavor. However, if he could subdue all tribes within the sacred city in one fell swoop, sending a single raiding party could suffice for the smaller tribes. This realization sparked a strategic ambition within him. Recalling that the Mother of Dragons had unified all the cows through a decisive strike and had amassed over 100,000 Dothraki warriors by leveraging her identity as the Unburnt, Liu Feng envisioned emulating her strategy, albeit with a minor sacrifice of modesty, as parading before countless onlookers posed its own challenges. Resolute in his plan, he promptly instructed Dor to gather all the raiders in preparation for their settlement in the sacred city. Estimating the relocation would take approximately 6 months from their current position, Liu Feng recognized the magnitude of this undertaking. He aimed to secure the support of all the raiders to avoid dissatisfaction akin to that which plagued Drogo's cows. To Liu Feng's surprise, the meeting proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with his proposal garnering support from 90% of the members. The rationale was straightforward. The sacred city was a coveted destination for every Dothraki, renowned for its hospitable climate and symbolic prestige. Each tribe that settled in the sacred city represented strength, and thus, when they learned of Liu Feng's intentions, they exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. With the migration arrangements finalized, Liu Feng returned to his tent that evening to the inviting aroma of roasted meat. Upon opening the tent, he found Arya waiting for him with a steaming platter of grilled meat. Liu Feng's eyes brightened. Roasted meat, fine wine, and a beautiful companion. Was this not the life he had longed for? Alas, this world lacked mobile phones and televisions. Otherwise, watching a game while dining with a lovely lady would be the epitome of comfort. Shaking his head, he dismissed the unrealistic thoughts that clouded his mind. Arya, sensing his silence, became slightly awkward, believing he disapproved of her gesture. Since you became a cow's, I haven't properly celebrated with you. So, taking advantage of tonight's free time, I brought you some of your favorite roasted meat and mare's milk wine. I hope you like it. Liu Feng felt a swell of emotion at her words. This warmth was something he had never experienced in his previous life, which was filled only with endless training and perilous missions. Though he occasionally indulged in activities he enjoyed during his leisure, he had always been solitary, unaware of his parents' identities. Reflecting on this, Liu Feng's attitude toward Arya shifted subtly. Due to the system's influence, he had instinctively categorized the people and factions of this world as subjects to be conquered. In this moment, he truly awakened to the realization that these individuals were vibrant beings, not mere NPCs devoid of emotion. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he grinned at Arya. Of course I like it, but it would be even better if someone could give me a back rub. The following day, Liu Feng awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Last night had been the most comfortable experience since his arrival in this world, having savored distinctive Dothraki roasted horse meat and mare's milk wine. While thoroughly enjoying Arya's massage services, nothing untoward, merely a proper massage. Although Dothraki women were known for their openness, they held their chastity in high regard, reserving their first experience for their wedding night, witnessed by their kin as they transitioned from girlhood to womanhood with their husbands. Moreover, Liu Feng was not an indiscriminate individual. Considering his age, he was still quite youthful, having barely reached 20 when factoring in both lives. In his youth, who didn't yearn for a genuine and romantic love. Naturally, he would not leap straight into intimacy upon encountering a beautiful woman. After a brief morning routine, Liu Feng stepped outside his tent. As he lifted the flap, a gentle breeze carrying a tantalizing aroma greeted him, reminiscent of the previous night's roasted meat. Liu Feng swiftly scanned his surroundings, hoping to uncover the source of the alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Indeed, it wasn't long before he spotted Ella and several young maidens of similar age gathered around a flickering campfire. Each of them held skewers of grilled meat, engaging in cheerful conversation while meticulously roasting their fare. To Liu Feng's astonishment, he recognized that Olipera was among them, appearing to blend harmoniously with Ella and the others. Liu Feng was acutely aware that while Melisandre exuded the charm of a stunning beauty, her true age was unfathomable. He vividly recalled the psychological impact left upon him when Melisandre had removed her ruby necklace. As a fellow Red Priestess, Olipera's true visage, concealed beneath her enchanting exterior, was equally beyond Liu Feng's imagination. The presence of such an ageless being mingling seamlessly with a group of young girls was indeed perplexing. However, despite his surprise, the enticing aroma of the roasted meat quickly dispelled his thoughts. He approached nonchalantly, and, as soon as someone noticed him, he remarked, "Hey, what kind of meat are you roasting? It smells divine." This rather rustic form of modern-day banter yielded unexpectedly fruitful results. Naturally, this was also attributed to Liu Feng's status. Upon recognizing him, the maiden's smiles brightened considerably. Chapter 8. The Descent of the Golden Dragon. One after another, they eagerly introduced themselves, presenting him with perfectly cooked skewers of meat. Liu Feng was taken aback by his newfound popularity. His sense of happiness surged, almost to the point of feeling euphoric. He began to comprehend why emperors of ancient times maintained numerous consorts and a multitude of beauties. Such feelings were utterly delightful. Fortunately, Liu Feng did not allow this overwhelming joy to cloud his judgment. Once satiated, he made a hasty exit, taking Olipera with him, as she was the only individual nearby capable of conversing in English. Liu Feng's ambitions extended far beyond merely uniting the Dothraki. The entirety of Essos was aware that while the Dothraki warriors were formidable on the plains, their level of civilization remained woefully primitive. Their metallurgical practices were rudimentary, and they lacked the ability to construct ships. Many Dothraki even referred to seawater as poison water, showcasing their profound fear of the ocean. Liu Feng had devised a meticulous plan. After unifying the Dothraki, his sights would be set even higher. In addition to conquering the vital free trade city of Pentos, he intended to establish contact with the young Daenerys Targaryen as swiftly as possible. Although he currently possessed formidable strength and a dragon egg, he harbored no illusions about matching Daenerys' 3 dragons in combat. Moreover, Liu Feng bore no animosity towards Daenerys. Thus, fostering a cordial relationship was of utmost importance. As Liu Feng discussed his intentions with Olipera, the sky suddenly darkened. Both Liu Feng and Olipera gazed upward, only to behold a colossal crimson comet trailing a long tail across the sky. This spectacle reminded Liu Feng of the plot of Game of Thrones. For when the red comet blazed through the heavens, Daenerys was on her way to Qarth with the remnants of her kin. It was at this moment that the War of the Five Kings officially commenced in Westeros. Olipera, too, was visibly excited by the comet's appearance. With a face that usually bore a look of uncertainty, she exclaimed, "When a fiery red comet streaks across the sky, it signifies the arrival of the true dragon." This was an ancient prophecy, though she was uncertain whether the true dragon referred to the great dragons themselves or the one who could command them. In her mind, both interpretations seemed implausible, for she had seen in the prophecy of the Lord of Light that the golden dragon was born of fire and blood. Yet here was Liu Feng standing beside her, and his dragon egg bore no signs of combustion. She found it difficult to discern whom this comet truly represented. Liu Feng perceived her confusion. It appeared that news on the plains was still rather isolated, and most people remained oblivious to Daenerys' deeds of hatching dragons from flames. Just as Liu Feng contemplated sharing information about Daenerys with Olipera, a blazing meteor suddenly streaked across the sky. The meteor descended with astonishing speed, and before Liu Feng could even utter a warning, it had already plummeted to the ground. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, causing the earth to tremble. Once the vibration subsided, Liu Feng hurriedly turned his gaze toward the impact site. Alarmingly, the meteor had fallen directly onto his tent. Relief washed over him that he had exited the tent just in time. But a sense of dread swiftly took its place as he worried for the safety of the dragon egg. That was a golden dragon, after all, and Liu Feng's anxiety intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the center of the meteor's impact. The searing heat melted the soles of his shoes almost instantly, and his clothing began to dry out and curl, threatening to ignite at any moment. Fortunately, having recently awakened the bloodline of the dragon god, Liu Feng possessed traits akin to those of Daenerys, perhaps even more potent. Frantically, he searched within the burning crater and, at last, located the dragon egg near the center. Beside it lay a stone of similar size, glowing a fiery red. Although Liu Feng felt curiosity about the stone, his primary concern was the safety of the dragon egg. He quickly retrieved it and conducted a thorough inspection, relieved to find that it remained unharmed. Just then, Liu Feng felt a stirring within the egg, a peculiar sensation washing over him. It was as if the life within the egg yearned for his assistance, longing for him to aid its emergence. Liu Feng found himself at a loss, unsure how to help. Fortunately, Olipera arrived at the edge of the crater, her gaze fixed intently on Liu Feng. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "It requires the blood of one with the dragon god's bloodline. Only then can it break free from its shell." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng immediately understood and swiftly drew forth his dagger, making a shallow cut on his hand. Crimson blood began to flow from the wound, and he allowed it to drip onto the dragon egg. In a matter of moments, the life within the egg surged with vitality, vigorously striking against the shell. With a resounding pop, a golden head burst forth from the egg. It appeared ravenous, immediately devouring the remnants of its shell. As the golden hatchling emerged, a momentous event unfolded across the narrow sea in Westeros. In Winterfell, the ancestral home of House Stark, Robb Stark, having just received news of his father's death, maintained an unsettling calm. He had inherited the striking features of his mother, Tully, with deep auburn curls and sea-blue eyes, while also possessing the tall, robust frame of his father. Though it was already deep into the night, he remained awake. His expression was inscrutable, devoid of sorrow. Yet the depths of his icy gaze betrayed the weight of his emotions. The dire wolf, Grey Wind, whom he had raised since childhood, seemed to sense his master's turmoil. Even in the dead of night, it vigilantly stayed by Robb's side, unsure how to console him, only stealing glances to convey its companionship. Robb sat in silence throughout the night, uttering not a word nor engaging in any activity. His brow furrowed tightly, as if lost in thought or perhaps consumed by rage. At dawn, Robb finally stirred, rising to his feet with a resolute gaze. Subsequently, he promptly sought out Bachelor Ruin, requesting him to summon all the families of the North who had sworn fealty to House Stark to gather in Winterfell. He was preparing to muster forces to assault Castle Black, using this as leverage to reclaim the remains of his father, Eddard Stark, along with his two sisters. Such events were not confined to Winterfell alone. In Daenerys' homeland, Dragonstone, preparations for military mobilization were also underway. Chapter 9. The Target, the Holy City of Eyes. After Robert Baratheon ascended to the Iron Throne, Dragonstone has become a desolate isle. Ultimately, this remote fief was granted to Robert's brother, Stannis Baratheon. Not long ago, a sorceress who claimed to be a Red Priestess arrived at Dragonstone. Upon her arrival, she began fervently preaching the faith of the Lord of Light, quickly capturing Stannis' attention. With her remarkable magic, she succeeded in converting Stannis, the Lord of Dragonstone, into a devout follower of the Lord of Light. On the night when the red comet streaked across the sky, she proclaimed to Stannis that he was the chosen king of the Lord of Light, and the comet's appearance heralded Stannis' imminent coronation. Under the dual temptations of power and faith, upon learning of Robert's demise, Stannis immediately began to recruit soldiers, preparing for his forthcoming coronation. Meanwhile, Robert's younger brother, Renly Baratheon, announced in Highgarden his betrothal to the Tyrell family's young princess, Margaery. Amassing an army of 100,000, he was brimming with confidence regarding his claim to the Iron Throne. For this formidable force outweighed the combined armies of Robb and Stannis. Renly had already been preparing for succession while Robert was still alive. He frequently attended councils with the lords of the realm and had even approached Eddard in hopes of gaining the king's endorsement. However, the honorable Eddard did not deem him worthy of inheriting the throne, leading to a discordant parting between them. Renly understood that he could no longer secure favorable support in King's Landing. Thus, he successfully forged an alliance with the Tyrell family through his close friend, Ser Loras Tyrell, and promised to wed Margaery as his queen. Alongside them was the distant king Balon Greyjoy from the Iron Islands, whose military strength was limited, merely proclaiming himself king without readiness to launch a counteroffensive against King's Landing. Thus commenced the era of the Five Kings in Westeros. The Five Kings were the newly crowned Joffrey Baratheon, his uncle Renly Baratheon, his other uncle Stannis Baratheon, Robb Stark, the king in the north, and Balon Greyjoy, the king of the Ironborn. In stark contrast to the chaotic state of Westeros, Essos remained relatively tranquil. Liu Feng, observing the Red Comet's passage, anticipated the onset of the Five Kings' conflict in Westeros. He knew he must hasten to establish his plans in Essos. After deliberation, he initially dispatched Olifera to lead a company of 100 cavalry towards Korth. He was aware that Daenerys was en route to Korth and wished to arrive before her to forge a bond of friendship. Liu Feng himself selected 2,000 Dothraki cavalry to accelerate towards V's Dothrak. The remaining migratory forces were entrusted to the management of Dalkur. Thus, Liu Feng journeyed for over 2 months, during which his golden dragon had grown to the size of a small dog. While nurturing the dragon, he received a system reward, granting him proficiency in High Valyrian and the secret arts of dragon raising. He named the golden dragon Vagakar, which means gold, for 2 reasons. Firstly, the The dragon-esque scales were golden, and, secondly, this dragon was peculiar. 2 months had passed, yet it still could not breathe fire. Its most frequent activity involved crowing like a rooster, letting out a mighty cry towards the heavens. Despite its modest size, its roar was formidable, hence he named it Vagakar. Gold. Vagakar had an enormous appetite, requiring 10 times its body weight in food daily, and it preferred cooked meals. This initially posed a challenge for Liu Feng. Fortunately, the meteorite that had fallen beside the dragon egg proved to be exceedingly useful. This meteorite was strange, though its exterior was incredibly hard. It always radiated the color of molten iron. It emitted a constant high temperature, allowing Liu Feng to cook meat swiftly by placing it on the meteorite, achieving a delightful golden hue. This was a pleasant surprise. Had it not been for the scarcity of spices, Liu Feng could have indulged in delicious teppanyaki. Nevertheless, it was quite satisfactory, sparing Liu Feng the trouble of starting a fire during his journey. After 2 months of rapid travel, Liu Feng arrived within 100 kilometers of ease. He was certain that within a day's time, he would reach the holy city of Vise. The holy city of Vise was the only city of the Dothraki, who traditionally lived as nomads. Various tribes migrated in accordance with climatic changes until they discovered Vise. Nestled beneath the mother of mountains at the far end of the Dothraki Sea, near the Lake of the Womb, it offered an environment conducive to long-term habitation and vast expanses of land. As the Dothraki began to converge upon Vise, they established a city-state devoid of walls. However, as the Dothraki population swelled, tensions among the tribes intensified, ultimately culminating in large-scale conflicts. This battle yielded no victor, yet it compelled many of the Khalasars to temper their tempers and come to the negotiating table. After deliberation, they designated Vise as a holy city. They constructed a palace for the Dash Khaleen and established a rule that no one could wield weapons within the holy city. Long-term residency rights in Vise were determined by the strength of the Khalasars, with the most powerful Khalasar allowed to inhabit the city permanently, while others only held temporary residency rights, necessitating their eventual return to migration. Years passed, and the ownership of Vise became a consensus among all Dothraki, even attracting numerous merchants to engage in trade, provided they adhered to the regulations of Vise and offered some goods and necessities to the Dash Khaleen. They could establish their own shops there. The influx of merchants led to the emergence of 2 markets in Vise, contributing to its prosperity. With the recent demise of the strongest Khalasar, Drogo, the most powerful tribe also fell apart. 10 tribes, each believing themselves to be formidable, converged upon Vise. Initially, they all intended to seize Vise and declare themselves the strongest Khalasar. However, after months of contention without resolution, they all simply settled down. On the following midday, Liu Feng, accompanied by 2,000 Dothraki warriors, arrived at the entrance of Vise Dothrak. The city gates were adorned with 2 colossal statues of magnificent steeds. These statues, towering over 10 meters, were pure white, captured in a dynamic pose of leaping, their forelegs raised in a breathtaking spectacle. Vagakar, perched upon Liu Feng's shoulder, seemed to regard the towering statues with hostility. Upon sighting the horse statues, it let out a furious roar. Though still in its youth, the golden scales of the dragon shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, exuding an inexplicable aura of majesty. It rapidly flapped its wings, soaring into the air like a radiant sun. Chapter 10. The Might of the Dragon King. Soon, it ascended to the pinnacle of the horse statues, and then, akin to a rooster crowing at dawn, it unleashed a roar of dragon fury. Its roar seemed to possess a peculiar magic, as the steeds beneath the riders trembled and subsequently knelt in unison. Fortunately, the accompanying Dothraki had already witnessed the power of the dragon's roar, quickly regaining their balance. However, the inhabitants of Vise were not so fortunate. Ordinary individuals inherently harbor a modicum of trepidation towards the roar of dragons. The faint-hearted tremble uncontrollably at its mere echo. Furthermore, with the sudden loss of control over their mounts, chaos ensued. In a western marketplace, a mysterious merchant dealing in venomous scorpions and serpents found himself in a quandary. At that very moment, the usually docile creatures began to exhibit erratic behavior, crawling about indiscriminately. Within the grand edifice at the heart of Vise, over a dozen cows convened to deliberate matters concerning the Horse King. Each of them was tall, with pronounced musculature, and their braids were strikingly uniform, dark and elongated, adorned with the bells of their vanquished foes. By the time the dragon's roar reached them, it had diminished considerably. Yet it still instilled a flicker of fear that surpassed even the oppressive aura once wielded by Drogo during his reign. Among the assembly, Maroka, the most erudite cows, was the first to react. He promptly instructed his son Ragalo, "Go ascertain the cause of this disturbance and inform me post-haste." Though his son was still quite young, he had been rigorously trained and was remarkably robust. Upon hearing his father's command, he ventured outdoors. In contrast, Liu Feng, having quelled Wagahar's outburst, swiftly summoned it back. The creature was still quite diminutive, and Liu Feng feared it might be snatched away if he let his guard down. Vise, as the sacred city of the Dothraki, had never been besieged in countless years, hence there was no need for guardians at the city gates. Consequently, Liu Feng and his entourage went unrecognized as they traversed the inner city. While Liu Feng scrutinized Vise's layout, a troop of cavalry approached. Leading them was none other than Ragalo, who, upon spotting Liu Feng, was instantly captivated by the golden dragonlet perched upon his shoulder. He had recently heard that following Drogo's demise, his wife Daenerys Targaryen successfully hatched a dragon. Although his father and the elite cast doubt upon this, he remained keenly observant. Having attended the wedding of Drogo and Daenerys, he had witnessed the 3 fossilized dragon eggs. The roar that had just erupted could only have emanated from a dragon. And upon seeing Liu Feng, he was certain that he was the source of the commotion. "Who are you? And is that a dragon upon your shoulder?" If it were a fully grown dragon, he would not have dared to pose such a question, but a dragonlet the size of a puppy did not intimidate him. Thus he gazed greedily at Wagahar. Liu Feng, surprised to encounter someone knowledgeable upon his arrival in Vise, smirked devilishly. "Before I pose my inquiries, might you indulge me with a self-introduction?" Ragalo was displeased by Liu Feng's demeanor, having already concluded that he was a subordinate of Daenerys. Who was he? His father, Maroka, ranked just below Drogo, and this fellow, seemingly subservient to a woman, dared to address him in such a manner, inciting his ire. Chapter 11. I, the new cow of the Elon tribe, Cain. Yet, adhering to Vise's regulations against violence was imperative. Thus he replied with a scowl. "Was it not you who allowed the dragon to wreak havoc, instigating turmoil within the sacred city?" Upon Liu Feng's nod, he promptly declared, "In that case, you have no right to remain in the sacred city. I must ask you to leave." Liu Feng regarded him as if he were a fool. Then with a wicked grin, he spurred his steed and galloped past him. He discerned that this lad was not yet a cow's, rendering further conversation unnecessary. His ambition was to unify the Dothraki. Thus, he needed to confront all the cows directly and demonstrate his prowess before their very eyes. Ragalo, incensed by Liu Feng's dismissal, found his rage mounting. Yet in the sacred city, he could not resort to violence. He could only glare fiercely at Liu Feng before riding towards the center of the sacred city, eager to report the incident to his father. However, after riding for some time, he was astonished to discover that Liu Feng's route aligned with his own, consistently obstructing his path. The golden dragonlet upon Liu Feng's shoulder occasionally turned its head to regard him with its golden eyes. Although the creature appeared frail, its gaze bore an oppressive weight that induced a sensation of life and death hanging in the balance. This continued for over 10 minutes, until Liu Feng finally arrived at the imposing structure's entrance. He bent his knees slightly and with a measure of force leaped down from his steed, landing deftly on the ground. The 2,000 knights accompanying Liu Feng also came to a halt, and among them, the most robust knight dismounted and approached Liu Feng. He was Odom, one of the 3 warriors of the Elon tribe, the strongest among the 2,000 cavalry. Upon Odom's arrival, Liu Feng inquired about the regulations of the sacred city as they made their way towards the grand hall of the magnificent structure. Just as Liu Feng entered the hall, Ragalo belatedly realized what was happening and hastened inside. The moment Liu Feng stepped into the vast hall, he noted its spaciousness. Only a scant few dozen individuals occupied it, among whom were a dozen cows seated with a dignified demeanor. Their attire and bearing unmistakably signified their distinction, and behind them were their respective heirs, known as Kalak. Upon Liu Feng's entrance, they all displayed expressions of confusion, as his stature and appearance did not resemble that of cows. This hall was designated for the cows to convene and deliberate matters. Thus their expressions swiftly morphed from bewilderment to indignation. One particularly burly Kalak exclaimed, "Who are you? And who permitted your entry?" Liu Feng found this utterance somewhat absurd, even prompting a re-evaluation of his perception of the Dothraki. Gazing at the individual as though he were a simpleton, Liu Feng retorted, "Why? I entered on my own accord. Were you expecting to carry me in?" The Kalak who had reprimanded Liu Feng was clearly perplexed, responding, "Why would I carry you in?" Liu Feng found this amusing, and several Kalak could not suppress their laughter. At that moment, Ragalo finally arrived, and upon entering, he cast a glance at Liu Feng before swiftly approaching Maroka, stating, "Father, the roar we heard earlier was caused by him." He did not forget to cast a menacing glare at Liu Feng, adding, "He may be one of Drogo's former subordinates." Maroka, upon hearing this, scrutinized Liu Feng closely and, after determining he did not recognize him, inquired, "Who are you? And what is it you seek?" Liu Feng, relieved to finally encounter a more rational individual, responded, "I am Cain, the cow of the Elon tribe. I have come here today to assist you in resolving the matter of the Horse King's domain." Chapter 12. The confidence that belongs to Liu Feng. Upon hearing Liu Feng's declaration, all the cows were momentarily taken aback. They were aware of the Elon tribe, yet in their memories, the cows had always been the elder Elon. They were entirely ignorant of any change in leadership within the Elon tribe. In their view, Liu Feng's youth and lack of physical prowess rendered it inconceivable that he could have ascended to the position of cow. Maroka, renowned as the cows second only to Drogo, held significant sway regarding the issue of the Horse King's domain. He cast a dismissive glance at Liu Feng, saying, "Oh, then pray tell, how do you propose we resolve the matter of the Horse King's domain?" Seeing someone engage with him, Liu Feng continued, "As Dothraki, we uphold the principle of survival of the fittest. Therefore, we can resolve this through a contest of strength, with the heavens as witness to determine who shall be the new Horse King." Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, the cows were not in agreement. One hot-tempered cow slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Do you think we haven't considered settling it through combat? But do you not realize that the cows present possess varying strengths and specialties, and during the contest, casualties are inevitable, even if someone defeats their opponent? If they are injured, they are destined for elimination. This method is utterly foolish." Liu Feng, upon hearing this, burst into laughter and remarked, "What then, pray tell, enabled the erstwhile Drogo KO to ascend as the Khan?" This provocation left the assembled KO momentarily speechless. They could hardly confess to lacking even the courage to duel with Drogo KO. Liu Feng's intent was to gauge their reactions, and indeed, upon uttering these words, expressions of helplessness and trepidation adorned the faces of most. He discerned that, despite their formidable appearances, the KO present exhibited a less than dauntless spirit. When confronted with the specter of death, fear was palpable, particularly in the presence of a merciless warrior such as Drogo, whose history was steeped in bloodshed. Even a mere mention of his name elicited involuntary signs of fear. This reaction was notably more apparent than that of the somewhat braver ordinary Dothraki warriors. It seemed that prolonged elevation in status dulled the once keen edge of even the mightiest tribal warriors. In contrast, Liu Feng, a seasoned assassin, confronted mortality with a dispassionate demeanor. Observing the silence that enveloped the room, Liu Feng continued, "Since you are at a loss for an answer, allow me to enlighten you." In his youth, Drogo was exceptionally powerful, having secured his position as KO by challenging the strongest warriors of the tribe. From that moment forth, he engaged in countless battles, each time emerging victorious through sheer ruthlessness. As his combat experience accumulated, the bells woven into his braids multiplied, ultimately solidifying his status as the true Khan. After concluding his exposition, he cast a piercing gaze across the assembly of KO, then proclaimed, "At present, I find myself at an age akin to that of Drogo in his youth. If you believe that the first challenger, even if victorious once, cannot triumph a second time, then I shall step forth as the inaugural challenger. One by one, I shall confront each of you." Although Liu Feng's declaration was imbued with bravado, he was acutely aware that this audacious endeavor was likely to culminate in failure. Yet, he wagered on the power of unwavering resolve. As the adage goes, in a narrow path, it is the brave who prevail, and victory is not solely a factor of strength, but also of unyielding courage. When such courage can dismantle the opponent's psychological defenses, the scales of triumph will tip in favor of the audacious. This phenomenon echoed the tale of the diminutive warrior, Lyanna Mormont, who, despite her size, vanquished a giant with sheer ferocity. True to Liu Feng's expectations, as he pressed forward, some of the less formidable KO began to waver, their gazes instinctively darting away to avoid his. Seizing the moment, Liu Feng pointed decisively at one of them, declaring, "You shall be my first challenger." The individual singled out by Liu Feng visibly faltered, hastily retorting, "In the holy city, weapons cannot be drawn, such is the ancient decree of the Dothraki, one that none may contravene." Acknowledging the impact of his words, Liu Feng pressed on, "Fear not, for this contest for the title of Khan may be conducted beyond the city walls. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of all Dothraki, we shall engage in a battle befitting the KO. Do any of you dissent?" He concluded with a smile. glancing towards the other KO as if soliciting their approval while simultaneously mocking their ineptitude. Among the assembly, whether KO or Kalaka, none could endure such derision. Irrespective of their prowess, they collectively declared, "We have no objections." Pleased with this response, Liu Feng cast a provocative glance at the apprehensive KO before turning and exiting the Grand Hall. Upon leaving, he commanded 1,000 cavalry to disseminate the news of the impending duel across the tribes, and instructed Odorm to seek out craftsmen. For he intended to construct an arena at the gates of Ezov. He envisioned a combat arena resembling an octagonal cage, which would not only add an element of terror, but would also serve to undermine the psychological fortitude of his adversaries. Moreover, he planned to place numerous oil lamps. For while he harbored a lesser fear of heat, it remained a hidden tactic that might prove advantageous in critical moments. Though his fear of death was somewhat diminished, he was not a fool seeking demise. Rather, he possessed an unshakable confidence in the forthcoming duel. Time elapsed swiftly, and soon the sun dipped below the horizon. Under Liu Feng's meticulous guidance, the octagonal arena neared completion, with throngs of spectators eagerly gathering below. The Dothraki had an insatiable appetite for duels, and this contest bore the weight of KO rivalry. Once all was meticulously arranged, Liu Feng leaped into the arena, declaring, "I am KO Kane of the Elon tribe. This is my specially designed arena. Once one enters, no one may leave unless death claims one of the combatants." With a sweeping gaze to ensure all KO were present, he continued, "Tonight, I shall challenge every KO. Should I succeed, I shall ascend as the new Khan. If I fail, I shall embrace the embrace of the horse god." With that, he extended his right hand, pointing at the KO who had faltered earlier, announcing, "You are the first I wish to challenge." The KO, thus identified, immediately displayed a flicker of fear, yet as a matter of pride, he could not refuse. Rising to his feet, he glared at Liu Feng, uttering, "I hope you do not come to regret this." His words bore the weight of a threat, yet also served as a means of bolstering his own courage. Liu Feng, however, remained undeterred, urging him to ascend to the arena with haste. The KO moved forward with great reluctance, each step seeming to weigh heavily upon him, as if approaching the very gates of hell. The 13th chapter unfolds with the KO's demeanor aligning perfectly with Liu Feng's anticipations. The fear he instilled in the KO was largely attributed to Odorm's incessant recounting of Drago's legendary exploits during their journey. It was said that Drago was not particularly robust in his youth, yet his combat prowess was unparalleled, coupled with an agility that rendered him nearly untouchable. Many of the KO had witnessed Drago's ferocity firsthand, with numerous predecessors having fallen to his hand. Furthermore, Liu Feng's youthful visage and unimposing physique suggested that his ascension to KO was no mere happenstance. Noticing the KO's hesitation to enter the octagonal arena, Liu Feng bellowed, "What are you waiting for? If you are afraid, then relinquish your title of KO and prepare to bow as a subordinate. My ranks are in need of a few more brigands." Upon hearing this, the KO's countenance darkened, yet his pace quickened as he approached the arena. However, upon reaching the threshold, he once again faltered. The crowd, numbering nearly 10,000, erupted in jeers, taunting him relentlessly. Faced with the dual pressures of the crowd's scorn and his own trepidation, he ultimately stepped into the arena. With a creak, the door to the octagonal cage was sealed, leaving only Liu Feng and the trembling KO within. Though the latter possessed considerable strength, having faced no challengers since his ascension to KO, his once sharp resolve had dulled, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. Liu Feng, seizing upon this weakness, wasted no breath. In an instant, he lunged forward with the ferocity of a tiger. His speed reached its zenith as he closed the distance to the quaking KO. Despite the latter's fear, he managed to muster a basic attack, swinging his saber at Liu Feng with a fierce shout. Yet to Liu Feng, this strike was painfully slow. With remarkable agility, he sidestepped the blow, and within the span of a single second, his dagger lashed out multiple times. In truth, a single strike would have sufficed to dispatch his opponent. But Liu Feng aimed to craft a scene of bloody terror. Thus he continued to strike repeatedly. With each strike delivered, none were fatal. Rather, they inflicted excruciating pain, eliciting screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. To the onlookers, Liu Feng's movements appeared devoid of any embellishments. He simply charged at the supporting actor, Cao, deftly evading a blade, while swiftly delivering several of his own. Their eyes failed to track the rapidity of his blows, yet the outcome was unmistakable. Cao crumpled to the ground, promptly followed by a chorus of agonizing wails. In that moment, every cow present gasped in horror. Even the mightiest among them, Moro, could not suppress a frown. He too had been unable to discern the number of Liu Feng's strikes. Such speed left him devoid of confidence in his ability to best Liu Feng. As the horrified cries of Cao resonated, Liu Feng seized the opponent's saber and, in the face of sheer terror, severed the head from the body. The splattering blood stained the octagonal cage crimson, rendering it even more foreboding, a structure already capable of invoking primal fears in humanity. Moro's eyes twitched, betraying his agitation. Chapter 14. I apologize, I am cheating. It is worth noting that he frequently interacted with Zogo, and in his eyes, Liu Feng's prowess was now on par with that of Zogo. However, this was all a facade crafted by Liu Feng. In terms of true strength, he may not yet rival Zogo. After all, their areas of expertise were the same, and in later stages, Zogo's muscles had developed to the point of being able to grip a saber, an alarming prospect. Having dealt with the supporting actor Cao, Liu Feng addressed the other cows outside. Who will be next? The cows exchanged apprehensive glances, none eager to step forth. They had witnessed Liu Feng's capabilities and felt an overwhelming lack of certainty regarding their own chances of victory. Even if by some stroke of luck they were to prevail, the prospect of retreating unscathed seemed improbable. Such an outcome would merely present an opportunity for subsequent challengers. Hence, they remained rooted in place, none daring to advance. Numerous spectators, primarily the subordinates of the various cows, bore witness to the spectacle, and in that moment, doubts began to creep into their minds about their respective champions. Some, disillusioned by their cow's hesitance, cried out, "King of Horses, Cain! King of Horses, Cain!" As the fervor of the crowd grew, the cows began to feel the pressure. They understood that if they did not act soon, their followers would lose faith, and their own positions as cows would be imperiled. Liu Feng observed the cows, shifting restlessly, and felt a sense of foreboding. If they continued to take turns, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze fell upon an oil lamp nearby, and a cunning plan began to form. Turning to the eager cows clamoring to enter the octagonal cage, Liu Feng chuckled. "Let us not quarrel. Since this is a contest for the King of Horses, why not all enter together? Let each demonstrate their prowess, and the last one standing shall be the king." The cows, initially embroiled in contention, abruptly halted, their eyes lighting up with newfound hope. Most were insecure about their own strength, but entering together altered the dynamics. They could collaborate to eliminate the more formidable opponents, leaving a battlefield where their strengths were equalized, granting each a legitimate claim to the title of king. Thus, a majority acquiesced. Of course, elite cows like Moro disagreed. Yet he could not sway the opinions of others and begrudgingly stepped forward. Observing that all had entered the octagonal cage, Liu Feng promptly commanded the guards to lock the grand doors. Once secured, he continued, "Since we are all present, I propose we engage in a thrilling game." With that, Liu Feng, under the terrified gazes of the cows, toppled the oil lamp. Within the octagonal cage, 8 oil lamps stood, and as Liu Feng knocked over the first, he swiftly moved to the second, toppling as well. In short order, for lamps lay extinguished. As the flames ignited, the burning oil rapidly spread across the wooden platform, morphing into a roaring inferno that lunged toward the cows. Liu Feng stood amidst the flames, allowing his garments to catch fire until he was engulfed, transformed into a figure of fire. The cows, witnessing Liu Feng's ruthless resolve, were finally struck by panic. They rushed toward the entrance, desperate to escape the encroaching inferno. However, the guards outside were Liu Feng's men, unmoved by their pleas. Liu Feng regarded the frantic cows with a slow smile creeping across his face. Chapter 15. The Warlord of the Steppe, Master of the Golden Dragon, the Unburnt, Cain, Feng Liu. As Liu Feng began to stride toward the cows, he proclaimed, "The birth of every king is accompanied by a baptism of blood and fire. Only those capable of adapting to any environment can lead the Dothraki to ascendancy. While you are but timid souls, unworthy of the title of cow." His words resonated with fervor, yet within, he reveled in triumph. The fierce flames rendered the cows unable to open their eyes, and the relentless heat made it impossible for them to wield their sabers. Breathing became a struggle, and they transformed from proud cows into lambs awaiting slaughter. The only cow capable of keeping his eyes open, Moro, witnessed Liu Feng moving gracefully through the flames, devoid of any signs of suffering, and was struck with terror. A man of intellect, he understood the precariousness of their situation. Recognizing Liu Feng's godlike demeanor, he grasped that the battle was lost. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the pain and resolutely surrendered. "Cain, you have triumphed. I, Moro, willingly submit and pledge my loyalty as your subordinate." Though the other cows could not see, their hearing remained intact. Seeing Moro's capitulation, they abandoned their final vestiges of dignity. Bowing down in the searing heat, declaring their submission. Upon seeing the cows yield, Liu Feng commanded the guards outside to unlock the octagonal cage. Moro, displaying some semblance of honor, was the first to rush out, assisting several blinded cows in their escape. Once all cows had fled, Liu Feng stood alone amidst the flames, creating a breathtaking tableau. The Dothraki outside perceived Liu Feng as a divine being descended to their realm, kneeling in unison and chanting, King Kane, King Kane, ding! Congratulations to the host. The task of unifying the Dothraki has reached a completion rate of 90%. The Faceless One profession has been elevated to a high rank. Agility has been significantly enhanced, and the skill 100-step shadow kill has been acquired. Horsemanship has also advanced to a high level, with archery skills at 500. The growth of the novice conqueror has reached 90%. As the system notifications resonated, a wealth of knowledge flooded Liu Feng's mind, and he felt his body grow lighter. He even experienced the illusion that he could wield his blade a dozen times within a second and leap several meters high. The 100-step shadow kill skill enabled him to teleport 100 paces instantly, albeit with substantial energy expenditure, limited to once per day. He now felt confident that in combat against 10 cows, he would no longer require the flames, as he could overpower them through sheer strength. Having assessed his gains, Liu Feng noticed that his clothes had been entirely consumed by the flames. To avoid exposing himself, he remained amidst the fire. He then addressed the kneeling Dothraki, declaring, I am the warlord of the steppe, the master of the golden dragon, the unburnt, Kane, Feng, Liu, and I hereby assume control of the king of Horses City, becoming the new king. As his words echoed, the kneeling Dothraki continued to chant in unison, Congratulations to the warlord of the steppe, the master of the golden dragon, the unburnt, Kane, Feng, Liu, for becoming the new king. The thunderous roar persisted for an extended duration until the small vagger, also moved by the fervor, soared above the blazing octagonal cage, letting out a jubilant dragon's roar. The roar of the dragon was profoundly awe-inspiring, plunging the Dothraki into an unexpected silence. Fortunately, when Vagger alighted on Liu Feng's shoulder after the dragon's call, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted among the crowd. The Dothraki, who often held a patriarchal view, had heard tales of Drogo's wife, Daenerys, hatching great dragons from flames. However, most either doubted or dismissed the notion of following a Khaleesi. Now, witnessing Liu Feng's possession of a dragon and his effortless navigation through fire, they were convinced he was the true king bestowed upon them by the horse god. All the men gazed at Liu Feng with reverence, while the women fantasized about catching his eye, dreaming of bearing the future king of horses. Liu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, as his garments had been incinerated, and with the flames dwindling, he feared his nakedness would soon be revealed, filling him with anxiety. Fortunately, Vagger's arrival on his shoulder sparked a solution in Liu Feng's mind. Quietly apologizing to the dragon, he gently spread Vagger's golden wings around his ancestral artifact and stepped out of the flames. At that moment, not only was he devoid of clothing, but even the mask of Cain had been reduced to ashes. With his originally dark hair and piercing gaze, now complemented by a pair of golden undergarments crafted from dragon material, he appeared both comical and novel. The sight of his unscathed skin, unmarred by the flames, left the audience in sheer astonishment. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Liu Feng, however, had no time to dwell on their reactions. He promptly called for a simple leather outfit, which he donned with ease. With a flourish, he liberated Vagger while ensuring his attire enveloped him seamlessly. Facing the crowd once more, Liu Feng shed the shyness of his previous state, explaining the transformation he had undergone, claiming divine guidance from the horse god, and announcing his rebirth in flames. He followed this with an impassioned speech, ultimately dispersing the gathered Dothraki populace. Subsequently, Moro, accompanied by a number of recovered Khal, sought out Liu Feng. They swore fealty to him without hesitation, thwarting Liu Feng's intentions of testing for a traitor. Despite perceiving their sincerity, Liu Feng, having experienced betrayal in his past life, remained exceedingly cautious. He regarded Raguro, who once wielded great power but now trembled before Liu Feng, and declared, I intend to form a blood pact guard, requiring approximately 100 men. The Karak at your side appear to be excellent candidates for the role of blood pact guard leaders. Liu Feng's motivations were twofold: to keep the sons cherished by the Khal close at hand to prevent treachery, and to instill a sense of fear within these second-generation heirs. The most effective method of instilling fear was to have them witness firsthand how he dealt with enemies and demonstrated his formidable prowess. To Liu Feng's surprise, before he could finish his statement, 10 Karak knelt before him, proclaiming loudly, We are your blood. Liu Feng may not have fully grasped the magnitude of his fiery display within the octagonal cage, but in that moment, The fathers they once idolized had been supplanted by Liu Feng. Having successfully recruited 10 leaders for the Blood Pact Guard, Liu Feng entrusted the task of selecting the remaining 90 ordinary guards to them. He then turned his thoughts to his next strategic move. Chapter 16. The Legacy of Valyria. Any faction, when led by an absolute leader, experiences a remarkable increase in efficiency. Within a week of Liu Feng ascending as the new Horse King, 100 valiant Blood Pact guards had been selected. Furthermore, Liu Feng discovered a top-tier talent in the markets of Vise, a master poisoner from Ashai named Lannis Gorman. After several days of negotiation, Liu Feng secured Lannis's allegiance for 5 years in exchange for the largest shop in the market. This arrangement was the result of dealings with her father, yet Lannis did not oppose it, intrigued by the young Horse King. With such an exceptional talent at his disposal, Liu Feng resolved to journey to Valyria. The reasons were straightforward. First, he aimed to reach Westeros and disrupt the plans of the 9 great houses. Afterwards, he intended to head to the Wall, seeking the aid of the free folk. This would inevitably bring him into contact with the Whites, while Vhagar was still maturing. Thus, he needed to undertake the perilous journey to Valyria in hopes of acquiring Valyrian steel capable of combating the White Walkers. He envisioned forging a weapon tailored to his needs from this legendary material. While Dragonstone was abundant in dragonglass, Liu Feng deemed its malleability insufficient for his desired weapon designs, hence his preference for Valyrian steel. Undoubtedly, this was a treacherous expedition. It was well known that Valyria had transformed into a toxic wasteland of molten flames following the eruption of 14 volcanoes. Nevertheless, Liu Feng believed that his bloodline, imbued with the essence of dragons, would enable him to survive in such an environment, prompting him to take the risk. Having made the necessary preparations, Liu Feng transferred the governance of the Horse King's city to Odom and the newly allied Khal. To facilitate this transition, he established the Horse King's Council, comprising 11 elders from the Khal. Significant matters would be deliberated in council meetings, with decisions made based on the majority's agreement. Additionally, Liu Feng did not forget about the Barakal on the road or the forces of the Elon tribe. Consequently, he dispatched 5,000 Dothraki cavalry to assist, led by Moro and Odom. With Moro, the once-renowned Second Khal, present, conflicts with the Barak tribe were unlikely, and there was a strong possibility of persuading them to yield. Odom, being familiar with the Elon tribe, would ensure the safe escort of their individuals. With these arrangements in place, Liu Feng set forth toward Valyria, accompanied by 100 Blood Pact guards and Lannis. Liu Feng's system proved invaluable, functioning like a natural satellite map, adjusting to changes in terrain instantaneously. Regrettably, its operational range was limited to only 1/5 of Essos. After consulting merchants regarding the route to Valyria, Liu Feng and his company traversed the distance in record time, completing the journey in half a month. Just as Liu Feng feared they had lost their way, the name Valyria finally appeared on the system map. It manifested as a peninsula situated west of Slaver's Bay, while to the east lay the 3 free cities where Daenerys would later liberate the Unsullied and free the slaves. Liu Feng held little interest in these cities. He did not currently lack soldiers, so the conquest of these free cities was not a priority. He felt a deep sympathy for Daenerys, recognizing the significance of these cities in her growth. After careful consideration, he decided it best to leave their management to her. Liu Feng understood that, as a person of considerable strength with a keen grasp of the world's trajectory, he need not expend excessive energy on trivial matters. As long as he could eventually ally with Daenerys, the military strength and wealth of these regions would naturally become advantageous to him. Thus, after another month of travel, Liu Feng finally reached the borders of Valyria. Consulting the system's power map, he discovered that no factions inhabited the entire Valyrian peninsula, indicating its continued desolation. On the periphery of the peninsula, he stumbled upon a nomadic tribe known as the Valyrian Exiles, which might provide him with valuable information. With this thought in mind, Liu Feng made his way towards the location of the Valyrian Exiles. The location of this nomadic force was not far off. Liu Feng required merely 2 hours to catch sight of some shepherds tending their flocks. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that although they were categorized by the system as a faction, in essence, they were merely ordinary nomads, with the only notable difference perhaps lying in their linguistic variations. Fortunately, when Liu Feng was born in Little Valyria, the system had bestowed upon him proficiency in Valyrian. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he instructed Rogalo and the others to remain in place while he, accompanied by Runnies and Little Vhagar, approached one of the herders. As Liu Feng drew near, the herder immediately exhibited a wary demeanor, gripping his curved dagger tightly, and cautiously inquired in Valyrian, "Who are you, and why have you come to our pasture?" Realizing the herder indeed spoke Valyrian, Liu Feng swiftly pulled the bewildered Runnies behind him and replied in a somewhat halting Valyrian. We bear no ill will. We merely wish to inquire about certain matters. The herder, observing Liu Feng and Runnies with a discerning gaze, noted their lack of weapons and relaxed his vigilance slightly, asking, What do you wish to know? With the tension dissipating, Liu Feng felt a wave of relief and proceeded to articulate his inquiries regarding Valyrian steel. While the herder was familiar with the term Valyrian steel, he was just an ordinary shepherd and possessed limited knowledge. However, he was willing to introduce Liu Feng and his companions to their chieftain. This was precisely the outcome Liu Feng had desired, as he had not anticipated uncovering any useful leads from a mere shepherd. Under the herder's guidance, they soon arrived before the most opulent tent. The herder gestured for Liu Feng to wait a moment while he entered the tent alone. Shortly thereafter, he emerged and signaled for Liu Feng to enter. Without hesitation, Liu Feng, along with Runnies and little Vagar, stepped inside. Upon entering the tent, Liu Feng was immediately greeted by a rich aroma of roasted meat, and he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a pristine white cashmere coat, who was grilling skewers of meat while occasionally sipping from a steaming cup of milk liquor, appearing thoroughly content. Liu Feng politely greeted him, and the man, beaming with warmth, instructed the herder to prepare seats for Liu Feng and Runnies. However, before Liu Feng could utter a word, the ravenous Vagar darted towards the skewers, taking a hearty bite. The once affable Valyrian chieftain was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Vagar, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. Chapter 17, Dragonbone. Dragons are creatures of both reverence and dread to the Valyrians. They once brought unparalleled glory to their people, rendering them virtually invincible across the continent of Essos. They were even aware that another lineage, the Targaryens who possessed dragons, were descendants of Valyria, having ruled over Westeros for centuries with the might of 3 colossal dragons. Yet, dragons also instilled fear. This faction of Valyrian descendants was not of the royal blood capable of taming these magnificent beasts. Hence, they narrowly escaped the cataclysm that obliterated Valyria. Generations of their ancestors passed down a saying. It was the dragons that heralded calamity, leading the foolish royalty, who could not part with their dragons, to their fiery demise. It is said that when 14 volcanoes were on the brink of eruption, the king and the nobles foresaw this impending doom. However, the dragon's formidable power clouded their judgment, leading them to believe they could overcome the catastrophe by riding the dragons. Consequently, they all paid the price for their folly. Conversely, a small faction of Valyrians, unable to command dragons, evaded the disaster and adopted a nomadic lifestyle on the fringes of Valyria. Centuries have passed, and they have grown accustomed to their present way of life. Yet today, their chieftain, Tars, stood before a living dragon, a sight spoken of in the prophecies of his ancestors. In that moment, tumultuous emotions surged within him, a profound fear of the dragon, yet also a remembrance of the prophecy bequeathed by his forebears. The day the true dragon reappears would herald the resurgence of the Valyrians. This prophecy, long thought to be a mere wistful aspiration of his ancestors, was what he had comforted his kin with. After all, since the Targaryen civil war, known as the Dance of the Dragons, no dragon eggs had hatched. Now, Tars beheld a living dragon, albeit in the form of a young man with black hair and eyes, bearing no resemblance to the Valyrian nobility. Nonetheless, he chose to believe in the prophecy. Thus, addressing Liu Feng, he inquired, You seek knowledge regarding Valyrian steel? Noticing the fluctuations in the chieftain's expression as he deliberated, Liu Feng quickly pressed, Esteemed chieftain, could you share with me what you know about Valyrian steel? After a moment of contemplation, Tars replied, My ancestors were the forgers of Valyrian steel. While I still possess the knowledge of its forging methods, the absence of dragon magic renders the creation of new Valyrian steel impossible. Liu Feng felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Tars' words. Yet the chieftain, perceiving his expression, added, However, I do possess a map to the storied vaults of Valyrian steel, but it lies within the ruins of Valyria. Liu Feng, eager to witness the remnants of Valyria post-cataclysm, which were said to house not only an abundance of dragon bone, but also many dragon eggs, brightened at this revelation, exclaiming, That is splendid. My purpose here is to explore the Valyrian ruins. Esteemed chieftain, might you lend me the map? Tars hesitated, recalling his own ventures into the Valyrian ruins. Now a desolate expanse of parched lava, perpetually shrouded in searing heat that deterred his advance. He then remembered the legends that the former royalty, in their ability to command dragons, possessed a unique resistance to high temperatures. After a moment's thought, he declared, I can show you the map, but I cannot part with it, for should you fail to return, the map would be lost forever. Liu Feng understood this predicament. armed with his system. He could easily mark the precise location and navigate back. With this in mind, he readily agreed. Once everything was settled, Liu Feng summoned the remaining members of the Dothraki Blood Alliance to join him. After enjoying a sumptuous feast of roasted meat and bestowing some gifts, they set forth towards the Valyrian ruins. The distance to Valyria was now minimal, and within an hour, they arrived at the edge of the desolate expanse covered in dried lava. Upon reaching this point, Liu Feng instructed Runnies and the Dothraki to await his return outside while he ventured forth with little Vagar. After centuries of cooling, the toxic fumes from the volcanic eruptions had dissipated, yet the heat from the 14 volcanoes continued to radiate, rendering the land and air somewhat sweltering. Liu Feng, possessing a body capable of withstanding high temperatures, was able to persevere. However, an ordinary individual would surely succumb to dehydration within the hour. Following the system's markings, Liu Feng traversed for 3 hours before entering the inner regions. As night descended, the Valyrian landscape remained aglow with a dim crimson light. Looking up, he beheld the faint luminescence emanating from a cluster of towering volcanoes. Upon reaching the inner sanctum, Liu Feng could discern the remnants of a city. Although some low-lying structures had been engulfed by lava, many grand edifices still stood, allowing him to identify the outline of what was once a city wall. Finding a slightly crumbled corner of the wall, he prepared to ascend to the top for a better vantage point. Now, not only did Liu Feng possess extraordinary agility, but his leaping ability was also remarkable, enabling him to swiftly reach the summit of the wall. However, the instant he arrived atop it, he was rendered speechless. The magma from the volcanic eruption did not spread to the inner city, yet all the inhabitants within perished. Liu Feng could clearly see the ground strewn with countless pale, desiccated bones, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Among them lay several massive, robust dragon bones. It appeared that these individuals and dragons had not been devoured alive by the lava, but rather succumbed to death by means of suicide or poisoning. This stark evidence illustrated the sheer terror of the Valyrian cataclysm. Liu Feng found a position from which he could glide down to the ground and examine the quality of the dragon bones. To his astonishment, even after centuries, the hardness of the dragon bones remained unyielding. This discovery filled him with joy, as he recalled that dragon bones contained residual magical energy from the dragons. Like Valyrian steel, this energy served as a bane to the White Walkers. Furthermore, upon hatching Vagharl, he had acquired not only the Valyrian language, but also a tome detailing the art of dragon husbandry. However, he had merely skimmed through it before setting it aside. The tome indicated that dragons required both magic and nourishment to grow at an accelerated rate. The necessary magic was categorized into 3 types, comprising the magical elements within dragon bones, the magical elements inherent in the earth's molten lava, and the magical elements contained within the bloodline of dragon gods. By incorporating any 2 of these elements into the dragon's diet, one could significantly hasten its growth and fortify its strength. Liu Feng possessed the bloodline of dragon gods, yet he lacked the dragon bones and lava. Today, having discovered the dragon bones, he had fortuitously gathered 2 of the required magical elements for Vagharl. Though it might seem unethical to feed dragon bones to a dragon, what harm could it cause in the pursuit of nurturing the colossal creature? With this thought in mind, Liu Feng marked the location of the dragon bones and continued towards the designated spot on the system's map, leading him to the royal treasury. According to the original map, the repository of Valyrian steel lay beneath the royal city, a clandestine storage established by the Valyrian royalty, housing not only a wealth of Valyrian steel, but also numerous precious treasures. The structure Liu Feng currently occupied was merely a small lord's castle, yet the presence of dragon bones confirmed it belonged to a noble lord capable of taming dragons. After 2 hours of relentless travel, he finally arrived at the ruins of the Valyrian royal city. The extent of the destruction here surpassed that of several smaller towns he had encountered along the way. The walls had corroded and collapsed, and many auxiliary halls had been buried beneath molten rock. Fortunately, after a thorough search, Liu Feng discovered a gap leading into the dilapidated palace. The bones here were sparse. Perhaps they once existed in abundance, but had melted away under the extreme heat. After all, no one could ascertain whether the deceased dragons could endure such high temperatures. Upon entering the crumbling palace, Liu Feng began to meticulously inspect every suspicious area, hoping to locate the entrance to the underground repository. After an hour of searching, he finally stumbled upon a concealed opening leading downward in a secluded corner. Nearby lay several severely decayed human bones, suggesting their owners had sought refuge in the underground to escape the apocalyptic calamity. However, a massive rock had collapsed, blocking the entrance and preventing their escape. After centuries of erosion, the boulder had become somewhat fragile. Liu Feng retrieved the meteorite that had fallen during Vagharl's hatching and struck the boulder with force. After several impacts, the boulder proved less resilient than the meteorite and ultimately shattered. Liu Feng cleared the fragmented boulder aside, finally revealing the full expanse of the underground passage. The entrance was rather narrow, accommodating no more than 3 adults, but once inside, the passage opened up into a spacious area. The deeper he descended, the wider the underground tunnel became, ultimately reaching a height of 5 meters and a width of 4 meters. The passage was designed in a sloped spiral fashion, and as Liu Feng proceeded downward, it felt akin to navigating a miniature mountain road. After a straight descent of several minutes, Liu Feng reached the tunnel's terminus. However, instead of the fabled Valyrian steel, he was met with a colossal stone door and several assorted skeletal remains sprawled on the ground. Liu Feng could envision how they had rushed to this underground treasury at the onset of the cataclysm, only to find their path obstructed by this stone door. The exit behind them had also been sealed by a massive rock, and the absence of weapons indicated that they were likely elderly, weak, or women and children. Ultimately, they perished from starvation in this place. Fortunately, the map provided by Tars had clearly indicated the mechanism for opening the stone door, so Liu Feng did not feel disheartened. He began searching the surrounding stone walls for a special emblem, a soaring dragon. After a diligent search, he finally located the emblem, cleverly concealed. Had he not known its precise location, it would have eluded others. Upon finding the mark, Liu Feng produced a dagger and began to pry it open. With a resounding crack, the stone fell, and the emblem was successfully dislodged, revealing the hilt of a longsword. While marveling at the ingenuity of the Valyrian design, Liu Feng grasped the hilt firmly and turned it clockwise in a full rotation. As he completed the rotation, the once impeding stone door emitted a series of creaking sounds before gradually parting as if nudged by an invisible force. Liu Feng gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the stone door, and when it fully opened to reveal the vast space within, he could not help but exclaim in wonder. Incredible! Liu Feng was awestruck not only by the fact that this structure had stood for over 5 centuries, but also by its continued operability. As he peered into the expansive chamber revealed by the great door, he discerned a massive treasury. He could clearly see metallic blocks adorned with dragon engravings, meticulously arranged in one corner of the treasury. Despite the years that had passed since their placement, the metal gleamed as if freshly minted, an extraordinary sight. Beside these metallic blocks lay numerous shimmering silver discs, presumably crafted from pure silver. Adjacent to the silver discs were 10 golden chests, radiating an opulent gleam under the light. Liu Feng surmised that these containers must harbor some exceedingly valuable treasures. With this thought, his eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly overwhelming him with emotion. Fortunately, Liu Feng reminded himself of his status as the system's owner, the king of the prairie, with wealth readily attainable, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. As he stepped into the vast treasury, he discovered further enigmas. The treasury was circular in design, with the items he had initially found arranged around half of its circumference. Upon entering, he also beheld the other half, which contained an array of dragon eggs in various colors. Although many were encased in thick stone shells, Liu Feng recognized them as dragon eggs. At that moment, his heart nearly halted. After all, whether it was the ancestors of House Targaryen or Daenerys, they had swept across Westeros with merely 3 dragons, while they had relied on Bran and Arya to slay the Night King. It was the dragons that had played a pivotal role. Liu Feng quickly estimated that there were over 20 dragon eggs present. Should they all hatch, he could easily overpower the Night King and the White Walkers. However, he soon abandoned this notion, for it is understood that under normal circumstances, one could only control a single dragon. Exceptional individuals like Daenerys were rare even in Valyria. Although Liu Feng possessed the bloodline of dragon gods, he could not guarantee his ability to master over 20 dragons. Thus, he promptly relinquished the idea. Ultimately, failing to maintain control and being hunted by the Night King constitutes an act of treachery. Contemplating this, Liu Feng immediately lost interest in the dragon egg and instead turned his gaze towards the pile of Valyrian steel nearby. Approaching it, he picked up a piece that was smooth and pristine, adorned with dragon motifs, preparing to examine it closely. As soon as he grasped it, Liu Feng was astonished to discover that while this Valyrian steel was significantly harder than iron, it felt remarkably light in his hand. The material capable of forging a long sword weighed no more than a kilogram. Subsequently, he picked up a silver platter, scrutinized it for a while, and upon confirming its authenticity, set aside to focus on a golden chest. There were a total of 10 golden chests, which Liu Feng opened sequentially, finding that 5 contained pure gold, while the other 5 were filled with various exquisite ornaments. although he could not identify all the materials of the treasures. He was certain that the wealth here could rival that of the richest families in Westeros. Chapter 19. Unexpected Gains. Liu Feng's original plan was to acquire the Valyrian steel and, in his capacity as the Horse King, procure a sum from the Iron Bank to purchase a ship and sail to Westeros. With this newfound wealth, however, his previous intentions had become redundant. Yet, a challenge remained. Only he and young Vhagar could enter this place, and Vhagar, being still young, was incapable of carrying much. Despite possessing considerable strength, even with all his might, he could only manage to carry a fraction of the wealth here. After much deliberation, Liu Feng decided to take only 3 pieces of Valyrian steel, along with 5 gold bars the size of bricks, and a single dragon egg. When selecting the dragon egg, Liu Feng took a moment to have his system identify its gender. His desire to take a dragon egg stemmed from wanting to find a companion for Vhagar, especially since there were only 4 great dragons currently in the realm of Game of Thrones. Drogon, the largest dragon, resembled a fierce male, while one of the remaining dragons was destined to perish at the hands of the Night King, and another would fall victim to Euron Greyjoy. Although Liu Feng wished to save them, he lacked absolute certainty, thus opting to secure a companion for Vhagar in advance. Fortunately, although the system was rather reclusive and never communicated with Liu Feng voluntarily, it proved to be quite reliable. After a thorough scan, it directly marked the gender of the dragon egg, even illustrating its color. Pleased with such a system, Liu Feng chose a female dragon egg and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he made sure to mark this location for future reference, intending to return when Vhagar had grown. Once Vhagar was sufficiently large, he would be able to carry away everything here. However, one detail caught Liu Feng's attention. Upon his departure, he suddenly noticed that Vhagar had acquired several gemstone necklaces around his neck. This revelation led Liu Feng to a new understanding of Vhagar. It appeared that dragons possessed intelligence akin to that of humans. While they may not express themselves overtly, they certainly conveyed their preferences through tangible actions. Liu Feng had now labeled Vhagar as a treasure enthusiast. It was no wonder that in his previous life, he often saw depictions of dragons as collectors of precious items. It turned out to be true. After exiting the underground passage, Liu Feng once more found a large boulder to seal the entrance completely before leaving with a sense of security. The journey back was remarkably smooth, though Liu Feng took the opportunity to gather a substantial piece of dragon bone from the area of dragon bone, which weighed even more than the combined total of the gold bars and Valyrian steel he was carrying. However, Liu Feng felt compelled to make this sacrifice. After all, such a rarity could not be found just anywhere, and he was willing to forego many treasures to obtain this dragon bone. Emerging from the underground cavern and exiting the ruins of Valyria, Liu Feng spent approximately 4 hours in total. By the time he emerged, the sky had begun to lighten. Upon his first moment outside, he sought out Lanni's and Rogallo, who had set up camp and remained there throughout the night. They were still asleep when Liu Feng returned, and upon seeing him laden with spoils, they erupted into heartfelt cheers. Having been concerned for Liu Feng's prolonged absence, they had attempted to search for him, but were thwarted by the unbearable heat. Now, witnessing Liu Feng's safe return with an abundance of treasures, their joy was palpable. However, due to their long journey to this location, their provisions had been depleted, and there were no game animals to hunt, leaving everyone with growling stomachs. Liu Feng, too, felt the pangs of hunger and, seeing the situation, could only suppress his fatigue and say, "Let us go find some livestock to purchase." With his newfound wealth, Liu Feng spoke with confidence, and the group proceeded once more to the territory of Tars. Upon seeing Liu Feng's return, Tars greeted him with warmth, exclaiming, "I cannot believe you truly came back. Did you find any Valyrian steel within?" After considering for a moment, Liu Feng felt there was no harm in sharing this information with Tars, as he was not of royal blood and could not access the ruins of Valyria. He presented the Valyrian steel, yet he refrained from disclosing anything about the dragon egg or the treasures. When Tars beheld the Valyrian steel presented by Liu Feng, he could hardly contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. It was well known that his ancestors had dedicated their lives to forging Valyrian steel. However, due to the cataclysm, they had been unable to create this treasure material. The legacy of their efforts lay forever buried, an outcome that filled one with sorrow. Today, Tars felt as though he had lifted the burden of his ancestors' regrets, leading to his overwhelming excitement. Witnessing this, Liu Feng gifted the piece of Valyrian steel to Tars, assuring him, "Rest assured, esteemed chieftain, I possess a dragon, and you have the skills of a forger. In time, the glory of your ancestors will be revived through you." Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, Tars was even more elated, kneeling before Liu Feng in an oath of loyalty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the Valyrian descendants and acquiring a portion of Valyrian forging techniques. This unexpected turn of events surprised Liu Feng. He had not anticipated that a casual promise would lead to Tar's fealty. Moreover, receiving the forging techniques was an unforeseen delight. Liu Feng was not one to refuse an opportunity to gain influence, so he accepted Tar's loyalty and imparted a few instructions. The first was that when someone arrived riding 3 great dragons, Tar should not oppose them, as this was to ensure the safety of his people. Secondly, he instructed Tars to keep the existence of the Valyrian steel treasury a secret from anyone. It was important to note that there were many dragon eggs within, and while Liu Feng had no intention of becoming an enemy of Daenerys, he also did not wish to be crushed by her. Tars wholeheartedly agreed to Liu Feng's directives, understanding that his loyalty was not merely due to the gift of steel or the promise to revive his ancestors' forging techniques. This was merely an excuse. The true motivation lay in the prophecy of his ancestors. After Liu Feng departed, Tars contemplated how he would respond if Liu Feng had not returned. Ultimately, a voice urged him to pledge his loyalty to Liu Feng, for it was the only path through which the splendor of Valyria could potentially be restored. After spending a day with Tars, Liu Feng set out once more, this time with his sights set on the city of Pentos. There, he would not only procure a vessel for his voyage, but also meet with the governor, Illyrio. As a close associate of Varys and a merchant devoted to investing in foreign kings, Liu Feng deemed it necessary to seek some investment from him. Furthermore, Varys was a true schemer advocating for the common folk, and Liu Feng believed such a person was worthy of respect and mutual benefit. At the very least, he would be more than willing to assist in eliminating the nefarious Peter Baelish. Chapter 20. The Wealthy Illyrio. The distance from the Valyrian Peninsula to the free city of Pentos is considerable. However, the contingent led by Liu Feng consists entirely of cavalry riding splendid steeds. Hence, their journey was expedited significantly, allowing them to reach the outskirts of Pentos in just a month. The architecture of Pentos is not particularly remarkable, as the entire city is encircled by towering walls, resembling a grand and formidable fortress capable of withstanding any assault. Liu Feng's understanding of Pentos is limited. In his previous life, he had only glimpsed the gardens of Illyrio in the play, leaving him with scant knowledge of the city itself. Suddenly, he recalled that Rogo had accompanied his father to Pentos for Drogo's wedding. Thus, he inquired of Rogo, "My blood of blood, you have been here before. How well do you know this city?" Upon hearing this, Rogo immediately placed a hand on his shoulder and bowed respectfully to Liu Feng, saying, in response to your inquiry, "Ko, I possess a fair understanding of Pentos. The governance of the city is primarily in the hands of the Council of Governors. Due to their relatively weak military strength, they frequently invite our formidable Dothraki Commissar to visit under the condition that we assist them in deterring their enemies. The one who presented Princess Daenerys to call Drogo, Illyrio, is among the most powerful governors in Pentos." Liu Feng nodded, realizing why Illyrio was acquainted with Drogo. He had sought his assistance. Now that Liu Feng had become the sole call of the Dothraki, it was likely that Illyrio had already heard this news through his extensive network. Contemplating this, Liu Feng addressed Rogo once more, "My blood of blood, since you are familiar with Illyrio's whereabouts, take 9 of our blood riders to inform him that the new call has come to conduct business." Rogo accepted the command and promptly set off with his 9 companions towards the city gates of Pentos. After Rogo departed, Lannis looked at Liu Feng in confusion and asked, "Why aren't we entering together?" Liu Feng smiled and replied, "I wish to ascertain his attitude towards me. It is essential to recognize that Illyrio facilitated the marriage between the Khal and Daenerys, but it was a one-sided investment. Now that Drogo has passed, the news of Daenerys hatching dragons will soon reach his ears. With Liu Feng now established as the new Khal, this development does not bode well for Illyrio. To align himself with the new Khal, he will have to pay a price once more, whereas choosing to side with Daenerys would be a different matter, as he already owes her a debt of gratitude for the dragon eggs." Although Liu Feng is not opposed to Daenerys, he remains uncertain of Illyrio's perspective on him. Thus, Liu Feng intends to observe Illyrio's demeanor, if he prefers not to incur further costs in winning Liu Feng over. Liu Feng would not object to bolstering a more controllable governor in Pentos. Just as Liu Feng pondered how to manage this unfamiliar governor, Rogo returned, accompanied by a lavish palanquin carried by 4 burly men. Inside, a rotund nobleman with golden hair and a beaming smile gazed at Liu Feng. Upon seeing the noble's visage, Liu Feng immediately recognized him as Illyrio, but his countenance darkened at the sight of Illyrio being carried in such a manner. Having navigated the corridors of power in Pentos for many years, Illyrio was adept at reading people. Upon sensing Liu Feng's evident displeasure, he quickly descended from the palanquin. His choice to arrive in a palanquin was not an attempt to display grandeur before Liu Feng, but rather a reaction to having learned of Liu Feng's impending arrival shortly before he reached Pentos. Thus, he had promptly boarded the palanquin and made haste. Encountering Rogo along the way, not wishing to delay, he had the Unsullied carry him directly to Liu Feng. As Liu Feng had anticipated, Illyrio was already aware of the new call's emergence. However, as a cunning merchant entrenched in the centers of power, Illyrio was not as simple as Liu Feng might presume. He possessed a thorough understanding of all pertinent information, particularly concerning significant figures such as the call. He had conducted extensive research on Liu Feng, recognizing that his appearance diverged from that of the Dothraki and that he had hatched dragons, showing an immunity to fire. From this, Illyrio concluded that Liu Feng's value surpassed that of Daenerys. After all, he could not fathom that the once innocent and delicate princess could truly reclaim her throne solely with 3 young dragons. Thus, upon detecting Liu Feng's displeasure, Illyrio promptly descended from the palanquin and bowed to Liu Feng, stating, "Esteemed call, I have prepared for you generous gifts, as well as exquisite offerings. Please forgive my earlier discourtesy." Liu Feng noted that Illyrio had spoken in English, inwardly scoffing at the old schemer for attempting to probe his origins. Liu Feng, however, would not be deceived. He frowned and replied in Dothraki, "Governor, what do you mean?" Realizing Liu Feng indeed did not speak English, Illyrio hastily masked his embarrassment and repeated his earlier remarks in Dothraki. Liu Feng feigned annoyance, saying, "I was beginning to think that the esteemed governor had forgotten the bonds of friendship with the Dothraki and was contemplating a return to Westeros." Illyrio, understanding the importance of establishing a cordial relationship with Liu Feng, quickly interjected, "My friend, I have prepared not only these but many precious treasures, such as the renowned Dragonbone Bow." After making this proclamation, Illyrio discreetly assessed Liu Feng's expression, relieved to note his interest. He recognized that he had wagered correctly. Based on his knowledge of the Dothraki, their interests typically revolved around beautiful women, wealth, and rare weaponry. Much like Khal Drogo, who was not only a formidable warrior, but also a master archer, Illyrio had originally intended to gift the Dragonbone Bow to Drogo, never anticipating his sudden demise. Liu Feng indeed found himself intrigued by the Dragonbone Bow. Having acquired the archery talent buff of 500, he had nearly forgotten that he lacked a powerful bow amidst his travels. He also recalled that Illyrio's primary trade included Dragonbone. Although he had obtained a sizable piece of Dragonbone from the Valyrian ruins, the growing demands of Vagharl necessitated even more Dragonbone magical elements. He realized that his current supply was insufficient, especially considering he still possessed an unhatched dragon egg. Consequently, Liu Feng allowed a pleased expression to surface and embraced the greasy Illyrio as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 21. The governor's manipulative tactics at that moment. In Illyrio's garden villa, a flurry of activity ensued as chefs prepared a lavish dinner while dancers showcased their graceful performances. Illyrio continued to introduce Liu Feng to a variety of exotic treasures in the garden. These items had been meticulously collected by Illyrio for the numerous Dothraki Khalas. He would periodically invite several Khalas to his home, warmly hosting them while presenting the curiosities. Should any Khal express interest, he would not hesitate to bestow the items upon them, as they were of little monetary value, merely appearing unique and when woven with intriguing stories. They instantly gained a sense of prestige. Liu Feng discerned Illyrio's ruse, yet he refrained from exposing it, feigning keen interest in several of the treasures. As anticipated, after boasting about the items, Illyrio presented them to Liu Feng. After perusing the collection for a while, Liu Feng, not having yet encountered the Dragonbone Bow, could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Governor, I must confess that my interest lies more with the Dragonbone Bow. Might I inquire as to when I may acquire it?" Upon hearing the words, Illyrio's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. He had not originally prepared this gift for Liu Feng, but rather proposed it as an impromptu solution. Thus, the exquisite bow was still in one of his other residences. However, he had already dispatched someone to retrieve it, confident that it would not be long before it was delivered. Indeed, as soon as Liu Feng posed his inquiry, a youth resembling a servant hurriedly approached Illyrio and whispered a few words. Liu Feng could distinctly see that, upon receiving this information, Illyrio's earlier embarrassment swiftly transformed into a smile. Noticing Liu Feng's anticipation for a response, he promptly said, "Your Majesty, the servant has just informed me that the Dragonbone Bow has arrived. Shall we go and take a look?" Upon hearing that the Dragonbone Bow had indeed arrived, Liu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. To be honest, he was somewhat eager to experience the sensation of drawing the bow and shooting an arrow. As expected, Liu Feng and Illyrio had not ventured far when two Unsullied approached, carrying a large box. Upon seeing Illyrio, they immediately bowed and stood at attention, their demeanor devoid of any unnecessary movements. Liu Feng was not surprised. He was well aware of the Unsullied, a cadre of specially trained flesh-and-blood automatons. Illyrio, having long since grown accustomed to their presence, led Liu Feng to the ornate box and casually opened it. Instantly, a strikingly white bow, engraved with magical runes, captivated Liu Feng's gaze. Illyrio discreetly observed Liu Feng's reaction, and upon noting his satisfaction, he elaborated, "This bow dates back to the era when the Valyrians dominated Essos, boasting a history of over 1,000 years." At this juncture, Illyrio again scrutinized Liu Feng, ensuring no signs of disinterest marred his expression, before continuing. "It is crafted from the bones of a fearsome dragon and inscribed with 3 types of magical powers: wind magic, fire magic, and alchemical magic. The arrows shot from it not only travel at incredible speeds and possess immense power, but also enhance the hardness of the arrows themselves. It is indeed a bow of divine caliber." Liu Feng, upon hearing this, felt an even greater thrill within, though he maintained a calm facade. He expressed a hint of skepticism. "Is this bow truly as remarkable as your excellency claims?" Illyrio had never wielded this extravagant dragonbone bow himself and was not a believer in the so-called magic. Yet, in response to Liu Feng's inquiry, he boldly assured, "Indeed, Your Majesty, if you harbor any doubts, you are welcome to my training grounds to test its power." This invitation was precisely what Liu Feng sought. He wished to showcase his prowess, ensuring the governor understood that he, the Horse Lord, was a force to be reckoned with. With this in mind, Liu Feng feigned contemplation and replied, "Of course, that sounds splendid." Before long, Liu Feng accompanied Illyrio to the training grounds he had mentioned. Alongside them were several other governors, all aligned with Illyrio's faction and bound by mutual interests. During grand feasts with the Horse Lord and other calls, their roles were limited to financing the events or making appearances, rarely engaging directly with the Dothraki, as they lacked proficiency in their language and lacked Illyrio's adventurous spirit. This was one of the reasons Illyrio held a position of leadership among the governors. After all, despite their authority, they still relied heavily on the might of the Dothraki warriors. The training grounds were expansive, measuring approximately 300 to 400 meters in length and over 200 meters in width. Upon arriving, Illyrio immediately called upon some attendants and, after giving a few instructions, returned to Liu Feng, saying, "Given the formidable power of the dragonbone bow, I have instructed the attendants to prepare some shields. Your Majesty may freely test the bow's might." Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Traditionally, the saying goes that a spear is far sturdier than an arrow. If the arrows could not pierce the shields, could this bow truly penetrate iron? However, this thought was fleeting. He nodded to Illyrio and awaited the preparations in silence. During this time, he gleaned an important piece of information from the governor's discussions. Stannis had previously sent emissaries to procure ships, indicating that his assassination of Renly and siege of King's Landing were imminent, necessitating his swift return to Westeros for strategic positioning. The attendants worked quickly, soon bringing forth over 20 shields. These shields were meticulously arranged in 2 rows, each affixed with a long spear, positioned 50 meters away. Seeing this, Liu Feng recognized that it was time to showcase his prowess. He approached Illyrio and said, "Your Excellency, placing them this close hardly demonstrates the bow's capabilities. Please have the attendants set the shields further back, ideally at the edge of the wall." The 50-meter distance had been deliberately chosen by Illyrio, as he possessed no information regarding Liu Feng's marksmanship skills. He feared placing them too far might result in Liu Feng's embarrassment should he miss the target, inciting his wrath. Thus, upon hearing Liu Feng's request to extend the distance to the farthest point, Illyrio broke into a cold sweat, saying, "Your Majesty, the distance to the wall is at least 400 meters. Are you certain you wish to place them that far?" Liu Feng dismissed his concerns with a scoff. "Certainly. We horsemen are all master archers." This statement was undeniably braggadocious, yet it was precisely the outcome Liu Feng desired. He aimed to utilize his archery skills to instill greater respect for the Dothraki in Illyrio's eyes, thereby securing more favorable terms for himself. Chapter 22, A Single Arrow Stuns All. Upon receiving Liu Feng's affirmative response, Illyrio promptly summoned the attendants and instructed them to reposition the shields to the wall's edge. They arranged 10 rows, each consisting of 2 shields. Liu Feng was thoroughly satisfied, accepting the arrows handed to him by the governor. He eagerly prepared to draw the bow and shoot. with his left hand firmly grasping the pure white bow. He drew the nocked arrow back along the string with his right hand. In that moment, the techniques of archery that had previously occupied his mind transformed into muscle memory, allowing him to instinctively adjust his stance and attune to the wind. Once all was ready, Liu Feng decisively released the bowstring. The sound of the arrow's release was peculiar, yet its power was undeniable. In an instant, the arrow transformed into a streak of red and blue light, reaching the wall in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as the arrow pierced through two iron shields, its tremendous force unabated, culminating in an explosive impact against the wall, which crumbled under the assault. Liu Feng marveled at his own handiwork, utterly astonished by the dragonbone bow's incredible might. With such power, slaying dragons might well be within reach. However, while he reveled in his achievement, he felt a twinge of guilt for demolishing Illyrio's grand wall. Realizing this, Liu Feng sheepishly remarked, "Your Excellency, I sincerely apologize for the damage to your wall." Yet, upon Liu Feng's utterance, Illyrio remained momentarily speechless, his astonishment rendering him incapable of immediate response. His shock was not solely due to Liu Feng's marksmanship, but also the sheer power of the shot. At this moment, he regretted bestowing the dragonbone bow upon Liu Feng, for its might was truly overwhelming. He was even lost in a reverie, envisioning himself wielding a magnificent dragonbone bow on the battlefield against the Bravosi, where a single arrow would strike down the enemy commander. How exhilarating that would be! Alas, such fantasies were but dreams. For the notion of reclaiming a gift bestowed upon the King of Horses was fraught with peril. Naturally, it was not only Illyrio who was taken aback. The other attendants also gaped in astonishment at the collapsed wall, rendered speechless for an extended moment. The formidable power of the dragonbone bow stemmed not solely from the bow itself. Liu Feng recalled that when he activated the bloodline of the dragon god, the system had indicated that his bloodline inherently contained magical potency. This was not only evident in the ability to activate the bloodline of the dragon royalty, but also manifested in formidable magical displays. At that time, Liu Feng had been puzzled as to why he had not sensed this magical power. However, upon utilizing the dragonbone bow, he finally experienced it. The instant he drew the bowstring, he felt the bow siphoning his strength, and when his power reached its zenith, he instinctively released the arrow. Liu Feng could be certain that no one else could wield the dragonbone bow with such efficacy. After a considerable pause, Illyrio finally emerged from his astonishment. He forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace as he glanced at Liu Feng and remarked, "Your Majesty, you are indeed a born ruler. I can almost envision you conquering the entirety of Essos with this bow, and even the distant lands of Westeros shall ultimately submit to your reign." While he felt a pang of regret over the dragonbone bow, his flattery flowed effortlessly. Yet, the expression on his face betrayed his true feelings. Liu Feng, however, paid little heed to this. They were merely utilizing each other, and there was no need to dwell on minutiae. After hearing Illyrio's words, a look of aspiration naturally crossed Liu Feng's face, and he earnestly stated, "Perhaps it will not be long before the Western continent yields. For my purpose in seeking you is to procure a ship to journey westward." Illyrio was entirely unprepared for such an idea from Liu Feng. In the vocabulary of the Dothraki, the sea was synonymous with poison. They had never contemplated crossing it. Thus, when Liu Feng expressed his desire to travel to the Western continent, Illyrio was momentarily taken aback. However, being a man of considerable experience, he quickly gathered his thoughts and began to assess the situation. His first concern was that if Liu Feng ventured to Westeros, regardless of life or death, would the Khalaisars still acknowledge him as their king of horses? Would another rise in his absence, resulting in a significant loss for Illyrio? As he hesitated, caught in a web of contemplation, Liu Feng timely reassured him, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, even if I were to reach the Western continent, the bond between the Dothraki and the governor shall remain unbroken, for I am accompanied by 10 Khalaisars." At this, Illyrio's eyes brightened. He suddenly realized that Liu Feng was not merely a warrior like Khal Drogo, devoid of strategy. In fact, he found Liu Feng's approach quite astute. It was well known that the current Khalaisars with advancing age saw a decline in their martial prowess. If their Khalak were to inherit the position, it would be advantageous for them, as it would prevent a catastrophic downfall. However, should they be forced to abdicate through challenges posed by others, their fate would likely be grim. Hence, by taking their Khalak, they would strive to utilize Liu Feng's stature to intimidate their kin, preventing the stronger members from instigating a challenge for supremacy. In this manner, Liu Feng's reputation would only grow, and the Khalaisars would adhere to his directives, not seeking to appoint another king of horses. Observing Illyrio's increasingly resolute demeanor, Liu Feng divulged another piece of information. As far as I know, Daenerys is no longer the naive girl she once was. As her dragons mature, she may very well become a formidable force in Essos. And I have already established a cordial relationship with her. Noting Illyrio's expression, Liu Feng continued, I am aware of your connection with Daenerys. So our relationship is perhaps closer than you might assume. At this revelation, Illyrio was genuinely astonished. Daenerys was a strong contender for the Iron Throne in his eyes. Yet he had not anticipated that this young new king of horses would also regard her favorably and had fostered a friendly rapport. Such news was indeed shocking. Of course, Liu Feng was merely deceiving him to convey that his investments would yield significant returns and that they were aligned on the same front. Nevertheless, Liu Feng was not entirely lying. Daenerys' dragons would take 2 more years to grow. During this period, the Dothraki would remain the most powerful force in Essos. By the time Daenerys' dragons matured, Liu Feng's Vhagar would also grow, especially since Vhagar bore the bloodline of a dragon king. Daenerys would have no reason not to ally with Liu Feng. Through Liu Feng's persuasive dialogue, Illyrio ultimately consented to sell 5 warships to Liu Feng at a favorable price of 2 gold bricks each. Furthermore, he promised to inform his friend Varys to facilitate Liu Feng's acquisition of a noble title. This was one of Liu Feng's requests, as he was acutely aware that the dynamics in Westeros were starkly different from those in Essos. In that land, brute strength alone was insufficient to command loyalty. Only a noble title would garner widespread recognition. Thus, Liu Feng resided in Illyrio's abode for 3 days before boarding the warships destined for Westeros. Chapter 23. The New Little Dragon. The voyage was indeed a protracted endeavor. Since Liu Feng departed from the port of Pentos, 2 months had elapsed. Within these 2 months, many events transpired. The first notable occurrence was that Vhagar's growth accelerated, and his appetite surged dramatically. In just 2 months, he had grown to the size of an adult tiger. Curiously, however, he had yet to master the ability to breathe fire and still relied on the heat emanating from the meteorite for sustenance. Although Vhagar's rapid development was impressive, the consumption of dragonbone was equally substantial. Of course, it was not only the dragonbone that was in dire straits. Liu Feng's blood was also at risk. To avoid being drained completely, he had recently ceased using his blood as a magical element. The second piece of joyous news was that a month prior, Liu Feng's second little dragon had hatched. As the system had predicted, it was indeed a female dragon. Its horns were noticeably smaller than Vhagar's, and its sleek body was adorned with a profusion of pink scales, both beautiful and agile. Liu Feng named her Valerina, in homage to her birthplace, the ruins of Illyria. Valerina was also hatched through the activation of Liu Feng's blood. Although she did not possess the bloodline of Dragon King, she exhibited some mutations. Notably, she had 3 pairs of wings, and upon her birth, her flying speed was astonishing, far surpassing Vhagar's speed at the same age. With Valerina's arrival, Vhagar became noticeably invigorated. In addition to fishing for Valerina in the sea daily, he even gifted her a precious gemstone necklace from around his neck. It is worth noting that on several occasions, Liu Feng had attempted to remove a piece for his own admiration, but Vhagar had always declined. However, due to Valerina's diminutive size, it was only after a month that she first donned the necklace while successfully completing her flight. The birth of the little dragon alleviated the monotonous atmosphere aboard the ship, and even the Blood Alliance warriors, who had endured days of relentless vomiting, wore smiles upon their faces. Liu Feng had chosen Dragonstone Island as their landing target. Since he also intended to venture north of the Wall, he resolved to procure some dragon crystals and arrange for each Blood Alliance warrior to receive a set of attire suitable for the continent of Westeros. Additionally, these warships could be sold to Stannis, thereby forging a friendship with him. After a lengthy day of sailing, Liu Feng finally caught a glimpse of land-esque silhouette. He promptly gestured for the sailors of the other ships to halt their war vessels. He had no intention of steering the warship directly to someone else's doorstep. That would be a display of arrogance rather than a reckless invitation to demise. Should he meet a glorious end in such a manner, even in the afterlife, he would likely be the subject of ridicule. Once the warship was anchored, Liu Feng rummaged through the attire gifted by the Illyrians and donned an outfit that most resembled that of a wealthy nobleman. Given that every warship was equipped with lifeboats, Liu Feng decided to leave Lannis and the numerous Blood Alliance guards aboard while he himself would row ashore with the sailors. Naturally, Vhagar and Valerina were also retained on the warship. By now, Vhagar had begun to comprehend some of Liu Feng's commands, a testament to the bond forged through his bloodline. After all, the Dragon King was indeed a dragon, vastly superior to ordinary giants. Once everything was arranged, Liu Feng set off alone in a small boat heading toward Dragonstone Island. He chose a secluded landing spot to avoid drawing any attention. Upon disembarking, he made his way directly to the main castle of Dragonstone Island, eager to strike an agreement with Stannis as swiftly as possible. With the impending war on the horizon, Liu Feng could not afford to waste a single moment. Meanwhile, within the main hall of Dragonstone, Stannis was engaged in a meeting with his ministers. However, his mood was rather irritable, for he, one of the foremost figures in the War of Usurpation, had been relegated to the remote territory of Dragonstone by his foolish brother, Robert Baratheon. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated resentment toward Robert. It had been several months since the news of Robert's assassination reached him. After hastily declaring himself king upon receiving the news, he had not managed to assert his presence thereafter. The reason for this was the impoverished state of his domain. After months of recruitment, he had only managed to muster a little over 5,000 soldiers. In stark contrast, his brother Renly Baratheon had garnered the support of all the Stormlords and formed an alliance with House Tyrell, amassing a formidable force of 100,000 troops. This stark disparity left Stannis feeling exceedingly unbalanced, for throughout their childhood, he had always outshone Renly in both strategy and valor. Now, due to Robert's past decisions, the legitimate heir found himself with a force that was scarcely 1/10 of that of his flamboyant brother. Davos Seaworth, Stannis' closest friend and most trusted aide, seemed to sense Stannis' frustration and helplessness. Noticing the silence that enveloped the room, he pondered for a moment before speaking. "Your Grace, I am well acquainted with the pirate Salladhor Saan. I can attempt to persuade him to serve you. Additionally, I shall journey to Storms and to convince the nobles who once fought alongside you." Hearing his best friend speak, Stannis' temper somewhat subsided as he turned to Davos and inquired, "Ser Davos, how confident are you in this endeavor?" Davos met Stannis' gaze earnestly and replied, "I know Salladhor well. He is both a merchant and a gambler. Should your Grace promise him a port as a fief upon your ascension to the throne, I believe he would take the gamble." Noticing that Stannis' expression had softened, Davos continued, "As for the Lords of Storm's End, it will depend on whether they still remember the camaraderie forged in battle with you. With a stroke of luck, we could rally 30,000 men. Without it, we may find ourselves empty-handed." Stannis sighed in resignation. He understood all too well that Storm's End had been under Renly's dominion for over a decade, and many of the old lords were no longer present. Thus, he held little hope for Davos' efforts, stating, "Ser Davos, if you can secure the loyalty of Salladhor's fleet, you shall command that fleet. As for Storm's End, do your utmost, aware of the challenges ahead." Davos nodded in agreement and prepared to gather his belongings for the journey to Salladhor's stronghold. At that moment, a young soldier clad in light armor rushed in, appearing scarcely older than a teenager, yet already donned in the garb of a soldier, a clear indication of the dire need for men at Dragonstone. Upon entering the hall, he spotted Davos making to leave and called out, "Father," before addressing Stannis, "Your Grace, there is a merchant claiming to be from Pentos who wishes to see you. He says he possesses 4 fine warships and desires to exchange something with you." Initially inclined to dismiss the request, Stannis' interest piqued at the mention of 4 warships. "What does he wish to exchange?" he inquired eagerly. The young soldier replied hastily, "He insists he will only reveal that upon meeting you. Ser Davos, please attend to him and bring him to the hall for discussions." Chapter 24. The Generous Merchant, Liu Feng. Soon, Liu Feng was ushered into the great hall by Davos. Upon entering, he immediately recognized several familiar faces. First and foremost was Ser Davos Seaworth, with whom Liu Feng had already engaged in conversation during the journey. He understood Davos to be a straightforward and cautious man, so by merely mentioning Stannis' current needs, he could extract a wealth of information. Next was Melisandre. As beautiful as ever, her tall, slender figure and elegant, enchanting demeanor exuding an aura of deadly allure. Her pale red eyes, when locked with his, revealed a myriad of unspoken emotions, at times sympathetic, at others scrutinizing or beguiling, easily ensnaring those who gazed upon her. Fortunately, as one of the few privy to her true nature, Liu Feng found his racing heart calmed by the memory of her removing her ruby necklace. Lastly, of course, was Stannis, the ambitious man on the brink of moral decay in his quest for power. Stannis appeared to be in his 40s, though his rigorous training lent him a more robust appearance. Liu Feng noted a shadow of gloom upon Stannis' countenance, indicating his current discontent. While Liu Feng observed the others, they too were scrutinizing him, particularly Melisandre, whose gaze remained fixed upon him the moment she laid eyes on him, sensing the mark of the Lord of Light upon him. However, as she prayed silently to the Lord, no revelation came forth, causing her expression to grow increasingly grave, culminating in a flicker of astonishment. Stannis, striving to suppress his impatience, forced a semblance of a smile. Fully aware of his need for the 4 warships and unwilling to allow this Pentoshi merchant to perceive any anxiety, Liu Feng, wishing to avoid unnecessary pleasantries, began, "Your Grace." Stannis Baratheon, the legitimate heir to the 7 kingdoms. I am Liu Feng, a merchant from Pentos. Upon hearing of your need for warships, I promptly acquired 4 fine vessels from the regular army of Pentos. After gauging the reactions of those present, Liu Feng continued, I would like these 4 warships to serve your grace, and in return, I seek but a modest compensation. Stannis, recognizing that the crux of the matter had arrived, inquired, My friend from Pentos, what compensation do you seek? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Feng replied, I am particularly interested in the obsidian mines on Dragonstone. I wish to be granted the rights to mine them once your grace reclaims the throne. Of course, I shall remit half of the profits from the mining to you. Stannis' eyes lit up at this proposal. It was an exceedingly lucrative arrangement, considering that Liu Feng's request would only be fulfilled once he ascended the throne. Moreover, Liu Feng was obliged to submit half of the profits derived from the obsidian mine, a gesture of unparalleled generosity that Stannis had never witnessed in his lifetime. It even left him feeling somewhat bashful, as though the offer was akin to gifting him warships outright. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly inquired, Are there no further demands? Observing the situation, Liu Feng recognized that any modest request he put forth would undoubtedly be met with acquiescence. Thus, he stated, of course, I would like to take a portion of the obsidian, and our governor has a particular fondness for the light armor of Westeros, requesting that I procure around 100 sets, as his governor's guard requires a more distinguished appearance. Upon hearing this, Stannis could scarcely believe his ears. Warships were pivotal assets in naval combat, with most fleets boasting no more than 10 vessels. The majority of noble families relied on fishing boats to fill their ranks, as they lacked the means to construct adequate warships. Now, this merchant from Pentos was offering 4 ships in exchange for an uncertain mineral resource, some obsidian, and 100 sets of military attire, an extraordinary bargain indeed. Consequently, he responded with enthusiasm, My Lord Cain, I can fulfill your request. When can your warships arrive in my harbor? I have long wished to witness a proper military vessel from Pentos. Liu Feng had no reason to decline Stannis' request, replying, No problem, your grace. I can return to my ship immediately and bring the 4 warships forth. Liu Feng harbored no fears of Stannis reneging on the deal, for the customs of Westeros upheld noble etiquette, contrasting sharply with the mercurial nature of the Dothraki. Stannis' eyes brightened. He was in dire need of warships to bolster morale. However, he remained cautious, concerned that Liu Feng might change his mind upon realizing the unprofitability of the deal and depart without a trace. With this in mind, Stannis suggested, Lord Cain, your journey must have fatigued your men. Allow my men to escort you. Interpreting Stannis' words as a sign of his unease, Liu Feng casually gestured toward the soldier on duty, saying, No problem, I have a favorable impression of this young warrior. I wonder if he possesses any knowledge of rowing. The chosen one was none other than Davos' youngest son, Malik, who appeared to be in his early teens. Though trained from a young age, his physique bore the strength of a soldier, his face still retaining the innocence of youth. Liu Feng held a positive impression of Malik. Earlier, he had sought several soldiers for assistance in sending a message, but they had all declined due to Liu Feng's failure to offer a tip. In truth, it was not that Liu Feng was unwilling, but rather that he possessed only gold, which seemed an extravagant form of gratuity. Fortunately, Malik had agreed to Liu Feng's request, leading to the subsequent events. Stannis observed Malik and expressed no objections. Though Davos harbored some reservations, he refrained from opposing Stannis' approval. Thus, with the gaze of the assembly upon him, Liu Feng once again boarded a small fishing boat, heading towards the location where the warships were anchored. Malik demonstrated exceptional rowing skills, and within half an hour, they arrived at the fleet's mooring. As soon as Vagor sensed Liu Feng's return, it soared into the sky, eventually circling above Liu Feng's head. Now, it had grown to the size of an adult tiger and could no longer perch on Liu Feng's shoulder. Malik was astounded by this spectacle. He had never imagined encountering a legendary dragon, and judging by its demeanor, it appeared to be the pet of the affluent merchant before him. Momentarily at a loss, Malik's youthful face was filled with questions. Liu Feng, realizing the potential for his secret to be exposed, felt a pang of concern. He regarded the bewildered Malik and recalled that he was the son of the Onion Knight, who, as he understood, had lost all his sons in the Battle of Blackwater. This loyal and upright knight had consequently been left bereft of family. Contemplating this, Liu Feng resolved to bring Malik along upon their return, both to prevent the dragon's revelation and to leave Davos with a legacy. Chapter 25. You will rejoice in today's decision. Everything proceeded smoothly, and soon Liu Feng had the 4 warships anchored near Stannis' port. Prior to this, Liu Feng had already reached an understanding with Malik, who promised not to disclose Liu Feng's possession of a dragon. In exchange, Liu Feng agreed to introduce him to broader horizons. As soon as Liu Feng and Malik disembarked from the warships, they were met with a warm welcome from Stannis' entourage. Stannis was exceedingly pleased with the 4 warships, for they were indeed lavish, appearing larger than any he had previously encountered. Particularly notable were the crossbows mounted atop, each measuring an impressive 5 meters in length. Stannis could easily envision the dire consequences that ordinary warships would face when confronted with such armaments. Noticing Stannis' growing satisfaction, even a smile that seemed uncontainable upon his face, Liu Feng seized the moment and asked, "Your Grace, are you satisfied with these 4 warships?" Stannis, upon hearing this, managed to temper his emotions slightly, replying, "Lord Cain, I am exceedingly pleased with the warships you have provided. In fact, I believe your requests are rather modest." Liu Feng had not anticipated that Stannis would be so forthright. He recognized that this transaction was indeed heavily skewed in his favor. Yet, Liu Feng sought to earn Stannis' gratitude, aware that he was one of the last remaining contenders in the War of the 5 Kings, and that they might very well cross paths again when heading to the Wall. At that juncture, Liu Feng could certainly seek the aid of Stannis' forces. However, Liu Feng was no fool. Stannis' admission that his demands were too few presented an ideal opportunity for further negotiation. Thus, he responded, "Your Grace, you have already given much. I require nothing more at this moment. I consider it an honor to have gained your friendship." Liu Feng's words elicited an even brighter smile from Stannis, prompting him to add, "However, I do intend to journey across Westeros, and I hope your Grace might grant me a guide. Upon my return, I shall express my gratitude once more." Stannis contemplated this request and deemed it trivial, promptly agreeing, "Of course, my friend." With Stannis' approval, Liu Feng pointed to Malik, saying, "Your Grace, during the acquisition of the warships, I had a delightful conversation with Lord Malik, and I sincerely hope you can appoint him as my guide." Stannis was taken aback by Liu Feng's choice of Malik. He had assumed Liu Feng would select the strongest warrior, but was surprised by the selection of a mere teenager. Nevertheless, considering Malik was Davos' son, he hesitated slightly and turned to Davos, stating, "To be frank, this young soldier's father is present. He is Sir Davos, and I believe we should hear his opinion on the matter." Davos, already somewhat anxious, feared that Stannis would acquiesce without question. Although he had 7 sons, he cherished each dearly and did not wish for Malik to venture far from his side. With an apologetic expression, he said, "My Lord Cain, my son is still very young and has not yet had the opportunity to explore, thus he may not be a suitable guide." Liu Feng, upon hearing this, did not display any signs of anger, for every father naturally wished to keep their child close, especially in tumultuous times. However, Liu Feng had a way to counter Davos' objections. Having previously conferred with Malik, he promptly replied, "I understand a father's concerns, but a fledgling must ultimately take flight. I believe the decision should rest with Lord Malik himself." At these words, the assembly turned their gazes toward the youthful face of Malik, still on the cusp of adulthood. Malik had never been the focus of so many gazes before, and his face flushed slightly. He first glanced at Davos' kind eyes, then pondered Liu Feng's mysterious identity, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long contemplation, he finally expressed his regret to Davos, saying, "Father, I believe Lord Cain speaks the truth. Every fledgling will one day take flight. Therefore, I have decided to serve as Lord Cain's guide." Upon hearing Malik's response, Stannis and Liu Feng both chuckled. Davos wished to say more, but upon catching Stannis' approving gaze, he realized that he alone among those present held a contrary opinion. Acknowledging this, he approached Malik, offering earnest counsel to his youngest son. Meanwhile, Liu Feng seized the opportunity to inquire about obsidian and light armor from Stannis. Stannis had plenty of obsidian in his storeroom, though the supply of pristine light armor was limited. After some discussion, Liu Feng acquired 40 pieces of brand new light armor and 60 sets of slightly flawed, older armor. Although he could have exchanged all the light armor for new ones given time, Liu Feng opted against it. He was in a hurry, aware that Stannis was soon to strike against Renly, and after garnering the support of all the Stormland's vassals and the notorious pirate Salladhor, he would commence an assault on King's Landing. This battle was destined for failure, and should Liu Feng remain, he would likely be swept into its chaos. Although he possessed the ability to alter the battle's outcome, he had no intention of doing so. After all, who temporarily occupied the Iron Throne bore little significance to him. To avoid entanglement in this inevitable defeat, Liu Feng chose to depart early. Before leaving, he sought out Davos. Understanding that the Onion Knight was not currently inclined to view him favorably, harboring anger over the abduction of his son. However, Liu Feng did not wish to bear enmity with this fundamentally decent knight. Approaching Davos, he whispered, "Sir Davos, I assure you that I will return your son safely. And in due time, you will be grateful for today's decision." With that, Liu Feng departed with a graceful stride, leaving Davos bewildered. Chapter 26. The Spider. Upon leaving Dragonstone, Liu Feng chose to head to King's Landing. At this stage, the city remained tranquil, with neither the common folk nor the noble class aware of the impending war. By the time Liu Feng and his entourage arrived in King's Landing, a month had elapsed since their departure for Dragonstone. This time, Liu Feng employed the same method of landing, albeit accompanied by Lannis and Malik. Clad in attire befitting a wealthy lord, he immediately began scanning the crowd upon disembarking at the harbor, searching for scruffy children. This was due to Illyrio's extensive intelligence regarding Varys, which he had shared with Liu Feng upon learning of his journey to King's Landing. As the most enigmatic figure in the small council, the master of whisperers, Varys could be aptly described as all-knowing. It was said that although he had lost his little birds of inherited life, this misfortune ultimately shaped his destiny. This setback made Varys acutely aware of society's harsh realities. Consequently, he embarked on a transformation, evolving from an obscure street urchin into the master of whisperers. His humble origins instilled in him a deep understanding of the suffering endured by the impoverished, prompting him, upon gaining wealth, to assist destitute children. Through these children, he gleaned insights into the happenings of the streets. This gradually inspired him, leading to the establishment of his network of little birds, which rapidly proliferated across all of Westeros. In King's Landing, practically every corner boasted a little bird working on his behalf. Before long, Liu Feng spotted a peculiar child, an unkempt little boy who had not taken his eyes off Liu Feng since his arrival. The boy intermittently whistled odd tunes, seemingly communicating coded messages. Noticing this, Liu Feng approached him, and in response to the boy's astonished expression, he whistled a few identical notes. This was a secret signal known only to the little birds, indicating the presence of vital intelligence. The boy nodded in understanding, and Liu Feng placed an emblem from Illyrio in his tiny hand. Upon receiving the token, the boy dashed away. Liu Feng understood that the child was not fleeing, but rather heading to find Varys, as this crucial information would likely yield substantial rewards. Ensuring that for many days to come, he would not worry about food. As he watched the boy disappear into the crowd, Liu Feng found a spot to sit. Though Lannis was somewhat puzzled by Liu Feng's actions, she was not one to ask many questions. After seeing Liu Feng take a seat, she chose to join him, her eyes curiously surveying the bustling throng. Over the course of the month, Malik had grown more familiar with Liu Feng, readily approaching him with any uncertainties. Thus, with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "My Lord Cain, what shall we do next?" Liu Feng regarded him briefly before responding nonchalantly, "I am awaiting a friend." Malik, somewhat perplexed, chose not to press further and began to wander, hoping to gather additional information about King's Landing to later relay to his father. Naturally, his inquiries were bound to be fruitless, for someone with limited life experience could hardly discern the actions of others, let alone extract beneficial intelligence. They waited for half the day, until sunset, when Varys finally appeared at the harbor, dressed simply and without any guards. It was evident that this port was within Varys' sphere of influence. Upon spotting Liu Feng, a smile broke across Varys' face as he said, "Your Majesty, the King of Merchants, I apologize for my tardiness. It was for your safety." Liu Feng bore no resentment, for he understood that the current King's Landing was under the rule of the new king, Joffrey. In the presence of such a cruel and capricious young monarch, the officials below were cautious, fearful of inadvertently incurring his wrath. Even the renowned spider had to tread lightly. "Lord Varys," Liu Feng began, "I have come to King's Landing with a request for your assistance, as a mutual friend of Illyrio." Liu Feng spoke directly, inquiring about Varys' stance. Varys maintained his genial smile, and humbly replied, "Your Majesty, before I assist you, I would like to understand your purpose for coming to King's Landing." Indeed, Varys' demeanor was as rumored, humble and amiable toward all. This inquiry was precisely what Liu Feng had anticipated. Well aware of Varys' character, Liu Feng recalled the impressionable phrase, "I serve only the realm and the people." This was indeed the essence of Varys' existence, tirelessly advocating for the defenseless populace. Thus, Liu Feng knew what response Varys sought. With this in mind, Liu Feng replied, "I have two purposes for my visit. The first is to study the culture of Westeros. I hold the chivalric spirit in high regard. The second is to investigate the legends of the White Walkers, as I wish to witness firsthand the lands beyond the wall." Liu Feng's answers skirted any discussions of inter-kingdom conflicts, for he had no desire to engage in the War of the Five Kings at present. His aim was solely to quietly amass strength. Of course, Liu Feng's responses were appropriately measured for Varys, neither infringing upon his interests nor provoking any sense of danger. Thus, Varys consented to assist Liu Feng and inquired, aside from these matters, does His Majesty the Horse Lord harbor any other intentions? Liu Feng pondered for a moment and replied, I have also brought over 100 guards and a warship. I wish to exchange the warship for a commercial transport vessel to engage in the trade of grain. Varys was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the Horse Lord would venture into commerce. This marked the first instance in countless years that he had encountered a Horse Lord inclined towards trade, considering that the Dothraki's customs were akin to those of the Ironborn. The distinction lay in the fact that the Ironborn possessed intermittent ambition, engaging in petty thievery and preying upon the weak. In contrast, the Dothraki believed in the survival of the fittest. They would seize any opportunity for profit, unhesitatingly engaging in a struggle for dominance. Contemplating this, Varys cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, what sort of business do you intend to pursue? A tinge of fear gripped him, apprehensive that Liu Feng might propose a venture involving robbery. To his surprise, Liu Feng replied without hesitation, I plan to delve into the grain trade, which would not only sustain my guards, but also provide sustenance for the impoverished citizens of King's Landing. While Liu Feng's words bore the semblance of flattery, there was an underlying truth. He recalled that Tyrion's grain embargo would precipitate a severe famine in King's Landing. With Varys' assistance, he could amass a stockpile of grain, thereby profiting handsomely during a critical moment. Of course, Liu Feng had no desire for mere wealth. He intended to exchange this grain for far more valuable commodities. At this juncture, Varys grew unsettled, for he had always assumed the role of the underdog, catering to various factions. He had never leveraged his influence for his own advantage, leading to his hesitation. Liu Feng, determined not to afford Varys the chance to decline, promptly stated, I have already devised a plan en route. I will persuade the newly appointed Prime Minister of House Lannister, but I require your assistance in making an introduction. Observing Liu Feng's unwavering confidence, Varys refrained from further comment. Realizing Liu Feng might not have eaten, he promptly led him to a location reminiscent of a slum. Chapter 27. Manipulating Varys. The fare in the slum was far from palatable, consisting of coarse bread and simple vegetables. This was Liu Feng's inaugural experience with the meager sustenance of the common folk in the world of Game of Thrones, and he found it nearly inedible. In stark contrast to Liu Feng's disdain, Lannis and Malak savored their meals, indicating that, whether noble or foreign, the nature of food remained largely unchanged. Liu Feng consumed a mere morsel of bread before concluding his meal, suddenly comprehending Varys' rationale for bringing him here. For he had asserted the need to provide food for the destitute, yet he remained unaware of what the commoners actually consumed. Varys was not easily swayed. Despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, his gaze was keenly perceptive. Even Liu Feng, a seasoned assassin, could discern his underlying motives. In that moment, Liu Feng gained a renewed understanding of the rotund figure before him. This man had risen from the status of a vulnerable orphan to the position of spymaster, a feat not achieved by mere chance. Thus, Liu Feng contemplated further. Perhaps Varys had already established a network in Essos, or even had eyes close to Illyrio. It was conceivable that every move Liu Feng made in Westeros was already within the other's purview. This notion struck Liu Feng with trepidation. He had briefly considered eliminating Varys, for the latter's very presence instilled a sense of peril. Yet, he soon found solace in the thought that in the face of absolute power, all schemes appeared feeble. Among those who felt this powerlessness were Varys and Baelish, both masterful schemers. Although they had ascended to positions of influence through cunning, they wielded no armed force. Therefore, they were perpetually cautious, fearing that a single misstep could cost them their lives. Liu Feng mused that, given the current strength of King's Landing, his 100 blood-sworn guards could easily topple half of the city, as he knew that the combined forces of the defenders scarcely exceeded 2,000. While his blood-sworn were few in number, each was a formidable warrior. In light of this, Varys posed little threat to him. Nonetheless, Liu Feng recognized that while Varys may not be a direct threat, he was an invaluable ally. With this in mind, Liu Feng addressed Varys candidly, My Lord Varys, it seems you harbor doubts about my intentions? Varys, taken aback by Liu Feng's sudden inquiry, quickly recovered and tentatively replied, I remain unfamiliar with your majesty, yet I believe that we are aligned in our objectives. Liu Feng smiled in response. Realizing that Varys had indeed established a network in Essos and was well aware of his discussions with Illyrio. From Varys' demeanor, it was clear that he had categorized Liu Feng as a cunning individual. While cunning may not necessarily be a pejorative term, for Varys himself was equally shrewd. After all, during his conversations with Illyrio, Liu Feng had never revealed his ability to speak English. Yet, following a series of events, it was unsurprising that Varys's impression of him was less than favorable. At that moment, Liu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if his deception had been uncovered. However, Liu Feng possessed many virtues, one of which was an unyielding demeanor. Thus, he maintained his composure and said, "Indeed, we stand on the same side. However, I find myself beset by a greater number of adversaries than you." Varys's expression shifted to one of confusion as he queried, "Your Majesty, who are your enemies?" Liu Feng was aware that Varys had endured persecution from sorcerers in his youth, sacrificing his lineage, thus instilling in him a profound fear of magic. Liu Feng cautiously inquired, "My lord Varys, have you ever encountered magic?" Varys hesitated, his smile gradually fading as he replied, somewhat irately, "I have not, but I am aware that magic is the source of all evil." Liu Feng continued, "I have witnessed it, beyond the wall. I beheld a being with blue eyes commanding the dead to fight for him." Varys's expression turned to one of uncertainty. Though he understood Liu Feng's background was complex, he had not anticipated that Liu Feng had ventured north of the wall. He tentatively asked, "Are you referring to the fabled White Walkers?" Seeing that Varys was beginning to believe him, Liu Feng affirmed, "Indeed, I have encountered the White Walkers. They wield formidable ice magic and possess the mysterious ability to animate the deceased. Thus, my journey to Westeros is significantly motivated by my desire to confront the White Walkers beyond the wall." Varys's mind struggled to process this information. The White Walkers had been absent for a millennium, and he had never expected to hear tales of them from the mouth of a Dothraki horse lord. Regaining his composure, he inquired, "The White Walkers are a common enemy of humanity. How might I assist you, Your Majesty?" Liu Feng contemplated and then tentatively asked, "You should be aware of what I brought with me, correct?" This posed an open-ended question. If Varys responded with dragons, they could delve into discussions about dragons. If he mentioned obsidian, dragonglass, Liu Feng could sidestep the topic of dragons and instead discuss the crafting of weapons from obsidian. Indeed, Varys's pupils dilated as he exclaimed, "Dragons, great dragons!" As Liu Feng had anticipated, Varys's intelligence-gathering prowess was formidable. Acknowledging that Varys was aware of his connection to dragons, Liu Feng resolved to leverage this knowledge for his advantage. He feigned astonishment and remarked, "My lord Varys, your insights are truly remarkable." After a brief exclamation, Liu Feng continued, "Indeed, I have brought dragons with me, though they have yet to mature and are unable to combat the White Walkers. Therefore, I must remain in King's Landing for a while to craft weapons suitable for battling the White Walkers. This necessity for funds constitutes the primary reason for my foray into commerce." Varys has yet to fully place his trust in Liu Feng. Yet he is now more than halfway convinced. Thus, he assented, "I shall introduce you to Prime Minister Tyrion, but it must wait until tomorrow." Observing that Varys's tone bore no hint of deceit, Liu Feng refrained from further remarks. Instead, he pinched off a small piece of gold from his pocket and handed it to the proprietor of Slum Household, saying, "This is for your meals." The slum owner did not refuse, as those clinging to the precipice of survival do not engage in niceties. They seize any morsel of value. Varys regarded Liu Feng's actions with satisfaction, for he had long analyzed that among those capable of ascending to the Iron Throne, Liu Feng was indeed one. Such a compassionate ruler was a quality he greatly admired. After bidding farewell to Varys, Liu Feng procured a considerable amount of black bread and roasted meat, as the provisions aboard the ship were dwindling, necessitating some resupply. Ultimately, Liu Feng, after much contemplation, returned to the warship with the supplies, concerned that Vagor might wander off in his prolonged absence. Should this be discovered by others, it would not bode well. Upon returning to the warship, Liu Feng began to impart knowledge to the Bloodsworn, despite their inability to speak English. Certain essential information was nonetheless imperative. Chapter 28. The Bearer of Ancient Forging Techniques. The following day, Liu Feng arrived at the port at dawn. He awaited the little birds to convey messages to him, though he held little hope that Tyrion would meet him in the morning. His early arrival was primarily motivated by a desire to locate a blacksmith shop himself, for the forging of Valyrian steel is not a craft possessed by all. Moreover, he wished to avoid revealing his prior visit to the Valyrian ruins, as this city harbored an abundance of formidable individuals. Even the slightest misstep could unveil many hidden cards. Numerous blacksmiths were situated in the port area, as the primary clientele consisted not only of the regular army in need of arms, but also the guards of merchants. Soon, Liu Feng traversed several blacksmith shops, but to his dismay, the weapons produced appeared rather crude. This indicated that they were not what he sought. Just as Liu Feng began to despair of finding anything worthwhile, His peripheral vision caught sight of a secluded shop. Though sizable, the blacksmith's establishment had few, if any, patrons, despite its lackluster business. The display walls were adorned with an array of finely crafted weaponry, piquing Liu Feng's interest as he stepped inside. Upon entering, he was approached by a robust, elderly man with grizzled hair. An overpowering scent of alcohol wafted from him, prompting Liu Feng to instinctively cover his nose. However, this action seemed to offend the elder, whose furrowed brow deepened into a deep crease as he glared at Liu Feng and inquired, "Young man, are you here to purchase weapons?" Liu Feng instinctively nodded, but just as he was about to respond, the elder impatiently interjected, "Are you a knight?" This question abruptly halted Liu Feng's thoughts, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Did one need a specific status to buy weapons? While Liu Feng did not comprehend the necessity, he refrained from answering hastily. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I am not here to buy weapons. I possess a fine material that requires forging. May I inquire if you are the proprietor of this establishment?" The elder had not anticipated this response, but upon hearing of Liu Feng's precious material, his interest was piqued. "I am the owner. What is your material? I hope you are not among the many fools who bring me stones for amusement, or else I shall break your head open," he retorted. Liu Feng, sensing the elder's interest had been stirred, recognized that his request for weapon forging might bear fruit. Although he was uncertain if the man possessed the skill to smelt Valyrian steel, suddenly an idea struck him. He still had a peculiar meteorite, the nature of which he had yet to ascertain, and perhaps the elder could identify it. Resolute in his decision, Liu Feng stated, "I possess a meteorite, crimson all over and perpetually radiating heat. Do you know what material this is?" Upon hearing Liu Feng's description, the elder fell into contemplation, but soon erupted in fury. "You jest, boy. What material in the world possesses such qualities?" Realizing the elder's anger was escalating, Liu Feng understood the man likely did not recognize the meteorite's material and decided to abandon that line of inquiry. "You mean noyist, since you do not recognize it. Are you familiar with Valyrian steel?" The moment the elder heard the words Valyrian steel, his eyes widened. He excitedly grasped Liu Feng's arm, his expression fervent as he exclaimed, "You possess Valyrian steel?" Liu Feng was taken aback by the elder's reaction, yet he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Indeed, can you forge weapons from it?" The elder, upon receiving this affirmation, appeared incredulous. After all, among the 7 kingdoms, fewer than 10 weapons had ever been forged from Valyrian steel. How could such a treasure reside in the hands of a young man? Thus, the elder puffed up his cheeks and glared at Liu Feng. "Boy, have you not heard of my esteemed name, Old Raff? Know this, those who deceive me shall face the wrath of Raff's hammer." With that, the elder made a gesture as if to smash a watermelon with a hammer. Liu Feng found the elderly man somewhat endearing, but he knew business must come first. He promptly produced a piece of Valyrian steel, stating, "Is this what you speak of?" Upon seeing the sizable metal slab Liu Feng presented, Raff snatched it eagerly, his demeanor shifting to one of determination. As he noticed the intricate dragon patterns etched upon it, he exclaimed in excitement, "This is indeed real. By the 7, I can finally forge a legendary weapon." Liu Feng was somewhat bemused by Raff's exuberance, yet he remained unaware of the true value of a legendary weapon. Each weapon forged from Valyrian steel is deemed a family heirloom, for not only is Valyrian steel of the utmost quality, but its rarity is unparalleled. Moreover, the artisan who creates such a weapon will become immortalized alongside it. Recognizing Raff's reverence for Valyrian steel, Liu Feng inquired, "Master Raff, are you certain you can forge this steel into a sharp weapon?" Raff, a man known for his fiery temper, immediately retorted, "Are you questioning the prowess of the heir to ancient forging techniques, the greatest master of craftsmanship in the 7 kingdoms, Raff Dorel?" Although Liu Feng harbored doubts regarding the man's claims of being the greatest, Raff's fervent declarations suggested he would likely succeed. Thus, under Raff's astonished gaze, Liu Feng produced 2 larger pieces of Valyrian steel, stating, "I have 2 more. Could you forge 1 large weapon and 1 small? I shall pay upon retrieving the finished arms." With that, Liu Feng requested 2 sheets of paper and sketched the designs for a delicate dagger and a long spear. After examining Liu Feng's drawings against the 3 pieces of Valyrian steel, Raff assured him there would be no issue and instructed Liu Feng to return in a week to collect his order. Pleased with this outcome, Liu Feng, upon departing, instructed Malik to keep an eye on the blacksmith, for while Raff did not appear to be a malefactor, one could never be certain of the fickleness of the human heart. After leaving the blacksmith shop, it was already midday. Liu Feng strolled with Lannis for a while before being approached by a filthy little boy who seized his attention. Liu Feng instantly recognized him as a messenger from Varys. However, before Liu Feng could utter a word, The boy thrust a note into his hand and scurried away. Liu Feng was not surprised by this turn of events. He casually unfolded the note and began to read. Chapter 29. I am, in truth, a prophet. The contents of the note matched Liu Feng's expectations. Tyrion had consented to meet him. The time was set for dinner, and the location was the residence of the commander of the city watch, Boron. Although the note did not specify where Boron resided, he had become one of the most talked-about figures in King's Landing. By virtue of his status as an ordinary mercenary, he had successfully triumphed in the trial by combat for Tyrion, escorting the diminutive yet cunning Tyrion safely to the Lannister stronghold, repeatedly saving him in moments of peril. This was indeed a significant favor, and Tyrion did not disappoint him. After all, Lannisters always pay their debts, and this was not mere rhetoric. As Tyrion ascended to the position of Hand of the King, Boron was elevated alongside him, becoming a man of considerable influence. Consequently, many were aware of Boron's residence. After several inquiries, Liu Feng finally located the exact address. Arriving at Boron's door, he knocked gently. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from within, followed by the emergence of a formidable-looking middle-aged man with piercing eyes. Upon seeing Liu Feng, he cautiously inquired, "Lord Cain?" Liu Feng nodded in affirmation, and the man, satisfied with his response, ushered Liu Feng inside, closing the door behind him. Upon entering, Liu Feng beheld the familiar bald figure of Varys, the diminutive Tyrion, who was perched atop a stool far too low for his stature, and several voluptuous and scantily clad courtesans. When Tyrion laid eyes on Liu Feng, his brow furrowed in surprise. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered someone quite like Liu Feng. While black-haired and brown-eyed individuals were not uncommon, Liu Feng possessed an aura of incongruity that was both striking and enigmatic. Tyrion's intense scrutiny made Liu Feng somewhat uneasy. Had he not known that Tyrion's lover was Shay, he might have suspected an unusual inclination in Tyrion's gaze. Realizing he had been somewhat impolite, Tyrion offered a slight apology. "Lord Cain, I hear from Lord Varys that you wish to discuss a business proposition, though I cannot fathom what you might offer me." Liu Feng was not taken aback by Tyrion's words. After all, as Hand of the King, he lacked neither wealth nor power. However, Liu Feng was acutely aware of several critical weaknesses he possessed, weaknesses that could prove fatal in the eyes of Tyrion. Thus, he donned a mysterious smile and replied, "My lord, in addition to being a merchant, I hold another title." This statement nearly caused Varys to lose his composure. Should Tyrion discover Liu Feng's true identity, Varys, as the introducer, would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, Varys managed to maintain his composure, though his tension was palpable yet unnoticed by others. Tyrion, clearly intrigued by Liu Feng's other identity, leaned forward with curiosity. "Oh, what other identity do you possess?" Liu Feng fixed his gaze upon Tyrion, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "In truth, I'm also a prophet, endowed with the ability to foresee both the future and the past." At this proclamation, Tyrion burst into laughter, and even Boron, who had just settled back into his seat, joined in. Only Varys, who had just relaxed his previously tense demeanor, refrained from laughter. For even he had moments he could not control his expressions. As the laughter subsided, Liu Feng seized the moment to continue. "Just moments ago, I prophesied that you, my lord, would fall in love with a courtesan." Tyrion's laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression turned stoic as he replied, "Anyone who knows me understands that I love each and every courtesan." To emphasize his point, Tyrion turned to a nearby courtesan and asked, "Do I love you?" The courtesan, ever compliant, leaned in and kissed him, exclaiming, "Of course, I feel your passion burning like fire." With her words, laughter erupted once more in the room. While Liu Feng was not surprised by the outcome, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Thus, he approached Tyrion, pushed aside the courtesan beside him, and leaned in close to whisper in Tyrion's ear, "Would you care to know the fate that awaits you and Shay?" Before Boron could react, Tyrion shot up, his eyes locked onto Liu Feng, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Liu Feng chuckled heartily. "My lord, I believe it would be prudent for us to converse privately." Upon hearing this, Boron stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Tyrion, warning, "Lord Cain, I advise against any rash movements, as it may provoke the displeasure of my sword." Liu Feng held a favorable impression of Boron, although he was cautious in his actions. He exhibited a strong sense of justice in moments of life and death. However, Liu Feng would grant no one leniency when it came to his own interests. He stated plainly, "Lord Boron, I harbor no intentions of offending the Hand of the King. I am merely stating a fact. Moreover, should I choose to act, you would merely be a corpse that takes a tad longer to grow cold." Liu Feng's words were not mere bravado. his strength had surpassed that of Drogo Call. And while Boron was no weakling, he paled in comparison. Liu Feng was confident that he could dispatch him in an instant. Boron was not pleased by this assertion. Yet being a cautious man, he refrained from acting impulsively and instead sought to assess Liu Feng's vulnerabilities. At that moment, Tyrion intervened, halting Boron's advance and fixing his gaze on Liu Feng. "I too wish to speak with you privately." With Tyrion's declaration, Boron relinquished his stance, as he preferred restraint over conflict. Tyrion then proceeded into an adjoining room. Observing this, Liu Feng instructed Lannis to wait outside before following Tyrion inside. This chamber appeared to be Boron's master bedroom, and as Liu Feng entered, he could still detect the lingering scent of perfume, suggesting that recent illicit pleasures had transpired within these walls. Tyrion strode purposefully to the far end of the room, where he selected a grand chair and struggled to settle into it. Noticing Liu Feng remained standing, he gestured to a chair nearby. "Lord Cain, what business do you wish to discuss with me?" Tyrion clearly believed Liu Feng's words, for even if he had doubts, he recognized that Liu Feng had seized upon his vulnerabilities. Thus, he sought to stabilize the conversation and inquired about Liu Feng's intentions. Liu Feng fell into contemplation, realizing that merely engaging in a grain trade seemed an underwhelming endeavor. Instead, he seized this opportunity to pursue a broader agenda. "I come with two purposes. The first is to engage in the grain trade, and the second is to forge dragonglass weapons and mounts. I foresee the emergence of the White Walkers north of the wall, and I intend to gather all available forces beyond the wall." Tyrion was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed Liu Feng would leverage Shay as a bargaining chip for some unsavory dealings. He never anticipated Liu Feng's request would be of such gravity. At that moment, Tyrion found himself uncertain whether to trust Liu Feng's claim of being a prophet, and thus he asked, "All of this is manageable, but you must reveal to me some prophetic outcomes." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng felt a surge of excitement and cheekily replied, "Whose prophecy would you like to know?" Chapter 30. The Assassination of Renly. A great war approaches. As Liu Feng posed his question regarding whose prophecy Tyrion wished to uncover, Tyrion's heart skipped a beat. Being entrenched within the nobility, he could discern the lies of most individuals. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the seriousness etched upon Liu Feng's face, which instilled within him a foreboding sense, as if his fate had been laid bare before another. After a moment of contemplation, Tyrion posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind. "How long can I serve as Hand of the King?" Liu Feng had not anticipated that Tyrion would pose such a question. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "Which king are you referring to?" Tyrion, astute as ever, immediately grasped the crux of the matter and, with a hint of excitement, asked, "How many kings are there to choose from?" Liu Feng reflected briefly before responding. "That is no longer a question, my Lord Prime Minister." Tyrion, increasingly convinced by Liu Feng's words, felt a surge of urgency as he sensed Liu Feng's reluctance to divulge further details about his prophecy. Realizing that Liu Feng sought his assistance, he declared, "I can promise to aid you, but you must answer my question." Liu Feng, aware of the potential complications that could arise from revealing too much, replied, "My Lord Prime Minister, my prophecy contains too much and could lead to significant troubles. Thus, I can only answer you one more question." After a prolonged contemplation, Tyrion gazed into Liu Feng's eyes and asked, "Will I inherit the title of House Lannister?" Liu Feng regarded Tyrion intently before stating, "You will inherit all that belongs to House Lannister, even surpassing your father, but all this shall come to pass only after your father's demise." Liu Feng uttered this statement as a gamble, uncertain of the current state of affairs between Tyrion and Tywin, as their relationship had not yet reached the point of irrevocable animosity. To Liu Feng's surprise, Tyrion displayed little outward reaction to his words. He managed a strained smile and expressed, "Thank you very much, Your Grace, the Prophet. I shall fulfill my promise and do my utmost to assist you." Liu Feng exhaled in relief, yet he perceived a hint of expectation in Tyrion's demeanor, suggesting that his response had been anticipated. It seemed that this exceptionally clever Hand of the King had already discerned the truth. He likely understood that as long as Tywin lived, his talents would remain forever obscured. As Liu Feng and Tyrion exited the room with harmonious expressions, Varys and Podrick revealed a slight sense of relief on their faces. Upon leaving, Liu Feng exchanged a brief greeting with Varys before departing, recognizing that remaining any longer would be inappropriate given the implications of his earlier performance. After all, even the astute Tyrion had placed faith in Liu Feng's words. If Liu Feng possessed no genuine prowess, they would have been entirely skeptical. Thus, being in the company of someone who had seen through him was profoundly uncomfortable. When Liu Feng emerged from Podrick's abode, the night had deepened. The shops lining the streets had mostly closed, and he abandoned the thought of procuring food. He approached the Forge of Wrath, hoisting the drowsy Malik, and rowed back to the warship secreted away. Meanwhile, across the Blackwater River, in the Stormlands, the formidable Renly Baratheon, commanding an army of 100,000, had just forged an alliance with Catelyn Stark, the mother of the great wolf Robb Stark. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Renly, and before anyone could react, a blade ended Renly's life. Brienne of Tarth, who had just been elevated to Renly's Rainbow Guard, stood frozen, watching as the light in Renly's eyes gradually extinguished before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In that moment, Brienne rushed forward to embrace Renly's body, and upon realizing he was irrevocably gone, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. The commotion soon alerted the guards, but as they entered the tent, they stumbled upon Renly's lifeless form cradled in Brienne's arms. Momentarily taken aback, they assumed Brienne had slain Renly and immediately brandished their weapons against her. Consumed by rage, Brienne, upon seeing the threat, unleashed her fury. In mere moments, she dispatched 3 soldiers with ease. However, after neutralizing the guards, Brienne found herself in a precarious position, for the shadow that had taken Renly's life had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Now, having slain the guards, she knew there was no absolution to be found. Fortunately, Catelyn, having regained her composure, recognized Brienne's plight. A woman of great compassion, she perceived that Brienne would be left to languish in despair if she remained. Thus, she swiftly approached and, half-dragging, led Brienne away. With the death of Renly, the alliance between Storm's End and Highgarden was shattered. Highgarden's forces would return to their lands, and at that moment, Stannis Baratheon would once again mobilize the vassals of Storm's End. 7 days later, with the assistance of Varys and Tyrion, Liu Feng had successfully forged over 100 dragonglass weapons. The warship had been replaced by 3 slightly smaller transport vessels. Moreover, today marked the day Raf was to make his delivery. Liu Feng arrived at Raf's forge early, though Raf had yet to rise. By this time, Liu Feng had already received news of Renly's demise. He understood that it would not be long before Stannis gathered his entire army. When that time came, King's Landing would face its gravest peril. Thus, Liu Feng was determined to depart swiftly. He aimed to transport food back before Stannis' forces laid siege to the capital. It was for this reason that Liu Feng, upon arriving at the forge, eagerly rapped upon Raf's door. As the incessant noise continued, Raf, clearly perturbed, grumbled as he emerged. Upon seeing Liu Feng, his initially scowling expression softened somewhat, and he grumbled, "My lord, you are quite the energetic young man." Liu Feng disregarded the unnecessary remarks and directly inquired, "Master Raf, have you completed the weapons I requested?" At the mention of weapons, Raf's face illuminated with pride as he replied, "They have been forged long ago. I shall retrieve them at once." With that, Raf hurried toward the storeroom at the end of the shop. Despite his age, Raf was still sprightly, and before long, he emerged carrying 2 boxes. The larger box towered over him, clearly containing the ancient firearm Liu Feng desired, while the smaller box, exquisitely crafted, appeared no larger than a human head, suggesting that the dagger within would not exceed that length. Liu Feng, ever the impatient one, immediately placed the smaller box before him and eagerly opened the lid. Chapter 31, Dragon Lance, Shattering the Army, Blade of the Dragon's Tooth. As the box opened, Liu Feng beheld a delicately designed dagger nestled within. The blade measured 20 centimeters, gleaming silver with black dragon motifs, both aesthetically pleasing and imbued with a chill. The hilt, roughly 10 centimeters long, was covered in a layer of red copper, encasing the Valyrian steel beneath. The grip was adorned with a layer of unknown black beast hide, which felt substantial to the touch. At the base of the hilt, a small dragon's head was intricately carved, lending the dagger an air of beauty intertwined with a hint of majesty. Testing the dagger's balance with a few motions, Liu Feng found it exceptionally comfortable to wield. He thus turned to Raf and remarked, "Master Raf's craftsmanship is indeed exceptional. This dagger exceeds all my expectations. I have truly found the right artisan." In response to Liu Feng's praise, Raf's expression swelled with pride as he chuckled. "I am pleased you are satisfied. However, I took the liberty of inscribing my name on the corner of the dagger. I hope, my lord, that you do not mind." At this, Liu Feng's expression stiffened momentarily, reflecting that wisdom comes with age. Yet, he bore no disdain for this act, understanding that it is only natural for a craftsman to mark their finest work. Since old Raf had this aspiration, Liu Feng saw no harm in indulging him. After all, the weapon's wielder would still be himself. Should the weapon attain renown, it would be through Liu Feng's deeds that it would achieve such glory. Thus, with great generosity, Liu Feng declared, "Master Raf, You have forged these two weapons for me, and I have a small request. I certainly wouldn't mind a slight favor, but regarding the costs of forging. Before Liu Feng could finish his sentence, Raph waved his hand dismissively, stating there is no need for payment. As long as these two weapons can shine with their rightful brilliance, I shall be utterly content. Liu Feng was taken aback by Master Raph's generosity. After laboring for 7 days, he did not charge a single coin. This left even Liu Feng, known for his bold demeanor, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, his discomfort was quickly overshadowed as he prepared to inspect another weapon. The long spear, entirely enveloped in a silvery hue, featured a grip that was intricately compressed, revealing a multitude of patterns reminiscent of dragon scales. It appeared both aesthetically pleasing and enigmatic, exuding a substantial sense of quality. This design was inspired by the lance of the Prince of Demacia from the online game League of Legends. The blade of this weapon was long and wide, occupying nearly half the length of the spear. The end of the shaft was crafted into a sharp point, capable of piercing an enemy's body with ease at a crucial moment. Liu Feng gazed upon the two weapons with satisfaction, beginning to ponder their names. After some contemplation, he named the spear Dragon Spear of Destruction and the dagger Dragon's Tooth. Stowing the two weapons away, Liu Feng remarked, "Next time, I shall bring that meteorite, which is entirely crimson, radiating intense heat yet remarkably hard. Master Raph, you must assist me in studying it." Upon hearing this, Raph was taken aback. He had assumed Liu Feng was merely speaking whimsically and had never anticipated that Liu Feng truly possessed such a wondrous material. A spark of curiosity ignited in his eyes. As a master craftsman, his obsession with materials was beyond measure. Noticing Raph's intrigue, Liu Feng smiled lightly and said, "I am preparing to set sail shortly, and upon my return, I shall bring that meteorite to seek your expertise." Raph, filled with assurance, patted his chest, promising to thoroughly investigate the structure of the extraordinary meteorite. Liu Feng departed from Raph feeling content, subsequently seeking out a bakery to purchase a substantial quantity of black bread, before setting off with 3 transport ships. Liu Feng's destination this time was the Harvest Hall, located in the Stormlands, the territory of House Tarly, which boasted the largest farm across the 7 kingdoms. The Tarly family had produced the formidable captain of the Kingsguard, Barristan Selmy, a knight of unparalleled strength. However, the current head of House Tarly was Count Astor Tarly, who maintained a low profile within the 7 kingdoms, lacking any notable achievements. His most recent venture involved being summoned by Renly Baratheon to join his forces. Yet, this mobilization was short-lived, as Renly soon met his demise at the hands of Melisandre as Shadow. Many vassals loyal to Renly, including Count Astor, returned to their respective domains. The Harvest Hall was situated in Dorne, at the confluence of the Reach and the Stormlands, encompassing a vast expanse of plains. Prior to his departure, Liu Feng exchanged his remaining 3 gold bricks for small change through Tyrion's assistance. He then set sail from Blackwater Bay, traversing the wide Blueburn River through the Kingswood, ultimately reaching the domain of the Harvest Hall. The Tarly family crest depicted 3 golden ears of wheat, embodying the traditions of the Harvest Hall. They possessed advanced agricultural techniques and enjoyed a uniquely advantageous geographical setting, consistently yielding the highest grain production in the 7 kingdoms each year. This ensured that the inhabitants of the Harvest Hall, both commoners and nobles alike, never had to worry about food shortages. Upon arriving at the Harvest Hall, Liu Feng was immediately reminded of the tidal land of abundance often bestowed upon the Sichuan region, which aptly applied to the Harvest Hall as well. Without delay, Liu Feng, accompanied by 100 Blood Alliance guards, made his way to the main city, Harvest Castle. The population there was sparse, primarily consisting of members of House Tarly. As a family primarily engaged in agriculture, their military presence was limited, and the sudden appearance of Liu Feng's 100 guards caused quite a stir among the Tarly clan. Fortunately, the guards' light armor bore the sigil of House Baratheon, which, while startling, did not lead the Tarlys to perceive Liu Feng and his men as foes. Astor Tarly, the lord of Harvest Castle, promptly emerged from the fortress. With brown hair, pale blue eyes, and a neatly trimmed beard, he presented the image of a meticulous and stern middle-aged man. Upon spotting Liu Feng, who had black hair and eyes, he visibly relaxed. After all, throughout the realm, only House Baratheon possessed such a dominant genetic trait among its members. With a sigh of relief, Astor called out to Liu Feng, "Pray tell, are you of House Baratheon? What brings you to Harvest Castle?" Liu Feng replied without hesitation, "Count Astor, I am called Cain, a friend of His Majesty Stannis. I have come to procure a substantial quantity of grain." Astor, being cautious, did not immediately place his trust in Liu Feng, but inquired about the intended use of the grain. Liu Feng, employing his persuasive talents, proclaimed himself a devout follower of the 7, expressing his intent to use his wealth to alleviate the suffering caused by famine across the land. To demonstrate his sincerity, he instructed his Blood Alliance guards to step back 100 paces, opting to enter the castle alone to negotiate with Aster. Aster's guard lessened considerably after witnessing Liu Feng's gesture, and he agreed to the arrangement. Chapter 32. The Source of Dragon Fire. At this juncture, 2 months had elapsed since Liu Feng set off to procure grain from the harvest hall. Due to multiple armies engaged in conflict, the grain supplies in King's Landing were being extensively diverted to the battlefields of Lannister and Robb Stark. The common folk of King's Landing began to face severe shortages, and the populace voiced their grievances regarding the royal family's inaction. Although Tyrion was an astute hand of the king, the dual pressures from King Joffrey and Cersei rendered him unable to manage other affairs. His primary focus had shifted to rooting out spies placed by Cersei during the council meetings, primarily for the safety of his niece, whom he cherished. Thus, Tyrion devised a canary trap, discussing a potential political marriage for Princess Myrcella with the Grand Maester Pycelle, Varys, and Boros Baratheon, albeit presenting each of them with different suitors. This stratagem was intended to expose Cersei's spy embedded within the council. As predicted, the following day, Cersei stormed into Tyrion's chambers, accusing him of sacrificing her daughter for Dorne's support. Tyrion, having already informed Pycelle about Myrcella's intended betrothal to the Dornish prince, successfully identified Cersei's spy. However, Tyrion's discussions regarding the marriage were not mere talk. He had received word that Stannis' forces had nearly completed their assembly and would soon march upon King's Landing. His confidence in the war's outcome was low, prompting him to consider sending the beloved child away. Simultaneously, Tyrion received crucial intelligence regarding the vast stockpile of wildfire hidden beneath the Red Keep. This perilous substance was notoriously difficult to extinguish once ignited and could even burn atop water. The sorcerers of King's Landing had been tirelessly producing wildfire recently, as Cersei harbored a reckless plan to use it to incinerate Stannis' fleet. Should that fail to secure victory, she intended to ignite all the wildfire in King's Landing, even if it meant reducing the city to ashes. This was a mad scheme, yet it instilled within Tyrion a semblance of confidence to resist Stannis' army. On the day of Princess Myrcella's departure to Dorne, all members of the royal family gathered at the port to bid her farewell. On this very day, Liu Feng also returned to King's Landing from the harvest hall. His negotiations with Aster had yielded remarkable success, and, through a series of clever deceptions, Liu Feng had ultimately gained Aster's trust, successfully acquiring 3 ships brimming with grain at an astonishingly low price. Liu Feng found himself reveling in a bargain that was half of what he had initially anticipated. Upon returning to the port, he coincidentally arrived just after Messira's departure. The royal members, who had come to bid farewell, had yet to leave, and it was amidst the crowd that Tyrion unexpectedly spotted Liu Feng, stirring a sudden intrigue within him. His faith in Liu Feng's prophecies had begun to solidify, and now he was preoccupied with the impending war. Upon seeing Liu Feng, he felt compelled to consult him about the outcome of this looming conflict. However, he refrained from rushing to Liu Feng, opting instead to seek him out alone. On his way back, the royal members encountered the famished and disgruntled commoners, whose discontent had erupted into riots due to Joffrey's tyrannical rule. This incident further solidified Tyrion's resolve to meet Liu Feng, as he urgently required provisions to pacify the starving populace. Unbeknownst to Liu Feng, he immediately sought out Varys upon his return to King's Landing, informing him of his successful grain acquisition and requesting assistance in contacting Tyrion. His next step was to locate Old Raff. Due to the immense meteorite radiating heat, Liu Feng had no choice but to place it upon Vagarel. Prepared for this moment, he had personally brought it along. Raff was elated upon seeing Liu Feng, as he had been diligently researching the artifact for the past 2 months. Just recently, he had finally uncovered its nature. As soon as Liu Feng arrived, Raff eagerly urged him to reveal the meteorite. His eyes shimmered with obsession, reverence, and disbelief. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. "My Lord Cain, I have discovered information regarding this meteorite." Liu Feng's heart leapt with joy. His curiosity about the meteorite had been unwavering, yet its true essence eluded him. If old Raff could provide clarity, it would be a fortunate turn of events. He promptly inquired, "Master Raff, what exactly is this substance? Can it be forged into an even more formidable weapon?" After a moment of contemplation, Raff replied, "Legend has it that many years ago, a creature known as the White Walker emerged in the northernmost reaches of the continent. With its icy blue eyes, ghostly pale skin, and formidable ice magic, it possessed the terrifying ability to animate the dead for battle." As he recounted this dark chapter, A look of horror flickered in his eyes as he continued. It was a bleak era, with a century-long winter and a protracted war between the ancients and the White Walkers. Though Liu Feng understood that the outcome of this war must have been victorious, he remained curious. Is this meteorite connected to the White Walkers? Unperturbed by Liu Feng's interruption, Raph continued with his tale. Ultimately, after a century of relentless conflict, the White Walkers had gained the upper hand. Just as humanity appeared poised for defeat, a legion of dragon riders descended from the skies, their strength formidable, launching a counterattack against the White Walkers. The flames of the dragons rained down like divine fire, obliterating wave after wave of the undead until the elite of the White Walkers emerged. The flames proved ineffective against them, and they could even slay ordinary dragons, plunging humanity back into despair until a meteorite fell from the heavens, reversing the tide of battle once more. Initially, the people did not comprehend the meteorite's properties. They recognized only its remarkable hardness and the intense heat it radiated. They utilized it to kindle fires to fend off the White Walkers. It was only by chance that the largest dragon consumed the meteorite as food. Following this event, the dragon's flames underwent a transformation, capable of incinerating the elite White Walkers. This change reignited humanity's hope, and eventually, the White Walkers retreated in defeat. The ultimate victory belonged to humanity, leading to the construction of the indomitable wall in the north. From that point on, the White Walkers vanished, along with the dragon riders, and although such meteorites have not been found since, the one that fell was named the source of dragonfire. Upon learning this, Liu Feng finally grasped the significance of the meteorite. He contemplated whether Vagril would breathe fire after consuming it, pondering its potential effects. After fulfilling his objectives, old Raph hesitated to return the meteorite, expressing a desire to attempt forging it into a weapon. After much deliberation, Liu Feng acquiesced, knowing that Raph would likely be unable to manipulate the meteorite effectively. Even if something were forged, he reasoned, a chunk the size of a human head would hardly impede a dragon's appetite. Chapter 33. The Second Transaction with Tyrion. After departing from old Raph, night had fallen. No sooner had he stepped outside than a child approached Liu Feng. It was evident this was one of Varys's little birds. Sure enough, the child handed Liu Feng a note before scurrying away. Unfolding the note revealed a message from Tyrion, requesting a meeting. How the tides had turned. In just their second encounter, the esteemed hand of the king was seeking Liu Feng's assistance. Liu Feng smiled faintly, accompanied by Malik and Lannis, as they made their way to Boron's residence. Indeed, this time the gathering was once again at Boron's home, which had evidently become Tyrion's de facto conference room. Having familiarized himself with the route, Liu Feng swiftly arrived outside Boron's villa. The butler had been awaiting his arrival and promptly notified Boron upon seeing Liu Feng. Soon, the diminutive Tyrion and the robust captain of the city watch emerged, clad in light armor. With a pressing request at hand, Tyrion was exceptionally gracious, not only greeting Liu Feng personally, but also arranging an extravagant feast. Liu Feng's gaze swept over the lavish spread, spotting an array of exquisite delicacies that brought a smile to his face. He was quite pleased with the banquet, for since arriving in this world, aside from enjoying roasted meats and fish, he had not savored many gourmet dishes. Even during his time with Illyrio, the host had assumed Liu Feng was solely fond of roasted fare, failing to offer any culinary specialties. Malik and Lannis, too, were fortunate, having come from resource-poor Dragonstone and the Dothraki lands, respectively, and thus had little opportunity for indulgence. Accompanying Liu Feng today, they relished their first experience of a sumptuous feast. Given the extensive topics to discuss, Tyrion had thoughtfully prepared fine red wine. Liu Feng, of course, would not decline the exquisite vintage, as such fine wine was a rarity. Seeing Liu Feng's delight, Tyrion raised his glass, exclaiming, "A toast to Lord Cain for his bountiful return." With that, Tyrion beamed as he clinked glasses with Liu Feng. The others, not to be outdone, raised their glasses and joined in the revelry. Liu Feng, not allowing Tyrion's request to engender any arrogance, took the opportunity to commend Tyrion's assistance after the second round of drinks. After several toasts, Tyrion cautiously ventured, "My Lord Cain, King S Landing is currently suffering from famine, and your delivered grain has been a tremendous boon." Liu Feng responded with a smile, "It is my honor to assist the hand of the king. However, I would like to inquire what I might receive in return." At Liu Feng's inquiry, Tyrion narrowed his eyes and replied, "Gold, power, and beautiful women. Anything you desire, Lord Cain, is yours." Yet, these were not Liu Feng's aspirations. He understood that while the royal treasury could still afford the current price of the grain, it was highly unlikely they would permit such expenditures, given the exorbitant military cost that left no funds available for the common folk as sustenance. With a faint smile, Liu Feng remarked, "I have faith in your character, my esteemed Prime Minister. Yet I suspect that the king or queen may not be inclined to purchase this batch of grain, as they are not lacking in sustenance." Upon hearing this, Tyrion's expression stiffened. It seemed he had momentarily forgotten Liu Feng's status, attempting to deceive a prophetic figure, a rather unrealistic endeavor. Nevertheless, Tyrion did not relent. He sensed that the royal family was gradually losing the favor of the people, which could pose a significant threat. He reiterated in the Lannister family tongue, "Your Grace, while I currently lack the funds to meet your demands, you must understand that a Lannister always pays his debts. Once my father deals with Robb, the payment shall be doubled." Liu Feng recognized that it was time to reveal his needs. Otherwise, no amount of pondering would lead Tyrion to discern what he required. Thus, with a smile, Liu Feng shook his head, saying, "I am primarily interested in immediate benefits, such as the wildfire you wish to utilize against Stannis." Tyrion's eyes widened in astonishment upon this revelation, as he began to trust Liu Feng's capabilities even more, albeit with an undercurrent of fear. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Tyrion composed himself and replied earnestly, "That is not feasible. I need it to maintain our position." Naturally, Liu Feng would not be foolish enough to trade grain for wildfire. The transaction was simply not advantageous, regardless of its feasibility. His thoughts did not dwell on the wildfire itself. Therefore, Liu Feng, smiling, addressed Tyrion, "My esteemed Prime Minister, you must have heard that White Walkers have been sighted beyond the wall. I require wildfire to fend them off, yet I do not seek the wildfire itself. What I truly need is a sorcerer skilled in its refinement." Noticing Tyrion's hesitation, Liu Feng continued, "I do not require the entirety. Moreover, after King's Landing engages Stannis in battle, the necessity for wildfire will diminish." After contemplating this, Tyrion again pulled Liu Feng aside, stating, "I can acquiesce to your request, but you must prophesy once more." Without hesitation, Liu Feng agreed, as the veracity of his prophecies depended on his mood. Seeing Liu Feng's agreement, Tyrion inquired, "Will I triumph over Stannis' army?" Liu Feng pondered briefly before responding, "Wildfire will greatly assist you. King's Landing will not fall to Stannis." Upon hearing this, a look of relief gradually spread across Tyrion's face, yet he soon voiced his confusion. "Why do you not aid Stannis? His chances of victory would be greater." Liu Feng replied solemnly, "A king who employs dark sorcery is not worthy of support. Besides, I do not wish to witness King's Landing engulfed in wildfire." At this moment, Tyrion fully comprehended Liu Feng's abilities. Such intelligence would not be disclosed by Cersei or anyone else, as it pertained to their very lives. Yet Liu Feng appeared to possess an uncanny awareness of everything, further solidifying Tyrion's belief in his prophetic identity. After a moment of shock, Tyrion sighed. "How many sorcerers do you require?" After a moment's reflection, Liu Feng replied, 15. Tyrion immediately interjected, "The sorcerers all heed Cersei's commands. I cannot persuade 15 to accompany you." Liu Feng merely intended to suggest the number. His threshold was to secure 1 or 2 sorcerers, yet he could not articulate this, as he sought to barter for other necessities. Thus, Liu Feng stated, "I will soon journey to the wall. If 15 sorcerers are unattainable, then I will settle for 10, with the remainder compensated by 100 warhorses." Tyrion's brow furrowed even tighter. Warhorses were currently in short supply, and procuring 100 would require a significant expenditure. Ultimately, he could only negotiate, "I can offer you 5 sorcerers, 50 warhorses, and 10 carts. That is my utmost limit." Liu Feng ultimately accepted this arrangement, although he insisted on retaining some grain. After finalizing the agreement with Tyrion, he enjoyed a delightful banquet before departing with Malik and Lannis. However, Liu Feng did not return home, for he had a pressing matter to attend to that night. Chapter 34. A Night in the Royal Palace. Liu Feng resolved to venture to the Red Keep that evening. After ensuring the somewhat inebriated Lannis and Malik were settled, he swiftly donned a mask resembling the visage of a member of the Brotherhood without banners. With his agility significantly enhanced, Liu Feng, like a specter, slipped into the Red Keep under the cover of night. The Red Keep remained brightly lit, yet this did not deter Liu Feng. He concealed himself behind an unoccupied flower bed, patiently awaiting the arrival of a night watchman. When a guard passed, he deliberately created a disturbance, and, as the guard approached to investigate, Liu Feng struck swiftly, dispatching him in an instant. In that moment of execution, the Faceless man's skill activated, allowing Liu Feng to gather the guard's identity while acquiring some swordsmanship points. Afterward, Liu Feng donned the guard's attire, seamlessly integrating himself into the night patrol. His objective for the night was to liberate Sansa from the palace. The rationale behind this endeavor was twofold. Liu Feng did not wish for Sansa to evolve into a scheming queen of the North. Instead, he preferred to see Robb survive and ascend as the new ruler of the North. To facilitate Robb's potential retreat, Liu Feng needed to escort one of House Stark's daughters out. The most viable method to convince Robb to withdraw was to bring Sansa back. After all, Arya had already escaped. If Sansa were also liberated, the Lannisters would be devoid of Stark hostages. However, Liu Feng's actions would trigger a cascade of repercussions, such as whether Peter Baelish would still proceed to the Eyrie and how the Tyrells would poison Joffrey. Yet, these were not concerns for Liu Feng, as his primary focus was the looming threat of the White Walkers in the north. Liu Feng's plan was promising, but reality delivered a harsh lesson, as he found himself lost, not only unable to locate Sansa, but also struggling to retrace his steps. This predicament caused him considerable frustration, prompting a moment of regret for his haste that day. However, a solution soon dawned upon him. Spotting a passing guard, he fully embraced his acting skills, exclaiming, "The king requests an audience with Princess Sansa. You are to fetch her while I summon the Prime Minister." Though the guard appeared momentarily bewildered, he dared not delay, responding, "Very well, I shall go at once." With that, the guard hurried off in a particular direction. Liu Feng, pleased with his cunning, followed closely behind. The guard remained unsuspecting until they reached Sansa's door, at which point he suddenly realized the absurdity of the situation. Nighttime summons for ladies were typically the domain of handmaidens. Why was a night watchman involved? Moreover, how could the king possibly know him? As the guard wrestled with his rusty thoughts, Liu Feng, unable to bear the suspense, retrieved a brick the size of a human head from the ground. In an instant, he approached the guard and struck him with a brick, resulting in a muffled thud as the guard collapsed. Liu Feng quickly dragged the unconscious guard to a corner and knocked on Sansa's door. Since Eddard's execution, Sansa had lived in a state of perpetual fear. In the palace, she dared not trust anyone, treading carefully lest she be subjected to Joffrey's cruelty. Earlier that day, during Myrcella's farewell, she had been nearly swept away by a mob, which almost resulted in her being assaulted by the filthy, foul-smelling crowd. Fortunately, Sandor Clegane, the Hound, arrived just in time to rescue her. However, the brutal and bloody methods he employed left her shaken, rendering her unable to sleep that night. Though her existence was fraught with hardship, Sansa began to grasp the harsh realities of the world. She longed to return to her mother, to confide in her about the injustices she had faced over the past few months. Yet she understood that such desires were mere fantasies, even as she was acutely aware of her brother's battles against the Lannisters. Striving to rescue her, Sansa frequently found herself haunted by nightmares each night. Envisioning her brother Robb's failure, ultimately fated to endure a life within the terrifying confines of the Red Keep. As she once again grappled with fears for her future, a sudden thud echoed from outside, followed by the silhouette of a figure collapsing. In that instant, Sansa's nerves tightened. She was gripped by fear and helplessness. Yet she was acutely aware that no one could assist her now. With no other recourse, she feigned sleep, hoping to evade attention. After a brief moment of silence, she exhaled a sigh of relief, her anxious heart gradually easing. Just then, a dispassionate male voice pierced the stillness. "Your Grace, are you asleep?" Liu Feng, adept at the art of deception, found it challenging to soften his tone. Indeed, upon hearing his voice, Sansa immediately perceived it as that of a merciless assassin, convinced he had come to kill her. However, the thought of her grim existence lessening her fear. Living in a hellish environment might be worse than a swift demise. After a moment's silence, Sansa's voice, devoid of sorrow or joy, reached Liu Feng's ears. "I am here, please come in." Liu Feng, taken aback, realized the scenario was not as he had envisioned. Her words evoked images of a clandestine affair, an invitation to enter without superfluous discourse. Though he noted a hint of dissonance in her tone, he brushed it aside, focused solely on rescuing Sansa and retrieving Robb, the military genius, to bolster the North against the White Walkers. He stepped through the door without further thought. Despite the late hour, Sansa dared not extinguish the oil lamp, ensuring the room was not shrouded in darkness when Liu Feng entered. Regarded as the most beautiful maiden of the North, Sansa's appearance was striking. Liu Feng immediately beheld her, reclining on the bed, having inherited Caitlyn's exquisite beauty. Her rich, crimson hair cascaded down, veiling much of her delicate, fair face, save for her sapphire-like eyes. Yet, the spark within them seemed dimmed, as if she had suddenly lost interest in life. Upon Liu Feng's entrance, Sansa's gaze remained unchanged, sorrowfully fixed ahead, as if she had relinquished all attachment to existence. Witnessing this, Liu Feng broke the silence, saying, "Lady Sansa, I am Cain, a man of justice, here to rescue you." When Sansa heard his intent to save her, a flicker of hope ignited within her. However, she swiftly suppressed that yearning. After enduring countless betrayals, she no longer dared to entertain thoughts of escape. Chapter 35. The Rescue of the Three Fools. Sansa, clearly skeptical of Liu Feng's intentions, replied coldly, "I am perfectly fine here, requiring no rescue." This was a key skill that had enabled Sansa to endure thus far, feigning affection for Joffrey and for everything within the Red Keep. Once, she had genuinely cherished this place, dreaming of the day she would ascend to the throne as queen, but she had matured, and her words now involuntarily donned a disguise. Liu Feng, embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. It appeared the most naive of the three had indeed matured. Yet, he understood her true sentiments and wished to avoid further delay, as lingering in the palace would only increase the danger. He approached Sansa directly, offering a gentle smile, "Your Grace, since you do not believe me, I am afraid I must take matters into my own hands." With that, Liu Feng swiftly scooped her up, whispering urgently, "Do not make a sound, or we shall both be exposed." Just imagine how Joffrey would react if the future queen were found in the embrace of a man, half-clothed. As Sansa's mind momentarily stalled, Liu Feng hastened toward the exit. It was deep in the night, and apart from significant residences, most areas were dimly lit. The night watch was sparse, and after Liu Feng dealt with 2 guards, fewer than 10 remained. Consequently, his escape proceeded smoothly, though he soon found himself lost once again. Frustrated, he was unexpectedly guided by Sansa's timely directions. Now, somewhat trusting Liu Feng, she realized that only someone intent on rescuing her would dare infiltrate the palace at such an hour. If a nefarious character were indeed risking their life to abduct her, she felt a strange sense of gratitude for their folly. With Sansa's guidance, they swiftly reached the gates of the Red Keep, where the number of guards had noticeably increased. Liu Feng spotted 4 guards, 2 in the watchtower and 2 at the gate, all appearing lethargic and drowsy. Who would be foolish enough to attempt entry through the front gate? Such an event had not occurred in centuries. Yet, they could not fathom that someone would seek to exit through the main entrance. Liu Feng, with no other choice and unfamiliar with the layout, relied on Sansa's directions. However, he knew that even if the guards were complacent, stealth would be impossible. He would have to resort to his inherited skill of using a brick. Liu Feng refrained from lethal force, preferring to leave a few soldiers for King's Landing, as he did not wish his actions to instigate a butterfly effect that might lead to the city's downfall. This was not his desire. After all, Stannis on the Iron Throne would be far more troublesome to contend with than the detested Cersei, for he at least held the legitimacy of an heir. Liu Feng positioned Sansa in a corner and resumed his soldierly theatrics. Casually approaching 2 guards engaged in ribald banter, he interjected, "Care for a thrill?" The guards turned to him, only to be met with bricks. Witnessing the 2 friends collapse, still in a tender embrace, sent a shiver down Liu Feng's spine. Having dealt with the 2 guards below, Liu Feng stealthily advanced toward the watchtower. To exit, he needed to open the gate, requiring only a small gap. Yet this would disturb the guards in the tower. Thus, Liu Feng knew he must neutralize everyone. The guards stationed in the tower exhibited a more conventional demeanor, lacking the affectionate antics of their counterparts below. Instead, they were heavily intoxicated, slumped against their posts in a stupor. Recognizing his efforts had been in vain, Liu Feng, frustrated, dealt each a brick. Unexpectedly, one soldier stirred awake, and Liu Feng could not afford to let this slip, responding with a swift double strike. Time was of the essence. The first guard he had subdued was likely regaining consciousness. Thus, upon locating Sansa, Liu Feng promptly hoisted her onto his back and fled. Although Sansa was not a heavyweight, for Liu Feng, whose strength was lacking, her weight proved substantial. His return journey took over 3 times as long as his infiltration. After careful consideration, he disguised Sansa to resemble Ygritte and finally placed her aboard a transport ship. The next day, news of Sansa's disappearance spread like wildfire, a significant development, for she was the last Stark hostage. Both Tyrion and Cersei displayed palpable urgency in response. The Royal Guard, alongside the city defense led by Boron, embarked on a frenzied quest to locate Sansa's hiding place. Even the Lord Treasurer, Baelish, found himself in a state of panic, for Sansa represented a crucial asset in his strategic endeavors. Her disappearance was a source of great anxiety for him, prompting him to mobilize all the informants from the brothels to seek her whereabouts. Yet, all of these efforts proved futile, for at that very moment, Liu Feng, who had taken Sansa, was engaged in jovial conversation with the Prime Minister. Due to Sansa's vanishing and the looming food crisis, Tyrion arrived at the port early in the morning, awaiting Liu Feng's arrival. Despite the numerous undertakings of the previous night, Liu Feng's rest remained undisturbed, and he rose early once more, accompanied by Lannis and Malik. Upon spotting Tyrion waiting for him, he immediately inquired, "Prime Minister, have you come so early to see me because you're prepared with what I requested?" Tyrion, not in the best of spirits that day, managed a strained smile in response, saying, "I brought 5 pyromancers. As for the warhorses and carts, they're still en route and should be ready by midday." Liu Feng merely nodded with a smile, his gaze fixed on Tyrion's eyes, awaiting the true purpose behind Tyrion's visit. Surely, the Prime Minister would not arrive at such an early hour merely for a trivial matter of grain. Recognizing Liu Feng's penetrating gaze, Tyrion lamented, "I wish I could press your all-seeing eyes upon myself." Liu Feng, with a subtle smile, gestured to his head, replying, "Perhaps it requires more than just eyes." Tyrion, feeling somewhat awkward, understood that Liu Feng had discerned his intentions and thus spoke plainly, "I must acquire grain immediately, as well as news of Miss Sansa." Liu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "The grain can be procured at any time, but I cannot divulge Sansa's whereabouts. However, I am aware of your distress." Tyrion's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Liu Feng, questioning why. Doubt crept in as he suspected Liu Feng might be the mastermind behind Sansa's abduction, though he lacked concrete evidence. Instead of responding directly, Liu Feng smiled lightly and declared, "As I journey north, I will pass by the battlefield of Robb and the Lannisters. I shall rescue your brother Jaime in passing." Tyrion exhaled in relief. He was more concerned about losing leverage over Jaime than Sansa's potential escape. With Liu Feng's assurance, his worries dissipated. Chapter 36. The Growth of the Mother of Dragons. Meanwhile, a monumental change was unfolding in Qarth on the continent of Essos. Daenerys Targaryen, heir to a lineage that once ruled Westeros for over 3 centuries, and blessed with the most exquisite beauty across 2 continents, was the princess of House Targaryen, the Khaleesi of the Grasslands, the Unburnt, and the Mother of Dragons. Yet, at that moment, her amethyst-like eyes were filled with anxiety, for her dragons had gone missing. Since the hatching of the 3 young dragons, her life had taken on newfound meaning. The dragons had not only filled the void left by her most cherished ones, but had also become her greatest hope for realizing her dreams. Thus, when she could not locate the 3 dragons that had accompanied her for a year, her usual strength evaporated in an instant. Daenerys reverted to the fragile girl she once was, desperately seeking assistance to find her dragons. She first approached Zero, who had consistently shown her kindness, pleading for his help before turning to her most loyal protector, Jorah. Jorah Mormont, a man in his 30s and the heir to the Mormont family of the North, had once been a fugitive due to his involvement in slave trading. With the aid of Varys, he had reached Essos, becoming Daenerys' protector due to his proficiency in both English and Dothraki. Years of navigating treachery had taught him that the disappearance of Daenerys' dragons was undoubtedly linked to the 13. He advised her not to trust Zero, for merchants are driven solely by profit and would not offer assistance without ulterior motives. However, Daenerys was singularly focused on her dragons, believing that whoever could find them was worthy of her trust. Jorah, resigned, cast a glance at Daenerys and set off in search of clues, recalling an encounter with a mast which had once shown him goodwill. After his departure, Daenerys' emotions grew increasingly unstable. She could not settle her mind and continued to yearn for news of her dragons. At that moment, a figure draped in a red robe entered the room. Olivera, sent by Liu Feng to assist Daenerys. Although Daenerys and Olivera had met several times, they were not yet well acquainted, as Olivera had arrived when Zero was already treating Daenerys as a guest of honor, preventing her from getting close. Upon learning of Daenerys' plight, Olivera recognized her opportunity. She had been monitoring the movements of those around Daenerys, and her magic had significantly amplified in proximity to the dragons, bolstered further by the Dothraki warriors she had brought with her. Her influence in Qarth was now perilously close to that of the 13. The moment Daenerys laid eyes on Olivera, she became wary, torn between her need for assistance and her inherent suspicion of others. Nevertheless, Olivera was prepared. Her crimson eyes met Daenerys' guarded gaze as she reassured, "Your Grace, there is no need for alarm. I am here to help you." Upon hearing Olivera's declaration of assistance, Daenerys' wariness dissipated, replaced by a pleading expression as she implored, "Lady Olivera, do you know where my dragons have gone?" Olivera had not anticipated such a rapid shift in Daenerys' demeanor, but quickly adjusted, stating, "It was the warlock Piet Pri who stole your dragons." Daenerys immediately urged, "Take me to find them." Just as Daenerys sought to compel Olivera to lead her in search of her dragons, her handmaiden approached, requesting her presence at a meeting of the 13. From her handmaiden, Daenerys learned that the 13 had already discovered the identity of the dragon thief. Upon hearing this, Daenerys' trust in Oliveira's words wavered, as she still held greater faith in the 13. Yet, Oliveira did not deter her. She merely smiled and assured Daenerys that she would offer assistance if needed. Despite her doubts, Daenerys refrained from rejecting Oliveira's offer, nodding her gratitude before following her handmaiden toward the meeting hall. Upon entering the hall, Daenerys found the 13 embroiled in a cacophony of accusations, each blaming the other for the theft of her dragons. Witnessing this chaos, Daenerys felt a flicker of belief in Oliveira's words and, in a surge of anger, strode to the center of the assembly, pointing at Piet Pri, declaring, "I have discovered that he is the one who stole my dragons." Piet Pri, a gaunt, bald man with a glimmer of malice in his eyes and a perpetually twisted neck, met Daenerys' accusations with silence, merely offering a faint smile. The gathered crowd quickly deduced that Piet was indeed the thief. One of the noblemen stood up and proclaimed, "Qarth has survived thus far by adhering to rules and principles. A thief is unworthy of sitting among the 13. As this nobleman took a stand, others joined in condemning Piet. Yet, undeterred by their accusations, Piet Pri remained impassive, exchanging glances with Zero, declaring, "I did steal the dragons. If you have the courage, come to the House of the Undying to reclaim them." With that, Zero and Piet simultaneously rose and made their way toward the exit. A voice rose among the 13 giants to intervene, inadvertently provoking the sorcerer Paya. With a mere flick of his hand, a duplicate of Paya materialized behind the individual, swiftly severing his throat. Witnessing this gruesome display, the others attempted to flee. However, mere moments later, apart from Zero, the remaining giants were ruthlessly dispatched by Paya. At this juncture, Daenerys was engulfed in terror, utterly powerless in the face of Paya's might. Yet, for the sake of her young dragons, whom she cherished as her children and kin, she bravely charged at Paya. Fortunately, Paya had no intention of slaying her. Instead, he leered wickedly and declared, "If you desire your dragons, come to the Hall of Immortality." With that, his figure vanished into thin air. Daenerys, now frantic, felt compelled to follow Paya's directive and made her way towards the Hall of Immortality. Coincidentally, at that moment, Yura and Olypera appeared simultaneously. Yura, unaware of the unfolding chaos, followed Daenerys toward the hall as instructed by Paya. Olypera, on the other hand, immediately employed her magic, summoning a shadow that merged with Daenerys' own. Within the Hall of Immortality, Paya was fervently gazing at the 3 young dragons not far away. Each time he approached them, he could feel his magical power surging within him. The sensation was utterly exquisite, compelling him to keep the dragons close. However, he found himself in a predicament. Without Daenerys, the dragons began to refuse food, leaving him no choice but to bring her to the hall to keep them together. He delighted in tormenting Yura and Daenerys with his shape-shifting illusions, relishing the long absence of magical use. Ultimately, under his deliberate guidance, Daenerys entered the hall. Yet he still craved more amusement. He continued to manipulate his doppelganger, taunting Daenerys, "From the very beginning, you were deceived by us. You are but a foolish wretch, and your dragons shall belong to me." Daenerys, filled with an unusual fury yet devoid of any means to retaliate, could only glare at Paya with venomous eyes. At the same time, self-recrimination began to gnaw at her, regretting her naivete that had led her into such a predicament. Paya reveled in her expression, eager to mock her further, but just then, a spell hidden within Daenerys' shadow erupted, piercing Paya's neck in an instant. Startled by the sudden attack, Paya was relieved to realize it was merely a projection. Although this rendered him unable to use his doppelganger magic again, it saved his life. As the shadow dissipated, Paya donned a triumphant expression, seizing chains to bind Daenerys' hands before pushing her towards the young dragons. He then laughed heartily. "You have run out of options, wretch. You now have 2 choices. Either submit to me, and I shall restore your former life, or remain here forever as my pet." With that, Paya's face radiated arrogance as he sought the expression of terror and despair on Daenerys' face. However, this time, Daenerys did not display fear. Only indignation lingered. She gazed directly at Paya and declared, "I choose the 3rd option." Paya erupted in laughter. "You foolish wretch, you still fail to grasp your predicament. There is no 3rd choice." Yet Daenerys remained eerily calm until Paya, unable to resist, stepped closer, seeking to discern her thoughts. At that moment, she calmly stated, "I choose Dragonfire." As her words finished, the 3 young dragons seemed to receive an unspoken command and simultaneously unleashed torrents of flames towards Paya. Dragonfire is an immensely powerful magical flame, with temperatures soaring high enough to effortlessly melt steel and stone. Even though Drogon and his siblings were still young, They were far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals to withstand. Paya's body was instantly engulfed in the scorching dragon fire, and he desperately summoned his magic to counteract the flames. Yet his magical reserves were limited, and after mere seconds, he succumbed, fully realizing the inviolable might of the dragons. If fate granted him another chance, he would never again dare to challenge their supremacy. Alas, time could not be reversed. He could only perish in the agonizing blaze. Daenerys observed Paya's demise with an impassive demeanor, feeling no remorse. She savored the experience of dragon fire as it consumed him, knowing in that moment that her dragons had grown, as had she, the mother dragons. Once Paya perished, the illusion surrounding the Hall of Immortality shattered, and the anxious Yora, along with the arriving Dothraki warriors, rushed inside. Although Olypera was present, she refrained from following, as she was not yet fully aligned with Daenerys, opting to maintain a distance to assist when necessary. Upon entering the hall, Yora and the others beheld the final moments of the Dragonfire's fury, realizing that the young dragons had matured and the day of the great dragons was nigh. They immediately knelt before Daenerys, chanting, "Mother of Dragons, Mother of Dragons." Daenerys graciously accepted their reverence before proclaiming, "The dragon thief Paya is dead, but he had accomplices. I shall eradicate all who covet my young dragons." As her words echoed, the assembly fervently shouted, "Kill the dragon thief, eliminate his accomplices." Satisfied with their fervor, Daenerys promptly led everyone towards Zero's palace. At that moment, Zero was blissfully unaware of Paya's fate, having just indulged in a liaison with one of Daenerys' handmaids, lost in dreams of the future. However, in the next instant, a throng of Dothraki warriors surged in, yanking him from his bed. Zero, until his last breath, could not fathom why the seemingly invincible sorcerer Paya had failed. After Zero's demise, Daenerys accessed his treasury, only to find it utterly barren. With no other recourse, she resorted to selling off Zero's few valuable possessions, ultimately cobbling together enough to purchase a seaworthy ship. Daenerys' intentions were straightforward. Her dragons had reached a preliminary stage of growth, and armed with this formidable advantage, she believed it was time to prepare for her claim to the Iron Throne. Her first destination was Astapor, where she sought to acquire her first army, the Unsullied. As Daenerys prepared to depart Qarth, Olypera approached her. Tasked by Liu Feng to assist Daenerys, Olypera could not remain behind if Daenerys was to leave. She was direct, stating, "Your Grace, Daenerys, I wish to board your ship and leave with you." While Daenerys felt gratitude for Olypera's assistance, her request raised suspicions about Olypera's true motives. Thus, she scrutinized Olypera with a discerning gaze and inquired, "I wish to know why you seek to assist me and why you wish to accompany me now." Understanding that failing to speak truthfully would jeopardize her chances of earning Daenerys' trust, Olypera deliberated before sincerely responding. "I was sent by Kainko to convey goodwill and to offer my assistance in your endeavors." Daenerys, unfamiliar with Kainko, had spent the past year searching for merchants to sponsor her campaign to reclaim Westeros, thus remaining oblivious to events among the Dothraki. She remained unaware that Liu Feng had ascended to the position of the new call. Nevertheless, it was evident to her that the enigmatic Olypela bore no animosity towards her. Furthermore, having previously encountered Olypela's retinue, indeed, they were Dothraki warriors, she acquiesced to the situation. However, once aboard the vessel bound for Astapor, Daenerys could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, "Why does Cain Cow require your assistance?" Olypela, uncertain of the answer, replied cautiously, "I do not know, but I am certain that His Majesty Cain harbors no ill will towards you. What manner of man is he?" At the mention of Cow, Daenerys was reminded of Drogo, her curiosity piqued by the possibility that Cain might share similarities with him. Yet, Olypela's response was vague. "I cannot find the words to describe him. I can only say he is quite extraordinary." "Extraordinary?" Daenerys silently echoed, her interest in Cain Cow intensifying. Meanwhile, 2 months had elapsed for Liu Feng. On the 3rd day after Tyrion entrusted the horses and carts to him, Liu Feng commenced his journey to the north. The 3-day delay was primarily due to Old Raff, who stubbornly refused to return the source of dragon fire, having yet to discover a method for forging it. Liu Feng, unwilling to concede, found himself in a stalemate with Raff, causing a further 2 days' delay. Ultimately, Old Raff could not withstand Liu Feng's resolve, for the source of dragon fire rightfully belonged to Liu Feng. In a state of resignation, he proposed to accompany Liu Feng to the north. Liu Feng wholeheartedly welcomed Raff's decision, considering it a boon to gain a skilled craftsman. However, to retrieve Old Raff's treasures, their departure was postponed by yet another day. Fortunately, by the time they set forth, Stannis' forces had yet to launch an offensive. Otherwise, An encounter with Stannis would have been exceedingly awkward. Liu Feng traveled along the King's Road, the most direct route to the north, though it was fraught with obstacles, particularly upon approaching Harrenhal. Had it not been for Tyrion's letter of passage, a fierce confrontation would likely have ensued. While Liu Feng had no fear of the adversaries, he had little desire to engage in combat without cause. After passing Harrenhal, Liu Feng removed Sansa's disguise, for her identity was no longer in jeopardy. With each passing mile, Sansa's vigilance diminished, her trust in Liu Feng solidified. Once she shed her disguise, Sansa fully embraced her freedom, joyfully conversing daily with Liu Feng, Malik, and Lannis. Even old Raff gradually became familiar with them. However, Liu Feng discerned that Sansa's conversations were not merely idle chatter. She was subtly extracting information. Realizing this, Liu Feng sighed, acknowledging that Sansa had inevitably morphed into a shrewd player of the game. Consulting the system map, Liu Feng noted that after over 2 months of travel, he had reached the vicinity of Riverrun. At the current pace, he anticipated arriving at Riverrun by nightfall. Riverrun was the domain of House Tully, the site of the infamous Red Wedding Massacre. One of Liu Feng's objectives was to prevent the Red Wedding, albeit he did not intend to thwart it entirely. The rationale was straightforward. Liu Feng aimed to make Robb aware of the gravity of breaking oaths and to enlighten the Stark matriarch on the treachery of human hearts. However, prior to that, Liu Feng planned to release Jaime, necessitating a detour around Riverrun to reach Robb's encampment. Chapter 38. You merely need to die. As Liu Feng had anticipated, by evening, their party was less than a kilometer from Riverrun. Though a contingent of over 100 was not particularly large, Liu Feng opted to refrain from entering the city to avoid drawing attention. He found a spacious clearing by the Green Fork River to establish their camp. Subsequently, he dispatched Malik and Old Raff, accompanied by 5 members of the Brotherhood without banners, to procure provisions in Riverrun. Liu Feng, eager to release Wagharl and Valerina, did so immediately. Wagharl had grown to the size of an adult tiger and was uncomfortable confined within the cart. Upon emerging, he affectionately rubbed against Liu Feng, seeking solace. Valerina, in stark contrast, remained small as a pup and felt no discomfort in the cart. Upon her release, she exuberantly soared into the sky, surveying her surroundings with curious eyes. After freeing the 2 creatures, Liu Feng sought out Rogallo and Lannis, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch over the party. Should they encounter anyone, they were to bind them if their numbers were few. If outnumbered, they were to concoct a plausible excuse to deflect attention and relocate. Having conveyed his orders, Liu Feng mounted his steed, taking Sansa and the 2 dragons to locate Robb's encampment. He brought Sansa along primarily because he was unfamiliar with the prominent houses of the north. Her presence could mitigate unforeseen complications. Utilizing the system map for guidance, Liu Feng swiftly identified Robb's true position. Although distant, he could reach them by nightfall. Concurrently, within the northern encampment, Robb encountered a messenger dispatched by Tyrion. The young man, Elton Lannister, was merely 16 years old, a cousin of Jaime Lannister, and had once served as Jaime's squire. Under the pressure of Robb's inquiries, Elton eventually divulged that Cersei had torn up the proposal for the exchange of hostages. Although Robb seethed with anger, he was somewhat prepared for this betrayal. Nevertheless, he ordered Elton imprisoned. Due to a shortage of cells, Robb instructed Rickard Karstark to place Elton in Jaime's cell. Having once served Jaime, Elton was overwhelmed with excitement upon meeting him, showering Jaime with adoration. However, Jaime harbored different thoughts about this squire, as he struggled to reconcile the reality of being imprisoned, a far cry from being the most formidable swordsman in the 7 Kingdoms. The fact that he was captured by the son of Eddard Stark, whom he considered a mere youth, only deepened his humiliation. All he desired was to escape by any means necessary. During his conversation with Elton, Jaime suddenly conceived a scheme. From that moment, he began to engage Elton in conversation. "You know, I'm not suited to being a prisoner," Jaime lamented. Although bewildered, Elton naively asked, "Is anyone suited for that?" A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Jaime's eyes as he replied, "Eddard Stark. I believe he remained a commendable prisoner until his death. But as for me, I was born to be unbound." Upon hearing this, Elton leaned closer to Jaime, scanning their surroundings, and asked, "Sir Jaime, have you ever considered escaping?" Jaime responded with a knowing smile, "Of course, I think about it every day." Noticing that Elton wished to speak further, Jaime adopted a serious demeanor and added, clearly, "When a prisoner exhibits good behavior, the guards are inclined to reciprocate. The Starks are exceedingly cautious, but I trust there will be a way." After surveying the area for any guards, Jaime leaned close to Elton and whispered, "Now, the opportunity has arisen." Elton's heart soared at the prospect, and he leaned in closer to Jaime, asking what opportunity. Jaime carefully observed the guard outside, his voice brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "But I need your assistance." Elton's heart raced at the thought of aiding his most revered knight. It was an honor. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "I will help you. Tell me what to do." Once Jaime confirmed that only one guard was stationed outside, he promptly leaned toward Elton's ear and said, "You merely need to die." With that, he struck Elton squarely in the throat, leaving the young man in a state of shock. After he fell to the ground, Jaime sought to attract the attention of the guards and did not spare Elton's lifeless body. He continued to strike Elton's skull relentlessly with the heavy shackles, creating a cacophony. Poor Elton, until his last breath, remained in awe of the very hand that had ended his life. The guard, a young lad named Torrin, son of Conqueror Stark, was diligent in his duties, as this was his first assignment. While others succumbed to drowsiness, he remained steadfast at his post. Upon witnessing Jaime's assault on Elton, he quickly admonished Jaime and opened the cell door to inspect Elton's injuries. However, this played right into Jaime's trap. As Torrin examined the situation, Jaime surged forward. Despite being shackled, he was undeterred in his ability to fight. Without granting Torrin a moment to react, Jaime tightened the shackles around his neck. The pressure constricted Torrin's airway, leading to a swift loss of consciousness as his brain was deprived of oxygen. Jaime, intent on ensuring Torrin's demise, sought to exert further force. Yet at that moment, a shadow suddenly lunged forward, prompting Jaime to instinctively evade to the side. When Liu Feng observed Jaime abandon his attempt to strangle Torrin, he exhaled in relief. For part of his mission was to save Torrin. He needed to secure the support of House Stark, and in addition to persuading Robb, he aimed to win favor with the formidable Stark family, the third great power of the North. Thus, rescuing Torrin was a pivotal piece in achieving this objective. Seizing the urgency of the moment, Liu Feng picked up a stone and hurled it at Jaime. After dodging the projectile, Jaime found Liu Feng standing outside the cell, calmly meeting the gaze of the man reputed to be the finest swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms. "Do you wish to step outside?" Jaime scrutinized the young man with raven black hair before responding, "You are not from the North." Liu Feng nodded, indeed. With this acknowledgement, Jaime dismissed Liu Feng, turning his attention to rummaging through Torrin's pockets for the keys. He soon freed himself from his shackles and strode confidently out of the cell. Throughout this exchange, Liu Feng did not intervene, though he felt a surge of anger. He perceived Jaime's arrogance and understood why he had lost his right hand to Locke. Indeed, he himself contemplated severing Jaime's right hand. With this thought, Liu Feng called after Jaime, "Are you truly prepared to leave just like that?" Jaime glanced sideways at Liu Feng, retorting, "Do you wish for me to kill you before I depart?" Liu Feng met Jaime Schmuggesh. "Are you not afraid I shall summon others to apprehend you?" Jaime shrugged indifferently. "Currently, House Stark has no more cells available. Do you wish to become that corpse?" Jaime gestured towards the already deceased Elton, implying that a mere outsider wandering into the military camp at night could easily be ensnared by Jaime's fabricated tales, leading to Liu Feng's imprisonment. If he were to share a cell with Jaime, he could only imagine the dire consequences. Observing the incommunicable Jaime, Liu Feng proceeded into the cell and hoisted Torrin onto his shoulder, stating, "You cannot escape. Remember, if captured, claim that you killed Torrin, perhaps in exchange for his mother. They might release you." With that, Liu Feng ignored Jaime entirely and made his way towards the hiding place of Sansa and Vhagar. However, suddenly recalling something, he added, "If you return to King's Landing as I instructed, do inform Tyrion that it was I who saved you." Chapter 39. The News of Stannis' Defeat. After bidding a rather friendly farewell to Jaime Lannister, Liu Feng carried Torrin toward the sanctuary of Sansa and Vhagar. After a long and arduous journey, Sansa felt utterly exhausted. Yet upon encountering the two magnificent creatures, her spirits were instantly revived. Following Liu Feng's departure, she began attempting to communicate with Vhagar. As the Dragon King, Vhagar believed that, aside from Liu Feng, all creatures should bow at its feet. However, due to Liu Feng's instructions, it could neither roar nor harm Sansa. Thus it endured her curious explorations with a sense of grievance. Upon Liu Feng's return, Vhagar leapt toward him, startling Sansa, who, in her moment of surprise, stumbled and fell to the ground, displaying a face of dismay. Liu Feng had not anticipated Vhagar's sudden charge and was caught off guard, tumbling to the ground, only to find Torrin cushioned beneath him, sparing him from the harshness of the stone floor. Poor Torrin, once again the unwitting victim of circumstance. Rising to his feet, Liu Feng chuckled at Vhagar's gleeful expression, realizing that the creature had likely grown restless after being confined in a cart or kept from roaring. This playful act of knocking Liu Feng down was a manifestation of its discontent. Liu Feng paid little mind to Vagar's antics, but suddenly noted its size, leading him to muse that he might soon be in need of a new steed. After standing, he noticed Sansa still seated on the ground, feeling sorry for her predicament. He extended a hand. "I apologize, Lady Sansa." Vagar can be quite mischievous. Once Sansa stood, she glanced at the unconscious Tauren Liu Feng had brought and inquired, "Ser Kane, are you of House Targaryen?" While few had encountered dragons, many had heard their legends. As a daughter of House Stark, Sansa was acutely aware of the royal family that had once been overthrown, wielding dragons. Thus, her question was laced with trepidation. Liu Feng smiled enigmatically. "Those capable of taming dragons are not limited to House Targaryen. My family name is quite brief, consisting of but a single character, Liu." At this, Sansa felt a wave of relief wash over her, for the people of Westeros placed great importance on surnames and would not jest about such matters. Moreover, she held no power to resist Liu Feng, so deception was unnecessary. Noticing her expression, Liu Feng sought to clarify. "The reason I cannot return you to your family is that I still have unfinished business, making it inconvenient for you to meet them." Observing that Sansa exhibited no significant resistance, Liu Feng continued, "As for him, I just rescued him from Jaime Lannister. I require his identity for a time, hence his presence." Although Sansa was puzzled, she refrained from pressing further. This was a lesson she had learned in King's Landing. The less one knew, the safer one remained. Noticing Sansa's lack of curiosity, Liu Feng declared, "With today's matters concluded, we may return." As he prepared to depart, he realized that with Torn now in tow, one horse would not suffice. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Feng sheepishly turned to Sansa. "Our mounts are insufficient. Do you dare to ride upon him?" With that, he gestured toward the bewildered Vagar. Sansa and Vagar exchanged glances. One bore a look of disdain, while the other nodded with a hint of excitement. Seeing Sansa's agreement, Liu Feng tore a strip from Torrent's clothing to fashion a makeshift reins for Vagar. Then, amidst Sansa's astonished gasps, he lifted her onto Vagar's back. Fortunately, once atop the dragon, Sansa displayed little resistance, her expression filled with exhilaration and thrill. However, Vagar was less than pleased. It expressed vehement discontent over Liu Feng's treatment of the young lady, though it did not overtly rebel. It spat water at Liu Feng when he was not paying attention. Fortunately, Liu Feng's agility allowed him to evade all the dangers. Otherwise, he would have been the first to bathe in dragon's breath upon the continent of Westeros. Of course, it was even more fortunate that Vagar did not breathe fire. Otherwise, he might have had to perform a rather risque spectacle before Sansa. With the issue of his mount resolved, Liu Feng whistled into the sky, and the exuberant Valerina promptly returned. After affectionately stroking the little creature's head, he embarked on his journey back. Halfway through the return, Torrent awoke. However, under the persuasive charm of Liu Feng and Sansa, he soon regarded Liu Feng as his savior, overflowing with gratitude and practically ready to follow his every command. Upon his return to the encampment, Liu Feng discovered that most had already succumbed to slumber. After inquiring with the patrolman, he learned that everything was proceeding smoothly, allowing him to rest easy and begin orchestrating his next plan. Meanwhile, Stannis' fleet had already advanced to the waters of Blackwater Bay. Following the death of Renly, all the vassals of Storm's End declared their allegiance to Stannis, swelling his previously modest forces of less than 10,000 to an impressive 60,000. It is worth noting that Tywin's formidable army numbered only 50,000, and the garrison of King's Landing was merely a scant 2,000. With Tywin's forces bogged down by Robb Stark, unable to return to defend King's Landing, Stannis merely needed to overcome the 2,000 defenders to seize the capital. How could 60,000 falter against 2,000? Stannis could not fathom such a possibility. Yet he indeed faced defeat. His fleet was nearly obliterated by wildfire that blanketed the water's surface, and his vanguard was ambushed from behind by Tyrion. The main force, though only encountering a minor contingent of Tywin's army, was unaware that the Tyrells had allied with Tywin. Thus, they found themselves caught in a pincer movement, leading to a hasty and disorganized retreat. Ultimately, the Lannisters triumphed in this conflict, forcing Stannis to flee back to Dragonstone. By the time Liu Feng received this news, a month had already elapsed. He had since infiltrated Riverrun with all his blood oath brothers. He awaited the commencement of the Red Wedding, for through this operation, he would solidify the North support. The news of Stannis' defeat served as a critical catalyst, for the Lannisters and Tyrells had now become an unstoppable force, compounded by Robb's breach of marriage vows, which prompted House Frye to fully align with the Lannister faction. Thus, Liu Feng's current objective was to stealthily infiltrate House Fry and, during the Red Wedding, unveil his own power. Chapter 40. Sansa's Return. Liu Feng did not merely infiltrate Riverrun, but also embedded his men within Rob's army, tasked primarily with observing the movements of Rob's forces. Among those positioned in the north was Lannis, a skilled healer and adept poisoner, making her an invaluable asset to the army. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed since Liu Feng's infiltration of Riverrun. One day, Valerina, acting as Liu Feng's messenger, returned with alarming news. In a fit of rage over Catelyn's decision to release Jaime, Rickard Karstark had taken matters into his own hands and attacked a Lannister farm. Following his victory, he audaciously executed 2 Lannister children. This act incited Rob's fury, and he prepared to execute Rickard under the pretext of disobeying military orders. Upon reading this news, Liu Feng slapped his forehead, realizing he had nearly overlooked this crucial plot point. With that thought, he promptly instructed Rogallo on certain matters and, accompanied by Sansa, hurried toward Rob's encampment. Due to the relentless advance of the Lannister army, Rob's forces were already in retreat towards Riverrun, significantly shortening Liu Feng's travel time. At Rob's camp, Rickard, his disheveled white hair a testament to his turmoil, had been bound to the execution platform. Soldiers gathered around, some cheering, while others grumbled. Rickard had already lost all his sons in this conflict, and his youngest, Torrin, had gone missing after Jaime's escape. Following Jaime's recapture, he had confessed to killing Torrin, yet Catelyn had secretly released him. In his rage, Rickard had struck out against the Lannisters, resulting in the death of 2 children under the age of 18. The soldiers present had mixed feelings. Some cheered for the execution of the child murderer, while others felt pity for Rickard, who had devoted everything to House Stark only to be condemned by the very king he served. Meanwhile, Rickard raged against his fate, vehemently denouncing the betrayal, as his own son, also under 18, had been ruthlessly slain by Jaime, with no remains to be found. Robb stood behind Rickard, sword in hand, his expression grave, his auburn curls tousled by the wind, revealing his furrowed brow. He was torn, his face betraying deep reluctance. As the king in the north, he needed to set an example. His army was a righteous force, not a band of marauding brigands. Thus, he felt compelled to restore military discipline, even at the cost of this elderly man who had sacrificed everything for House Stark. As the execution drew near, Robb cast a final glance at his most trusted advisor, Roose Bolton. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation, he steeled his resolve and raised his sword. Just then, a familiar voice pierced the air, interrupting his actions. "Robb, please wait." With Liu Feng's assistance, Sansa called out her brother's name while struggling to break free from the soldiers surrounding her. Robb's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized Sansa, rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not dreaming. Catelyn, equally astonished, could scarcely believe her eyes as her daughter, whom she had longed for through countless days and nights, suddenly appeared before her. Once they realized it was not an illusion, both Catelyn and Robb rushed to embrace Sansa tightly. Tears shimmered in Sansa's eyes, her heart swelling with joy. Though she had fared well under Liu Feng's care, she still yearned for her family. Thus, in that moment of reunion with her brother and mother, her long-held desire was finally fulfilled. Her anxieties dissipated, for throughout her life, wherever Robb and her mother were, she had never endured any hardship. As the 3 embraced, Rickard's gaze burned with jealousy. He too loved his sons, but in his loyalty, he had lost everything. Now, not only was he a condemned man, but witnessing the Stark family's reunion only deepened his inner turmoil. He bellowed, "Robb, if you are a man, stop your weeping and proceed with the execution. I yearn to reunite with my son." Robb, jolted from his reverie by Rickard's voice, was reminded he was in the midst of an execution. He raised his sword once more, stepping toward Rickard. Sansa, recalling Liu Feng's words, interjected, "Robb, please do not execute Lord Rickard. He has been loyal to House Stark." Robb hesitated, his gaze shifting between Sansa and Rickard. Yet he continued to advance toward Rickard. Realizing that time was of the essence, Liu Feng knew he had to act swiftly, otherwise the stubborn old man would meet his demise. He stepped forward, declaring, "Your Grace, King in the North, I implore you to pardon Rickard's transgressions." Robb turned to Liu Feng, noticing this young man, who appeared to be of similar age, and inquired, "Who are you, and why do you meddle in the affairs of the North?" Liu Feng smiled faintly and said, "I am but a humble admirer of Lord Ed, and upon witnessing Miss Sansa's confinement within the royal palace, I took it upon myself to rescue her and bring her to your side." Upon learning that Sansa had been saved by Liu Feng, Robb's demeanor toward him swiftly transformed. He then expressed, "I am grateful for all that you have done for House Stark. However, Rickard has taken upon himself to burn the village and slay innocent children. He must face justice. Liu Feng responded sharply. Count Rickard is a hero who has slain enemies. It is unreasonable to demand his execution. Before Rob could reply, Liu Feng stepped closer and whispered, I have returned your sister, and in exchange, I have spared the life of an elderly man who has lost his son. After a moment's contemplation, Rob acquiesced, saying, I hope you can persuade the enraged soldiers. Liu Feng, nodding with a calm smile, addressed the gathered soldiers. I wish to know how many of you support the execution of this man, who has lost his son for the North. Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, someone stepped forward, declaring, he killed 2 children. This is a violation of justice. Liu Feng countered, this is war, if the North were to lose. Do you believe the enemy would show mercy when your children are slaughtered or left to starve? As he spoke, Liu Feng activated the basic Conqueror's intimidation skill, exuding an aura of authority that silenced any dissenting voices. In their eyes, his figure appeared suddenly majestic, his words imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Noticing the silence around him, Liu Feng turned to Rob, stating, Rickard's crimes do not warrant death. I hope your grace will show leniency. Seeing the soldiers subdued, Rob relented and abandoned the thought of executing Rickard, ultimately ordering the amputation of 2 of Rickard's fingers as punishment for the murder of the children. Chapter 41. The eve of the wedding. Rickard, having lost 2 fingers, faced a punishment neither light nor severe. The loss of 2 fingers from his right hand rendered him unable to wield a longsword again, though he was fortunate to have retained his life. The one tending to Rickard's wounds was Lannis, whose exceptional skills, particularly in disinfection and hemostasis, produced remarkable remedies. Soon, Lannis finished her work, and Liu Feng seized the opportunity to approach Rickard, saying, Count Rickard, I sympathize with your plight. Although Rickard had escaped execution, his spirits remained low. However, in the presence of the young man who had spoken on his behalf, he suppressed his anger and replied, I am grateful for your generous words that have spared my life, but I shall never father another son. With that, Rickard's gaze darkened further as he glanced towards the reunion of Rob and Sansa, filled with envy. Liu Feng seized the moment to inquire, if I may be so bold, is Torrhen Karstark your son? Upon hearing the name Torrhen, Rickard's expression grew even more despondent, and he nodded, yes, he was a fine lad, cruelly slain by the usurper. To this day, his body has not been found. Liu Feng ventured, perhaps he is not dead. Rickard's eyes brightened momentarily, but soon dimmed again as he gazed into Liu Feng's eyes, saying, I cannot believe the usurper would show such mercy. He even callously murdered his own cousin to escape. Liu Feng felt it was time to speak more openly. Thus he stated, I encounter a young man in a coma who claimed to be Torrhen Karstark. I have since placed him in the safety of Riverrun. Rickard's demeanor shifted to one of excitement, his eyes widening in disbelief as he grasped Liu Feng's shoulders, exclaiming, What did you say? You have met Torrhen? Liu Feng, noticing Rickard's fervor, stepped back slightly to avoid being splattered, affirming, Indeed, and he is in good health. Realizing his breach of decorum, Rickard stepped back, apologizing, I beg your pardon, I became somewhat overzealous. Liu Feng offered a gentle smile. I completely understand your reaction. However, my purpose in coming here, aside from returning Sansa, is to request a favor from you, my lord. Rickard, with his straightforward disposition and buoyed spirits, promptly inquired, What do you require of me? Liu Feng pondered momentarily before replying, I hope you will lead your forces back to Casterly Rock. Rickard's expression stiffened. Though he harbored discontent toward Rob, he remained steadfast in his loyalty to House Stark. Thus he replied, I am a vassal of House Stark, and Casterly Rock pledged eternal loyalty to the Stark family. Therefore, I cannot comply with that request. Liu Feng anticipated this response, but remained confident, continuing in a hushed tone. I have received word that the Bolton family has betrayed us. The North is in dire need of a Stark army. Rickard's countenance shifted dramatically. He found it hard to believe that the Boltons would turn traitor, especially with Roose Bolton present in the ranks. Had Liu Feng not saved him and his son, he would have been prepared to act. However, considering Liu Feng's apparent lack of malice, he replied, It is impossible. Roose would never betray the Starks. Liu Feng recognized the difficulty in persuading him and elaborated on the current situation, concluding, in the face of survival, not everyone remains steadfastly loyal. And what if they can gain immense benefits while ensuring their survival? Rickard began to show signs of contemplation, furrowing his brow. Liu Feng seized the opportunity once more, stating, Moreover, you can no longer wield a sword. Your duties have been fulfilled. It is time to take your remaining son and return to Casterly Rock to defend the North. Ultimately, Rickard nodded, which relieved Liu Feng, convincing that stubborn old man had proven to be quite a challenge. With Rickard's decision made, Liu Feng sought out Rob, timing his arrival perfectly as Rickard bid farewell. Rickard announced his withdrawal, taking with him over 2,000 soldiers, including more than 300 cavalry. This represented a significant loss for Rob, prompting Liu Feng to propose that 100 of his sworn brothers join Rob's forces, a timely suggestion indeed. Rob readily agreed, recognizing his pressing need for manpower. With Rob's consent in hand, Liu Feng promptly returned to Riverrun, bringing along 100 sworn brothers and Torrent to bolster Rob's army. Rickard, upon reuniting with Torrent, expressed his profound gratitude to Liu Feng before leading his troops back to Casterly Rock. As for the sworn brothers, they were simply there for sustenance. For Liu Feng knew that no war would erupt until the onset of the Red Wedding. His intention in bringing the sworn brothers was to stage a performance, orchestrating a feigned poisoning during the banquet of the Red Wedding, thereby provoking Lord Walder and the Boltons to reveal their true colors. Otherwise, Rob and Caitlin, with their idealistic natures, would remain oblivious to the treachery lurking within the hearts of men. In the days that followed, Liu Feng found himself with ample leisure time, attending the occasional tedious strategic meeting and receiving intelligence from Riverrun. Time passed swiftly, and on one particular day, Liu Feng returned to the strategic meeting tent. This time, the expressions of all present were grim. It appeared that Tywin, having quelled the turmoil in King's Landing, was preparing to muster his forces once more to purge Rob's army. Once everyone had gathered, Rob stated, "We require additional forces. Thus, I have decided to fulfill our marriage alliance with House Fry." The moment these words left his lips, apart from Caitlin and Liu Feng, all present displayed expressions of profound astonishment. It was known that Rob had already wed the nurse from Volantis, Talisa, and none had anticipated that he would propose this alliance again. Observing the shocked faces around him, Rob offered a slight smile, adding, however, this time, "The principal party in the alliance will not be me, but rather my uncle, Edmure Tully." After concluding his remarks, Rob proceeded to outline the plans following the alliance. Yet Liu Feng chose to filter this information out, as he understood that there would be no future to this matter. The wedding was scheduled for 5 days hence, and Liu Feng needed to make preparations in advance, prompting him to ask Lannis to resign from her position as a military medic. Simultaneously, under the cover of night, Liu Feng dealt with a maid from the Fry family and prepared to adorn Lannis with her mask. Once Lannis was arranged, Liu Feng began to wait in silence. The days slipped by swiftly, and on this particular day, Rob arrived at Riverrun with a grand army, for today marked an important wedding. After today, Rob's forces would be bolstered, granting them control over Riverrun, a crucial strategic stronghold. The streets of Riverrun were filled with laughter and merriment, as the soldiers enjoyed a rare respite, indulging in the exquisite wines of House Fry, soon mingling freely with the Fry soldiers. Rob was particularly engrossed in jovial conversation with Lord Walder Fry, while Edmure caught sight of the Lord's daughter and was instantly captivated by her beauty, a sight that swayed his initial reluctance, leaving him exceedingly pleased with the impending union. Within the castle of House Fry, all were content, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Chapter 42, Old Walder's Trap. Amidst the harmonious scene in Riverrun, the streets reverberated with festive cheer. However, beneath this facade of tranquility, a nefarious plot was brewing. The soldiers of Riverrun raised their goblets, drinking heartily with the Stark men. Yet, in subtle exchanges, glances were shared among comrades. Upon receiving these signals, the soldiers would share knowing smiles, pulling the already tipsy Stark soldiers into toasts, their expressions masked with feigned cheer. This scene was observed by Malik, lurking in the shadows, who quickly tugged at the side of old Raff, exclaiming, just as Lord Caitlin predicted, "Old Walder and the Starks harbor ill intentions." Raff cast a languid glance at Malik, retorting, "You have much to learn. Do not falter in the plan." Malik patted his chest confidently, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall see the mission through." With that, Malik donned the light armor of House Stark, grasped 2 flasks of wine, and staggered toward the soldiers of Riverrun. As he ambled along, a soldier from Riverrun happened to pass by. Malik seized him, reeking of alcohol, and offered a flask, declaring, "To friendship, let us toast." Initially taken aback, the soldier's irritation faded upon seeing Malik's armor, and he laughed as he accepted the flask, taking a small sip. Satisfied, Malik patted the soldier's shoulder and moved on to the next. Meanwhile, the Blood Oath Guards engaged in similar tactics, albeit more brute in their approach. Without uttering a word, they would thrust a flask into the hands of their counterparts, tilting their heads back to drink deeply, then glaring menacingly at the recipients. The soldiers of Riverrun, momentarily stunned, grasped the flasks and complied, sipping cautiously. Beyond the revelry outside, The grand hall of Riverrun was laden with an array of culinary delights. Guests settled into their seats, savoring the delicacies while awaiting the entrance of the newlyweds. Seated beside Rob, Liu Feng refrained from touching any of the dishes, keenly awaiting Lanny's signal. Before long, Lanny's, clad in the attire of a wine steward, approached Liu Feng with a jug of wine. Observing her, Liu Feng whispered, "Is it done?" Lanny subtly nodded, and as she departed, she discreetly gestured an okay sign to Liu Feng. This was a covert signal Liu Feng had previously taught her, and upon seeing it, he felt a wave of reassurance. A quick glance around revealed several men with stiff expressions lurking near the hall's periphery, prompting Liu Feng to clutch his stomach and address Rob. "Your Grace, I must attend to the privy. Do not wait for me." Rob, noticing Liu Feng's pained expression, replied, "Go ahead, Sir Caitlin." With the response given, Liu Feng began to stealthily depart. At this juncture, seated at the head of the table, Old Walder's keen gaze fell upon Liu Feng as he exited, promptly summoning a servant, instructing, "Go find someone to keep an eye on him." Upon exiting, Liu Feng swiftly concealed himself within a shadowy corner. Soon after, the servant emerged with two men clad in black. After scanning the surroundings and failing to spot Liu Feng, the servant's brow furrowed in concern. Contemplating momentarily, he commanded the two men to search in opposite directions while he remained behind, waiting. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Feng, like a phantom, stealthily followed one of the men, ambushing him to procure his mask. After a quick transformation, Liu Feng returned disguised as one of the black-clad men, presenting a bloodied shoulder insignia to the servant. Upon receiving the insignia and recognizing the wolf emblem, the servant nodded and gestured for Liu Feng to rejoin the hall. Relying on his memory, Liu Feng approached an unoccupied spot among the black-clad men, standing attentively and staring ahead. One of the black-clad men, noticing Liu Feng's peculiar demeanor, asked with a smirk, "Is it done?" Liu Feng pondered briefly before responding. He departed peacefully. The black-clad man grinned cruelly, declaring, "Well done, but do not grow complacent. The main event is yet to come." Hearing this, Liu Feng began to scan the vicinity, soon spotting a hidden crossbow beneath the table. It seemed his role was to assassinate Rob with this weapon. Contemplating his strategy, he noted that there were 3 archers alongside him, plus the one who had just exited, making a total of 4. In the moment of action, he was confident he could eliminate 2 instantly, and then take down another. Rob's fate would rest solely upon the skill of the last archer. Liu Feng disliked the unpredictability of such a scenario, yet he acknowledged he had overlooked numerous factors today. At that moment, the groom made his entrance. Edmure, a man in his 30s, was tall yet slender, contrasting sharply with the robust stature expected of a northern lord. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he approached the bride, who awaited him in splendid noble attire. Just then, a melodious tune filled the air, and the doors of the hall were unknowingly shut by the guards. At this moment, Caitlin, engaged in conversation with Sansa, abruptly sensed something amiss upon hearing the music. She cast a shocked glance at Old Walder at the head of the table, her eyes brimming with questions. For the melody was the Lannister family anthem, a commemorative piece honoring Tywin's suppression of rebellious houses. Old Walder's face broke into a sinister smile as he raised his goblet, proclaiming, "Today is a day to remember. Let us toast to this moment." With that, he gestured for a toast, and the unaware small lords raised their goblets, drinking heartily. Ragalo and the 10 Blood Oathguard leaders, recalling Liu Feng's instructions, feigned instability after drinking, collapsing onto the table. Old Walder, lifting his goblet but not drinking, pointed an accusatory finger at Rob, exclaiming, "Rob, you have betrayed your oath, forsaking my daughter to wed this foreign harlot. This is an affront to House Fry, and today you shall pay the price." At this moment, Rob finally grasped the gravity of the situation, urgently turning to Roose. "We have been ensnared." However, Roose merely smirked malevolently, replying, "Indeed, your grace, you have been ensnared." With that, Roose drew a dagger and slit the throat of the Stark Knight. Witnessing this horrific act, Rob could no longer deny that betrayal was afoot. He grasped the longsword, prepared to engage in a deadly duel with Roose. However, at that moment, Old Walder suddenly raised his right hand, and the 4 crossbowmen beside Liu Feng immediately readied their bolts, aiming them at Rob. Chapter 43. The Faceless Man's Ascendancy. The malevolence in Walder's eyes intensified as he stood atop the platform, looking down upon Rob and sneering. "The king in the north, how ludicrous. Remember, in your next life, do not aspire to kingship like others, little wolf cub." Caitlin, witnessing Walder's intent to kill, swiftly drew a dagger, her heart racing as she took a hostage from House Fry, pleading, "Lord Walder, House Stark has no desire to be your enemy. I implore you, spare us. I promise you, the North shall never seek vengeance." Yet Walder turned, a mocking glimmer in his gaze, and retorted, "Lady Caitlin, you have remained unchanged all these years. Still so naive?" With that, Walder disregarded the hostage and signaled the crossbowman to fire. In that fleeting moment, Liu Feng moved with agility. One hand, wielding long tooth, effortlessly severed the throat of the rightmost crossbowman, while his left hand loosed a bolt that pierced the eye of the leftmost. With a scream of agony, Liu Feng executed a swift 360-degree turn, claiming another life with long tooth. Within the briefest of instants, he dispatched 3 foes. Yet the final crossbowman still managed to release his bolt towards Rob. Liu Feng silently prayed for Rob's survival, while his left hand reloaded, shooting through the neck of the last crossbowman. As for Rob, he was struck by the final bolt in the chest, yet his vitality remained resilient. Ignoring the pain, he charged towards Talisa, having seen 3 soldiers from House Bolton brandishing daggers and rushing toward her. Talisa, now with child, moved slowly and could not evade the impending assault. Fortunately, Rago, who had feigned unconsciousness beside Talisa, suddenly sprang into action. His extensive combat experience allowed him to swiftly draw his saber, and in an instant, 3 souls were claimed. Walder, realizing that the previously feigned blood oath captain had awakened, along with the drunken braggart who had not succumbed, quickly recognized the peril and fled towards the hall's exit. However, due to his own orders, the hall had been locked down, trapping him within as he was swiftly surrounded by enraged northern officers. On the other hand, Roose was in a better position. His men remained in the hall, confronting other officers. He directed his gaze towards the now weakened Rob, recognizing this as his sole opportunity. If he could capture Rob and drag him to the soldiers outside, the northern forces would be dealt with, and he would emerge victorious once more. Yet, as Liu Feng finished off the last crossbowman, his attention shifted to Rob. Seeing Roose prepare to strike, he promptly loosed an arrow. Roose, a seasoned warrior, sensed the lethal intent and deftly rolled aside, evading the bolt before sprinting towards Sansa. Liu Feng, having no time to switch weapons, watched helplessly as Roose neared Sansa. This was the culmination of his long-laid plans. He could not accept losing her to Roose. In a fit of rage, Liu Feng seized the moment before Roose could utter his threats and unleashed a flurry of strikes against the Bolton soldiers, claiming 3 lives in mere seconds. Just then, Roose bellowed, "If you wish for Lady Sansa to live, cease your assault immediately." At Roose's command, all combatants halted. Yet in that brief interlude, the soldiers of House Bolton and Fry had dwindled to near extinction. Seeing Roose seize Sansa, Rob, despite his grievous wounds, summoned his strength, declaring, "Roose, why have you betrayed House Stark? Release Sansa now, and I assure you, there shall be no retribution." Liu Feng, hearing this, covered his face in disbelief. Roose, amused by Rob's naivety, laughed heartily. "Rob, there are no Stark soldiers left. If you doubt it, open the doors and see whose army awaits outside." A wave of unease swept through the crowd as they pushed open the doors, only to discover a sea of soldiers' corpses outside. Amidst the shock, Liu Feng suddenly erupted in laughter. "Roose, your petty tricks have been unveiled. Observe closely whose garments these corpses wear." With Liu Feng's words, over 90 soldiers clad in Stark livery surged forth. They were Liu Feng's blood oath brethren, while the true northern soldiers lay intoxicated beyond recognition. Roose, who had been ready to laugh, found the humor evaporating upon recognizing the soldiers' attire. Observing Roose's expression, Liu Feng seized the opportunity to propose. "Now, you may choose to take the remaining soldiers of House Bolton and depart. I believe both Rob and Lady Caitlin would not refuse, provided you release Sansa." Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, Caitlin and Rob echoed, "I can assure you, if you release Sansa, House Stark will not seek vengeance." Realizing the tide had turned against him, Roose relented. "I trust in King Rob's honor, but I demand to see the horses of House Bolton." Caitlin quickly summoned Roose's mount along with the remaining steeds of House Bolton. Roose, holding Sansa hostage, approached the horses step by step, instructing what remained of the Bolton officers to mount. He then commanded, "You all step back, lay down your arms, and I shall release her." With no other choice, everyone complied, and as soon as the weapons were set aside, Roose shoved Sansa aside and leapt onto his horse, fleeing without a backward glance. Though Sansa had witnessed much bloodshed in King's Landing, this was her first experience so close to death. Once freed by Roose, she collapsed to the ground. Caitlin rushed to comfort her daughter, while Liu Feng, accompanied by Lannis, approached Rob to assess his injuries. After all, if Rob were to perish, Liu Feng's plans would be significantly thwarted. Fortunately, upon examination, the bolt had not struck any vital organs, and with Lannis's miraculous elixirs, the bleeding was quickly staunched. Old Walder, recognizing the inevitable defeat, did not take his own life. Instead, he glared at Liu Feng with resentment, as if wishing to consume him whole. He realized that Lannis, disguised as a wine steward, was Liu Feng's ally, explaining why his poison wine had failed. Furthermore, the several feigning unconsciousness were also Liu Feng's agents. It became evident that all his machinations had merely served to elevate this young man before him. Without a trace of fear, Liu Feng met Walder's gaze. Walking directly to him, with a gentle swipe of long tooth across Walder's neck, he extinguished the old man's life. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have collected over 10 identities, and your Faceless man rank has elevated to advanced. The identity replacement skill has been upgraded to identity acquisition skill description. The host can gain partial memories and recognized identities of those they have slain. Chapter 44. Arya's Unalterable Fate. As the system's voice faded, Liu Feng was enveloped in ecstasy. He had not anticipated that the Faceless man could ascend in rank, and the identity acquisition skill appeared to be immensely powerful, capable of granting fragments of others' memories. However, the meaning of recognized identity left him somewhat perplexed. Yet now was not the time for skill contemplation. Although the defending forces of Twin Rivers had largely been dealt with, House Fry was a significant family, and he was eager to see how Robb would navigate this predicament. By now, Robb's wounds had been treated, and he was no longer in critical condition. However, he was still unable to move, and thus, the chair of Fry soon became Robb's temporary sickbed. Liu Feng's decisive act of slaying Fry was witnessed by all. Yet no one uttered a word. They were not foolish. Their continued survival was largely due to Liu Feng's prowess, and thus, their gazes toward him were filled with profound gratitude. Particularly Caitlin Tully, who had just moments ago nearly believed that the northern forces would face utter annihilation, until Liu Feng, like a celestial savior, vanquished the 3 crossbowmen and rescued Robb. Moreover, Liu Feng's Blood Oath Brotherhood had timely saved Talisa, preserving the Stark lineage. Upon seeing Liu Feng's return, he immediately bowed and expressed, "Once again, I am grateful to you, Lord Cain, for your keen insight in unmasking the treachery of the Freys and Boltons." Liu Feng waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Lady Caitlin, I merely fulfilled my duty. There is no need for such gratitude. However, we have pressing matters to address, namely, how to deal with the families of the Freys in Riverrun." Caitlin cast a disdainful glance at Walder's children and wives before stating, "The Fry family was once vassals of my house, having risen to prominence through their usurpation of the Trident and the construction of Riverrun. Ultimately, they betrayed my family, and thus, I believe my brother should have a greater say in this matter." As Caitlin finished speaking, all eyes turned to Edmure, who was cowering in a corner, trembling. Edmure, noticing the collective gaze upon him, meekly asserted, "Where's my uncle? This matter should be entrusted to him." Observing Edmure's demeanor, the assembly exchanged knowing glances. Just as the voice of Brynden Tully, known as Blackfish, suddenly rang out. "I was indisposed earlier and missed the opportunity to partake in the battle against the traitors. What a pity." The crowd turned to see Brynden, a frail old man in his 50s, his sunken eyes vibrant, giving the impression of a stern elder. Yet his current state bore little resemblance to that of a serious man, likely due to Edmure's impending marriage. Since the death of his brother, Duke Hoster, he had been preoccupied with the shortcomings of his nephew, and today he had hoped his nephew would mature into a true man, thus consuming a few extra cups during the feast. Liu Feng couldn't help but muse that had he not traversed into this world, this old man might have been the fated son to escape the Red Wedding. However, entrusting the fate of the Fry family to this inebriated elder seemed entirely impractical, prompting everyone to look once more at Caitlin. After much hesitation, Caitlin finally declared, "I believe Lord Cain has made the most significant contributions during this crisis. The fate of Riverrun should be entrusted to him." Liu Feng had long contemplated the ownership of Riverrun, recognizing its strategic significance as an exceptional stronghold. Absent dragons, capturing the city would require an overwhelming force of at least 10 times the strength. Thus, Liu Feng regarded it as a vital stronghold. Had he not possessed dragons, he would have sought means to claim this treasure. With Caitlin bestowing the decision upon him, Liu Feng felt no inclination to refuse. After thoughtful consideration, he said, "Since Lady Caitlin places her trust in me, I shall not decline." Subsequently, after dismissing the families of the Freys, he shared his thoughts with the assembly. His proposal was straightforward: to hold a tournament for marriage, selecting contenders from commoners or those who could not inherit titles, with the victor appointed as the acting lord of Riverrun. Following this, the right of succession to Riverrun would be returned to the Fry family, requiring them to nominate a young female relative to wed the champion of the tournament. This woman would subsequently become the Lord of Riverrun. In this manner, not only could a significant portion of the Fry family's influence be eliminated, but the animosity would also be redirected, as the casualties would be the result of their own competition. Moreover, by marrying the acting lord, the next generation would see Riverrun no longer entirely belonging to the Freys. Ultimately, the matter would rest with House Tully, as the Riverlands were inherently their domain, though the participants for the tournament would be drawn from the entire Northern Alliance. With the situation of Riverrun resolved, it was already quite late, and with Robb injured, the assembly dispersed to their temporary encampments to rest. When Liu Feng awoke, it was already noon the following day, roused by Sansa's call. Having been deeply shaken the day before and without the chance to apologize, Sansa felt a twinge of guilt. Now, with her spirits restored, she brought some fine pastries to express her gratitude. Liu Feng, feeling a pang of hunger, graciously accepted her kind offering and inquired about Arya. He recalled that Arya had also gone to Riverrun after the Red Wedding, so he sought news of her. After all, he had a fondness for the spirited girl with the bold brows and bright eyes. However, Sansa informed him that she had no news of Arya, leaving Liu Feng somewhat perplexed. Had Sandor not encountered Arya, resulting in her absence from Riverrun? In reality, Arya had indeed been with the Brotherhood without banners and had a brief encounter with the Hound. However, after her escape, she did not cross paths with Sandor, but instead encountered Lannister soldiers. Fortunately, they did not recognize her and merely regarded her as a common child. Arya inadvertently overheard the Lannister soldier speculations about the Red Wedding, leading her to mistakenly believe that Robb and Catelyn had been slain. Consequently, she altered her course towards Braavos, as directed by Jaqen, seeking to learn the true arts of assassination to eliminate her enemies. Perhaps this was fate. Even if Liu Feng altered the outcome of the Red Wedding, Arya was misled by others' conjectures and chose to embark on the path of the Faceless Men. Chapter 45. I Can Pay with Dragons. Robb's northern army rested in Riverrun for 7 days. During this time, a tournament was held, making the week exceptionally lively. The final victor was a common soldier named Soren Baelish. He was not particularly strong or tall. His victory was attributed to his agility and swift swordsmanship. In each match, he skillfully targeted his opponent's weaknesses and swiftly subdued them. Liu Feng observed the contest and deemed him a clever lad. Ultimately, Soren was appointed as the acting lord of Riverrun, with 1,000 Tully soldiers remaining to assist in the transition as the northern army departed. The decision to leave was also influenced by Liu Feng's counsel. Robb had initially wished to continue battling the Lannisters, convinced that Arya was still in their grasp. However, Liu Feng shared intelligence revealing that Arya had escaped King's Landing and had a brief encounter with the Brotherhood, ultimately heading northeast. Initially skeptical, Robb's doubts were dispelled upon capturing a member of the Brotherhood, confirming Liu Feng's claims, and he began to heed Liu Feng's analysis. Due to House Stark's withdrawal and the Boltons' betrayal, the northern forces had dwindled to around 10,000 men. Meanwhile, the Lannisters, now allied with the Tyrells, commanded an army of 100,000. With such an overwhelming disparity, Robb had no hope of victory. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced to Liu Feng's advice, opting to return to the north, especially with his wife Talisa about to give birth, leaving him disinclined to engage in a feudal war. Consequently, after 7 days, the northern army set forth on their grand journey back to Winterfell. The return journey was smooth, taking just over 20 days to reach Winterfell. However, upon their arrival, the sight of their once proud stronghold, now in disarray, brought tears of regret to the 3 Stark siblings. Now, the 3 youngest children of House Stark have gone missing, and Winterfell has been ravaged by enemy flames. The once loyal servants and advisors have entirely vanished. After a thorough search, the body of the Chancellor was discovered beneath the weirwood tree. Beside the corpse, inscriptions bearing the names Bran, Rickon, and Jon were found. Upon analysis, Liu Feng articulated his hypothesis that Bran and Rickon ventured forth to seek Jon. This was not merely conjecture, for Liu Feng was acutely aware that Bran had indeed journeyed to the Wall, while Rickon had been dispatched to House Umber. However, Liu Feng chose not to disclose this information, mindful that possessing too much knowledge could arouse suspicion among others. He had no desire to expose the secret of his time-traveling origins, especially considering that these individuals were unfamiliar with the concept of a traveler from another time. Under Liu Feng's encouragement, Robb swiftly organized a workforce to commence the restoration of Winterfell. Liu Feng, however, did not linger in Winterfell. After bidding farewell to the Stark siblings, he set forth with his company towards Carhold. En route, he passed by the Dread Fort and dispatched scouts to investigate. Ultimately, he discovered that House Bolton had been abandoned, indicating that Roose did not trust the Stark's vow of non-retribution. Liu Feng was indifferent to this revelation. Recognizing that the mere remnants of over 2,000 Bolton subjects would not provoke any significant upheaval. Upon reaching Carhold, he was warmly welcomed by Ricard. Liu Feng, not wishing to appear impolite, directly requested Ricard to arrange for some assistance and facilities for old Luwin and the 5 pyromancers. He intended for the pyromancers to produce wildfire, to be used against the White Walkers north of the wall. Liu Feng also apprised Ricard of the impending winter, revealing that the White Walkers were already stirring. Although Ricard harbored some skepticism, the earnestness in Liu Feng's gaze compelled him to take the news of the White Walkers seriously. Having persuaded Ricard, Liu Feng entrusted his wealth and the source of dragon fire to old Luwin, instructing him to utilize these resources to further the pyromancer's research. Understanding Luwin's advanced age, Liu Feng retained Malek to assist him, both to care for Luwin and because he recognized the budding camaraderie between Malek and Luwin. With everything arranged, Liu Feng bid farewell to Ricard and set his sights on the wall. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Astapor, another significant event was unfolding. As Daenerys had finally arrived by ship, news of her possessing 3 young dragons had spread throughout Essos, prompting the highest ruler of Astapor, Krasnys, to receive her upon her arrival. Krasnys, a bald man of middle age, had long stood atop the hierarchy of slavers, fostering an air of self-importance. Whenever conversing with others, he would arrogantly lift his chin, treating them with disdain. Having been conquered by Valyria, the people of Astapor spoke Valyrian as their common tongue. However, he was unaware that Daenerys was of Valyrian noble blood and had been educated in Valyrian since childhood. To facilitate the negotiations, he had brought along a slave interpreter named Missandei, a tall, dark-skinned Nathi woman with voluminous curly hair. Despite her deep complexion, her features were exquisitely delicate. Trained rigorously, she refrained from using vulgar language, ensuring that Krasnys' derogatory remarks towards Daenerys were perfectly filtered out, earning her a modicum of Daenerys' appreciation. During the negotiation, Daenerys donned a flowing cerulean gown, her curvaceous figure partially veiled by the gentle breeze. This was a portrait of exquisite beauty. However, her countenance was marked by ice-cold resolve. She had witnessed far too many slaves along her journey, which evoked memories of her own childhood, having been uprooted from her home and ultimately sold into servitude by her brother. She empathized deeply with the plight of the slaves, while harboring intense disdain for their masters. Her violet-hued eyes brimmed with determination as she addressed Krasnys. "I wish to purchase all the Unsullied." Krasnys' expression betrayed a fleeting glimmer of delight upon hearing her words. Though he swiftly suppressed it, he feigned discussion with his fellow slavers while his gaze incessantly roamed over Daenerys' form. While he taunted her with derogatory remarks, he asserted that her funds would only suffice for 100 slaves. Daenerys, dismissing Krasnys' insults, replied coldly, "I possess dragons. I can offer one in exchange." Yura, hearing Daenerys' intent to barter a young dragon for the Unsullied, interjected hastily, "Khaleesi, a dragon is worth more than any army. It is the only means to reclaim the Iron Throne." Yet Daenerys remained unresponsive, casting a frosty yet regal glance at Yura that silenced him. Krasnys, anticipating her response, eagerly exclaimed, "Two, I demand 2. Daenerys, however, remained steadfast, her eyes unwavering. "Only 1. Krasnys, recognizing her resolve, attempted to negotiate once more, "I want the largest one." Daenerys, her expression inscrutable, replied simply, "Agreed." Then, she pointed at Missandei, declaring, "However, she shall be included as a gift in this transaction, and I demand her now." Krasnys, upon hearing this, merely smirked in disdain and nodded. To him, a slave like Missandei was easily replaceable, should the deal be concluded. He would not blink at parting with 1, or even 100. Noticing Krasnys' lack of objection, Daenerys allowed a rare smile to grace her features. "Then it is settled?" Krasnys, unusually refraining from further vulgarities, cast an aggressive gaze at Daenerys and replied, "Agreed." With the deal finalized, Daenerys disdainfully stated, "Tomorrow I shall bring my dragon." With that, she turned and exited, accompanied by Missandei, while Barristan Selmy and Yura followed closely behind. As Yura, anxious about the concluded deal, hastened to catch up with Daenerys outside the negotiating chamber, he urged, "Khaleesi, a dragon is worth more than any army. Only it can reclaim the Iron Throne." Daenerys, incensed by Yura's counsel, abruptly halted, her impatience evident as she retorted, "I expect you not to question me in significant matters again. If you cannot abide, you may seek another master." Daenerys' words offered no leniency to Yura. Even though she understood his point, as a queen, she demanded obedience, not a tutor in her decisions. In that moment, Yora comprehended that Daenerys had truly transformed into a formidable queen. She did not appreciate others meddling in her choices, asserting her royal authority. Reflecting on this, Yora's gaze dulled as he realized the distance between himself and Daenerys had widened yet again. Ultimately, he could only nod dejectedly, too fearful to meet her eyes. Daenerys, unperturbed by Yora's disheartened demeanor, had more pressing matters to attend to. As she walked, she addressed Miss Sandai. "You now belong to me. Your duty is to reveal the truth." Miss Sandai promptly responded, "To deceive is a crime, my mistress, and indeed a grave one, far worse than the sins committed by those who tread the path of punishment." Upon hearing Miss Sandai mention the path of punishment, Daenerys was reminded of the sights and experiences she had encountered along her journey. In that moment, a note of sadness tinged her voice. "On the path of punishment, I offered a dying slave some water." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Do you know? He asked me to kill him." Miss Sandai was not surprised by the outcome. She naturally addressed Daenerys, saying, "After death, there are no more slave masters to torment them." "Your Grace." Upon hearing this, Daenerys' expression turned cold as she asked, "Is what Krasny said true? Are the Unsullied truly so obedient?" Though Miss Sandai and Daenerys were not particularly close, it did not hinder her from speaking her mind. After Daenerys' inquiry, she replied resolutely, "They harbor no doubts. They will only obey, without any other intention. Once they are purchased, they belong to you, and even if commanded to take their own lives, they will comply without hesitation." Pleased with this assertion, Daenerys jested, "Would you also take your own life?" Miss Sandai, her expression composed, replied, "All mortals must face death." Taken aback momentarily, Daenerys then laughed, "Indeed, men must die, but we are women." With that, Daenerys quickened her pace, leaving Miss Sandai to smile briefly at the unexpected humor and intrigue of her new mistress, a sensation she had never experienced before. The following day, Daenerys returned to Krasny's palace, this time accompanied by a dragon. Krasny, not one to dawdle, understood that Daenerys had come for a transaction. He promptly escorted her to the assembled ranks of the Unsullied. To demonstrate the Unsullied's absolute obedience, he brazenly beheaded one of them in front of Daenerys, who remained unfazed throughout the act. This sight ignited a profound anger within Daenerys. Yet she refrained from intervening and instead released the dragon, Drogon, who had now matured into a formidable adult, his body adorned with dark red scales. However, one of his legs remained shackled, and he looked at Daenerys with confusion, roaring in protest. Witnessing this, Daenerys felt a pang of sorrow. Despite her reluctance to part with Drogon, she reluctantly surrendered the chain binding him to Krasny's in hopes of returning to her homeland. This was Krasny's first encounter with a dragon, albeit still a juvenile, and his eyes gleamed with longing. He carelessly handed Daenerys the whip that could control the Unsullied and eagerly seized the chain, his expression brimming with excitement. Grasping the whip, Daenerys glanced at the Unsullied and asked Krasny, "Is the deal finalized? Do they belong to me now?" Krasny, his attention fixated on Drogon, dismissively replied, "The deal is done. This army belongs to you, you wretched whore." Receiving his affirmation, Daenerys accepted the whip and slowly approached the Unsullied. At that moment, Drogon seemed to grasp the situation. He struggled vehemently while roaring at Daenerys. His cries resonated like a child calling for its mother, and for a fleeting instant, Daenerys hesitated, feeling a twinge of regret. Ultimately, however, she advanced toward the Unsullied and raised the whip, commanding, "Unsullied, heed my command, march and halt." As Daenerys issued her command, the Unsullied immediately fell into perfect formation, executing her orders with precision. Delighted by this result, she prepared to issue her next command, but a disturbance arose from Krasny's end. Drogon's vigorous struggles rendered Krasny unable to restrain the chain, and he complained, "This monster of a whore doesn't heed my commands." At this, Daenerys could no longer contain herself. Although she understood Valyrian, Krasny's continuous insults had gone unacknowledged until now. With the Unsullied army secured and Krasny's arrogance still palpable, a new resolve ignited within her. She cast a cold glance at Krasny and declared in Valyrian, "Dragons are not slaves." Krasny was taken aback, realizing that his derogatory remarks had been comprehended. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt a surge of fear towards Daenerys. His trepidation was warranted. Daenerys then turned back to the Unsullied, commanding, "Unsullied, heed my command. Seize your weapons, slay the slave masters, kill the soldiers, and eliminate all wielding whips. Save for the children and women." As her orders reverberated, the Unsullied sprang into action. The slave masters, seemingly oblivious to the chaos, found themselves pierced by long spears. As the bodies of the slave masters and soldiers fell in droves, Krasny's arrogance swiftly morphed into desperation. He shouted, "I am your master. Kill this whore killer." However, his cries only hastened his demise. Upon hearing his command, Daenerys immediately instructed Drogon, drag on fire. With this command, the once struggling Drogon fell silent, and a torrent of dragon fire engulfed Krasny's. The ferocious flames, far exceeding ordinary fire in temperature, left Krasny's with no time to utter a scream before he was reduced to charred remains. Chapter 47, Oberyn Martell. The Red Viper. As Daenerys liberated the slaves of Astapor with dragon fire and the Unsullied, significant events unfolded on the other side of the continent. In King's Landing, preparations for the king's wedding were in full swing, with ministers bustling about for the occasion. Following Sansa's disappearance and the successful escape of the northern army from the traps set by the Boltons and Lannisters, Tywin found himself under pressure. Ultimately, he devised a clever solution to strengthen the alliance with House Tyrell. He personally orchestrated the betrothal of Joffrey and Margaery Tyrell. After months of preparation, the wedding day approached, and dignitaries from all corners acknowledged Joffrey as king, converging on King's Landing to offer their congratulations. Among them, the most significant was the delegation from Dorne, led by Oberyn Martell, known as the Red Viper, the brother of Prince Doran, the ruler of Dorne. Despite the importance of the Dornish envoy, Tywin held a poor impression of Oberyn and thus dispatched Tyrion, the imp, to receive him. As the king's uncle, Tyrion did not treat the occasion lightly. Yet sending a dwarf to greet him carried an undertone of humiliation. Early in the day, Tyrion arrived with his friend Bronn and Squire Podrick Payne to welcome their guests. Having arrived too early, Bronn grew impatient and leaned against a tree, remarking, "Even the goats of Dorne should have arrived by now." Tyrion, equally restless, found it impolite to discuss the approaching guests and snapped, "Enough with the chatter." However, Bronn seemingly disregarded his admonition and continued to jest. "I think such matters should be arranged at a tavern. That way, if one side is late, the other can drink more ale." Tyrion took the task seriously, correcting him. "We are awaiting the Prince of Dorne, not your mercenary friends." Bronn, amused, laughed heartily. If he were truly that important, why would you be the one to greet him? His implication was clear. Such a task should be reserved for Tywin himself to uphold the proper decorum. Tyrion, momentarily taken aback, shot Bronn a glare and explained, "The enmity between House Martell and House Lannister has persisted for many years, so..." He concluded his statement with an innocent expression. Bronn laughed again. "What if House Martell wishes to spill some Lannister blood?" At this, Bronn looked at Tyrion with a sly smile and added, "Then you, former hand of the king, might make a fine target." Tyrion, unaffected, retorted, "Do not mock me. For unfortunately, in addition to being a Lannister, I am also a skilled diplomat." To which Bronn merely scoffed, replying with a nonchalant, "Oh." As the two individuals exchanged barbs, a distant cavalry suddenly caught Tyrion's eye. Upon witnessing this, he exclaimed, "Look, the Dornish contingent has arrived. Everyone, muster your spirits." His words resonated through the air like a clarion call in a noisy classroom, prompting the previously languid soldiers, who had been lounging on the ground, to immediately rise and form an orderly line. As the Dornish procession advanced, Tyrion addressed them, saying, "Gentlemen, greetings. His Grace, King Joffrey, extends his warm welcome to you. I am Tyrion Lannister, the Master of Coin." After surveying the ranks closely, he continued, "I regret to inform you that I do not see Prince Oberyn accompanying you." The leader promptly replied, "Prince Oberyn set off ahead. He has little taste for elaborate formalities." Tyrion's heart sank at this revelation, for he was well aware that Oberyn was a man of fierce temperament, known for his vendettas. With the prince having entered the city ahead of schedule, it was likely that complications would ensue. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained unchanged as he graciously ushered the Dornish lords into the city. Once he had settled them comfortably, Tyrion turned to Podrick and said, "We must locate Oberyn post-haste, hopefully before he brings about any bloodshed." Podrick, visibly perturbed, responded, "In such a vast city, searching for a single individual is no easy task." Tyrion, however, seemed unfazed, stating confidently, "It is my understanding that both Oberyn and his wife, Illyria, possess particular proclivities. I trust you now have an inkling of their whereabouts." Podrick appeared to recall something, his face lighting up with realization. The brothel at Bellary's? As Tyrion had anticipated, in a modest establishment run by Littlefinger within King's Landing. Oberyn and Illyria were scrutinizing three recently arrived maidens and a young man. Oberyn was tall and well-proportioned, with a shock of lively short hair and piercing eyes that could instill an unsettling sense of dread in those who met his gaze, making them feel like prey ensnared by a venomous snake. As he beheld the newcomers, his attention fixated on the tallest, most youthful maiden. He approached her with deliberate steps, examining her with the keen eye of a connoisseur. Her timid glance caused her to tremble, her complexion paling under his scrutinizing gaze. Oberyn, noticing her reaction, allowed a subtle smile to curl at the corners of his lips. He circled the maiden, slowly peeling away her soul garment, unveiling her slender, graceful form. Unable to restrain himself, he placed his hand upon her smooth, unblemished skin and inhaled deeply, savoring her scent. With a look of rapture, he turned to Ilaria, who lay languidly on the bed, and asked, "My lady, what are your thoughts on her?" Ilaria, with a languorous glance, commented, "She is lovely, yet her skin is too pallid." At this, Oberyn lost interest in the maiden, moving instead to another, more voluptuous girl, whom he abruptly undraped. A gasp escaped the girl as her curvaceous form was exposed to the air. Oberyn then slapped her soft, yielding flesh, glancing back at Ilaria, who appeared satisfied. After a moment of greedy appraisal, Ilaria nodded in approval. Oberyn leaned in close to the girl, whispering, "Do you fancy women?" To which the girl replied, a knowing smile gracing her lips, "I delight in both men and women." Without hesitation, she approached Ilaria, and they shared a kiss. Meanwhile, Oberyn turned his attention to the lone young man present, ready to engage, when a melodious tune wafted from a distance, interrupting the moment. Chapter 48, Debts Owed. Not just by the Lannisters. The melody was enchanting, yet to Oberyn's ears it was jarring, for the tune was none other than the Reign of Castamere, a song glorifying Tywin Lannister. It was well known that the Dornish held a deep-seated enmity toward the Lannisters, and Oberyn was the most vengeful among them. The moment he recognized the song, his expression darkened as he strode toward its source. Ilaria, entangled with the courtesan, noticed Oberyn's sudden shift, realizing the potential for chaos. She understood the gravity of the situation. They were on Lannister territory, and any disturbance could result in dire consequences. With this thought, she pushed the courtesan aside and dashed after Oberyn. His purpose for coming to King's Landing was to stir trouble, and now that he believed he had found an opportunity, he would not let it slip away. He forcefully flung open the door from whence the music emanated, revealing two couples entwined in an intimate embrace, oblivious to his intrusion. The two men were taken aback by Oberyn's sudden appearance. One stammered, "You seem to be lost." "Sir." Oberyn shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "I have seldom encountered Lannisters in Dorne." With a signature smirk, he fixed his gaze upon the silent man. This man, displaying a surprising boldness, replied with a feigned grin, "I have yet to see a Dornishman in the capital." He scrutinized Oberyn, his eyes filled with condescension. Just then, Ilaria burst into the room, urging Oberyn, "My dear, we must leave." Before Oberyn could respond, the audacious man's eyes gleamed with mischief as he assessed Ilaria and called out to the madam, "Why waste such a fine woman on a Dornishman? Just give him a bald goat and a bottle of olive oil." The madam, taken aback, covered her face, and before she could intervene, the man's companion erupted in laughter, giving him a thumbs up amid his guffaws. The madam stood in stunned silence, realizing the impending chaos. What the man could not fathom was that Oberyn too began to laugh, and then said, "Do you know why the world despises the Lannisters?" As he spoke, he approached the man, continuing, "Because you believe that gold, lions, and your golden lion make you superior to all others. Yet, let me share a secret with you. You are not golden lions. You are merely a gaggle of cowards, drawing your swords at a snail's pace." Provoked by Oberyn's taunt, the man could no longer maintain his composure. He sprang to his feet, hand resting on his sword hilt. However, Oberyn remained unfazed, his eyes challenging. Sensing the pressure emanating from Oberyn, the man's muscles tensed as he prepared to draw his blade. Yet, Oberyn was quicker. In a mere fraction of a second, he unsheathed a dagger and pinned the man's hand to the table. Had Liu Feng been present, he would have been astonished, for Oberyn's speed rivaled his own. It must be noted that Liu Feng was a seasoned assassin, having undergone years of training and system enhancement after his transition. This highlights the sheer terror that Oberyn embodied. Oberyn observed the anguished cries of his adversary, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his visage. He then turned towards the timid man and said, "The moment I unsheathe my dagger, your friend shall commence bleeding, and the flow shall be relentless. With a mere slip of my tongue, even your own chest might suffer the same fate. However, should you choose to assist me, there remains a chance for his survival." The timid man trembled in fear, yet he still placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, his gaze anxiously fixed upon Oberyn, uncertain of how to proceed. Noticing the man's hesitation, Oberyn resorted to further provocation. "Make your decision swiftly. Your friend cannot endure much longer." The timid man glanced at his friend, whose hand was pinned to the table, then back at Oberyn, and finally resolved to act. With a trembling right hand, he reached for his sword, but just then, Tyrion's voice echoed through the air. "Your Highness Oberyn." Upon Tyrion's arrival, Oberyn immediately concealed his earlier mockery, retracting his dagger while turning to embrace Ellaria, kissing her passionately. Taking advantage of this moment, the two men hastily exited the room, leaving behind an awkward Tyrion and Boros. After concluding his kiss with Ellaria, Oberyn seemed to finally notice Tyrion, greeting him with a warm smile akin to that of old friends reuniting, and introduced, "This is Ellaria Sand, my wife." He then proceeded to introduce Tyrion to Ellaria. Upon hearing Oberyn's introduction, Tyrion's expression shifted from awkwardness to ease. He nodded and offered a slight smile to Ellaria before engaging in conversation with Oberyn. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tyrion suddenly turned to Oberyn. "Prince Oberyn, I wish to speak with you privately, if I may." Oberyn appeared to anticipate Tyrion's request. After scrutinizing his expression, he nodded in agreement. They walked and conversed until they reached a secluded spot beneath the city walls. Oberyn remarked, "It has been quite some time since I last visited King S Landing, attending my sister Elaya's wedding to Rhaegar Targaryen. He loved her dearly and fathered many children with her, yet he abandoned her for another woman." At this, Tyrion nodded solemnly, prompting Oberyn to continue. "This led to a war. Your father's forces besieged King S Landing and slaughtered those children." With serpentine intensity, Oberyn fixed his gaze upon Tyrion. "Do you know how they treated my sister? Rhaegar Clegane, the mountain, he violated her and then cleaved her in twain." Tyrion's countenance shifted, his eyes reflecting sympathy. "I am truly sorry. I was not there, I know not what transpired." Yet Oberyn was not inclined to hear his explanations. He grasped Tyrion's head with both hands, staring intently into his eyes. "The one who issued that command was your father. Tell him that debts must be settled, and it is not only the Lannisters who owe." With that, Oberyn released Tyrion, his demeanor returning to tranquility as if nothing had transpired, and he ambled away, leaving Tyrion in a state of bewilderment. A sense of foreboding washed over Tyrion as he pondered the implications of Oberyn's arrival for the Lannisters. Chapter 49. The Death Cry of Vhagar. Beyond the Wall. In the land of eternal winter, a singular season prevails, the frigid embrace of winter. At this juncture, 2 months have elapsed since Liu Feng traversed the treacherous wall. Over this period of growth, Vhagar's stature has surpassed even the mightiest of warhorses, his wings unfurling to a staggering span exceeding 4 meters. Valeriana has also grown rapidly, now nearing the size of an adult direwolf, and most notably, she has mastered the art of dragonfire. This transformation has instigated doubts within Liu Feng regarding Vhagar's true prowess, as he begins to question the legitimacy of the so-called Dragon King. Nevertheless, Vhagar remains self-assured, emitting thunderous roars whenever elated. Throughout these 2 months, Liu Feng has encountered 2 small tribes of wildlings. The first tribe, comprising merely 100 individuals, clashed with Liu Feng's group, resulting in a predictable outcome. Liu Feng, at the cost of 1 blood sworn, annihilated all the male wildlings and captured the women and children. This battle not only allowed Liu Feng to seize fragments of the tribe leader's memories and elevate his foundational attributes, but also successfully activated the identity replacement skill. However, this identity replacement ability is imperfect. For instance, at present, Liu Feng possesses the identity of the tribe leader, yet the loyalty of the tribe members towards him rests at a mere 50%. This delicate figure is pivotal. An increase by even a fraction will ensure the wildlings continue to obey their leader, while a decrease will herald the potential for rebellion. This nuance presents an opportunity. The correct approach in dealing with the wildlings will enhance their loyalty, whilst a misstep will invite treachery. This understanding is one of the reasons Liu Feng feels secure in capturing the wildling women and children, as their loyalty exceeds the 50% threshold. After a thorough assessment, it was determined that apart from the resisting wildling women, only 50 individuals remain alive. As the chill of eternal winter intensifies, Liu Feng and his companions are compelled to don the garb of the wildlings and press onward, equipped with wildling attire and supplies. Liu Feng relinquished the notion of seeking Castle Black, as there he would likely encounter the White Walkers prematurely, and possibly provoke the Night King's wrath through the slaying of his minions, inciting a large-scale assault. Thus, Liu Feng resumed his quest for new wildling tribes, guided by the power distribution on the system map. Just yesterday, he stumbled upon a larger tribe of wildlings. Drawing from his previous experience, Liu Feng swiftly eliminated their leader. Upon assuming the role, he generously distributed food, ensuring the tribe feasted heartily. This act secured the unwavering loyalty of the tribe's members. This tribe comprises 500 individuals, with women and children representing 70% of the total population, leaving only about 150 capable of combat. This is also due to the absence of elders among the wildling tribes, as survival in such harsh conditions proves exceedingly challenging for the aged. From the memories of the two tribe leaders, Liu Feng gleaned crucial information. The king beyond the wall, Mance Raider, is rallying all wildling tribes for a concerted assault against the wall. Through his interactions with the wildlings, Liu Feng has come to recognize them as a resilient folk, ceaselessly striving for sustenance amidst skirmishes with both tribes and the Night's Watch. Many wildling children lose their parents at a tender age, forcing them to labor for survival. A single misstep can spell doom. Fortunately, the wildling tribes exhibit a commendable sense of unity, with even orphaned children receiving care from others. Nevertheless, even in such a community, many young wildlings perish due to hunger and disease. With this understanding, Liu Feng comprehends why the wildlings consistently gather to mount assaults against the wall. He even harbors the belief that should he manage to conquer all wildlings, he would lead them southward. Liu Feng continued his journey towards the wildling gathering point, yet encountered no tribes along the way. It appears the nearby tribes have already moved ahead. Thus a week passed, and Liu Feng finally identified the wildling congregation on the system map. Liu Feng was aware that the tribal connections among the wildmen were rather tenuous. Thus, his current disguise, accompanied by his subordinates, allowed him to approach the wild men's encampment without raising suspicion. Consequently, Liu Feng commanded everyone to hasten their march. As twilight descended, he finally arrived at the wild men's camp. Upon his arrival, a robust wild man obstructed their path. Liu Feng exchanged a glance with him and instinctively took a few steps back, not out of fear of the wild man's imposing stature, but rather due to the unbearable stench emanating from him. This vile odor was something Liu Feng had never encountered before, nearly causing him to retch. The retreating motion of Liu Feng only seemed to heighten the wild man's excitement. He was a Saran, a night watchman relishing the act of intimidation. They thrived on witnessing the fear in others. However, upon noticing that Liu Feng did not display terror, the wild man grew irate and demanded, "Where do you come from? And why have you brought women and children to our camp?" Before Liu Feng could respond, sensing the hostility, Vagr suddenly lunged from behind. In the wild man's astonished gaze, Vagr unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the wild men's camp. The wild man blocking Liu Feng's path was so shaken by the roar that blood streamed from his orifices, and he pointed a trembling finger at Liu Feng before collapsing lifelessly. Liu Feng felt a mix of helplessness and exasperation regarding Vagr's transformation. As Vagr grew larger, his temperament became increasingly volatile. Aside from Liu Feng, anyone who inadvertently provoked him could easily become the target of his wrath. Yet in most instances, he managed to exercise restraint. However, he sensed a murderous intent emanating from this Saran. The commotion quickly attracted numerous wild men, even rousing Mance, who was stationed at the heart of the camp. He immediately rallied several of the strongest wild men leaders to advance toward Liu Feng's position. Unfortunately, Liu Feng found himself in an even more precarious situation. Vagr's roar had stirred the giants, leaving Liu Feng feeling quite disheartened. He had intended to blend discreetly into the wild men's camp and devise a plan to usurp Mance. Yet this unexpected uproar rendered any hopes of subtlety impossible. At that moment, he spotted a towering wild man, standing 3 meters tall and built like a colossus, charging toward him, evidently intent on challenging the might of the dragon. Liu Feng was unwilling to engage in such confrontation, as giants had become exceedingly rare. He certainly did not want Vagr to inadvertently slay another one. Chapter 50. I am blessed by the gods. Giants are a reclusive race, despite their imposing height exceeding 3 meters and their fierce appearance. They are not inherently combative, except in the presence of overwhelming noise. Today, the giant Wang Wang was leisurely setting up a tent, a task he relished, pouring all his effort into it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar disrupted his work, carrying an indescribable force that even sent the mammoths hauling timber sprawling to the ground. This infuriated Wang Wang, who bellowed in anger and charged toward the source of the sound with his formidable elephantine legs. Before long, he discerned the origin of the noise, a magnificent golden beast, adorned with glimmering dragon horns and a tail resembling that of a dragon. He had never encountered such a creature before, but he recognized features that only the legendary dragons possessed. Wait a moment, this is a dragon, albeit standing at the same height as him. Realizing this, Wang Wang abruptly halted his advance. However, his immense size and inertia made it impossible for him to stop immediately, causing him to collide with Vagr. What awaited him was a gaping maw and a pair of golden eyes. Liu Feng stood dumbfounded as Vagr reared up, towering over the giant. Just as Liu Feng braced himself for an impending battle, both Vagr and Wang simultaneously took a step back. The dragon possessed an extraordinary ability to sense the intentions of others. Just as the Saran had harbored lethal intent upon first laying eyes on Liu Feng, Wang, upon recognizing Vagr as a dragon, recalled ancient legends and dared not approach further. This was the primary reason Vagr refrained from attacking. At that moment, a throng of wild men encircled Liu Feng and his companions. Although they surrounded them, their gazes remained fixated on Vagr. Lannis, witnessing the situation, hurriedly approached Liu Feng and whispered, "Your Majesty, what shall we do?" Liu Feng gestured for Lannis to remain calm, and then proclaimed loudly, "Vagr, Valerina, ascend to the skies. But beware of the enemy's arrows." As Liu Feng's words echoed in the air, Vagr exerted his powerful legs and leaped skyward. Upon taking flight, he let out a resounding roar. This time, however, the roar lacked lethal intent, merely conveying his emotions to Liu Feng. Vagr's actions startled many wild men, who had never before encountered a dragon, and they instinctively recoiled in fear. Valerina, light and agile, soared effortlessly into the air, her weight negligible and aided by her extraordinary 3 pairs of wings, transforming into a streak of pink light as she pursued Vagr, reaching several hundred meters in altitude in the blink of an eye. Seeing Vagr and Valerina safely aloft, Liu Feng waved to the Blood Alliance guards and the wild men accompanying him. Ragalo and the other guards immediately understood, positioning themselves protectively around Liu Feng, gripping their weapons with vigilance as they kept a watchful eye on the encroaching wild men. Meanwhile, their own wild men attempted to explain the situation, striving to persuade the approaching wild men. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, with both sides prepared for conflict, the encroaching wild men parted, forming a pathway. In walked a tall, imposing middle-aged man, his eyes sharp and piercing, followed by a group of ferociously adorned wild men. The middle-aged man glanced skyward before scrutinizing Liu Feng for a moment and inquired, "Are you the crow?" Taken aback, Liu Feng recalled that crow was a term used to refer to the night watchman, and he shook his head, replying, "No, I am not the crow. I have come to assist you." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of disdain and remarked, "Oh, how do you intend to aid me?" Liu Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "If I am not mistaken, you must be the king beyond the wall, Mance Raider." Seeing him nod in acknowledgement, Liu Feng raised his voice and, in the wild tongue, declared, "I know that your urgency to assault the wall stems from sensing the threat of the White Walker's return. Am I correct, Your Majesty Mance?" At this, Mance furrowed his brow, as if perceiving the entirety of the situation, and asked, "Are you suggesting that you wish to join the fight for the living?" Liu Feng smiled and nodded. However, in the next moment, Mance replied, "Bind him, hand him over to the Saran. I will not fall for the same trick twice." Liu Feng was left momentarily dumbfounded. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. He recalled that John had said something similar, ultimately earning Mance's trust. Why, then, did it not work for him? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, "Mance, do you know the weaknesses of the White Walkers?" Upon hearing this, Mance scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "We have battled the White Walkers in the north for countless years and are well aware of their fear of flames. Do you possess no other stratagem?" Liu Feng responded with a hearty laugh. "Firstly, I am not a crow. Secondly, given your understanding of the White Walkers, even if you were to breach the wall, you would be slaughtered by them." Mance's brow furrowed even tighter at these words. He knew all too well the difficulty of breaching the wall, and the impending threat posed by the White Walkers was even more daunting. Contemplating this, he restrained the urge to strike and asked, "Do you truly have a means to confront the White Walkers?" Liu Feng seized upon this opportunity, feigning a devout demeanor as he declared, "I have been guided by the divine, hailing from the distant continent of Essos, specifically to aid the living against the White Walkers. Trust me, I understand their weaknesses better than anyone." A few wildlings could not contain their laughter upon hearing Liu Feng's claims. Mance joined in, adding, "Free folk have never placed their faith in deities." To this, Liu Feng responded with a smile and retorted, "Then how do you explain the immense power of the White Walkers, who can resurrect the dead? Does that not signify divine strength?" Mance furrowed his brow, having pondered similar questions himself. Why were the White Walkers so formidable? Was there truly a deity backing them? Sensing the effect of his words, Liu Feng raised his voice to address all the wildlings, proclaiming, "I have been blessed by the god of fire and light, rendering me impervious to flames. And I possess the ability to command dragons. With these gifts, I am far more qualified than anyone to aid the free folk against the White Walkers. If you doubt me, I can prove it before all. Chapter 51. Sacrificing for art once more. Mance regarded Liu Feng with skepticism, not wholly convinced by his words. For he had indeed heard of the Targaryens and their dragons. Noticing Mance's attitude had softened, though doubts about Liu Feng's identity lingered, he inquired, "How shall I prove it?" Mance replied with a grin, "It is quite simple. We happen to have a great bonfire that requires igniting. If you can withstand the searing flames, I shall believe you." Liu Feng felt a sense of resignation. It appeared he must once again sacrifice for the sake of art. He nodded to Mance, then reassured Rogo and the others before following Mance to the massive bonfire. The land of eternal winter was bitterly cold, and they often built bonfires to endure the long nights. With nearly 100,000 wildlings gathered, they had prepared ample firewood. They arrived at a recently constructed bonfire, still awaiting ignition, and Mance gestured toward it. Liu Feng smiled nonchalantly and stepped into the heart of the flames. Upon finding a suitable position, he halted a wildling who sought to light the fire, and instead whistled to the sky. Moments later, a pink streak of light descended, revealing Valerina. She joyfully flew before Liu Feng, her curious gaze sweeping over the surrounding wildlings. After quietly instructing Valerina, Liu Feng stood atop the wood and addressed the wildlings. "I am the emissary of the god of fire and light, the unburnt who stands against the White Walker's cane, Hua Xia Liu Feng. I shall now demonstrate my divine power." Following his impassioned proclamation, the wildlings regarded him with skepticism, watching him as one might observe meat cooking, which left Liu Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. He called out to Valerina, "Drag on fire." Upon his command, Valerina, the size of a wolf, took to the air and began to circle around Liu Feng. After receiving Liu Feng's nod of affirmation, excitement flickered in her eyes, and a torrent of intense flames erupted from her mouth. Though Valerina was still small, the flames she unleashed, though only the width of a barrel, ignited all the wood surrounding Liu Feng with precision. As the dragon fire enveloped the bonfire, the wildlings, who had been merely spectators, now widened their eyes in astonishment. They were captivated by the fire-breathing dragon and curious as to whether Liu Feng would be consumed by the flames. The dragon fire exceeded that of ordinary flames, causing the bonfire to blaze with unparalleled vigor. In the midst of the surging heat, Liu Feng moved with ease. Not a single hair on his head ignited. At that moment, both Mance and the onlooking wildlings were left in shock. They had never witnessed such a miraculous spectacle and erupted in exclamations of awe. Many even knelt before Liu Feng, suddenly believing him to be the divine emissary capable of leading them to victory over the White Walkers. Seeing more and more wildlings bowing down, Liu Feng proclaimed loudly from the heart of the flames, "I have been guided by the divine to the land of eternal winter to liberate the free folk. I will lead you to triumph over the White Walkers, to cross the wall, and to free you from the burdens of hunger and cold. But all of this hinges upon your willingness to follow in my footsteps." The tribal leaders exhibited discomfort at Liu Feng's words. They were reluctant to follow a stranger, viewing Mance merely as a unifying force. However, the ordinary wildlings held a different perspective. They cherished their freedom, and the leader's grip over them was tenuous at best. Having witnessed the miracle, a majority swiftly shifted their allegiance. Mance, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that his claim to the title of King Beyond the Wall rested on two pillars: his ability to unite the tribal leaders through social finesse, and his exceptional strategic foresight that allowed him to evade the White Walker's scrutiny. Now, as the authority of the tribal leaders began to wane, and a youth representing the god of fire emerged, he felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Regretting his earlier decision, he sensed his position becoming unstable and cast a cold glance at Liu Feng. Coincidentally, the tribal leaders beside him shared the same sentiments. Exchanging glances, they approached Mance and whispered a few words. Their suggestions sparked a glimmer of realization in Mance, aligning perfectly with his own thoughts and bolstering his confidence for the actions to come. This shift in dynamics immediately alerted Valerina. Sensing the malice emanating from Mance and his companions, let out an angry roar in their direction. However, in her juvenile state, lacking the terrifying voice of Vagor, her intimidation fell flat. Liu Feng, noticing Valerina's agitation, quickly restrained her from attacking and discreetly observed Mance's expression. As the king beyond the wall, Mance's thoughts were not easily readable. In the instant his resolve solidified, the chill in his demeanor dissipated, replaced by a congenial smile. Liu Feng, unable to discern any underlying threat, felt he had achieved the desired effect and emerged from the bonfire, completely undraped. This scene instantly captured the attention of numerous wildling women. Though Liu Feng's physique was not overly muscular, his sinewy form was tall and well-proportioned, complemented by smooth skin and deep, dark eyes. To the wildling women, who had seldom encountered handsome men, he was irresistibly alluring. Much like Jon and Mance, any newcomer to the wildling ranks would inevitably attract the gaze of many women. Despite their rough existence, the wildlings were not immune to the allure of beauty, feeling slightly bashful under the collective gaze of the women. Liu Feng knew he could not afford to appear timid, lest it tarnish his image. Thus, he emerged, exuding confidence and scanning the surroundings with assured eyes. He discreetly signaled to Rogo, yet the Dothraki, equally wild, failed to grasp Liu Feng's intent. Mance, however, took note of this gesture and promptly intervened, assuming Rogo's role. Subsequently, he directly shed his coat and handed it straight to Liu Feng. Liu Feng was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the esteemed king of the wilds would stoop to such a level, voluntarily offering his garment. This thought made Liu Feng even more wary of Mance's actions. He cautiously extended his hand, preparing to accept the coat. Little did he know, Mance was concealing not just the coat, but also a sharp dagger in his grasp. At the moment Liu Feng reached for the coat, a glint of cold light flashed in Mance's eyes as he abruptly lifted the coat, obscuring Liu Feng's vision, and thrust the dagger towards his chest. Although Liu Feng had been on guard, he was unprepared for an attack in front of all the wildlings. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively dodged to the left, while simultaneously propelling himself towards a fire pit behind him. Despite his swift movements, the dagger still pierced his chest, leaving a gaping wound. Though fortunately, it did not strike any vital organs. Clutching his wound, Liu Feng glared at Mance, seething, Mance as the king of the wilds. How can you disregard the survival of free folk and attempt to kill the envoy who aids us against the White Walkers? Chapter 52. The Trial by Combat. Despite his injury, Liu Feng gritted his teeth and raised his voice as much as he could. The wildlings present were watching intently, and his words immediately sparked a fervent reaction. Protect the envoy. We cannot allow the despicable ambusher to succeed. Someone shouted, and the wildlings quickly echoed the sentiment. Mance's expression darkened considerably upon seeing this. He found it absurd that after leading the wildlings to evade the pursuit of the White Walkers countless times, a single action today would incite such a considerable uproar. Realizing this, he hastily explained, only the crows of the south worship the gods. He is a trickster sent by the crows to sow discord among us. Do not believe that accursed foreigner. Liu Feng retorted through gritted teeth. Have you forgotten that you were once a crow? You could genuinely aid the free folk. Why can others not? Do you harbor ulterior motives? Liu Feng's words left Mance momentarily speechless. His previous nervousness had caused him to overlook the implications of his earlier statements, providing Liu Feng with a perfect opportunity for counterattack. Under the scrutiny of countless wildlings, he lost his usual composure, swallowed hard, and said, I am indeed sincerely trying to help the free folk. Otherwise, many people here would have already become walking corpses. Standing amidst the flames, Liu Feng bore the intense pain and declared, Your recent actions have revealed your ambitions. Since you are unwilling to acknowledge them, let the gods decide who is right. We shall engage in a trial by combat. Mance's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. He could see that although his earlier strike had not struck a vital area, it had nonetheless inflicted significant harm on Liu Feng. Now, hearing Liu Feng propose a trial by combat, he found himself wanting to laugh at Liu Feng's foolishness for challenging him under such circumstances. Thinking this, Mance immediately replied, Very well, let us engage in a trial by combat under the gaze of the gods. Liu Feng laughed heartily and said, Did you not just claim to disbelieve in the gods? How is it that you now believe? Hypocrite. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Mance's face, quickly replaced by anger as he retorted, What? Do you wish to back out? Liu Feng remained silent, instead limping towards Rhaenys to retrieve his dagger, Longclaw. Observing Liu Feng's condition, Rhaenys could not help but approach him, advising, Your Majesty, you are at a disadvantage like this. Liu Feng discreetly winked at her and whispered, Do not worry, my injury is not as severe as it appears. After saying this, he limped back to face Mance, his gaze resolute. Though I am injured, I believe the gods will aid me in vanquishing the vile heretic. Despicable Mance, are you prepared? His words incited a chorus of cheers from the wildlings, though their eyes betrayed a hint of concern. After all, such a righteous and enigmatic leader was a rarity, and they feared Liu Feng might lose this battle. Mance, wearing a cynical smile, said, What a naive little fool you are. I will make you realize this choice will be the greatest mistake of your life. With that, Mance charged at Liu Feng, seeking to overpower him with sheer strength. However, upon witnessing Mance's approach, A cold smile tugged at Liu Feng's lips as he swiftly assumed an offensive stance and softly uttered 4 words. Shadow kill from 100 paces. As his words resonated, Liu Feng's form morphed into a fleeting shadow, instantly appearing behind Mance. With the dagger in hand, he struck with the ferocity of a beast, piercing Mance's neck. This seemingly simple strike, executed with meticulous precision, severed Mance's central nervous system, arteries, and throat in succession. By the time Liu Feng withdrew his blade, Mance had ceased to draw breath. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the king of the wilds, Mance. You have acquired a portion of Mance's memories and successfully assumed his identity. Your physical attributes have significantly increased, and your archery skills have risen to 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully conquering a majority of the free folk, becoming the new king of the wilds. Current conquest level of the free folk, 70. Liu Feng paid little heed to the notification sounds. The energy expenditure of the shadow kill technique was immense. Having used it, his wounds intensified and his surroundings began to blur. At that moment, all the free folk who stood by Liu Feng erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, those allied with Mance found their allegiance shifting due to the identity replacement and joined in the jubilation. The only individuals who did not wish for Liu Feng's victory were a dozen formidable tribal leaders, who, upon seeing Liu Feng collapse, intended to deliver a finishing blow. However, in the next moment, Vigor descended from the sky, shielding Liu Feng. Upon landing, it exuded an overwhelming draconic majesty, unleashing a thunderous roar. The sheer force of its presence instilled fear in the hearts of the tribal leaders, dissuading them from their previous intent. Soon after, Rhaenys and the Bloodriders arrived, surrounding Liu Feng to offer protection, while Rhaenys began to tend to his wounds. In no time, the treatment was complete, and Liu Feng, amidst the support of countless wildlings, was carried into an opulent tent. As night quietly passed, Liu Feng's physique was enhanced, and his recovery abilities proved remarkable. After a night of rest, the pain remained, yet the severity of his injuries had greatly diminished. Upon rising, Liu Feng immediately checked the system map, relieved to find no White Walker presence. He then assessed the loyalty of the free folk, discovering that 50 of them had reached an impressive loyalty level of 80. Those with 70 loyalty accounted for 10, while 20 fell below 50, with the remaining 20 scattered between 50 and 60 loyalty. Seeing this outcome, Liu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, considering that Mance had rallied an impressive force of 100,000 wildlings. A loyalty of 50 represented 50,000 individuals, a number that would assert dominance in Westeros. However, the combat prowess among the wildlings varied greatly. Although Mance had claimed to gather 100,000 troops, this figure included women and children, with a true fighting force not exceeding 50,000. Among them were giants capable of fighting 100 men and exceptional warriors who could take on 10, alongside frail and sickly individuals. This disparity in strength was one reason why Mance's vast army had struggled to breach the wall. With this in mind, Liu Feng began to gather everyone. He was now in a position to command this great army effectively. Thus, he set forth on his next plan, to assess their combat strength and march southward. While he may not have intended to breach the wall through sheer force, he recognized the necessity of possessing formidable deterrence. Chapter 53. The Fall of River Run, Robb Gained a Bride. As Liu Feng orchestrated a remarkable turnaround against the wildling army, a significant event was unfolding in the city of Twin Rivers, situated at the border of the Riverlands in the north. Ever since the common-born Soren Barry triumphed in the martial selection to become the acting Lord of Twin Rivers, the competition for his wife's hand commenced. After months of rivalry, and at the expense of numerous descendants of House Fry, the sixth daughter of Marquis Ward, Awen Fry, emerged victorious. Her beauty captivated Soren, securing his support. However, the Tully family, having heeded Liu Feng's counsel advocating for fair competition, chose not to assist Soren. This situation persisted until Soren leveraged the wealth of House Fry to recruit an additional 2,000 soldiers. With this newfound strength, Soren promptly contacted Duke Edmure, asserting his capability to defend Twin Rivers. Following the withdrawal of Tully's soldiers, Soren began a brutal campaign against other branches of House Fry, utilizing Awen as his instrument of slaughter. Ultimately, apart from Ward's 13th son, Gemmo's Fry, all branches not directly related to Awen were decimated. Although the infamy of these atrocities fell upon Awen's family, the massacre incited considerable discontent among the nobility of Twin Rivers. Seizing the opportunity, Gemmo's rallied support from Houses Tully and Hightower, amassing a force of 2,000 men. Despite his newfound army, He lacked confidence in overtaking Twin Rivers until he received an alliance invitation from House Bolton. Recognizing this as his chance, he allied with the Boltons, subsequently attracting the Lannisters' favor. With their backing, Gemmos grew emboldened, successfully swaying Sorin's newly recruited soldiers and stealthily infiltrating the Frey Castle. After a fierce battle, Gemmos emerged victorious. Initially intent on killing his treacherous sister, he reconsidered upon Sorin's escape, opting instead to imprison Awen. With Twin Rivers under his control, he felt indifferent towards an outsider. Bolstered by the formidable support of House Lannister, he believed Sorin posed no significant threat. After all, with the Lannisters guarding the Riverlands, the Tully family dared not launch an offensive. The North's harsh environment and communication barriers meant that by the time Sorin could muster a response, Gemmos would have fortified Twin Rivers. However, this state of affairs was short-lived, as the true master of Twin Rivers soon became Ramsay Snow. Not only did he personally execute his father, but he also forged an alliance with King Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, ultimately placing Gemmos under house arrest. Through relentless torment, Gemmos capitulated, becoming akin to a wretched shadow of Theon Greyjoy, now filled with dread towards Ramsay. Meanwhile, in Winterfell, King Robb Stark was celebrating the birth of his daughter. The reconstruction of Winterfell had been completed, and the castle bustled with life, radiating a festive spirit. Talisa, having just given birth, felt weak and did not emerge. Catelyn held her newborn granddaughter, her face alight with joy. Yet, as she smiled, tears streamed down her cheeks. For her two youngest sons and daughter remained unaccounted for, casting a shadow over her happiness. However, her sorrow swiftly dissipated with the cries of the infant in her arms. For she still had one daughter and one son, and now a new family member. Sansa, wishing to assist, entered Talisa's chamber, only to find Robb comforting Talisa with sweet words. Realizing she should not intrude upon their tender moment, Sansa quietly retreated, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the wall. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in her sapphire eyes, recalling the cherished moments spent with Liu Feng, an exhilarating escape from the Red Keep. The thrill and trepidation of riding a dragon. Just as she became lost in her reverie, a voice abruptly interrupted her thoughts. The new steward hurried to Sansa's side, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, may I inquire if His Grace, King Robb, is within?" Sansa understood that Robb was engrossed in a private conversation with her sister-in-law and preferred not to disturb him. "What is it? Just convey it to me," she replied. The steward hesitated before addressing Sansa. "A man claiming to be the acting Lord of Twin Rivers, named Sorin, seeks an audience with His Grace. I dared not admit him without your lord's consent." Upon hearing this, Sansa paused, suddenly recalling that this was the very Sorin who had triumphed in the martial competition for the position of acting lord, as proposed by Liu Feng. "Take me to him," she commanded. Following her experiences in King S Landing, Sansa had matured significantly. With the acting lord of Twin Rivers appearing in Winterfell, something troubling must have transpired. Knowing Robb's temperament, she felt compelled to ascertain the situation before informing him. Upon reaching the entrance, she caught sight of Sorin, disheveled and voraciously consuming a spread of food. Given the circumstances, it seemed Twin Rivers had fallen, and Sorin's escape was nothing short of miraculous. After Sorin finished his meal, Sansa inquired, "My lord Sorin, what has transpired?" Sorin's eyes revealed a flicker of disappointment upon recognizing her, yet he recounted Gemmos allied with the Boltons and the Lannisters, launching a surprise attack on Twin Rivers. "My wife has been captured, and the city has fallen." Overcome with emotion, he continued, "I have come to beseech King Robb for assistance in reclaiming Twin Rivers and rescuing my wife." Though Sansa lacked military knowledge, she had gleaned from Liu Feng's discussions with Robb that Twin Rivers was a formidable stronghold. With the vassals of the north having returned to their families and Winterfell's forces dwindling to fewer than 5,000, she understood that any attempt to retake Twin Rivers would entail significant sacrifice, regardless of success. "My lord Sorin, I lament your plight, and I shall promptly inform His Grace," she replied. Suddenly struck by an idea, she discreetly provided the steward with funds, arranged for him accommodations and sustenance. With that, Sansa departed, her mind heavy with concern. Chapter 54, Ramsay's Letter. Winterfell. A week had passed, and Robb remained oblivious to the fall of Twin Rivers. Today, however, he received a letter from the city. The contents were straightforward. Ramsay began by declaring that his father, Roose Bolton, had betrayed House Stark once more, conspiring with Gemmos to attack Twin Rivers. Furthermore, Roose had located Rickon Stark through House Umber and returned him to Twin Rivers, where he was plotting an assault on House Tully's river run. Ramsay, as a vassal of the North, refused to betray House Stark, thus he killed the traitor Roose his own father. Gemos, too, had been imprisoned, and Rickon had been rescued and was currently in good health. Ramsay sought to maintain a cordial relationship with House Stark, pledging to care for Rickon until Robb could retrieve him from Twin Rivers. Upon receiving this news, Robb immediately summoned his mother, Catelyn, and sister, Sansa. He conveyed the delightful news to them, and Catelyn was naturally overjoyed, having not seen Rickon for far too long, to the point where she was unable to contain the tears welling in her eyes. Sansa, however, furrowed her brow. Although she was not well acquainted with Ramsay, she remained skeptical about such matters. Turning to Robb, she said, "I believe this situation is far from simple. There is someone who may possess a greater understanding of the goings-on in the twins." Robb paused, a look of curiosity crossing his face as he inquired, "Who is it?" After a moment's hesitation, Sansa averted her gaze slightly and replied, "Solon Barry, the recently appointed regent of the twins, has just escaped from there. His steward arranged for him a place to stay and provisions." Upon hearing this, Robb's expression darkened with a flicker of anger. As the king in the north, he was taken aback that Sansa had withheld such significant information from him. This prompted him to regard his sister with a serious demeanor, believing her unilateral decision was misguided. Sansa, aware of her misstep, hastily explained, "At that time, Talisa needed companionship, which is why I did not inform you." Robb, wishing to avoid further delay on the matter, warned Sansa against repeating such oversight before instructing the steward to bring Solon forth. Before long, Solon entered, accompanied by the steward. The moment he stepped inside, he found Robb's piercing gaze fixed upon him. In that instant, Solon realized that despite having held the title of Lord of the Twins for some time, he remained, in the presence of the king in the north, that same common soldier from before. A wave of anxiety washed over him. For although the twins had been entrusted to House Tully, it was ultimately captured by the Northern Alliance. Losing the twins within just a few months was indefensible. Thus, upon seeing Robb, he quickly knelt and proclaimed, "Your Grace, Gemos narrowly escaped the purging of his family and has garnered the support of the former nobility of the twins and House Bolton." Noticing Robb's displeased countenance, Solon cautiously continued, "The common folk of the twins still hold House Frye in high regard. They secretly opened the gates, leading to the fall of the twins. I beseech your Grace to send forces to reclaim the twins and rescue my wife." Robb pondered for a moment before asking, "How many men do they have? And who leads them?" Solon shook his head and replied, "It is Lothar alongside Bolton and Gemos. Together, they command over 5,000. Robb nodded, about to speak when Sansa unexpectedly approached and whispered in his ear. After listening to her words, Robb's eyes brightened, and he handed a letter to Solon, saying, "I have just received news that Ramsay has taken over the twins. I will arrange for 100 soldiers to accompany you back to reclaim the twins. And I would like you to deliver a letter of gratitude to Ramsay." Solon accepted the letter, glancing at it uncertainly as he questioned, "Can Ramsay be trusted?" Robb's eyes suddenly glinted with coldness as he retorted, "Your wife is in their custody. Do you lack the courage to even test his loyalty? What merit is there for the northern soldiers to spill their blood for you?" Recognizing that relying on Robb was his only hope to rescue his wife and regain the twins, Solon refrained from further protest. Upon his agreement, Robb promptly summoned the steward to fetch paper and ink, drafting a letter of thanks to Ramsay before instructing the steward to assist Solon in mustering his forces. After their departure, Catelyn suddenly spoke, "What if Ramsay's overture is merely a facade?" Robb, equally troubled, contemplated the situation. Both sides had comparable forces, and the twins were easier to defend than to assault. Most importantly, his brother remained in enemy hands, leaving him to place his hopes on Ramsay's character. With this in mind, Robb earnestly gazed into his mother's eyes and reassured her, "Do not worry, mother. I shall bring Rickon back safely." Sansa echoed his sentiment. For the Stark family upheld the belief that the pack survives, while the lone wolf perishes. They would not abandon any family member. Yet for House Stark, this evening marked yet another night fraught with concern. Meanwhile, far from Winterfell, another member of House Stark, Jon Snow, faced an even greater trial at the Wall. Though he had successfully escaped from a wildling raid with Bran's assistance and returned to Castle Black, he found the castle now under the control of the Night's Watch commander, Alliser Thorne. Though welcomed back by his brothers of the Night's Watch, Jon sensed that Alliser harbored a disdain for him. Upon learning of Jon's return, Alliser promptly convened a Night's Watch council, intending to have Jon report on his intelligence and ascertain whether Jon had violated his vows. Alliser was acutely aware that Jon was favored by the brothers of the Night's Watch, and that he was being groomed as the successor of the Lord Commander. Thus, Alliser remained vigilant, seeking to undermine Jon's accomplishments and label him a prime suspect. During the council, John recounted in detail the wildling army's movements and proposed defensive strategies. However, Alliser paid little heed to his suggestions, perceiving only that John aimed to command the Night's Watch and usurp his authority, a notion he would not tolerate. With a cold smile, he addressed John, saying, "Jon Snow, tell me, what is your current position?" Although the Lord Commander had long since entrusted John with his Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, due to his untimely demise, there was no evidence of a formal succession, leaving John merely a steward. Upon hearing Alliser's question, John inferred his intentions, but found himself powerless to refute it, awkwardly responding, "Steward." In response, Alliser's expression morphed into one of triumph, as he declared, "Then you shall perform the duties befitting a steward." Noticing John's silence, he continued, "Considering your familiarity with the wildlings, from this night forth, you will stand watch at the battlements each night." John found himself unable to contest this demand, recognizing its reasonable nature. Unbeknownst to them, however, the wildling army was now under the command of Liu Feng. Unlike Mance, who was misled by John's intel, Liu Feng was well aware of the Night's Watch's circumstances, and it could be said that the wildlings under his leadership could seize Castle Black without sustaining any losses. Chapter 55, The Eve of the Assault on Castle Black. In the land of eternal winter, Liu Feng had finally completed the tally of the wildling forces after a fortnight. The wildlings now numbered 100,000, with the Thens forming the largest contingent, comprising 40% of the entire army. The Thens differed from other wildlings due to their established societal structure, strict discipline, and advanced weaponry, making them the backbone of wildling strength. Following them were various wildling clans, constituting about 20% of the wildling army. Their equipment was outdated, with many still wielding spears fashioned from sharpened stones, and most clans operated under their respective leaders, resulting in a lack of discipline and lower combat effectiveness. The third faction, known as the Raiders, accounted for 10% of the total, representing the elite forces of the wildling army, each excelling in their respective domains. Among them were druids who wielded nature magic, capable of observing enemies from kilometers away through the eyes of hawks. There were also exceptional archers who could effortlessly hit targets 100 meters distant, and skilled hunters adept at setting traps to ensnare foes and procure sustenance. Lastly, there were formidable warriors who lacked unique skills but possessed unmatched courage and remarkable physical strength. The fourth group consisted of spearwives, fierce female wildlings proficient in combat, who not only exhibited exceptional fighting prowess but also cunningly utilized their gender to deceive enemies and secure victory. At last, there stands a formidable giant brigade, renowned for their adeptness in nurturing war beasts. Virtually every giant possesses a mammoth as a companion, although merely 50 or so giants are battle-ready. Each one serves as a war machine capable of matching 100 foes. Their most significant drawback lies in their limited intellect, rendering them difficult to command. Even the king of the giants can barely manage a dozen of his kin. The remainder of the wildlings comprises children and non-combatant women, who are tasked with the preparation of meals and the care of the young. This encapsulates Liu Feng's assessment of the entire wildling army. Among them, the loyalty of the Thens to Liu Feng is notably the weakest, with only a handful surpassing a loyalty score of 60, while the majority linger around 50 or below. This may perhaps be attributed to their nascent civilization, akin to that of the Dothraki, under the absolute dominion of a singular leader. Their chieftain is referred to as Mag, and the incumbent Mag is named Sti, who, however, is not present within the ranks of the army. Before Liu Feng's arrival, he had formed a raiding party with the Reaver, Jarl, tasked with traversing to the far side of the wall, so as to coordinate with the main force during the assault surrounding the Black Castle from multiple fronts. Among the members of this squad is the Giant Slayer, Tormund, the Fiery-born Ygritte, and Jon. With Liu Feng's understanding of the events in Game of Thrones, he knows that Jon will escape during this mission, ultimately returning to the Night's Watch headquarters. The exposure of the squad inevitably foretells the failure of their endeavor. Now, as Liu Feng leads the wildling army, he is determined to prevent a recurrence of this tragic fate. After all, Jon Snow does not deserve Daenerys Targaryen. With this thought in mind, Liu Feng ordered the army to continue their advance, while also dispatching messengers to convey a message to the opposing side. He intended to inform them that the wildling army had appointed a new leader and requested their patience until a signal was given to act. Upon completing these arrangements, Liu Feng proceeded to the giant known as Wang Wang. Currently, he is the most loyal among the giants, having attained a loyalty score of 80, which gives Liu Feng a sense of reassurance. His purpose for visiting is straightforward. The present Vagharl is not sufficiently colossal to carry Liu Feng for an extended flight. Thus, he set his sights on Wang Wang's mammoth, as the creature's size could easily accommodate Liu Feng without difficulty. Of course, this comes with the caveat that he must not be inadvertently crushed by Wang Wang's carelessness. When Liu Feng dispatched Mance, he gleaned the language of the giants from the memories of his vanquished foe, thus facilitating a pleasant exchange with Wang Wang. As the army resumed its march, Liu Feng finally mounted the mammoth he had long desired. Reclining leisurely upon the mammoth's natural layer of fur, he seized the opportunity to open the system map. After a period of comparison, Liu Feng was confident that he would reach the Black Castle by nightfall. On the eve of Liu Feng's assault on the Black Castle, Arya, en route to Bravos, encountered trouble once more. She found herself face-to-face with Sandor Clegane, the Hound. This time, having captured her, the Hound intended to deliver her to the Eyrie in exchange for a handsome ransom, considering that a Stark daughter would undoubtedly have wealthy relatives. Both Arya and the Hound were on the move, oblivious to the events unfolding in River Run. Arya still believed that her brother and mother had been brutally slain, as claimed by the soldiers of House Lannister. With this in mind, Arya remained vigilant, crafting an extensive list of enemies each day. During their travels, whenever she found a moment of respite, she would seek the Hound's counsel on matters of combat. Gradually, the man she had initially deemed repugnant began to seem somewhat less intolerable. However, just yesterday, they were taken in by a father and daughter, where Arya enjoyed a hearty meal and a sound sleep. Yet, in the morning, a piercing scream jolted her awake. Anxiously, she rushed outside to find the Hound had injured the girl's father and made off with their purse. This infuriated Arya, and she confronted the Hound. However, he dismissed her objections, remarking with a nonchalant sneer, "There are far worse than me. I am merely adhering to the basic rules of survival. How many Starks must perish for you to grasp this truth?" This statement left Arya speechless, and she silently relegated the Hound back onto her blacklist. Joffrey, Cersei, Walder Frey, Meryn Trant, Tywin, the Red Woman, Beric, Soros the Mountain. As night fell, Arya recited her blacklist once more. These were the individuals she loathed and wished to kill, unaware that Walder's grave was already higher than hers. The Hound, disturbed by her incessant murmuring, could only exclaim in exasperation, "Can you not keep quiet?" Arya replied calmly, "I cannot sleep until I recite these names." The Hound, unable to find rest, retorted, "Are you reciting the names of every bird in Westeros?" Clearly, Arya was still young and did not comprehend the crude jest. She simply stated, "These are the ones I intend to kill." The Hound's eyes flickered with a hint of menace as he replied, "When we encounter the mountain, one of those names will vanish." Arya, however, remained unconvinced, doubting the Hound's ability to slay the mountain. The Hound did not argue, but urged, "Hurry and finish your list. I want to sleep." Taken aback, Arya turned her head and muttered softly, "Hound." Chapter 56, The Firestarter and the Crows. Beyond the wall. After a relentless journey by day and night, the wildling army finally beheld the formidable wall that had stood as a barrier for millennia. This was an indomitable fortress, akin to a bulwark at the world's edge, its height beyond the estimation of the naked eye. Gazing upward, apart from the distant flickers of firelight, one could only discern the endless darkness merging with the horizon. The wildling army established their camp 2 kilometers from the wall. Prior to retiring for the night, Liu Feng summoned 1,000 wildling warriors, assigning them the task of planting extra torches along the perimeter of the wall. Aware that he could not perceive the happenings atop the wall, he knew the Night's Watch would be equally blind to their actions. Thus, he aimed to saturate the base of the wall with torches, ensuring the Night's Watch would spend a sleepless night. Indeed, Jon, on duty, sensed an ominous foreboding upon witnessing the flickering lights below. He recognized that those wielding torches could not be White Walkers, but rather wildlings. He had seen the wildling host, which numbered not merely in the tens of thousands, but also included giants standing 3 meters tall, riding ancient beasts, a confrontation that would be a matter of life and death for the entirety of the Night's Watch. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly grasped the horn, drawing a deep breath and blowing it with all his might. 1 blast signified the return of the Night's Watch, 2 blasts heralded the impending wildling assault, and 3 blasts announced the approach of White Walkers. As the resounding horn echoed, the members of the Night's Watch were jolted from their slumber. Upon the second blast, they instantly awoke from their stupor, understanding that regardless of whether a third blast followed, they were on the brink of a battle for survival. Swiftly, they donned their garments and began assembling at the training grounds. Before long, nearly all the members of the Night's Watch had gathered, with the notable exceptions of Jon's dear friend Samwell Tarly and the first to ascend the ladder to the wall, Master Eamon. Upon hearing the first blast of the horn, Sam immediately sought a hidden shelter for Gilly and her child. Ignoring Gilly's pleas, he prepared to rush into battle, but Gilly grasped his arm. Sam, where are you going? Are you going to abandon us? Despite his naturally timid disposition, Sam chose to take a stand in this dire moment, ready to fight alongside his brothers of the Night's Watch. He cast a lingering glance at Gilly, whose countenance bore fear, a hint of reluctance etched upon his plump face. Yet he ultimately asserted, Gilly, I am not abandoning you. I must aid my brothers. Upon hearing this, Gilly's eyes reflected a glimmer of disbelief. She then scrutinized Sam and remarked, You have not been of much assistance in the past. You should remain here and keep me company. Sensing a hint of condescension in Gilly's gaze, Sam summoned his courage and declared, I am also a Night's Watchman. I will aid my brothers in vanquishing the wildlings and ensure your safety. With that, Sam embraced Gilly tightly and, gathering his resolve, pressed his lips to hers. Initially startled, Gilly soon found her composure and reciprocated the kiss. However, Sam quickly realized that this was not the time for romantic displays. He had a battle to face. Reluctantly, he pulled away from Gilly, standing tall and serious. He assured her, Do not worry. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. With that, disregarding Gilly's protests, Sam resolutely charged forth. Left behind, the only figure not gathered in the courtyard was Alliser Thorne, who now held the highest command among the Night's Watch. Distrustful of all, he felt compelled to verify for himself whether the wildlings truly approached. He swiftly ascended the wall via a ladder, coincidentally spotting Jon, who was also observing the movements of the wildling army below. He approached Jon, standing beside him. Looking down, he was immediately taken aback by the dense array of flames flickering below. He had heard Jon's intelligence report about the wildlings amassing an army of 100,000, but he remained skeptical, a man whose mistrust inclined him to believe only in what he could witness. Now, gazing at the sea of fire, he begrudgingly acknowledged Jon's accuracy and sighed. I should have heeded your counsel to bar the gates. Jon merely cast him a melancholic glance before responding. This battle will be arduous. Though Alliser maintained a calm facade, internally he was crumbling. What did arduous even mean if not a lack of hope? Nevertheless, he stubbornly ascended the ladder alongside Jon, finally exclaiming, Do you understand what it means to be a leader? Noticing Jon's disinterest in replying, he continued to ramble. A leader must not be deceived by appearances. They must steadfastly adhere to their truth, for only then can they make the most prudent decisions. Jon regarded him silently, prompting Alliser to cease his discourse and simply state, The wall has stood for millennia, and throughout these centuries, the Night's Watch has prevailed against the wildlings. Thus, tomorrow's victory shall, once again, be ours. With that, Alliser descended the ladder to allocate tasks among the Night's Watch. He was indifferent to whether Jon accepted his words. They were as much for himself as they were for Jon. After all, how could one triumph with 100 men against 100,000? In stark contrast to the bustling preparations of the Night's Watch, the wildling army had already retreated to a safe distance from the walls, comfortably nestled in slumber. Prior to their departure, Liu Feng had dispatched druids skilled in natural magic to alert the raiding party led by Dis. Their assault was scheduled for 3 days hence, granting them these days to rest peacefully. Unbeknownst to Liu Feng, although he had issued the notification, whether or not Dis would comply was a matter for Dis to deliberate. Dis had never considered himself truly subordinate to Mance. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. With Mance now dead, and Liu Feng attempting to alter Dis's plans, Dis found himself deeply dissatisfied. Gaining insight into the true situation of the Night's Watch only intensified his reluctance to follow Liu Feng's strategy. Thus, the raiding party became polarized. One faction led by Dis's followers believed in their capability to vanquish the Night's Watch alone, while the other, commanded by Tormund, insisted on adhering to the original plan, deeming it unnecessary to incur needless sacrifices with victory within reach. Ultimately, the two factions diverged, with Tormund remaining in place with the raiders, while Dis whimsically prepared for a surprise attack. Upon the wall, everyone anxiously observed the distant flickering flames, each of their eyes revealing a resolute acceptance of mortality. Yet, minutes turned into tens, and still, the flames remained stagnant. An hour elapsed before the flames finally stirred, but not in the manner they had anticipated. Rather, the first row of flames extinguished abruptly. Damn it! Realizing the trap they had fallen into, the astute among them understood they had been ensnared by the wildlings' ruse. Foolishly tending to their torches for the better part of the night, embarrassed and fuming, Alliser redirected his ire towards Jon. Is this what you described as 100,000 wildlings? Will they wait for you to ascend only to have your head roasted? Jon's expression mirrored his discontent. He could not fathom why the wildlings, possessing such a significant advantage, would resort to such underhanded tactics. He could only weakly explain, I had not anticipated the wildlings to employ such despicable methods, despite their advantage. Alistair merely snorted in response, refraining from further dialogue. With a grim countenance, he reassigned a sentinel and, in silence, led the men up the ladder. He intended for the Night's Watch brothers to return to rest, for they needed to conserve their strength before the impending battle. They remained oblivious to the wildlings' intentions, as Liu Feng sought to avoid direct confrontation with the Night's Watch. Every soldier slain would only deplete the strength of the living. His aim was to intercept the White Walkers before they reached the wall, making the presence of the Night's Watch crucial, as they were the most familiar with its secrets. However, Liu Feng's perspective was not universally shared. For instance, the wildling Magnus, now covertly positioned around the headquarters of the Night's Watch, awaited a moment of vulnerability. As Alistair and his men descended from the ladder, Steer seized the opportunity and swiftly unleashed a cold arrow. The shot arrived with shocking abruptness, striking the commander of the defense, Janos, who was caught entirely off guard. Fortunately, due to the throng of bodies, the arrow did not find a vital spot, but it still left Janos pale and trembling with pain. The shock of the encounter, being so close to death for the first time, was nearly as debilitating as the injury itself. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm. John reacted swiftly to the sudden crisis, barking orders to the Night's Watchmen. As his words echoed, a hail of arrows rained down upon them. Prompted by John's alert, the Night's Watchmen hastily grasped nearby objects to shield themselves while calling out warnings of the assault. Though Sam was clumsy and portly, he seemed to possess an uncanny luck, with arrows miraculously veering past him. Remarkably, he found shelter from the onslaught in a nearby building and located a sentinel's horn. With a shaky breath, Sam blew the horn, though his fear made the sound somewhat peculiar. Yet to the Night's Watch, the two blasts signified something unmistakable. As Sam sounded the alarm, the Night's Watchmen seized their weapons and rushed towards the battlefield. Steer, realizing that ranged attacks were proving ineffective, hefted his war axe and bellowed, "Warriors of the Then, slay these wretched crows." With his command, towering then warriors brandished their spears and charged at the disarrayed members of the Night's Watch. Although the then warriors were physically imposing, they were ultimately outnumbered. Once the Night's Watch had braced themselves, they mounted a counteroffensive. Alistair was the first to charge at Steer, as the Night's Watch's instructor. Regardless of his character, his prowess in one-on-one combat was formidable. Even in the face of the most formidable Syrian warrior, Stig, he did not falter. Conversely, Genos, Alicia's subordinate, lay incapacitated after sustaining injuries, paralyzed by fear as the Syrian warriors advanced. Even when trampled upon in critical areas, he remained as still as a corpse, his expression betraying no sign of life. Yet, the faint, unpleasant odor emanating from him revealed his true sentiments. Due to Sam's lack of combat prowess, his wooden cabin ceased to be a sanctuary once the Syrians breached their defenses. Naturally, John could not bear to watch his friend fall victim to the enemy, and thus rushed to Sam's side, shielding him while engaging the foes. With the Night's Watch reinforcements yet to arrive, John was left to defend Sam alone. However, having trained in swordsmanship under Eddard since childhood, John's combat abilities were commendable. In swift succession, he dispatched a Syrian warrior. Just as he prepared to fell another, an enemy surged from behind, catching John unawares in his blind spot, threatening to sever his head from his shoulders. In that critical moment, a sharp arrow suddenly flew forth, striking the assailant squarely in the chest. It was Sam, who, unbeknownst to anyone, had produced a strong bow just in the nick of time to strike the enemy's vital point. Whether it was Sam's fortune or John's, the outcome was fortuitous. At this juncture, John had vanquished the foe before him, and, sensing the peril behind him, nodded to Sam before charging back into the fray. Now, with the Night's Watch reinforcements having arrived, the Syrians led by Stig were beginning to show signs of defeat. In that moment, Stig seemed to grasp his impending fate, abandoning his defense to launch a desperate assault on Alicia. Soon, the disadvantages of Alicia's advanced age became glaringly apparent. Despite his considerable combat acumen, the adage holds true: brute strength can often surpass skill. Stig, embodying the very essence of the robust Syrians, unleashed a ferocity rarely witnessed, delivering critical blows fueled by rage. Although John and Alicia were at odds, witnessing the imminent demise of his adversary at Stig's hands stirred a sense of compassion within him. He charged forward, taking Alicia's place in the battle against Stig. At that moment, Stig's strength began to wane, allowing John to gradually gain the upper hand. After a prolonged struggle, with the last of Stig's followers slain, John ultimately triumphed, severing Stig's neck with a decisive strike. This spectacle elicited cheers from all the Night's Watchmen present, who immediately hailed John's name. In this confrontation, all 30 Syrian warriors led by Stig were eradicated, while the Night's Watch mourned the loss of 10 of their own. Though it appeared to be a victory for the Night's Watch, such losses further exacerbated their already precarious situation. Alicia refrained from expressing gratitude for Jon's intervention, as he believed Stig's defeat was solely due to his own exhausting efforts. A sense of imbalance brewed within him. He mused that had Jon arrived just a moment later, he could have personally slain Stig and claimed the glory for himself, potentially securing a permanent position as the commander. Yet, regret offered no solace, and he found himself harboring resentment towards Jon for snatching away his opportunity for valor. Chapter 58. Do you know the purpose behind the construction of this wall? The moment Jon slew Stig was witnessed by all participating members of the Night's Watch. Moreover, they also observed Alicia's defeat and Jon's timely rescue. At this juncture, many warriors who had previously aligned themselves with Alicia began to shift their allegiance towards Jon. Once it was confirmed that no enemies remained, the surviving Night's Watchmen encircled Jon, exuberantly hoisting him aloft in celebration of their hard-fought victory. Jon, though internally elated, maintained a facade of calm as he accepted the jubilant gestures of his comrades. This only served to deepen Alicia's envy from a distance. After a brief celebration, Jon halted his companions, adopting a grave expression as he declared, "Beyond the wall lies a formidable host of wildlings, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. We must not allow ourselves to be lulled into complacency by a minor victory. What awaits us next is the true test. While the wildlings remain inactive, let us conserve our strength and return to rest." At this moment, Alicia seized the opportunity to interject, countering, "What tens of thousands of wildlings? I see nothing but a multitude of sturdy logs awaiting our axes." With this, Alicia noted Jon's silence and continued, "Let us not forget who commands here. Celebrate as you will, but I suspect this is merely a ruse by the wildlings, who may very well be trembling in fear." Just then, Sam happened upon the prone form of Genos and, with a kind heart, approached to assess his injuries. However, he soon detected an unusual odor emanating from him. Thus, upon hearing Alicia's words, he pointed at Genos and remarked, "Are you referring to him? I certainly smell something akin to fear and excrement." At this, Alicia finally noticed his younger companion sprawled on the ground. A look of concern crossed his face as he hurried to assist Genos to his feet. Although Genos was now capable of movement, he was too embarrassed to stand tall and thus feigned unconsciousness, leaning limply against Alicia. However, as he was lifted, the foul odor that clung to him spread forth. The first to be affected was, of course, Alicia, who, already fatigued, found himself overwhelmed by the noxious scent and stumbled, releasing his hold on Genos. This could have been an unintentional consequence. It was equally likely that Alicia had deliberately allowed it to happen, for few could endure such an assault on their senses. Poor Genos, unworthy of sympathy yet pitiful, could only stare blankly with wide eyes before collapsing to the ground, emitting a cry akin to that of slaughtered pig. Yet, no one felt pity for him, for a man who feigned death during battle was hardly deserving of compassion. Moreover, his lackluster performance would not fool the seasoned veterans of the Night's Watch. The defensive battle of the Night's Watch began with Genos' lament and, in tandem, concluded with his cries. After tending to the wounded, the Night's Watchmen set about clearing the battlefield, for it was their tradition to burn the corpses. After several hours of diligent work, they finally returned to their quarters at 3 in the morning. As dawn broke, Liu Feng awoke from a dream filled with temptation, quickly washed up, and energetically stepped outside his tent. The wildlings rose early, driven by the harshness of their existence, knowing they must rise before the birds to secure food. Upon exiting his tent, Liu Feng found the women responsible for cooking had prepared roasted meat. He approached the wildling chief's group and unceremoniously seized the largest and finest piece of meat, relishing in its flavors. This act immediately drew the ire of the Syrian proxy, Magnasagon. Yet, he understood that he was not Magnus. His standing among the wildling army paled in comparison to that of his father, Stig, and the deceased man's. Thus he refrained from voicing his displeasure, though his countenance was decidedly grim. According to tradition, the leader of the Syrians was meant to partake of the finest roast. Liu Feng's actions were undoubtedly intended to provoke, as his system indicated that the loyalty of this individual was nearly non-existent. Such a destabilizing factor was one he intended to eliminate at the earliest opportunity. However, seeing that the other party could endure, he opted for patience. "Has there been any word from Dis?" Liu Feng inquired, his mouth still full of roasted meat, as he turned to the druid chief beside him. The druids, often referred to as the invisibility ones, possess the remarkable ability to transfer their consciousness into animals through direct eye contact, thereby exerting control over the creature's actions and sharing their perspectives. The leader of these shapeshifters is known as Valamir, whose skin is strikingly pale compared to that of typical wildlings, marking him as somewhat extraordinary. He is known as the Sixfold Man, having once commanded 6 war beasts, though now he is left with only a mountain eagle and a massive bear. His prowess in guiding the eagle's vision has proven invaluable in aiding the wildling legion to evade the others, and he has consistently been responsible for relaying intelligence to their strike teams. Upon hearing Liu Feng's inquiry, Valamir cast a sympathetic glance at Saigon and replied, "I have just received word that Stiddy chose not to heed your command." Upon learning that there were only a little over 100 souls within the wall, he opted to assault the Night's Watch alone. However, my eagle witnessed his entire squadron being obliterated, and Stiddy met his end at the hands of the Night's Watch, his neck severed. Liu Feng, upon hearing this, was not taken aback. He was well aware of the wildling's tendencies, recognizing that it was not uncommon for a few to disregard orders. However, Saigon's face immediately contorted with sorrow and rage. Unable to suppress his thoughts any longer, he shouted at Liu Feng, "Since you know there are only 100 people within the wall, why did you not launch an attack sooner? What were you waiting for? To wear us down?" Saigon's words drew the attention of numerous chieftains, many of whom held little loyalty to Liu Feng, their gazes laden with skepticism. While Liu Feng understood their grief, he saw no merit in explaining himself to someone lacking loyalty, replying, "Stiddy lost his life because he disregarded my orders. Am I to blame for his death?" Faced with this statement, Saigon found no grounds for rebuttal, for the wildlings were not known for their quick wit. Yet his eyes brimmed with a murderous intent that betrayed his thoughts. Noticing the unmistakable malice in Saigon's gaze, Liu Feng declared loudly, "For millennia, we free folk have failed to breach the wall of absolute despair. Have we ever reflected upon the reasons for our failures?" At this, many of the chieftains loyal to Liu Feng bowed their heads, recalling how they had always approached with vast armies, yet faced with pitifully few enemies. They still met with defeat. Even the fierce Saigon was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Liu Feng seized the moment, continuing, "It is precisely because we lack unity and fail to recognize the importance of cunning strategy. Even when we do unite, we still rely on the deserters from the Night's Watch." With no chieftains daring to speak up, Liu Feng pressed on, "Do you know the purpose behind the construction of this wall?" Chapter 59. The Oppressive Presence of the Dragon Knights. From birth, all wildlings dwell in the land of eternal winter. Their elders have told them that the Wall of Absolute Despair was erected by the Southerners as a barrier to keep them confined to the land of eternal winter. Thus, when Liu Feng posed his question, the wildling chieftains responded in unison, "Of course, it is a barrier to block us." Liu Feng, with a hint of derision, replied, "Not at all. It was built by our ancestors, and the free folk are also descendants of those ancestors. How could they possibly seek to confine their own kind?" Noting some chieftains deep in thought, Liu Feng continued, "All of our forebears had but one enemy, the others lurking in the long night. Therefore, this wall was not constructed to hinder you." Saigon, growing impatient, interjected, "What does this have to do with our assault on the wall?" To this, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes and responded, "It has everything to do with it. You must understand the might of the others. They always possess forces far exceeding those of the free folk, and their numbers only grow. This is the true strength of the others." Pausing for effect, Liu Feng continued, "This wall was designed for the principle of overcoming greater numbers with fewer forces. Though the enemy may number only in the hundreds now, a full frontal assault would require the sacrifice of tens of thousands. I ask you, is that worth it?" Saigon was the first to object vehemently. "We the Sarens fear not death. Even if countless fall, we shall eradicate the Night's Watch." Liu Feng, with a mocking smile, retorted, "In the north, closest to the wall, there are now tens of thousands of troops poised to strike, their swords sharper and their armor more resilient. When that time comes, how will the free folk withstand it? Will you return to the land of eternal winter to face the horde of the dead?" Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, the chieftains fell into contemplation. They had never considered the future, only knowing that fleeing south was their means of evading the others. Liu Feng, sensing the impact of his words, continued to incite them. "You call yourselves free folk, but do you truly understand what freedom entails? To traverse the world without restriction is true freedom, but first there are 2 conditions." "What conditions?" the chieftains, in unison, asked, their curiosity piqued. Liu Feng seized the moment. "First, we must annihilate the army of the others. Second, we must establish a free nation recognized by all kingdoms." Saigon, with a scoff, retorted, "You claim to be the messenger of the god of flame and light, yet I have yet to see you slay a single other with your own hands. I find it hard to comprehend how you would lead us to victory against them." Faced with Saigon's mockery, Liu Feng's patience finally wore thin. He scanned the gathered chieftains with a cold glare. Does anyone else share the same sentiment? Though half the chieftains leaned towards agreeing with Saigon. They had witnessed Liu Feng's lethal prowess against Mance, leaving them with an indelible psychological scar that made them hesitant to confront him. Thus, they exchanged wary glances, none daring to speak out. Seeing the silence, Liu Feng redirected the conversation. If you follow my plan, we can seize the wall of absolute despair without any losses within a day. After this, I expect no further doubts to be cast upon me, for if there are, I shall personally take your head. Rising, Liu Feng looked down upon the multitude of chieftains with a chilling voice. Of course, that goes for now as well, Saigon. Would you care to test that? Saigon, intimidated by Liu Feng's imposing presence, found himself at a loss for words. With no one daring to counter his assertion, Liu Feng commanded, all gather, and let us give the Night's Watch a surprise 500 meters from the wall. Without waiting for the chieftain's response, he called out to Vagarel and strode towards the tent of the Giant King. The most challenging faction to command was undoubtedly the Giants. They were driven largely by their own whims. Thus, Liu Feng chose to approach the Giant King last. The tent of the Giant King was situated at the periphery of the encampment, separated from the other wildling tribes. Naturally, all giants congregated here, as they were prone to social anxiety and preferred minimal interaction with other wildlings. Upon arriving, Liu Feng spotted the giant Wang Wang, with whom he had grown familiar. Greeting Wang Wang warmly, Liu Feng inquired, "Where is the king?" Although Wang Wang was acquainted with Liu Feng, he remained reticent, merely pointing towards a larger tent. There, following Wang Wang's immense finger, Liu Feng glimpsed the Giant King, disheveled and gnawing on a roasted elephant leg. Liu Feng marveled at the giant's voracious appetite, knowing he would have to wait patiently for the king to finish his breakfast, as interrupting a giant's meal could be perilous. Once the Giant King had finished his meal, Liu Feng cautiously relayed the upcoming task to him. To Liu Feng's surprise, the Giant King readily agreed, appearing in remarkably good spirits, even extending a warm invitation for Liu Feng to join him in feasting on the roasted elephant leg. However, upon glancing at the leg, which was nearly his own size, Liu Feng graciously declined, expressing his apologies. With the Giant King secured, the wildling army swiftly assembled. By the time the sun fully rose, the wildling forces had positioned themselves 500 meters from the wall of absolute despair. Just how immense is an army of 100,000? From the towering heights of the wall, even the keenest eyes could not discern its end. At that moment, the sentinel once again sounded the two horns heralding the arrival of the wildlings. The night's watchman, who had barely slept for 3 hours, was roused once more, and John, weary to the bone, ascended to the summit of the wall. Upon seeing the multitude of dark figures below, John's countenance remained remarkably placid, for he had anticipated this day long ago. Just then, Elisha approached from behind John, struggling to suppress the impulse to shove him off the wall. He calmly walked to the edge of the battlement. There, he beheld the seemingly endless horde of wildlings. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, only to feel his legs weaken, nearly causing him to collapse. In that instant, he was compelled to accept John's words. The truth lay starkly before him, and he had no choice but to believe. If Elisha was in such a state, one could only imagine the reactions of the other night's watchmen. The tardy Sam, upon witnessing that vast army below, plopped down onto the ground. He then turned to John and asked, "Am I dreaming?" The answer came in the form of John's melancholic gaze and a grim shake of his head, just when they thought it could not get any worse. A thunderous roar of a dragon shattered the skies. The immense sound waves caused the sturdy ice walls to tremble, dislodging large chunks of ice. The night's watchmen clasped their ears in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed upon the golden dragon soaring on the winds. As the dragon drew closer, a striking young man clad in wildling furs, bearing a longbow, and possessing raven-black hair and eyes, came into view. This young man was, of course, Liu Feng, who stood proudly atop the golden dragon, his icy gaze surveying the crowd below, before coldly inquiring, "Who holds authority here?" Chapter 60. The Choice of Destruction or Rebirth. As Liu Feng loomed above on the dragon, the night's watchmen stood frozen in astonishment. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Mouths agape, they fixated on Vagarel. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, even Vagarel, with a skin thicker than iron, felt a twinge of discomfort. He glared at the crowd with fury, steam billowing from his nostrils in a heated exhalation. Then, he opened his cavernous maw and unleashed a roar that rivaled the earlier dragon's cry. The leading figures, John and Elisha, were knocked backward by the force of the sound wave, landing in shock on the ground, while the others, save for the already fallen Sam, found their legs trembled under the weight of the dragon's might. At that moment, the Night's Watchmen finally emerged from their stupor. They now understood that this was no mere creature, but a true dragon, a colossal being of unparalleled power. The dragon seemed almost divine, too formidable to gaze upon directly. John was the first to struggle to his feet, bowing his head slightly as he stole a sidelong glance at the dragon before gesturing to Alicia, saying, "This is our acting commander of the Night's Watch. Do you come as a representative of the free folk?" John had not seen a dragon among the wildling tribes. But since Liu Feng had arrived with the wildling army, he tentatively posed the question. Liu Feng glanced at the outwardly humble, yet cunning John and inquired, "Are you the brother of Rob?" At this, John's heart steadied, for no wildling had ever set foot in King's Landing. Thus, it could be surmised that Liu Feng was indeed a man of the realm. With this thought, John lifted his gaze, offering Liu Feng an innocent yet troubled look, and replied, "Yes, do you know Rob?" Liu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Before I came to the land of eternal winter, I entrusted Sansa to Rob's care. At that time, I recognized him as a reckless king of the north. Because of this, he nearly brought ruin to the entire north. I wonder if he will prove as reckless as your brother." John had received news of his brother's marriage, yet he remained oblivious to the events that transpired along the way, leaving him unsure of Liu Feng's implications. At this juncture, Alicia, realizing that this enigmatic figure atop the dragon was not beyond communication, steadied his frayed nerves and spoke, "My lord, the wildlings below are preparing to assault the wall. Since you hail from the realm, please assist us in repelling them. Otherwise, the entire north will suffer devastation." Liu Feng regarded the arrogant yet obstinate old man with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Did he not recognize the wildling furs he wore? How could he expect me to fight against my own people? Yet, one could not fault Alicia, for he had only glimpsed Vagril once, and after the dragon's roar, he dared not look up again, thus failing to grasp the full scope of the situation. However, Liu Feng had no time to explain, so he proclaimed loudly, "Mance has been slain by my hand. The free folk are now under my command. I have come here with a singular purpose." Pausing momentarily to ensure the Night's Watchmen were attentive, he continued, "You now face two choices, either be annihilated by my free folk army, or relinquish your identities as the Night's Watch and become heroes against the army of the White Walkers." As Liu Feng's words echoed, the Night's Watchmen atop the wall turned their gazes toward him. Some wore expressions of rage, perceiving Liu Feng's words as an affront, believing they would betray their vows to survive. Others wore contemplative expressions, as some had indeed encountered the White Walkers and understood Liu Feng's intent to combat them. And yet others, like Alicia, displayed resentment, despite his shock at the vastness of the wildling army. He was reluctant to part with his title as acting commander of the Night's Watch. Noticing the varied expressions among the gathered, Liu Feng continued to persuade. "I know most of you have never seen a White Walker, but it is undeniable that their legends are true. Do you wish for your loved ones to perish at the hands of the White Walkers due to your misguided choices? Make your decision. I grant you 1 day's time. By nightfall, I wish to know your resolution." With that, Liu Feng commanded the dragon to soar away, swiftly vanishing from their sight. Once Liu Feng departed, the Night's Watchmen collectively exhaled in relief. It dawned on them how terrifying it was to be targeted by a legendary dragon. John and Sam, having encountered White Walkers before, exchanged knowing glances, understanding the weight of Liu Feng's words. Alicia, surveying the crowd, sneered, "Is there anyone here willing to be a deserter? If not, then take up your weapons and fight like men." Upon hearing this, John stepped forward to confront Alicia, his expression earnest. "I believe we should consult everyone's opinion." After stating this, John turned to the Night's Watchmen gathered on the wall and declared, "I know that none among us are cowards. But you must understand that the wildling army is not the greatest threat. Behind them lies the White Walkers." As he spoke, a flicker of apprehension crossed John's eyes. "I have not only witnessed the 100,000-strong wildling army, but I have also seen the White Walkers. They are tireless, unyielding to pain, and even with a single hand, they can snap your neck until you become one of them." John's words reignited Sam's fears, prompting him to echo, "Besides the Whites, there are even more formidable White Walkers. Their weapons are indestructible, capable of shattering our swords with ease. Only dragonglass can kill them. Perhaps the dragon can as well." This statement rekindled their terror of the dragon. Though Vagril was currently no larger than an elephant, the terrifying roar had instilled a psychological shadow over them. With this thought, many of the Night's Watchmen who had initially sided with Alicia began to waver, pondering whether the figure riding the dragon might indeed conquer the White Walkers. As John and Sam recounted their encounters with the White Walkers, Alicia suddenly shouted, "I am the acting commander now. I command you to take up your weapons and continue fighting." Those who disobey will face my judgment and execution. Elisha's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon the gathered crowd, indicating that he would personally administer punishment to anyone who defied his orders. This indeed struck fear into many, yet not into Sam. The Sam of now, having personally slain a White Walker and vanquished Then just last night, has undergone a transformation. He is no longer the timid plump boy he once was. Thus, when Elisha uttered her statement, Sam paused momentarily before retorting. No, you are not the Lord Commander yet. The election for the Lord Commander has not commenced. This proclamation seemed to awaken the assembly, and the Night's Watchmen supporting Jon immediately echoed. Indeed, we need to elect a new Lord Commander to make the decisions. Observing the mounting opposition, Elisha, in a fit of rage, declared, "Fine," and without a backward glance, strode towards the ladder. Chapter 61. The Election for Lord Commander. Within the assembly hall of the Night's Watch, over 100 brothers congregated. They eyed each other warily, divided into two factions, one led by Elisha, the unyielding faction, and the other advocating for Jon's living first ideology. Presiding over the election was Maester Aemon of Castle Black, a centenarian whose skin had become a tapestry of wrinkles and whose sight had long since faded. Yet he remained the most esteemed maester at Castle Black, a status unperturbed by his former identity as a Targaryen prince. Before him lay a counter with 3 iron weights atop 3 piles of voting tokens, comprised of triangular, circular, and square shapes. Unable to see the candidates below, Aemon, with an expressionless visage, addressed the heir. Who is the first candidate, and what shape of token do you choose? As Elisha prepared to speak, his younger sibling, the bald Jonos, leaned in to whisper a few words. Then, surveying the assembly, he proclaimed loudly, "I nominate Elisha as our Lord Commander. Although he is rigorous in training the new recruits, it is all to ensure their survival in the brutal battles. Whenever combat arises, he is the first to charge into the fray. He is the bravest of the Night's Watch, personally commanding us to victory against the then ambush." He emphasized, "Thus, Sir Elisha is the unequivocal choice for Lord Commander of the Night's Watch." With Jonos's declaration, Elisha's faction erupted in cheers, while those aligned with Jon looked somewhat disheartened. Sam, witnessing this, immediately countered. If memory serves, someone was quaking in their boots during that time. How could you possibly witness Elisha the instructor's gallant slaying of foes? This remark ignited a wave of laughter, prompting Sam to continue. This victory was a collective effort. Every brother of the Night's Watch played an indispensable role, and 10 brave brothers have permanently departed from our ranks. At this moment, one individual lies on the ground feigning death. Do you truly believe he is worthy of your support? With this, the wavering Night's Watchmen began gravitating towards Jon's side. Sam was pleased with this outcome. He cast a challenging glance at Jonos and added, "Though I may not be the most adept warrior among the Night's Watch, I dare say I have perused more tomes than anyone here besides Maester Aemon. It is clearly documented that the first men and the children of the forest triumphed over the White Walkers and erected this formidable wall to thwart their advance." As all eyes turned towards him, Sam continued, "The duty of the Night's Watch is to hold the White Walkers at bay in the lands of always winter. Jon Snow has not only vanquished the then leader, but has also faced the White Walkers firsthand and fought against them, while Elisha the instructor even doubts their existence. Therefore, Jon is the most suitable candidate to lead the Night's Watch." Upon finishing, the supporters of Jon sprang to their feet in jubilation, for they had fought alongside him and were well acquainted with his character and prowess. Coupled with Sam's assertions, their resolve solidified. At that moment, Maester Aemon interjected, "Now, it is time for all brothers of the Night's Watch to determine who shall be the Lord Commander. Elisha the instructor, what token do you choose?" Elisha, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of excitement. "I choose the triangular token." Aemon mumbled, "Elisha the instructor chooses the triangular token when it comes time to vote. Those supporting Elisha should cast a triangular token." He then addressed the heir once more. "Jon Snow, what token do you choose?" Without hesitation, Jon replied, "I choose the circular token." As the selections were made, Aemon stated, "To support Elisha, please take a triangular token and place it on the left counter. To support Jon, please place a circular token on the right." With that, the brothers of the Night's Watch commenced voting. When both factions completed their ballots, they were taken aback. The tallies were identical, a rarity in history. Consequently, tension escalated and arguments erupted, with the possibility of a rift looming. Fortunately, Maester Aemon intervened. Placing his hands upon the weights to scrutinize them before, with a wry smile, he lifted a circular token and placed it upon Jon's counter. "Lord Commander Jon Snow. Lord Commander Jon Snow." At this sight, those aligned with Jon erupted in cheers, while Elisha's countenance darkened, unable to fathom his defeat at the hands of a mere youth. Yet the reality was undeniable. Even those who had just wavered in supporting Jon now found themselves drawn to his camp. After all, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch wielded the authority to execute those who disobeyed orders. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Feng relished skewers, for he was no Stannis. An absolute advantage could still lead to defeat. Had it not been for his desire to retain the various trump cards of the wall, he would not have gone through the trouble of negotiating with the opposing side. He could simply utilize dragons to send the wildlings across, dismantling the Night's Watch from behind the wall. After a day of deliberation, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Liu Feng once again summoned the wildlings to assemble, brandishing torches to create the illusion of an endless army. He rode atop Vagr, roaming freely upon the wall, feigning impatience. On the Night's Watch side, after a long day's discussions, they finally reached a conclusion. Following another roar from Vagr, Jon Snow commanded the gates to be opened, and he stepped out alone from Castle Black. Facing countless menacing visages, despite his mental preparation, a hint of hesitation crept into his steps. Fortunately, he quickly solidified his resolve. After all, he had two objectives: to ascertain whether Liu Feng had truly supplanted Mance, and to gauge the wildlings' attitudes. As it was likely that an army of 100,000 wildlings crossing the wall would be a formidable challenge for the North to withstand. Upon seeing Jon emerge, Liu Feng sensed that the matter was secure. He guided Vagr down before the wildling army, awaiting Jon's approach in silence. As Jon drew near, he carefully surveyed the scene, noting the absence of Mance, and it seemed the wildlings held a deep respect for their new king beyond the wall. Approaching Liu Feng, he spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Your Majesty, I have decided to forego this battle and join the side of the living, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Liu Feng inquired, his smile unwavering. He understood that once the Night's Watch relinquished their resistance, their boundaries would only diminish. Jon pondered before stating resolutely, "The free folk may traverse the wall, but may not freely enter the north." Chapter 62. The Ambush. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng could not help but laugh, amused by Jon's perspective. Resuming his serious demeanor, Liu Feng replied in an undeniable tone, "Impossible. Do you think the free folk are mere tools to fend off the White Walkers of the wall? Do not forget, the disadvantage lies with you. My willingness to extend the respect you deserve is merely a courtesy." Liu Feng's words made Jon realize the inappropriateness of his statement, while simultaneously satisfying the vanity of the wildling leaders. They now stood tall, feeling as though they were the architects of history, having conquered the impenetrable wall that had remained unassailable for millennia. Noticing Jon still deep in thought, Liu Feng reiterated, "My conditions are quite simple. Henceforth, the Night's Watch shall no longer bear the weight of their vows. You will gain a new lease on life, able to start families of your own, and after repelling the White Walkers, you may choose to stay or leave. However, the fortress of the wall shall belong to the free folk, and of course, should the Night's Watch wish to reclaim control of the fortress, they may do so through challenge." Upon finishing, Liu Feng patiently awaited Jon's response, though he knew that Jon's answer was of little significance. After all, this proposition was a tremendous temptation for the Night's Watch, who had been exiled to the wall. Jon furrowed his brow in contemplation for a considerable time before finally stating, "I must consult my brothers of the Night's Watch. This matter concerns more than just myself." Liu Feng raised an eyebrow at this. "Have you not come here as the commander of the Night's Watch?" Jon promptly nodded. "I am the new commander. Since the Night's Watch is under your leadership, you must make a choice. It is your duty, and my patience wears thin." Liu Feng feigned impatience. In such circumstances, the disadvantaged party is prone to erroneous judgments. The more pressure one applies, the more disoriented the opponent becomes, ultimately falling under your control. Indeed, Jon furrowed his brow once more, struggling to make a decision. As he had joined the Night's Watch merely following Uncle Benjen and remained unaware of what the other brothers truly desired, Liu Feng seized the moment again. "Reflect on the scene at Castle Black. Envision your brother Sam and Ygritte. You should understand whether the Night's Watch ought to adhere to this damned oath." Upon hearing this, Jon finally solidified his resolve and declared without hesitation, "I accept your terms, but the command of Castle Black remains with the Night's Watch. You may station yourselves at other castles." Liu Feng smiled in response. "Of course, that is no problem, but from this moment forth, I am the supreme commander of the wall." With that, Liu Feng's gaze turned authoritative as he locked eyes with Jon. Jon hesitated momentarily before lowering his head and stiffly replied, "Yes, my lord." Liu Feng, pleased with Jon's demeanor, clapped him on the shoulder. "Have a Night's Watch open the gates. The damned land of eternal winter is far too cold." Amidst the wildlings' cheers, the gates of Castle Black creaked open. The wildlings began to pass through the wall, arriving at the land their ancestors had long yearned to reach. However, This outcome did not meet with unanimous approval. Among the wildling ranks, Saigon and several of the less loyal leaders slowly gathered together, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Naturally, dissent did not stem solely from the wildlings. There's also Alicia, who had just lost his position as acting commander. He cast a cold, piercing glance at Jon, his lips moving as he conspired with Janos. Yet at that moment, his younger brother Janos began to exhibit signs of reluctance. After all, he was a coward at heart and wished to avoid making rash decisions. Castle Black could not accommodate all the wildlings. Thus Liu Feng concentrated everyone outside its walls. Meanwhile, Tormund and Ygritte, alerted by the six-fingered man, arrived at the scene. Tormund, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall with a mane of red curls and sharp eyes, approached Liu Feng without uttering a word, instinctively squeezing him beside familiar faces. Ygritte, a petite wildling with delicate features and vibrant red hair, immediately focused her gaze on Jon, displaying a fierce expression as she raised her fist in solidarity. Jon, his eyes soft, glanced at Ygritte but offered little response, causing her expression to cool as she stalked over to Tormund. Ignoring their flirtations, Liu Feng strode directly to Vagharl, then mounted the dragon amidst the awed gazes of the crowd. Elevated above the assembly, Liu Feng surveyed the gathering before proclaiming, "From this day forth, whether you wish it or not, the enmity between the Night's Watch and the Free Folk has come to an end. For winter has arrived, and the White Walkers of the far north are crossing the land of eternal winter." Allowing a moment for the words to sink in, he continued, "This is a battle of the living against the dead. Our only allies are those whom we once considered enemies. Yet that is of little importance, for to survive, we must rally an unprecedented army." As Liu Feng concluded, those loyal to him immediately roared, "For the living we fight." This ignited a fervor, and soon a multitude of wildlings joined in the chant, even a giant among them. Indeed, there was only one giant, named One, whose roar resembled a thunderous bellow. Even Tormund, who prided himself as a giant slayer, was taken aback, let alone the others. This scene caught the attention of the giant king, the tallest of his kind, whose mere presence exuded an aura of intimidation. He shot a murderous glare at One, causing the giant to abruptly halt his cheers, awkwardly at a loss. However, once the giant king averted his gaze, he extended his arms, applauding and cheering. This spectacle astonished all present, but did not deter them from joining in the celebration. Yet, amidst this heartwarming scene, there were always some discordant figures, and Saigon was among them. Fueled by hatred, his mind was consumed with a relentless desire for vengeance against the Night's Watch, and anyone who dared to impede him would pay the price. Seizing the moment of jubilation, Saigon exchanged glances with several discontented leaders, then nonchalantly inched closer to Liu Feng. The crowd, caught up in the fervor, remained oblivious to Saigon's shifting demeanor. Not only was Saigon moving in this manner, but so too were Alicia and Janos. However, in stark contrast, Janos was not a reliable ally. He trailed behind Alicia, his eyes filled with dread towards the wildlings, his steps betraying a tremor of fear. Although these two factions moved stealthily, Liu Feng, observing from his elevated position, noted their actions with keen insight. He could discern Saigon's rapidly dwindling loyalty, indicating that significant upheaval was imminent. This was the opportunity Liu Feng had been waiting for. As he had much to accomplish, he could not remain stationed at the wall indefinitely, and it was imperative to swiftly eliminate the disloyal elements within the wildling ranks. Indeed, finding a hidden position, Saigon finally produced a gleaming crossbow. The other leaders gathered around Liu Feng, biding their time. Should Saigon's ambush succeed, they would pounce, pretending to rescue him, and seize the chance to eliminate Liu Feng entirely. Once everything was in place, a cold smirk crept across Saigon's face as he pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Chapter 63. Execution of the Traitor. After releasing the arrow, Saigon felt an overwhelming rush of satisfaction. He envisioned the scenario where, upon Liu Feng's demise, the command of the Free Folk would rightfully belong to him. After all, the Free Folk were the undeniable backbone of this army, and as their leader, he would naturally ascend to the position of king beyond the wall. Once that transpired, the Night's Watch, unshielded by the wall, would become mere playthings for his slaughter. He had even devised torturous methods to exact revenge on the Night's Watchmen who had slain his father. Yet, fantasies remain mere illusions. All of his actions had long been under Liu Feng's vigilant watch. At the very moment the arrow was about to strike Liu Feng, a colossal head abruptly interposed itself in the path of the bolt. It was none other than Vhagal, who had sensed the impending danger and had caught the arrow deftly within his jaws. With a slight exertion of force, Vhagal shattered the sturdy shaft into two segments. Although Liu Feng had not anticipated Vagel's swifter response, he remained undeterred, resolutely focusing on his next course of action. Before Saigon could retract his crossbow, Liu Feng pointed at him and exclaimed, "Saigon, do you intend to take my life?" As Liu Feng's words echoed through the air, the jubilant crowd turned their collective gaze toward Saigon. The suddenness of the situation left Saigon dazed in his fantasies, affording him no opportunity to lower his weapon. Witnessing this, the giant Wong Wong surged forward, enraged, as he tore through the obstructing wild men. Though not particularly astute, his loyalty was unwavering. He could not abide anyone harming this new leader, and if they dared, he would rend them asunder without hesitation. Saigon, now with no options left, could only evade while bellowing, "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" The leaders who had stealthily surrounded Liu Feng nearly cursed aloud at this turn of events. Saigon had proven to be a most inept ally, failing to recognize that the opportunity to strike had entirely evaporated. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Liu Feng possessed a system that allowed him to discern their loyalty with clarity. Yet, as the opposing party hesitated, Liu Feng, a dignified clan leader, could not simply execute them on a whim. Contemplating this, Liu Feng quickly cautioned Wong Wong not to kill Saigon outright. Wong Wong nodded his massive head and charged once more toward Saigon. At that moment, the others began to react as well, springing into action to obstruct Wong Wong. And soon Saigon found himself pinned to the ground. Just then, Alicia seized the opportunity. While the attention of the crowd was diverted towards Saigon and Wong Wong, she stealthily approached John and drove a knife toward his chest. Yet in her meticulous planning, she had overlooked one crucial individual, Yegarite. Her gaze had never wavered from John. The instant Alicia brandished her dagger, Yegarite swiftly drew her bow and shouted, "John, get down." However, John, captivated by the sudden turmoil, was slow to react upon hearing Yegarite's warning. Ultimately, Elisha's speed proved superior. Nevertheless, Yegarite's alert was not in vain. John instinctively reacted, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Though the knife struck his chest, it did not claim his life. In that moment, Yegarite's arrow was loosed, finding its mark in Elisha's left shoulder. This turn of events drew the attention of John's supporters, particularly his closest ally, Eddie. With little time to draw his sword, he collided with Alicia, knocking her down, and unleashed a flurry of punches upon her face. Soon, Elisha's visage was marred with blood, but Eddie was not unscathed either. During the scuffle, Elisha's dagger had inflicted several wounds upon him, the most grievous of which was bleeding profusely. Despite his injury, John could not stand idly by as Eddie was stabbed multiple times. He gritted his teeth against the pain and rushed to assist. First, he kicked Elisha's right hand, immobilizing it. Then, with all his strength, he delivered a brutal kick. Elisha's right hand shattered under the force, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Realizing Alicia was no longer capable of resistance, John quickly helped Eddie to his feet and summoned a medic skilled in bandaging wounds. Liu Feng had not anticipated Elisha's attack on John. However, this development was fortuitous, as he viewed Alicia as a potential threat. With this situation resolved, he felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Before long, Saigon and the disfigured Alicia were brought before Liu Feng. Saigon's expression was one of defiance, but it was laced with a deeper animosity. Liu Feng, uninterested in further dialogue, approached and delivered a punch that knocked out Saigon's front teeth. Yet, Liu Feng was not yet satisfied. He followed up with a devastating kick aimed at Saigon's groin. The force of this blow was tremendous, and Liu Feng could almost hear something shatter. The onlooking wild men collectively recoiled, instinctively covering their vital areas. Saigon, rendered speechless by agony, could only glare with resentment, a testament to his suffering. Having delivered that kick, Liu Feng feigned exhaustion and called upon the disloyal leaders, stating, "I am weary from my exertions. You shall assist me in this. Remember, I want him alive." With that, he stepped aside to observe their performance. The first leader summoned, devoid of a proper name, was gripped by anxiety. He feared that if he struck too hard, Saigon would expose him. Yet if he struck too lightly, Liu Feng would surely discern his treachery. Caught in this dilemma, he was faced with two options: to strike with lethal force and eliminate Saigon, relinquishing himself to Liu Feng's judgment, or to switch allegiances and betray his comrades in exchange for Liu Feng's trust. In this moment, his expression oscillated between cold calculation and obsequiousness, creating an unsettling spectacle. As time ticked by and Liu Feng began to grow impatient, the leader could bear the pressure no longer. With a thud, he collapsed before Liu Feng, divulging all that he knew. The other leaders who had plotted to assassinate Liu Feng recognized the peril and attempted to flee. However, with a massive army encircling them, escape was futile, and they were swiftly apprehended before Liu Feng. Liu Feng counted them and noted that their numbers precisely matched those with a loyalty rating below 50. He turned to the nameless leader and declared, "You shall deal with them. I wish to see how you perform." The leader, as if granted a reprieve, wasted no time. Mimicking Liu Feng's earlier actions, he delivered a series of brutal kicks, swiftly severing several heads from their bodies. Now, only Alicia and Saigon, both despairingly tormented, remained as traitors. Liu Feng proclaimed with authority, "The traitors of Black Castle shall be dealt with by the brothers of Black Castle, while the traitors of the Therns will naturally be handled by the Therns themselves. You have half a day to elect a new leader, after which, in the presence of the free folk, the traitors shall be executed." Upon Liu Feng's pronouncement, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, for they felt their tribe had been accorded the respect it deserved. Even with but a single outer king, the leader of their tribe retained his power, a result they had long desired. Chapter 64. The Children of the Forest. Both the Therns and the Night's Watch acted with remarkable efficiency. Within a single day, the Therns had selected a new leader, and Alicia was executed publicly by John. Ultimately, Liu Feng established 3 legions: the Eastern Sea Watch Legion, the Black Castle Legion, and the Shadow Tower Legion. The leaders of these legions were to be recommended by all free folk and Night's Watch members. Following a fierce competition and election, it was decided that Tormund would lead the wild men and giants into the Eastern Sea Watch. The new Thern leader, Callie, would command the Thern Legion at the Shadow Tower, while the least populous Night's Watch Legion would remain stationed at Black Castle. Of course, Yeagerite stayed behind at Black Castle, as she still had matters to settle with John. Tormund, initially lacking in loyalty to Liu Feng, could not help but be influenced by those around him who held Liu Feng in high esteem. Gradually, he found himself unwittingly swayed, his gaze toward Liu Feng becoming increasingly peculiar, as if to silently question, "Why are you not a woman?" Having resolved the matter of the Wall's allegiance, Liu Feng decided to personally venture deep into the lands of eternal winter. He aimed to capture a few whites, serving as pivotal evidence to persuade others of the impending long night. Presently, the most likely location to encounter these whites, without directly confronting the Night King, was the lair of the Three-Eyed Raven. This place was perpetually shrouded in whites, encircling the realm of the Three-Eyed Raven. As soon as even the slightest crack appears in the magical barrier here, they will surge forth, swiftly executing all beings associated with the Green Prophet. The lair of the Three-Eyed Crow is exceedingly elusive. According to Liu Feng, the heart tree that harbors the last of the Three-Eyed Crows lies in the farthest northern reaches. There, one can find the remnants of the Children of the Forest, alongside the half-human, half-spirit Banyan Stark. On this occasion, Liu Feng resolved to venture forth only with the Blood Alliance Guardians, as proximity to the depths of the Everwinter realm renders it exceedingly perilous. Those lacking formidable strength find survival in such an environment a daunting challenge. At the break of dawn, Liu Feng bid farewell to John and the others stationed at Black Castle. He then mounted his steed once more, leading the party northward. Although the cavalry's pace was swift, traversing the icy expanse was no simple feat whether faced with inclement weather or treacherous terrain. Safeguarding the warhorses was paramount. Otherwise, one would have to resort to foot travel. Even with the lightest of armaments, Liu Feng's company took a full fortnight to finally reach the northernmost forest. Upon arrival, the noticeable decline in animal presence suggested they were nearing the domain of the White Walkers. As the system map did not delineate the precise location of the White Walkers, Liu Feng opted to ride upon Vagaril, scanning the ground below from the sky. The biting cold wind caused Liu Feng's garments to flap audibly, and even the air he exhaled crystallized into fine ice upon contact with the frigid atmosphere, stinging his face painfully. In such conditions, he could only open his eyes a mere slit, attempting to discern the scene below through a haze. Suddenly, he perceived a shadow darting across the snow, which swiftly vanished into the dense thicket. Though the shadow was diminutive and swift, he remained assured that it was a humanoid entity. Realizing this, he promptly commanded Vagaril to reduce altitude and speed. Of course, this was an exceedingly perilous maneuver, as the trees in the forest were uneven and with the snow's cover. Distinguishing heights became a formidable challenge. As he circled above, keenly observing, Valerina, stationed beside the Blood Alliance Guardians, suddenly emitted a fierce roar. Upon hearing this, Vagaril became agitated, clearly indicating that trouble had arisen with Valerina. With this in mind, Liu Feng steered the dragon back toward her direction. After Liu Feng's departure, a diminutive figure, resembling a child, emerged. She possessed golden eyes and chestnut skin, though her head was smeared with mud and sprouting what appeared to be plant shoots. Her delicate features remained unblemished. Had Liu Feng been present, he would have instantly recognized her as the fabled child of the forest. Observing Liu Feng's retreat, her eyes brimmed with disdain, and she placed her hand upon a tree, attuning herself to the surroundings. Liu Feng was not far from the Blood Alliance Guardians, and within minutes, he could vaguely discern Valerina evading attacks high above. The assailants were a group of small, chestnut-skinned children, indeed, an entire contingent of the children of the forest. Perched atop the trees, they leapt about, seizing opportunities to hurl fireballs at Valerina, while the Blood Alliance Guardians below, unarmed with bows, were left scrambling for cover, unable to mount an effective counterattack. Witnessing this, Vagril let out a furious roar and dove downward, as if determined to engage the enemy in a fray. Startled, Liu Feng quickly reined in Vagril, pondering the folly of sending an immature dragon, one incapable of breathing fire, into the forest where it would surely become a living target. However, Liu Feng did not remain idle. Having entered the domain of the children of the forest, he was acutely aware that he was nearing the lair of the three-eyed crow. Wishing to avoid any harm to the children of the forest, lest it provoke unnecessary complications, he found himself at a loss for their language. In that moment of indecision, a thought struck him. The three-eyed crow possessed green sight, allowing it to witness the unfolding events. Thus, he instructed Valerina to ascend to the heights before calling out, "Brennstark, Brennstark." After calling his name twice, Liu Feng continued to observe the children of the forest's reactions from atop the dragon. Initially, they remained irate, persistently hurling harmless fireballs toward Liu Feng and his companions. However, after a spell, they abruptly ceased their assaults, all gazing up at Liu Feng with expressions of confusion. Seeing this, Liu Feng surmised that Brandon had taken notice of him and attempted to guide the dragon down. Indeed, upon landing, the children of the forest refrained from further attacks, gathering together as if awaiting someone. Before long, a slightly taller, more exquisitely featured child of the forest came sprinting from a distance. She was the very figure Liu Feng had previously glimpsed, and upon reaching Liu Feng, she directly addressed him in the common tongue. "Do you know Bran?" Liu Feng was taken aback that she spoke the common tongue, and his heart leapt with joy as he replied, "I am acquainted with his brother. I have come here to capture a few whites to bring to the family south of the wall, to remind them to reinforce the wall." Though the children of the forest were not well versed in the houses of Westeros, they had been engaged in battle with the White Walkers for centuries. Thus, upon learning that Liu Feng had come to confront the White Walkers, their hostility diminished somewhat. They promptly relayed messages through the trees to Bran and the Old Prophet, informing them of Liu Feng's intentions. Green sight is a miraculous magical ability, allowing one to share the vision of plants and communicate through them. Far away in the underground lair, the last of the three-eyed crows was instructing Brandon Stark in the use of the Green Prophet's powers. Suddenly, he received the call of the children of the forest, halting his teachings at once, and utilizing his temporal insight ability, he directed his vision to Liu Feng. However, the next moment, his expression froze in disbelief. Chapter 65, Fierce Battle at White's Canyon. After a lengthy wait, the leader of the children of the forest regarded Liu Feng with an odd expression before nodding and stating, "The Green Prophet permits your passage, but you must traverse White's Canyon, which is the location of the Night King Sentinels." Liu Feng, upon hearing this, nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled that the area was inhabited by remnants of whites, devoid of genuine White Walkers. Indeed, with just Adu, Bran, Mira, and Jojen, passage was feasible. A fully armed party like Liu Feng's, equipped with dragon crystals, would certainly be able to navigate through. Upon receiving Liu Feng's affirmation, the leader of the children of the forest instructed a shorter member of her kin to lead the way toward White's Canyon. White's Canyon lies at the northernmost edge of the far northern forest, serving as the indispensable route to the lair of the three-eyed crow. Here, fierce battles once raged between the ancestors, the children of the forest, and the White Walkers, leaving behind a multitude of corpses. Despite millennia of harsh weather eroding the site, the magic of the White Walkers persists. Buried beneath the deep snow, they remain dormant, yet upon sensing the scent of the living, they will rise from the frozen earth. Their singular mission is to obliterate all beings associated with the three-eyed crow. Liu Feng followed the leader of the children of the forest for approximately 2 hours on horseback, finally arriving at the fabled White's Canyon. The previous passage of Bran and Jojen's party had activated some of the White's magic. However, due to the magical barriers surrounding the three-eyed crow's lair, they were unable to enter. From a distance, Liu Feng could already see several reanimated corpses aimlessly wandering. Their movements were exceedingly stiff, reminiscent of the zombies Liu Feng had once witnessed in a film. However, these undead entities lacked the ferocity typically associated with such creatures. They were merely remnants of magic, their bodies not only slow in motion, but also alarmingly brittle. Liu Feng felt confident that he could dismantle them into 108 pieces with nothing more than a wooden stick. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. After all, as long as the magic within them was not dispelled, even the slightest movement could result in an attempt to snatch away his eyes. Contemplating this, Liu Feng concluded that if the horses could gallop swiftly enough, they would undoubtedly traverse the canyon before the undead could revive. With this thought in mind, he instructed Vagril to capture any stragglers, while Valerina was tasked with clearing the path ahead using dragonfire. Considering that the leader of the forest children had not yet mounted a horse, Liu Feng even placed him behind himself, a gesture that altered the forest children's perception of him once again. With all preparations in place, Liu Feng brandished the dragon spear, leading the charge as he shouted a rallying cry and spurred his steed forward. Vagril and Valerina followed closely behind, soaring through the air, impervious to the attacks of the undead. Yet, Liu Feng had assigned them tasks, so the two dragons remained vigilant. Vagril, scanning the ground with his golden eyes, sought out any solitary undead, while Valerina stood ready to unleash dragon fire should Liu Feng find himself in peril. Indeed, as Liu Feng's horse entered the canyon, a multitude of undead erupted from the earth. They were devoid of flesh, yet as they rose, they brandished weapons with one hand, emitting silent roars of fury. As this cacophony resonated, more undead emerged from the depths, some wielding rudimentary axes, while others were unarmed. Upon sighting Liu Feng, they surged forward, brandishing their meager weapons in a frenzied assault against his steed. Liu Feng's equestrian skills had reached their zenith. He resembled a seasoned general as he approached the enemy lines with an impassive demeanor. Throughout the charge, he swept and thrust with precision, each strike obliterating numerous undead, leaving behind only skeletal remains scattered across the ground. With Liu Feng leading the charge, the Blood Alliance warriors found themselves at ease, suffering minimal casualties. The two dragons quickly identified their targets. Vagril, spotting a lone undead, dove downwards with his massive wings. This particular undead was diminutive and unarmed, moving with a slowness that set it apart from its counterparts. Vagril encountered no resistance, seizing the fortunate undead in his powerful claws. Despite its desperate struggles and futile attacks, the absence of weaponry rendered its efforts ineffectual. Although Vagril could not breathe fire, his strength was formidable, and his scaled armor offered extraordinary defense. Liu Feng had previously experimented and found that even in its youth, ordinary blades and swords could hardly inflict any harm upon Vagril. Liu Feng was certain that Vagril alone could overpower Drogon, the dragon of the Mother of Dragons. After all, battles between dragons did not hinge on flames, a realm where Drogon held no advantage. Valerina, now the size of a tiger, excelled in speed. With her 3 pairs of wings fluttering effortlessly, she became a blur on the battlefield, darting through the chaos. Whenever she encountered groups of undead, she unleashed her dragon fire without hesitation. This one-sided slaughter made Liu Feng's party appear more villainous than the undead themselves, as the massacre unfolded without reprieve. Before long, Liu Feng's party had charged over 1,000 meters, at which point the leader of the forest children suddenly alerted. Ahead lies the entrance to the lair. If we can traverse this final 100 meters, we shall be safe. Liu Feng felt a surge of joy. It seemed they would soon escape the canyon. However, entering the barrier meant the undead would cease to exist, thwarting his plans to capture them. Just as Liu Feng wrestled with this dilemma, the ground trembled violently, and a colossal hand suddenly emerged from beneath. It was an enormous palm, half the height of an adult man. Liu Feng knew without a doubt that it dwarfed even the hand of the giant king. As the onlookers gasped in astonishment, the owner of the hand pushed aside the snow, slowly revealing its entire form. It was a giant undead, towering over 4 meters, its body grotesquely disfigured, save for a pair of eyes that remained intact. Those eyes glimmered with an eerie blue light, scanning the surroundings before locking onto Liu Feng. In that moment, Liu Feng felt a chill of dread. This creature was not one to be trifled with. He quickly pulled on the reins and attempted to veer left, but the icy surface caused his horse to slip, and instead of dodging, they careened directly toward the giant undead. In a panic, Liu Feng shouted, "Jump off the horse!" Fortunately, the forest child behind him reacted swiftly, and as Liu Feng called out, both leaped from their mounts, landing in the snow to the left. As Liu Feng rolled upon hitting the ground to steady himself, he discarded the dragon spear and drew his bone bow from his back. He swiftly nocked an arrow and aimed at the giant undead. Chapter 66. The Terrifying Giant Undead. The giant undead charged fearlessly, indifferent to Liu Feng's arrow. resembling a colossal truck barreling toward him. As it thundered past, it carelessly kicked Liu Feng's battle steed several meters away, leaving a pool of blood in its wake. Though Liu Feng was seething with rage internally, he maintained a focused exterior, hoping that this arrow would deliver a fatal blow to the giant undead. The leader of the forest children was not idle either. Skilled in fire magic, she began conjuring fireballs in her hands, launching them at the giant undead as soon as she landed. Though her magic boasted significant destructive power, the giant undead's massive frame and robust bones rendered it largely unaffected, allowing it to continue its relentless advance. At that moment, Liu Feng sensed that his bow and bow had accumulated enough magical energy. Aiming for the giant undead's eyes, he unleashed an arrow infused with all his might. The arrow, charged with immense magical power, distorted the very air around it as it sped forth. In mere seconds, it reached the giant's face. Just as Liu Feng anticipated a direct hit, an enormous hand emerged to shield the eye. Boom! Upon impact, the concentrated magical energy erupted in a thunderous explosion. Even the giant undead was forced back several steps, unsteady on its feet before crashing to the ground. Liu Feng and his companions did not ease their vigilance, remaining tense as they watched the smoke from the explosion. Indeed, after a brief silence, movement stirred within the smoke. Liu Feng, nerves taut, hastily knocked another arrow, honing in on the billowing haze. In the next moment, a massive hand suddenly shot out from the smoke, closing in on Liu Feng in the blink of an eye. With no choice, he abandoned his bow and evaded the attack. Rolling to the side, he glanced back to see the giant undead rising once more. Although his previous attack had not struck its eye, it had successfully blown off one of its massive hands. The giant undead appeared to be moving sluggishly now, struggling to adapt to its current form. Just as Liu Feng was about to draw his bow once more, a sudden exclamation erupted from the leader of the forest children nearby, followed by a loud warning. "Be careful! That hand has come to life." Startled by the words, Liu Feng hastily abandoned his attack and rolled towards the direction of the broken army. Simultaneously, he turned to witness an astonishing sight. The very hand that had been hurled by the giant was now utilizing its fingers as limbs, resembling a mechanical hound as it scuttled past Liu Feng. Its agility rivaled that of a hunting dog. "By heavens!" Liu Feng muttered, exclaiming in astonishment before seizing the broken army and cautiously observing the situation. Unlike the living, the undead were fearlessly reckless, with their vital points scantily few, placing immense pressure on Liu Feng in the present moment. At that instant, the skybound Vagral noticed the peril Liu Feng faced and promptly descended, abandoning the undead to provide support. Alongside him came Valerina, though still small in stature. Her dragon flame proved remarkably effective against the undead. Recognizing the opportunity, Liu Feng initiated an assault. He pretended to charge at the giant undead, while his peripheral vision remained keenly attuned to the movements of the giant's hand. Clearly devoid of intellect, the giant's hand struck at Liu Feng's rear as he pivoted. Reacting swiftly, Liu Feng spun around, and with a fierce strike from the broken army, he swept with tremendous force, accurately striking the hand's fingers. The clash echoed like metal on metal, shattering 3 of the supporting fingers in an instant. Although it remained animated with 2 fingers still intact, they could no longer sustain the enormous hand. Seizing the moment of its sluggishness, Liu Feng fired again, severing the last 2 fingers. Just as Liu Feng obliterated the fingers, the heavy footsteps of the giant reverberated behind him. A profound sense of danger compelled Liu Feng to lunge forward instinctively, narrowly evading a fatal blow as the giant's massive foot grazed his padded coat. After missing its target, the giant undead retrieved its severed hand and hurled it at Liu Feng like a stone. As Liu Feng landed, his body recoiled like a spring, propelling him back up, and he turned to confront the giant undead. In that fleeting moment, the attack arrived. With no means of escape, he thrust the broken army forward, hoping to deflect the impending strike. With a resounding thud, Liu Feng was propelled backward by the immense force, spitting out a mouthful of blood before regaining his footing. Though severely wounded from the strike, he managed to distance himself from the giant undead. Meanwhile, Valerina and Vagral had arrived to provide assistance. Valerina, displaying her cleverness, utilized her nimble form to unleash flames from above, hoping to incinerate the ferocious undead. However, the giant's colossal size rendered her flames only capable of causing minor disruptions rather than delivering a fatal blow. Vagral, albeit slightly slower, relied on its imposing frame and charged directly at the giant's head, evidently intent on engaging in close combat. Witnessing this, Liu Feng was taken aback. He suppressed the discomfort surging within him and charged toward the giant. Vagral, leveraging its weight, tackled the giant to the ground, its formidable jaws aiming for the giant's neck. Yet, the giant undead retaliated, grasping one of Vagrul's wings, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry of anguish, causing it to abandon its assault. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Feng, disregarding his injuries, activated the 100 Steps Shadow Kill and instantly positioned himself at the giant undead's head. In a critical moment, he thrust his weapon into its blue eyes. As the eyes shattered, the giant undead's body lost its strength, collapsing helplessly to the ground. At that moment, a system notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the ancient giant undead, gaining 10 resistance to extreme cold and a significant boost to your constitution. In an instant, Liu Feng felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. The biting wind against his face no longer felt so frigid. However, Liu Feng paid little heed to this, first chastising Vagrul sternly, warning it not to rely solely on brute force during battle, but to leverage its inherent advantages. Yet, for a dragon incapable of breathing fire, it seemed there were limited advantages to exploit. Nonetheless, a reprimand was warranted. Having finished his admonition, Liu Feng promptly rallied the team to press onward. The danger of their surroundings was palpable. Should another giant undead emerge, their fates would likely be sealed. Fortunately, the subsequent journey proceeded smoothly. Under the guidance of the forest children, they swiftly traversed the magical barrier and arrived at the lair of the Three-Eyed Crow. Chapter 67. The Hidden Tale of the Three-Eyed Crow. The lair of the Three-Eyed Crow was a cavern formed from countless roots of fish oil. Due to the limited space, the Blood Alliance guards and horses could not enter, leaving only Liu Feng to venture alone. The Blood Alliance guards and Vagrul remained outside, awaiting Liu Feng's return. Liu Feng followed the forest children through numerous low tunnels and bewildering intersections until he finally reached the core area. This was a moderately sized cavern, akin to a dwelling for an average person. Upon entering, he spotted an emaciated old man entwined in roots and a long-haired youth sitting on the ground, rolling his eyes. Without a doubt, the old man was the Three-Eyed Crow, and the youth must be Bran. Beside Bran lay a glacier wolf, its size exceeding that of an average adult man. It was likely Summer. The massive Adu rested at a distance with a young girl, Mela, suggesting they had acclimated to the environment. They must have been living here for some time, and perhaps Bran was nearing the point of fully inheriting the abilities of the Three-Eyed Crow. Summer, fiercely protective of its master, bared its sharp teeth as Liu Feng approached, adopting a poised stance. Just then, the Three-Eyed Crow, blind and Hoenn, suddenly awakened. The first thing he did was hypnotize Summer, then instructed everyone to step back, indicating he wished to speak with Liu Feng privately. Liu Feng had no objections and leaned against the root wall, curious to hear what this Three-Eyed Crow had to say. Once everyone had exited, a glimmer of green light flickered in Blindon's eyes, and in a weak voice, he inquired, "The one who cannot be observed. Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Liu Feng felt a sense of relief. The Three-Eyed Crow was not omniscient. Their formidable power of time-space traversal could not unveil his identity. Reflecting on this, Liu Feng replied nonchalantly, "Who I am is of little consequence. We share a common enemy, and that is sufficient." Blindon scrutinized Liu Feng with profound eyes for a long moment before finally responding, "Very well. My life draws to a close, and I sense the Night King is approaching. Your arrival may assist Bran in evading the Night King's pursuit until he becomes the Three-Eyed Crow." Liu Feng smiled at this, nonchalantly asking, "And what do I stand to gain from this? I've never been particularly keen on being a mere tool." Blindon, unfazed, revealed a hint of resignation on his face, saying, "At present, I possess nothing but memories." Liu Feng furrowed his brow. Honestly, he was reluctant to engage with the Night King, as it was a perilous endeavor. Moreover, there was no tangible benefit to be gained from such an engagement. Yet, as an influential figure in the intelligence community, he was keen on bringing Bran into his fold. After much contemplation, Liu Feng finally stated, "Perfect, what I lack are memories. I have 3 questions. If you can answer them, I shall agree to assist Bran." Without a moment's hesitation, Blindon replied, "As long as you place your trust in me, this shall pose no problem." Upon hearing Brendan's affirmation, Liu Feng's eyes gleamed with a flicker of excitement. After all, the prospect of a comprehensive and omniscient historical tome was undeniably intriguing. After a brief moment of contemplation, he posed his first inquiry. What was the true cause behind the extinction of the Valyrian Empire? Brendan's eyes momentarily widened in surprise, but he swiftly replied, "I do not possess a definitive answer to that question, yet the authentic truth I have gleaned pertains to the divine." Divine? This was the first time Liu Feng had encountered concrete references to deities, and as the words escaped his lips, a weightiness settled upon him. However, he quickly masked his expression, imploring, Please share what you know. Let this count as one question. With a smile gracing his features, Brynden acquiesced, stating, "As you wish." He then withdrew the smile, his gaze turning grave as he began to recount a tale. It appeared that Brynden's knowledge was confined to the realm of Westeros. Beyond its borders, his omniscience faltered. Nevertheless, he had unearthed an essential condition through historical documents and ancient dialogues. Westeros, in its bygone days, was not as it is now. The land was once inhabited by gods, and its environment differed vastly from the present. According to legend, a cataclysmic battle transpired between the god of light and the god of cold, with the former emerging victorious. The god of light imprisoned the god of cold within 18 volcanoes and subsequently sought out a subspecies of divine dragons from the east to guard the imprisoned deity. As the Valyrians ascended to power, the god of cold was entirely forgotten, along with the faith in the god of light, which faded alongside the might bestowed by the dragons. Eventually, fissures appeared in the god of cold's prison, allowing him to unleash a curse with his remaining strength. This curse was immensely potent, resulting not only in volcanic eruptions, but also in a plague capable of slaying dragons. Nearly all Valyrians and their dragons perished due to this curse. Although millennia have passed, and the curse has considerably waned, any unremarkable individual traversing Valyria remains susceptible to its remnants. This affliction later became known as the grayscale disease. Upon absorbing this information, Liu Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, astonished by the perilous nature of Valyria. He felt fortunate to possess a unique constitution. Otherwise, his fate could have been dire. Satisfied with this revelation, he pondered for a moment before posing another question. How many gods exist in this world? At this, Brynden's expression dimmed slightly as he replied, "Gods are unobservable, thus I cannot ascertain their number." Liu Feng felt a twinge of disappointment, but pressed on, asking a question that had long occupied his thoughts. What exactly are the White Walkers? Brynden contemplated before responding. This is connected to the god of cold. They are descendants of his, dwelling in the far north, a land known as the Cold Night. However, historically, only one White Walker has ever ventured into Westeros. Her name lost to time, yet she birthed the nightmare of both the first men and the children of the forest, the Night King. Liu Feng's interest piqued, for this was an aspect of history he had yet to uncover. He urged, "I sense you have more to share." Brynden nodded, continuing his narrative. After the construction of the wall, up until the 13th commander, no significant issues arose. However, upon the arrival of the commander, known as the Night King, unforeseen events transpired. He was a powerful warg, far surpassing ordinary ones. He could not only control animals but also manipulate humans. This ability was perilous, as it could easily lead one to lose their true nature. During a patrol, he encountered the first female White Walker to reach the north. She was extraordinarily beautiful, her skin as white as snow, her eyes as brilliant as sapphires, possessing an allure that ensnared anyone who gazed upon her. Unable to resist temptation, the Night King ultimately succumbed, defying opposition, he was a female White Walker. While this in itself posed no issue, the revelation of their union incited noble families across the land to raise armies against him. Under immense pressure, the Night King chose to concede to his powers, expanding his control over more individuals. Eventually, an amassed army besieged his fortress, the Black Castle. The outcome of that battle remains unknown. All that is certain is that the White Walkers vanished from the Black Castle, yet a Night King emerged in the far north. Chapter 68, Tyrion's Darkest Hour. Liu Feng was astonished to discover that the Night King was, in fact, a warg, a revelation he had not anticipated, as he had always assumed the Night King to be a conventional White Walker. Now, it appeared that the Night King belonged to a transformed breed of White Walkers, endowed with greater power and a deeper understanding of humanity. This insight might explain his desire to eliminate the Three-Eyed Raven. After all, the ultimate form of a warg, the Three-Eyed Raven, not only wields certain temporal powers, but also possesses the entirety of the continent's historical memories. Having such a subordinate would be invaluable to the Night King, surpassing the utility of any other. Yet Liu Feng found himself perplexed regarding the Night King's ulterior motives, pondering whether he retained the power to manipulate the living and if, post-transformation, the essence of those individuals was preserved. After all, he was aware that Castor, as a father of the dead, had hundreds of daughters and countless sons, all of whom had been taken by the White Walkers. Ultimately, at a mysterious altar, the Night King transformed infants into the visage of White Walkers, yet their ultimate destination remains a mystery. Notably, the White Walkers accompanying the Night King had not proliferated over millennia. This could suggest two possibilities. Either the Night King is incapable of controlling numerous White Walkers, thus seeking to dominate the Three-Eyed Raven to ultimately exert his influence over Westeros through faith, or perhaps the White Walkers themselves face a limitation on lifespan. Aside from the Night King, who nears divinity, other White Walkers may eventually meet their demise. They might be incapable of reproduction, relying solely on human infants to augment their ranks. Even until the Night King's demise, the female White Walker remained unseen. They lacked vessels to traverse to Essos in a bid to rescue the God of Cold. Perhaps the Night King's true ambition lies solely in becoming the deity who rules the world. With this understanding, Liu Feng's perception of the Night King deepened. He then recalled that the Three-Eyed Raven had not addressed his second question, and thus reiterated, "You have yet to answer my second question, so I must inquire once more." Brynden, upon hearing this, displayed no change in demeanor, merely responding with a calm, "No problem." Liu Feng, receiving confirmation, immediately asked, what would transpire if the Night King were to kill the Three-Eyed Raven? Upon this inquiry, Brynden's countenance stiffened, his lips twitching noticeably before he replied, "Historically, the Three-Eyed Raven has never been killed by the Night King. I doubt it will occur in the future, for the Three-Eyed Raven serves as the last line of defense for the living against the dead." Liu Feng, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation. He found Brynden's response rather unreliable. While he seemed to have conveyed some information, it felt as though he had said little of substance. What a cunning old man. Nevertheless, Liu Feng had exhausted his questions. As long as he could vanquish the Night King in the future and seize fragments of his memory, he would acquire greater knowledge. You may wonder why not simply eliminate the Three-Eyed Raven directly, thereby obtaining portions of his memory and skills. In truth, this would be a rather unwise approach, as the Three-Eyed Raven embodies a laborious yet unrewarding endeavor. While one might argue his prowess in revealing hidden truths, he possesses no combat capability. Merely keeping a living Three-Eyed Raven nearby would effectively create a portable library, even one capable of vocalizing information. Furthermore, one need not fear deception from him, as he requires protection. His abilities instill fear in ordinary individuals while rendering him unattractive to the ambitious, making him an easy target for those with ulterior motives. He cannot independently ascend to the pinnacle of power, and although the conclusion of the Game of Thrones saga sees him crowned king, this was predicated upon the overwhelming dominance of House Stark. After all, with the legitimate heir Jon Snow, the commander of the Northern Armies Sansa Stark, and the Night King Slayer Arya Stark standing behind him, the Three-Eyed Raven could merely hide in the far north like Brynden Tully does now without such formidable power. Thus, Liu Feng paid little heed to Brynden's superfluous response, instead nodding in agreement. Although your answer bears little practical significance, I can assure you that I will protect the new Three-Eyed Raven. Brynden was pleased with this answer, as he never doubted Liu Feng would refuse. And with a strained smile, he remarked, "I knew it. With your character, you would undoubtedly assist this unfortunate child." Liu Feng merely smiled politely in response, and then inquired, "I wish to know when the legacy of the Three-Eyed Raven will be passed on." Brynden replied with a faint smile, "After my death. Though my plan is to do so the day after tomorrow, when Bran can better grasp the abilities of the Three-Eyed Raven." Liu Feng nodded, signaling his understanding. And thus their conversation came to a close. Since Bran needed to learn the skills of the Three-Eyed Raven, Liu Feng chose not to intrude upon them. He opted to return outside, for he had another task at hand, to capture a White Walker. He intended to use this to deceive Stannis and the other noble houses of the north. Meanwhile, as Liu Feng plotted to ensnare a White Walker, tumult brewed elsewhere. In the Iron Islands, King Balon Greyjoy, having allied with Ramsay Bolton, fully unleashed the ferocity of the Ironborn. He began dispatching troops to continuously raid the villages of the north, hoping to draw Robb Stark's forces away. However, his latest endeavors yielded disappointing results. Just as he contemplated increasing his forces, he received 2 letters. The first was from Theon Greyjoy, warning him to be cautious of Ramsay. Upon learning that Theon had been mistreated by Ramsay, Balon was filled with fury. However, just as he prepared to mobilize against the twins, he chanced upon the second letter. This letter was from a person both familiar and foreign to him, his brother, Euron Greyjoy. Balon was loath to see him, and upon receiving the letter, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Beyond the Iron Islands, King S. Landing was equally tumultuous, fearing the yet unvanquished north. Tywin Lannister hastened the wedding between Joffrey and Margaery. However, on the day of the banquet, an atrocious event transpired. King Joffrey was poisoned before the assembly, and all evidence pointed to Tyrion. Thus, Tyrion, who had risen from the hand of the king to the position of Master of Coin, found himself imprisoned in less than half a year. Ultimately, he was falsely accused by the woman he loved, marking the darkest moment of his life. Yet he remained unaware that the darkness was far from over, as no one was willing to fight for him in the trial by combat he had requested. Even his closest friend, Podrick, refused to assist him, for no one would risk their life for meager recompense. Fortunately, a turning point emerged when Oberyn Martell agreed to fight for Tyrion, but this was solely to avenge his sister by slaying the Mountain, the brute who had caused her demise. In the arena of King's Landing, the Mountain, Gregor Clegane, had donned his armor, towering over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging grotesquely beneath the metal, resembling a humanoid tank. Only his eyes, visible through the helmet, radiated an aura of sheer menace, as if perceiving all present as mere livestock awaiting slaughter. In stark contrast, Oberyn Martell wore no armor, donning only his everyday attire. He romantically embraced Ilaria Sand before coldly striding into the arena. With a frigid gaze, he surveyed the Mountain, whose size dwarfed him. A smirk graced his lips as his serpent-like eyes locked onto the Mountain's vulnerabilities, and he declared, "You may not know me, but you know my sister." Noticing the Mountain's gaze upon him, Oberyn continued, "Soon, you shall experience the torment my sister once endured at your hands." The Mountain, unfazed by Oberyn's words, met his gaze with indifference before bellowing, "Enough with the chatter. You can die now." With that, the Mountain, like a human tank, swung his great sword and charged at Oberyn. In the face of this assault, Oberyn merely smirked disdainfully, swiftly sidestepping the Mountain's strike and delivering a powerful kick to the brute's calf, causing him to stumble. In that moment, the Mountain concealed his contempt for Oberyn. Though he appeared a mere brute, he was not devoid of insight, realizing that this adversary might be his nemesis. Meanwhile, Oberyn, witnessing the Mountain's vulnerability, felt his disdain deepen. He casually drew a dagger from the weapon rack, taunting the Mountain with derision as he practiced his weapon skills. This act further infuriated the Mountain, who had never endured such humiliation. Even kings were beneath his notice. For his family held a saying, "Slaughter is the greatest delight." Only he, and not even his brother, could wield the blade. Thus, he was determined to swiftly extinguish this irritating fly. At that moment, he summoned all his strength, charging at Oberyn with unprecedented speed, surpassing any man of his size. Little did he know, Oberyn excelled in both speed and precise judgment. In Oberyn's eyes, the Mountain was a lethargic tortoise. As the Mountain closed in, Oberyn anticipated the move, deftly dodging the Mountain's sword and counterattacking swiftly, piercing the Mountain's left ankle. It did not end there. Capitalizing on the Mountain's pain, he struck again, this time targeting the brute's left arm, rendering it useless. The Mountain, realizing his defeat was imminent, contemplated potential avenues for a comeback. Oberyn, however, would not grant him that opportunity. After retreating a few steps, he lunged forward, thrusting the dagger into the Mountain's chest, fueled by overwhelming hatred and the thrill of impending vengeance. The strike was swift and precise, burying the blade deep within the Mountain's torso, yet Oberyn did not relent, for his fury was beyond comprehension. Only when the Mountain's massive form collapsed lifelessly to the ground did Oberyn allow a smile to grace his lips. He then reveled in the adulation of the crowd, basking in the cheers of victory. Below, Oberyn's lover Ilaria leaped to her feet, blowing him a kiss. Meanwhile, Tyrion, the focal point of this trial, observed the triumph of his champion with a sigh of relief, casting a provocative glance at Cersei as if to say, "See, no matter your schemes against me, the Seven have bestowed their favor upon me." Cersei, however, wore a scowl, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Tyrion, not solely for Joffrey's demise, but also for the twisted creature who had taken her mother from her. Thus, as the Mountain faced impending defeat, her resentment only intensified, her eyes burning with malice directed at Tyrion. Having absorbed the crowd's acclaim, Oberyn approached the vanquished Mountain, casting a scornful glance at the dying brute, reveling in his triumph. He abruptly withdrew the dagger embedded in the Mountain's chest, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the Mountain, uttering, "You must be in excruciating pain. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Soon, I shall subject you to torment 1,000-fold greater than what my sister endured, until your very sanity crumbles into oblivion." With that proclamation, Oberyn erupted into a maniacal laugh, raising his weapon, poised to strike once more at the Mountain. However, at that very moment, the seemingly near-defeated Mountain suddenly revealed a smile at the corner of his lips. Then, taking Oberyn completely off guard, he seized his right leg with a powerful grip. With all the strength left in his arm, he yanked, causing Oberyn to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. Yet, it did not end there. As Oberyn fell, the Mountain, using his remaining leg, braced himself and rolled onto Oberyn's body. In that instant, the onlookers of the duel held their breath, particularly Tyrion, as this confrontation was not solely about Oberyn's fate, but also about his own. Witnessing the unexpected turn of events, Tyrion found the situation absurd. A duel that should have been a guaranteed victory had suddenly been upended. As he glanced at Cersei, he noticed a smile re-emerging on her face. A smile that exuded satisfaction, as if she believed her brother deserved his fate. Aware of Cersei's disdain for him, Tyrion shifted his gaze to his father, the current hand of the king, the most powerful man in the realm. Yet, he discerned no trace of sorrow on his father's countenance. Instead, he bore a smile akin to Cersei's. At that moment, Tyrion's heart sank completely. He recalled a statement made by Liu Feng. "You will become the most distinguished member of House Lannister, but only after your father's death." He could scarcely fathom how he would survive until Tywin's demise in such a dire situation. However, that was not a concern for him now. He was left with nothing but the anticipation of death. The most agitated among them was not Tyrion, but Oberyn's beloved, Illyria. She watched in horror as the mountain mounted Oberyn, his powerful hands gripping Oberyn's eyes with a vice-like hold. The intent was clear, as if he aimed to forcibly extract Oberyn's eyes. But in the end, it was not merely the eyes that shattered, but the entire skull. Indeed, Oberyn's head was crushed, and the brutality of the scene rendered those present unable to bear direct witness. Chapter 70. The army of the White Walkers approaches. In the far north, a colossal wave of cold surged forth from the north. This icy tempest resembled a beast unleashed from the depths of hell, accompanied by fierce winds that swept up blizzards, transforming the landscape into a ferocious snowstorm engulfing half of the land of eternal winter. In the wake of the storm, all traces of life vanished, replaced by the haunting presence of the undead. The sheer number of corpses was limitless, creating the illusion of a cataclysmic disaster, evoking an overwhelming sense of helplessness. They were the servants of the White Walkers, a legion of the dead. If one were to gaze down upon the map of the eternal winter from the sky, they would observe a throng moving through the icy tempest, advancing towards the lair of the three-eyed raven. Their arrival was prompted by a singular event. One day prior, Bran had been marked by the Night King while learning the skills of the three-eyed raven. This was an exceedingly terrifying development, for it indicated that the Night King possessed the ability to influence time and space. Even as a mere time traveler, he could mark his victims, suggesting that the Night King was perilously close to achieving the status of a legendary god. Those familiar with the saga of Game of Thrones would recognize this detail, which elucidated why Liu Feng, despite possessing dragons and a system, still harbored trepidation towards the Night King. Perhaps this was one of the reasons the Lord of Light sought to intervene in reality. Within the lair of the three-eyed raven, the old three-eyed raven, Brynden, chose to initiate the transfer of power upon learning that Bran had been marked. This decision was born out of necessity, as the magical barriers outside could not impede the Night King's advance. No one could predict when the Night King would appear and launch an assault against them. Yet, one thing was certain: the Night King was coming. Unbeknownst to them, the Night King's forces had already encroached upon the vicinity of Liu Feng's system map. Upon witnessing the Night King's presence on the map, Liu Feng was taken aback, as his dragons had yet to mature, leaving him hesitant to confront the Night King. Therefore, Liu Feng promptly sought out Brynden, intent on hastening his plans, for further delay could result in their transformation into walking corpses. Upon hearing the news, Brynden's expression turned grave. He understood that this might be their final hour. Although he felt a sense of reluctance, he remained a devout follower of the old gods, a prerequisite for becoming the three-eyed raven. He glanced at Bran, who, having shed his youthful naivety, now exuded a sense of maturity, and calmly inquired, "Bran, are you prepared?" At his words, Bran seemed to grasp Brynden's implication, a flicker of reluctance visible in his eyes, yet he understood that his exposure had sealed their current fate. Thus, he fixed Brynden with a resolute gaze, suppressing the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, and nodded. From this, Brynden could discern Bran's growth. He had learned to conceal his true feelings. This development brought Brynden a sense of satisfaction. With a smile, he commenced the transfer of the three-eyed raven's legacy. The three-eyed raven is often regarded as the memory of the world. This statement could not be more accurate. Each three-eyed raven carries an immense repository of memories, and the capacity increases with each successive generation. By Brynden's time, the weight of his memories had become unbearable, leading him to devise a solution: to weave an artificial brain from weirwood, storing all memories in energy form within the roots of the tree. Over the course of many years, he had become one with the weirwood. To receive the legacy of the three-eyed raven, One must transfer all the energy contained within the root brain into the recipient's body. The consequence of this process renders one excessively rational, causing the essence of humanity within their personality to diminish significantly. This was one of the fundamental reasons Bran ultimately transformed into a stoic figure. This legacy required considerable time, and the process of receiving the energy was lengthy. Thus, during this period, Liu Feng's task was to transport Bran to a safe location. Throughout this endeavor, Liu Feng might encounter the vanguard of the Night King's forces. Nevertheless, Liu Feng found this acceptable, as he possessed the system map and could evade the Night King's army to reach the wall safely. From his understanding of the narrative, he knew that after the Night King killed the old three-eyed raven, he likely engaged in a fierce battle with the children of the forest and subsequently faced the wildlings in a grueling confrontation. These two battles had significantly delayed the Night King's progress, allowing nearly a year to pass before he, with the aid of the Ice Dragon, obliterated the wall. During this time, Liu Feng could accomplish much. With this thought in mind, Liu Feng disregarded the frantic transfer of power between the two. Stepping out from the lair of the three-eyed raven, he intended to arrange for the Blood Riders to send a white directly to the far end of the three-eyed raven's lair, facilitating their evasion of the encircling army of the White Walkers. He then mounted Vagor, soaring into the sky to observe the advance of the undead army in preparation for the impending escape. Vagor had grown immensely powerful as a dragon of royal blood. Although it could not breathe fire like Viserion, its strength was undeniably formidable. Even with Liu Feng by his side, they soared smoothly through the biting cold winds. Completely unperturbed by the snowstorm, Liu Feng felt a sense of ease. After all, during his encounter with the ancient giant corpse demon, he not only enhanced his physical constitution, but also acquired resistance to the frigid temperatures. This newfound resilience allowed him to adapt to the wintry climate, eliminating any fear of succumbing to the cold while riding a dragon. After approximately 2 hours, Liu Feng discerned a tempest approaching, reminiscent of turbulent waves, heading directly toward him. Although he could not yet see the army of White Walkers, the system's map had already revealed that within the heart of this storm lay millions of corpses. This was an overwhelmingly vast number. For context, Liu Feng had previously unified the Dothraki with just over 100,000 soldiers, including women and children. Even when combined with the Northern Alliance, their forces barely reached 250,000. Should they confront this million-strong army without the formidable support of the Wall and dragons, the living would likely face annihilation. Contemplating this, Liu Feng silently calculated the movement speed of the White Walker Legion. In roughly a day's time, they would reach the three-eyed raven's nest and swiftly surround it. This was a terrifying prospect. Delaying would be unwise. He immediately turned back toward the three-eyed raven's lair, fully aware that he must inform Brynden, for a single oversight could lead to the destruction of their entire force. Chapter 71. The First Confrontation with the Night King. As Liu Feng departed, amidst the relentless snowstorm, a figure mounted on a skeletal warhorse emerged gradually. His stature was not imposing, yet he radiated an unparalleled aura. His deep blue eyes held an air of unflinching calm, as if no occurrence could alter his expression. He was the Night King. Even when faced with Liu Feng upon his dragon, his demeanor remained unchanged. After a few moments of observation, he lowered his gaze to his warhorse, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes, before unleashing a thunderous roar into the sky. In response to his call, a multitude of broken-bodied skeletons began to rise from the ground. From the depths of the storm, a dense throng of corpses emerged. Their appearances varied, and their sizes disparate. Among them were even infants who had just learned to walk. Yet, they moved with a remarkable synchrony, akin to a battalion of meticulously trained soldiers, displaying a formidable order. Although Liu Feng did not witness this scene, he had already detected the enemy's presence through the system's map. He dared not delay any longer, urging his steed, Vagor, against the increasingly biting cold winds as he retraced his path. 3 hours later, his hair was coated in ice and snow, and even a layer of frost had formed around his eyes, resembling icy spectacles. Fortunately, his cold resistance prevented him from becoming a mere popsicle. As the leader of the Children of the Forest had already led the Blood Riders and others to the far end of the lair, the entrance was now deserted. This alleviated Liu Feng's embarrassment as he approached the lair's core, discovering Bran still undergoing his transformation. Despite his anxiety, he refrained from interrupting the process. Liu Feng understood that, according to the original storyline, Bran would complete his transformation before the Night King arrived, albeit at a significant cost, narrowly escaping the pursuit of the White Walkers. With Liu Feng's arrival, it would be quite unbecoming to still find himself in such a precarious situation. He believed that the Night King would typically refrain from direct confrontation unless faced with a particularly formidable opponent. Liu Feng did not consider himself a troublesome foe. After all, his dragon was still young, and he did not possess any notable advantages in combat against the corpses. Therefore, he was certain that the Night King's forces would consist of no more than a few genuine White Walkers. This was precisely what Liu Feng desired, for in defeating them, he would undoubtedly seize their talents. This was an extraordinarily potent skill, allowing Liu Feng to effortlessly acquire the memories and skill attributes of others. A mere kill of a giant could yield substantial abilities. He could only imagine the rewards that would come from slaying a White Walker. Hence, Liu Feng's true concern was how to find an opportunity to face a White Walker alone amidst the horde of corpses. This posed a considerable challenge, as White Walkers were entirely distinct from corpses. They possessed their own cognition, raising the question of whether they would choose to engage a strong adversary. Even the seemingly ineffective corpses wielded formidable offensive capabilities that should not be underestimated. In this scenario, Liu Feng resolved that upon encountering a White Walker, he would unleash his full strength, striving for a swift resolution before retreating on his dragon. Having made up his mind, Liu Feng felt a sense of calm wash over him as he prepared to await the arrival of the White Walker army. After all, there had been a precedent for success. Daenerys had managed to escape the Night King's gaze with her dragons, although that encounter had cost her one dragon. It was undeniable that the Night King had limited options against flying creatures. With these thoughts clarified, Liu Feng redirected his focus to the three-eyed raven. He was genuinely intrigued by this transformation, as one of the most formidable entities in the Game of Thrones universe was about to emerge, a seer wielding the power of time and space, capable of observing every corner of Westeros, a truly extraordinary ability. Nevertheless, Liu Feng felt confident that, even if Bran's personality underwent a drastic change, he would still have the opportunity to exert control over him. Thus far, the Stark family had not made an enemy of Liu Feng, and with the military forces in the north beginning to crumble, they were no longer atop the northern hierarchy. Even without Liu Feng, the Starks had only reached King's Landing due to Daenerys and her dragons. This indicated that Liu Feng, now commanding an army of 100,000 wildlings, had become the preeminent power in the north. The wait for Bran's transformation was long, during which Liu Feng attempted to converse with Hodder and others. He discovered that this rotund individual could only utter Hodder, rendering meaningful communication impossible. Mira, on the other hand, was more amiable and could engage in normal dialogue. After Liu Feng's persistent inquiries, he learned from her that the Reed family were the most devout followers of the old gods. Almost every generation produced a skin changer, though she was unaware if there had ever been a green seer in their family history. This revelation astonished Liu Feng, as it suggested a potent genetic lineage. It would be wise to cultivate an alliance with them, for skin changers were the most versatile warriors aside from green seers, capable of commanding animals in battle and using them for reconnaissance. While they were engaged in conversation, the lair of the three-eyed raven suddenly trembled violently. At that moment, Bran abruptly opened his eyes and, with a serious expression, turned to Liu Feng, declaring, "The Night King is coming." Liu Feng was taken aback. According to his estimates, the Night King wouldn't arrive until nightfall. Yet, he had only returned from the ice storm controlled by the Night King just a few hours prior. This was alarmingly swift, leaving Liu Feng feeling unprepared. Fortunately, he had already positioned the Blood Riders at the lair's far end, and Vagor had pursued the Blood Riders immediately after Liu Feng entered the cave. He merely needed to wait for Bran to awaken and then follow the group to evade the Night King's pursuit. With this in mind, Liu Feng asked earnestly, "When will he complete his transformation?" Brynden frowned and replied, "Very soon." Upon saying this, a solemn expression crossed Brendan's face, and a vast surge of green energy erupted from his body. The energy appeared fierce, yet was remarkably gentle, resembling a stream of energy code that flowed into the roots and subsequently into Bran's being. The transfer was swift. In the span of just a second, the energy had completely dissipated. Simultaneously fading was Bran's vitality. Meanwhile, the natural barrier outside finally shattered completely. The curious azure eyes of the Night King surveyed the surroundings before he waved his hand. With this gesture, several whites unhesitatingly advanced towards the lair, followed by an endless tide of the undead army. However, the Night King did not venture among them. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the three-eyed raven's nest before mounting his steed and hastening toward the lair's depths. Chapter 72. The Fierce Battle with the Whites. As Bran's life force dissipated, the energy within the roots of the weirwood was fully transmitted. Although Bran remained in a state of unconsciousness, it did not obstruct the fact that he had become the three-eyed raven. Recognizing that Bran had completed his transformation, Liu Feng wasted no time, instructing Hodder to carry Bran on his back and lead the way toward the depths of the Raven's Nest. Liu Feng, wielding the dragon lance, remained vigilant at the rear. He recalled that in the original narrative, Bran's team had first lost Summer and ultimately escaped the undead army thanks to Hodder's sacrifice at the door. Thus, he understood that the Whites could appear at any moment, and he aimed to utilize the cave's narrow confines to become an impenetrable barrier. As Liu Feng had anticipated, just as Hodder proceeded ahead, several dismembered Whites charged forth. Fortunately, Liu Feng had prepared for this eventuality. The moment the Whites lunged forward, he swept his lance with precision, instantly dispatching two lesser foes. However, with the fall of these two vanguards, an even greater swarm of Whites began to surge forth. Those afflicted with a fear of dense crowds would likely faint on the spot. Thankfully, while the Whites held the advantage in numbers, they lacked intelligence, recklessly charging into battle, even injuring their own comrades in the process, which granted Liu Feng more breathing room. Fighting his way while retreating, Liu Feng became uncertain of how many Whites he had slain before finally catching up to Bran and his companions. At that moment, the previously overwhelming tide of Whites abruptly began to withdraw, as if commanded to cease their assault. Just as Liu Feng was taken aback, a pale-skinned, sparsely haired yet robust White emerged from the throng. Upon spotting Liu Feng, he said nothing and made no unnecessary movements. Instead, he gripped his ice spear tightly and lunged at Liu Feng. Naturally, Liu Feng would not foolishly await his demise. Though weary, his combat instincts remained intact. At the moment the White launched its attack, Liu Feng tightened his grip on the dragon lance and, with astonishing speed, parried the blow. The clash was thunderous, and Liu Feng was taken aback by the sheer force of his opponent. Although he was not struck, the powerful impact sent him hurtling back several meters, nearly colliding with Summer, who was sprinting ahead. The direwolf was astutely aware of Liu Feng's struggle against the foe. Realizing that Bran's safety was at stake, he swiftly turned and assumed an aggressive stance. Meanwhile, as Liu Feng regained his footing, he executed a quick roll and sprang back to his feet. Acquainted with the adversary's strength, Liu Feng abandoned any overconfidence and readied himself for battle. He began to retreat slowly, meticulously observing the Whites' movements, seeking an opening to deliver a decisive strike. While Liu Feng anxiously scrutinized the situation, Summer, seemingly losing patience, suddenly launched an attack against the White. His powerful and robust form surpassed that of an adult male, exuding an intimidating presence. Timing his assault perfectly, Summer lunged for the White's neck as it shifted its stance. Although Liu Feng understood that the direwolf's attack would not be lethal, it was not without effect. The White's instinctive reaction revealed a slight vulnerability. Seizing the moment as the White prepared to counterattack Summer, Liu Feng unleashed a powerful thrust of the dragon lance, aimed directly at the White's left leg. The rationale behind targeting the left leg was that Summer had already enveloped much of the White's body, making it the most effective target that would avoid harming his companion. This strike, though not fatal, would unleash the magical potency of Valyrian steel, shattering the White's left leg into fragments. Subsequently, dealing with a one-legged White would prove considerably easier. The plan unfolded seamlessly, with Summer's imposing figure obscuring the White's view, forcing it to respond to the immediate threat. Although Summer's attack failed to land, and he was flung away by the White's ice spear, Liu Feng's strike arrived at just the right moment. Despite the White's armor, its thigh was a vulnerable area, and combined with the dragon lance's devastating power, the White could only watch helplessly as its left leg was reduced to ice splinters, losing balance and succumbing to Liu Feng's subsequent thrust through its chest. Remarkably, upon its demise, the White left no corpse behind, not even its armor, which disintegrated into icy shards. Observing this, Liu Feng exhaled with relief, shortly thereafter receiving a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, the host has slain a White lieutenant, gaining significantly enhanced cold resistance, basic ice magic proficiency, rudimentary understanding of the White language, and moderate strength augmentation. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Liu Feng felt a surge of fragmented images flood his consciousness, his physical exhaustion dissipating while a newfound, esoteric language emerged within him. Just as Liu Feng reveled in his newfound abilities, a chilling howl pierced the air. His previously relaxed nerves tensed once more, and he turned to see Summer, who had just been thrown aside, rising again to engage the White. Yet now, Summer was bloodied and riddled with wounds from ice spear strikes. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Despite the pain causing him to howl, his jaws remained firmly latched onto the White's arm. Seeing this, Liu Feng wasted no time and charged forward. wielding the dragon lance to assist Summer. The White, already entangled by Summer, proved no match for Liu Feng's agile strikes, and within mere moments, Liu Feng pierced his heart once more. However, Summer now appeared weary and lethargic, clearly suffering grave injuries, possibly affecting his internal organs. Liu Feng, unwilling to delay, hoisted Summer onto his shoulder and raced toward Hodder, with no time to examine the rewards for his recent victory. Meanwhile, the Whites, having lost 2 commanders in quick succession, exhibited signs of confusion, their movements sluggish as they merely observed Liu Feng retreating further, their expressions filled with bewilderment. This may have been linked to Liu Feng's recent triumph over the White, as they might perceive him as possessing the essence of the Whites. Regardless, Liu Feng had no time to dwell on such matters. He was currently occupied. The weight of Summer was no trivial burden, far more substantial than that of Sansa, making Liu Feng's progress arduous. Yet, the dire wolf had played a pivotal role in the recent skirmish, and Liu Feng was determined not to abandon him. He knew that had he delayed further, he would soon face not 1, but 2 Whites. In such circumstances, even unleashing his ultimate skill would likely result in dire consequences. Thus, Summer could be considered half of his saving grace, and Liu Feng could not bear to watch him perish. The passage was long, and after considerable exertion, Liu Feng finally caught up with Hodder and Mira. Upon seeing Summer in such a feeble state, Mira's tears flowed uncontrollably, for they had forged a deep bond since their journey from the north. However, devoid of any magical skills, she could do nothing but weep and pray in desperation. Liu Feng recognized that the children of the forest possessed some knowledge of life magic, and that Mira herself was a skilled potion maker. As long as they can be found, perhaps Summer still has a chance of salvation. Thus, even under the weight thrice his own, Liu Feng did not slow his pace. After what felt like an hour, the group finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Liu Feng knew they were on the brink of escaping this lair. Ahead lay the potential for an even more formidable army of the others, or perhaps the vast expanse of the sky. Ultimately, Liu Feng, accompanied by Mela and Adu, pushed open the final barrier gate with a heart full of trepidation. Upon their emergence, Liu Feng beheld the Blood Alliance warriors gathered around a bonfire for warmth, while the children of the forest were engaged in prayer before the fishbone tree. Meanwhile, Vagril and Valerina frolicked freely in the sky. Witnessing the scene, Liu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the others had not caught up, there remained a glimmer of hope for their escape. Casting a glance at the barely conscious Summer on his back, Liu Feng hurriedly approached the leader of the children of the forest to seek assistance. The leader, upon seeing Liu Feng, inquired about the situation and immediately cast a healing spell on Summer. In terms of external injuries, the Ice Wolves possessed an extraordinary recovery ability that could suffice for self-healing. However, the weapons of the others were imbued with ice magic, necessitating a corresponding counterspell to dispel it. Although Liu Feng had acquired rudimentary knowledge of ice magic through his encounters with the others, his magical prowess was insufficient to resolve Summer's plight. Fortunately, every member of the Children of the Forest possessed magical talent. They not only wielded the most common fire magic, but also natural magic. Through their combined efforts, they swiftly expelled the residual magic within Summer's body. During this time, Liu Feng did not remain idle. After entrusting Summer to the leader of the Children of the Forest, he promptly sought out Rogalo and Lannis, instructing them to depart independently. After all, the army of the others was already closing in. Any delay could lead to irrevocable consequences. Liu Feng did not need to worry excessively, for he could take to the skies atop Vagril. The Night King, lacking a mount of his own, was utterly incapable of pursuing Liu Feng. After watching the Blood Alliance warriors depart, Liu Feng returned to the Children of the Forest. By this time, Summer had regained a modicum of strength, its gaze filled with urgency as it watched Bran's silhouette gradually fade. Yet, due to overwhelming weakness, it could no longer move. Liu Feng, having no time to cater to Summer's emotions, succinctly recounted the situation regarding the others to the leader of the Children of the Forest, subsequently inquiring if she would be willing to accompany him to the north. However, the leader declined his proposal. They had fought against the others for countless years. Even though their numbers had dwindled, they remained confident in their ability to evade pursuit. Liu Feng felt a profound disappointment at this outcome. After all, a magical army would have been a powerful asset against the others and in the conquest of the continent. Yet, it was merely disappointment, for his own forces were already immensely powerful. Any additional support would only be a gilding of the lily. Not wishing to linger on this matter, Liu Feng took his leave from the leader of the Children of the Forest. Given that Summer could no longer walk, Liu Feng bore the burden of both it and Vagril as they took to the air. Strangely, after a while, he realized he had yet to encounter a single other. This was perplexing, considering that they had just been pursued in the cave. Logically, the army of the others should have been able to keep pace. Just as Liu Feng pondered this anomaly, he suddenly heard Vagarel emit a furious roar. His thoughts interrupted. Liu Feng quickly followed Vagarel's line of sight. What he saw sent a jolt of fear through him. The ground was now carpeted with a multitude of wights. They seemed to possess a godlike perspective, having surrounded the already departed Blood Alliance warriors. Fortunately, despite their overwhelming numbers, the wights moved at a sluggish pace. Under the charge of the Blood Alliance, they found it exceedingly difficult to mount an effective counterattack. Even if one or two wights managed to leap onto a steed, they would be swiftly dispatched by the Blood Alliance's dragon crystals. However, Liu Feng's mindset was far from optimistic. The wights would not tire, and if allowed to pursue unchecked, they would inevitably exhaust the horses, culminating in a deadly encirclement of the Blood Alliance. As Liu Feng contemplated a strategy, he suddenly sensed a chill emanating from behind him, causing him to instinctively crouch and dodge. At that moment, a vulture with glowing blue eyes soared perilously close over his head. Had he been a moment slower, its razor-sharp talons might have torn through his scalp. Having narrowly evaded this perilous strike, Liu Feng immediately whistled. Hearing the sound, Valerina swiftly approached. Although her stature was not as massive as Vagarel's, her speed was remarkable, and she mastered the art of dragon flame. She was perfectly suited to confront such aerial threats. Upon receiving Liu Feng's command, she tightened her 3 pairs of wings and transformed into a pink streak of light, charging toward the vulture. Liu Feng resumed his vigilant observation of the surroundings, wary of inadvertently provoking another flock of vultures. If that occurred, relying solely on Vagarel, who could not breathe fire, would be perilous. Perhaps due to the scarcity of fauna in the land of eternal winter, Liu Feng observed intently, yet saw no other avian threats, allowing him to relax somewhat. Meanwhile, Valerina, capitalizing on her incredible speed, had already caught up to the menacing vulture. However, rather than employing dragon flame, she opted for brute force, seizing the vulture's wings with her powerful claws. Then, she lunged forward, sinking her teeth into the vulture's neck and tearing it violently, resulting in the vulture's head being severed. Yet, the vulture did not immediately cease its struggle. After all, it was a creature of the night. Even without its head, it continued to control its body. Valerina seemed enraged by this sight, abandoning her previous restraint as she opened her jaws wide and savagely tore into the vulture's body with her sharp teeth. Soon, the vulture, which had been desperately fighting, was reduced to a mere pile of fragments drifting down from the sky. Liu Feng, witnessing this spectacle, gained a newfound respect for Valerina. A dragon, regardless of its beauty, retained the primal ferocity of a beast. As Liu Feng marveled at Valerina's ferocity, Vagarel's previously stable flight path suddenly altered. It felt as though Vagarel had encountered an unforeseen circumstance, executing a drift in the air. Liu Feng, momentarily inattentive, nearly lost his grip on Summer, who almost plummeted from the height. It was then that he caught a glimpse of an ice spear whizzing past him. The ice spear flew silently, its chilling aura causing Liu Feng's hairs to stand on end. Following the trajectory of the ice spear, he beheld a towering figure clad in ancient armor, his azure eyes piercing through the distance. Though far away, Liu Feng could still sense an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from him. Perhaps this was the oppressive presence of a demigod. The Night King, observing his missed strike, remained unfazed. He simply watched Vagarel's trajectory while conjuring another ice spear, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Liu Feng, sensing the peril, was seized by panic and urged Vagarel to ascend higher. In that moment, the psychological fortitude he had cultivated over the years crumbled. He felt a profound dread. Facing the Night King was not merely an encounter with death. It was a terror that transcended mortality, an illusion that, even in death, one's soul would remain shackled, forever unable to escape bondage. Liu Feng desperately urged Vagarel to climb higher, seeking to ascend beyond the reach of those lifeless, soulless eyes. As Liu Feng fled from the Night King's pursuit, the Blood Alliance found themselves ensnared in yet another crisis. Though each of them was valiant and battle-hardened, even equipped with specialized dragonglass to combat the White Walkers, they still could not withstand the relentless tactic of the undead. They had breached countless layers of the corpse wall. It still saw no end in sight. Such an unknown adversary is the most potent catalyst for fear. The Blood Alliance's guards were no exception. They had fought with unwavering courage, oblivious to the concept of terror. However, this time, they felt a shiver of dread creeping in. After half an hour of relentless charge at the speed of cavalry, they had traversed a distance of no less than 15 kilometers. In meters, that translates to a staggering 15,000 meters. What a terrifying figure this is. Averaging one person per meter, they had slaughtered through at least 15,000 foes. This calculation only accounts for the frontal assault, for the army of the undead did not line up neatly for them to kill. A rough estimate suggests they had broken through the encirclement of at least 100,000 troops. Yet, this 100,000 was merely the tip of the iceberg, for they had yet to glimpse the end of the horde. This realization plunged them into despair. Torn between the gruesome fate of being torn apart by the undead and the palpable fear of death itself, their strikes began to slow, the fervor of their initial charge dissipating. Fortunately, Valerina had previously dealt with that vulture, depriving the Night King of his omniscient vantage. Simultaneously, Liu Feng had drawn the Night King's attention, causing the undead's encirclement to falter slightly. Nevertheless, this ongoing slaughter still stirred despair in the hearts of the less resolute, unconsciously diminishing their speed. This, in turn, offered the undead an opportunity to strike. One by one, members of the ranks fell, only to rise again, transformed into part of the army of the undead, charging toward the Blood Alliance's guards. In that moment, even Ragaluo felt a twinge of fear. As the deputy commander of the Blood Alliance, second only to Liu Feng, he found himself overwhelmed in the face of the endless horde of the undead. Behind him, he had already prepared for death, clutching a fire magic bomb he had acquired from the children of the forest tightly in his arms. He was ready. Should he find himself ensnared by the undead, he would detonate the bomb, determined to take as many of the enemy with him as possible, granting his comrades a sliver of hope for survival. Just as the Blood Alliance collectively sank into despair, a resounding roar of a dragon echoed through the sky. A great torrent of flame descended, clearing a swath before the Blood Alliance. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a fleeting figure in pale pink, followed by another dragon's roar, incinerating a vast array of the undead. It was none other than Valerina coming to their aid. Of course, Valerina's arrival was entirely orchestrated by Liu Feng. After a period of internal struggle, he had finally overcome his fear of the Night King. Recognizing the dire straits of the Blood Alliance, he promptly dispatched Valerina to assist, while he remained behind to confront the Night King. Although the Night King's ice spears were formidable, the rapidly moving Vagril was not an easy target. After evading a second assault, Liu Feng sheathed his broken spear and unstrung his dragonbone bow. He no longer wished to be on the defensive. It was time for him to strike back. With his exceptional archery skills, Liu Feng could strike a stationary target from 100 meters away with absolute accuracy. Even at high altitude, he was confident in his ability to hit the Night King. Thus, after retrieving the dragonbone bow, he swiftly nocked an arrow, aiming for the Night King's chest. This arrow was imbued with Liu Feng's seething fury and nearly half of his magical energy. The arrow, propelled by a fierce wind, soared toward the Night King. Perhaps for the first time, the Night King was shot at. His expression remained unperturbed as he merely raised his left hand slightly, conjuring an ice shield. His right hand formed another ice spear, which he hurled anew at Liu Feng. Aware of the ice spear's devastating potential, having seen the Dragon Queen's behemoth pierced by a single spear, Liu Feng dared not let Vagril take the hit, swiftly dodging the attack. Simultaneously, Liu Feng's arrow followed closely behind. This arrow, a culmination of fire, wind, and metal magic, appeared deceptively simple yet held immense power. As it floated toward the Night King, it was easily tracked by the ice shield. However, upon contact, a brilliant explosion erupted, the explosive force of the fire magic colliding with the ice magic, generating a violent reaction that echoed with a series of detonations. Even the Night King's formidable nature was momentarily shaken, as he was propelled back several meters before regaining his footing. In that instant, a hint of astonishment flickered across the Night King's otherwise impassive face. He believed himself a deity, having never encountered an attack capable of threatening him. Yet this time, he felt a semblance of divine power. This was largely attributable to Liu Feng's draconic bloodline. Though still at a mere tenth of its potential, it granted him a fraction of godly strength. Coupled with the dragonbone bow, which also possessed a trace of divine energy, the force exerted was sufficient to inflict minor harm upon the Night King. A perfectly reasonable outcome. Just as the Night King regained his composure and prepared to launch another assault, Liu Feng noted that the Blood Alliance, aided by Valerina, had broken free from the undead's encirclement. In that moment, Liu Feng cast aside his trepidations, instructing Vagril to ascend higher while he notched another arrow, aiming once more at the Night King. Chapter 74. Escape. In a land of everlasting winter, under the biting cold winds, Liu Feng drew his bow again, aiming at the Night King. He understood that this arrow would likely inflict no real harm upon the Night King, yet he felt compelled to act. For at that moment, the Blood Alliance had just burst free from the undead's clutches. They needed to distance themselves from a horde. Liu Feng's role was to stall the Night King. For without his command, the undead would lose their cohesion and descend into chaos. Thus, with each arrow Liu Feng loosed, their chances of survival incrementally rose. Naturally, the Night King was not foolish enough to stand idly by, having discerned Liu Feng's intent. No longer engaging in direct confrontation, he deftly wielded ice magic to summon a ferocious blizzard, enveloping Liu Feng in its grasp. Liu Feng was taken aback. Should he be caught in the storm, it would be nearly impossible for the juvenile Vagral to escape. After launching an arrow, he immediately urged Vagral to ascend higher. Upon reaching a safe altitude, he discovered that the Night King had been completely shrouded by the tempest. At that moment, Liu Feng could no longer discern the situation within, nor could he launch a ranged attack against the Night King. This left him feeling helpless. After all, a demigod is a demigod. The Night King's displayed power was likely merely the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps, in the original tale, when Arya killed him, the Night King had not unleashed his full might. As this thought crossed his mind, Liu Feng feared that the storm would rise further, prompting him to rejoin his comrades before seeking another opportunity to strike. However, as he sought to escape, the Night King was not inclined to allow it. Just as Vagral prepared to break free, a spear of ice suddenly shot forth from the storm, piercing through the tip of Vagral's tail. Though it did not fully impale him, it grazed the edge, shedding several golden scales. This act ignited a fury within Vagral. Having never experienced pain before, the sensation ignited an intense rage that nearly drove him to madness, compelling him to charge headlong into the blizzard. Fortunately, Liu Feng was remarkably focused. Upon sensing the emotions of Vardahar, he swiftly offered reassurance and displayed exceptional equestrian skill, guiding the golden dragon swiftly ahead. The moment Vardahar departed, a spear of ice shot forth from the blizzard, piercing the very spot where Vardahar had stood. This scene caused Liu Feng's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Had he been a moment slower, it was likely that he and his dragon would have met a gruesome end. Thankfully, as Vardahar accelerated, no further ice spears were launched. Soon, the snowstorm dissipated, revealing the imposing figure of the Night King. He did not display anger at Liu Feng's escape. His countenance remained as inscrutable as ever. He merely cast a fleeting glance in the direction Liu Feng had fled before abruptly turning and striding towards the forest where the children of the forest resided. Or perhaps towards the lair of the three-eyed raven, considering that a corpse of a three-eyed raven lay there, which might yield a surprise if resurrected through ice magic. On Liu Feng's end, it was only after he had guided Vardahar several kilometers away that he finally exhaled in relief. It was clear that the ice spear had likely been launched solely by the Night King. He had witnessed the powers of other whites and knew they were capable of hurling ice spears without issue. Had all the whites taken advantage of the blizzard's cover to launch their spears simultaneously, Liu Feng would have undoubtedly become a walking corpse by now. With lingering trepidation, he glanced back and confirmed he had indeed shaken off the white army. Liu Feng immediately directed Vardahar to descend to a lower altitude. After scanning the surroundings and finding no trace of the Blood-Pact Knights, he opened the system map and realized he had strayed from his intended route. This was due to the urgency of the moment, prompting Liu Feng to flee without hesitation, merely selecting a direction and hastily escaping, although he had deviated from his path. The presence of the system map ensured he would not easily lose his way. Before long, Liu Feng successfully navigated Vardahar to the Blood-Pact Knights' encampment. Following the recent battle, the Blood-Pact Knights had suffered significant losses, with over a dozen members fallen. This marked the most devastating loss Liu Feng had experienced since leaving the Essos continent. Fortunately, many Dothraki cared little for life and death. Their primary concern was that the bodies of their comrades could not be returned. According to Dothraki beliefs, without a complete cremation of the body, the souls could not enter the spirit world, preventing future reunions with their families. Aware of this, Liu Feng promised to recover the fallen comrades' bodies and return them to Dothraki for proper cremation. The Dothraki held Liu Feng in high regard, and with his assurance, they felt a sense of relief. Their journey to this point had taken over a month, but the return trip was significantly expedited. With food supplies dwindling, it was essential to travel swiftly to avoid starvation. Liu Feng chose to first return to Harrenhal. During their journey, Bran had awakened, now fully embodying the role of the three-eyed raven. He possessed the memories of the entire continent of Westeros, resulting in a noticeable transformation in his demeanor. There was an inexplicable maturity about him, and Liu Feng even sensed a hint of Brendan's essence within Bran. Upon inquiry, Bran revealed that the memories of all past three-eyed ravens were concentrated within the mind of the new generation. This, of course, would inevitably retain some of the behavioral patterns of previous three-eyed ravens. However, the collective memories of Westeros required the utilization of temporal powers to access. After all, a single mind has limits. Even a being of semi-divine status like the three-eyed raven could not encompass the memories of billions. Liu Feng found this explanation reasonable and refrained from further questioning. Throughout their journey, Bran remained mostly silent, though his gaze towards Liu Feng was peculiar. This likely related to the traits of an unobservable entity, as he resembled a glitch in the fabric of reality, leading Bran to feel an unsettling sense of memory loss each time he beheld him. Yet, as they spent more time together, Bran gradually grew accustomed to Liu Feng's presence and occasionally sought his counsel on various matters, hoping to glean insights into Liu Feng's true nature. However, this endeavor was destined to be fruitless. Instead, Liu Feng managed to extract several inquiries regarding the capabilities of the three-eyed raven. Firstly, Liu Feng learned that the raven was not limited to controlling just ravens. He could command numerous other creatures, including dragons. This revelation was somewhat alarming to Liu Feng, as he pondered whether, if this ability were to intensify, it might enable him to control humans as well, akin to the Night King. Such a prospect was indeed frightening, prompting Liu Feng to remain vigilant. However, he soon discerned a distinction between Bran and the Night King. While the three-eyed raven could traverse time and space, he could only control a single creature at a time, specifically those of lesser intelligence, like his sole human subject, Hodder. In contrast, the Night King had once commanded many, until he was driven away by numerous lords. With this in mind, Liu Feng felt reassured. After all, he considered his own intelligence to be exceptionally high, rendering him unlikely to fall under the sway of a three-eyed raven. Chapter 75. Return to Harrenhal. After delivering Bran back to Harrenhal, Liu Feng chose not to partake in the reunion banquet of the Stark brothers. With the Night King's impending southward march, time was of the essence. Thus, after leaving Bran, he set off alone with the Blood-Pact Knights. His first destination was Harrenhal, to assess the production of wildfire, followed by a visit to the Iron Islands, where he required a substantial fleet of ships to facilitate the Dothraki warriors' crossing. Upon entering the north, their pace noticeably quickened. The terrain here was no longer akin to the land of eternal winter. As long as they followed the King's Road, the path was largely flat and unobstructed. Within less than a week, Liu Feng and the Blood-Pact Knights arrived at Harrenhal. Since Liu Feng's warhorse had perished, he now journeyed atop Vardahar. From a distance, Liu Feng could merely glimpse the outline of Harrenhal before Vardahar soared above the castle. The sight of a dragon in flight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The last recorded instance of a dragon soaring through the skies was during Aegon I's conquest of Westeros. At that time, the appearance of a dragon heralded disaster. Any castle that did not submit to House Targaryen would be reduced to ash by dragon fire. Thus, upon sighting the dragon in the sky, the entire Harrenhal went into a state of alarm. Numerous soldiers ascended the battlements, and archers readied their bows, prepared for an imminent confrontation. Observing this, Liu Feng could only smile wryly. Clearly, riding a dragon attracted too much attention. With this thought, he hastily maneuvered Vardahar to a safer distance from Harrenhal before descending gently. As Tormund Stark stood atop the castle walls and saw someone dismount from the dragon's back, he immediately instructed the gate guards to open the castle gates. He then rode out accompanied by a contingent of Harrenhal's cavalry. Initially, he approached with trepidation. The distance was too great for him to discern whether the visitor was friend or foe. However, upon recognizing Liu Feng, he hastened his steed's pace. As Tormund reached Liu Feng, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he promptly exclaimed, "Brother Cain, I can't believe it's truly you." Liu Feng was somewhat taken aback by Tormund's exuberance. After all, Tormund had grown into a tall, imposing young man. The warmth of Tormund's expression, akin to that of a long-lost relative, left Liu Feng feeling slightly out of place, considering their limited acquaintance was primarily orchestrated by his own design. Nevertheless, given Tormund's enthusiasm, Liu Feng could not afford to maintain a cold demeanor. He gestured towards Vardahar, saying, "It's been a while, Tormund. Would you like to take a few flights with my dragon?" Uncertain if Vardahar understood Liu Feng's intent, upon noticing Tormund, the dragon immediately assumed a majestic posture. Then, clearing its throat, it let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies. This scene nearly terrified Tormund to death. Indeed, the true majesty of a dragon is not something an ordinary person can endure. Upon noticing Liu Feng's gaze once more, Tormund, just emerging from his shock, immediately shook his head vigorously, his face awash with fear. Liu Feng, relishing in his triumph, then remarked curiously, "Torin, why hasn't your father, Lord Ricard, come out?" Torin, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of worry and replied, "Brother Kane, my father was invited to Winterfell to attend the Northern Council." Liu Feng was taken aback. He was aware that the North was already under his and House Stark's control, and the Lannisters had never sent troops to the North. What could possibly necessitate a meeting of the Northern Alliance at this juncture? Pondering this, Liu Feng could not help but inquire, "What has transpired that warrants the convening of the Northern Council?" Torin's eyes flickered with anger as he responded, "The Bolton family has once again betrayed the North. They have allied with Walder's 13th son, Jane, to seize River Run." Liu Feng's anger flared. He had almost forgotten that the Boltons had several thousand troops missing. Initially, he had dismissed the Boltons as insignificant, but to his surprise, they had stirred up trouble so soon. "How many troops do they command?" Liu Feng pressed. Torin pondered for a moment before replying, "I am not entirely certain, but it is said they have received support from House Lannister, along with their original forces, totaling over 10,000 men. Furthermore, they have formed an alliance with King Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Should the North mobilize, it would be vulnerable to a surprise attack, which is why Robb has summoned all the families of the North to discuss a strategy." Liu Feng understood the gravity of the situation, but was utterly astonished that the Iron Islands would ally with the Boltons. He recalled that Theon Greyjoy, the eldest son of House Greyjoy, had been castrated by Ramsay Snow. Such a deep-seated grudge made it unfathomable how they could forge an alliance. With this in mind, he tentatively asked, "Who currently holds sway in the Bolton family?" Torin hesitated before stammering, "My father did not divulge the details. He merely instructed me to keep an eye on Castle Cahair." Observing Torin's demeanor, Liu Feng realized he was still not ready to fully assume the mantle of Lord. To grasp the situation completely, he would need to make a personal visit. Thus, Liu Feng deftly shifted the topic, "Where are Laugh and the others? I wish to see their progress." Upon hearing this, Torin's expression soured as he replied, "Don't even mention it. While Laugh and the others are doing well, Malik is not a good man. I discovered that he was courting my cousin, and had it not been for his association with you, I would have had him dealt with." Liu Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Malik would be so bold as to entangle himself with the Lady of Castle Cahair within just a few months. However, observing Torin's reaction, it seemed he was a bit of a sister con, adding an intriguing twist to the matter. After clarifying a few more details with Torin, Liu Feng chuckled, "Fear not. My young brother Torin, should your cousin be wronged, I shall personally ensure Malik is dealt with." Liu Feng surmised that there was likely mutual affection between Malik and Torin's cousin, and that Torin, being somewhat possessive, had exaggerated the situation to provoke Liu Feng's intervention. Nevertheless, Liu Feng chose not to expose Torin's ulterior motives. Instead, he instructed him to lead the way, eager to see how far his research team had progressed. If their advancements were modest, he might need to travel to the academy himself to procure some of their tomes for personal study. With a sigh, Liu Feng reflected on the persistent shortage of talent. Indeed, wherever one may be, technology remains the primary driving force of production. After several months, the outskirts of Castle Cahair had undergone a remarkable transformation. Old Laugh had not only reopened the blacksmith shop, but had also expanded its scale. When Liu Feng and his entourage arrived, they found Laugh directing his new apprentices in weapon crafting, while the pyromancers were conspicuously absent. Upon spotting Liu Feng, Old Laugh recognized him as well. In fact, when the dragon had soared through the sky, Laugh had harbored suspicions for in all of Westeros, only Liu Feng possessed a dragon. Thus, he had been prepared for Liu Feng's arrival. As Liu Feng approached, he noted that despite the passage of months, Old Laugh had not aged. Rather, he appeared more vibrant than ever. It seemed he had been thriving during this time. With a playful grin, Liu Feng teased, "Long time no see, Master Laugh. You seem to be growing younger by the day. Has life bestowed upon you a second spring?" Laugh, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Young Kane, you must be referring to that scoundrel Malik. Ever since he started courting the Lady of Castle Cahair, he hasn't come to see me." Liu Feng's face broke into a knowing smile. "Ah, Master Laugh, are you feeling a twinge of envy? Perhaps I should have Torin find you a single matron from Castle Cahair to attend to your needs." At this, Laugh huffed and puffed, "Absolutely not." Following this, a glimmer of confidence shone in Laugh's eyes as he added, "I am in robust health. If the opportunity arises, I would prefer a younger companion." This statement caused Torin to roll his eyes in exasperation. It seemed that both the elder and the younger were vying for the affections of the ladies of Castle Cahair, displaying a remarkable lack of shame. Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. After reminiscing with Old Laugh, Liu Feng learned that they had yet to discover a method for forging the dragonfire source. Given the inherent heat of the substance, it was clear that no ordinary flame could melt it. Liu Feng was not surprised by this outcome, and noticing Old Laugh's dejected demeanor, he quickly offered words of comfort. This material is not of this world. Perhaps only the divine could forge it. For us mere mortals, our only recourse is to feed it to dragons, and fortuitously, I possess one. Old Laugh, resigned, ultimately returned the dragonfire source to Liu Feng, acknowledging that having researched such a divine object for several months was already a remarkable feat to ensure its preservation. Liu Feng had Laugh craft a massive metallic collar, allowing him to secure it around Vhagar's neck. Whenever the creature's appetite surged, it could simply consume the source. Liu Feng hoped that by that time, Vhagar would have learned to breathe fire, alleviating his fears of the vast armies of wights. Of course, Liu Feng's primary concern remained the pyromancer's research on wildfire. This was the formidable weapon he intended to prepare for the White Walkers, for in the original narrative, the Night King had never encountered wildfire, a technological marvel. With his arrival, Liu Feng was determined to rectify this oversight. Given the dangers associated with wildfire, the pyromancers had established their storage facilities underground. To avoid interference from Laugh's blacksmith shop, they had also relocated the production line and warehouse to a remote area. Under Old Laugh's guidance, Liu Feng and his party walked for a considerable distance before arriving at the wildfire production base. Currently, the workforce responsible for wildfire production numbered over 100, with the primary contributors being the pyromancers Liu Feng had brought from King's Landing. The remainder comprised temporary workers who had gradually transitioned from assistants to novice pyromancers. Initially seeking to earn some livelihood, they had unexpectedly found themselves among the ranks of a rare breed of practitioners. This was a tremendous opportunity for them, and each one worked diligently. Through the introduction by the overseer, Azar the pyromancer, Liu Feng learned that the wildfire production technology had matured significantly. They were now capable of producing over 1,000 jars per day, and they had even developed a variant of wildfire with explosive properties. They referred to it as fireworks, not only possessing formidable power, but also presenting a splendid spectacle when unleashed at night. The current total of wildfire has reached 20,000 canisters, among which 19,000 are ordinary wildfires, while 1,000 are fireworks. Liu Feng made a rough calculation. With the current stock of wildfire, it could cover over 10,000 square meters, capable of delivering a devastating blow to the army of the dead. After concluding the wildfire inspection, Liu Feng instructed that the corpses he had captured from the three-eyed crow's lair be handed over to Torin, and he directed hling to contact the wildling army of East Sea, informing them that Liu Feng had prepared wildfire for their battle against the others. He refrained from entrusting this matter to Robb, as he did not wish for House Stark to monopolize power. At times, he hoped for House Carhold to enhance its influence, given that both Ricard and Torin shared a strong rapport with Liu Feng. In the future, having such an ally would lend more credibility to any endeavors in the north. Having completed these tasks, Liu Feng did not rest. He first instructed Torin to send a messenger to inform Robb that he would assist in addressing the matters concerning Riverrun. Subsequently, Liu Feng set forth directly towards Riverrun, accompanied by the Blood Oath Guard. In his memory, the Bolton household was not merely detaining one Theon, but also Rickon Stark, that rebellious little boy. He wondered if Robb's impending assault on Riverrun had any direct correlation with this. Thus, Liu Feng resolved to investigate personally, with his faceless man skills. Infiltrating any faction would be a trivial endeavor. This time, he mounted Vhagar, with Valerina leading the way ahead, while Lannis and Rogalo guided the Blood Oath Guard along the King's Road, steadily making their way to Riverrun. Liu Feng anticipated that by the time he had scouted Riverrun, the Blood Oath Guard would also arrive. In truth, reality aligned with Liu Feng's expectations. He rode Vhagar and reached the vicinity of Riverrun within a day. This was aided by his ability to fly at night, as two dragons soaring through the sky would be far too conspicuous. Under the cover of darkness, Liu Feng stationed Vhagar outside Riverrun and, utilizing his agile physique, stealthily approached the castle. He first discreetly eliminated a guard, donning the guard's attire and mask. Then, under the guise of a patrol, he infiltrated the Lord's bedroom. He aimed to ascertain who currently held authority over Riverrun. If it was still Lothar, then they would need to ally with the Iron Islands. Theon's treatment might improve, but convincing him would be challenging, and he might have to be knocked unconscious to rescue Rickon directly. Should it instead be Ramsay, then Theon would likely be very cooperative, facilitating Liu Feng's future endeavors in borrowing warships from the Iron Islands. Chapter 76, The Stench of a Man. As Liu Feng stealthily approached the Lord's bedroom, he noted that the decor remained unchanged, indicating that there had been no fierce battles during the conquest of Riverrun. although Liu Feng had forgotten what the individual he had suggested for selection looked like. The fall of Riverrun suggested that this person was not of the old noble lineage and lacked proficiency in the art of manipulation. Without time to lament his failure in selecting the right candidate, he seized the opportunity to slip into the Lordess' quarters. With the moon shining brightly, he could clearly discern the appearance of the room's occupant without the need for illumination. It was a youth of sinister charm, who even in slumber bore an evil grin. He was none other than Ramsay. Liu Feng suddenly understood. No wonder the North was in such disarray. Ramsay was the malevolent puppeteer behind it all. It was known that Lothar was ruthless, yet he still retained a shadow of an old noble in his dealings. In stark contrast, Ramsay was utterly unscrupulous, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. He could shed all pretense and perform as an inconspicuous bystander for hours over trivial matters. He could even, for amusement, arrange for beautiful captives to entertain his victims, only to sever their third leg at the height of their excitement. This was Ramsay's modus operandi, capricious and unpredictable, his true intentions forever obscured. However, Liu Feng felt no fear towards such a person. In his view, if one feared the unknown thoughts of another, it was far better to resolve matters with a swift blade. Nonetheless, after careful consideration, Liu Feng decided that such a task should be delegated to another. Otherwise, the people of the North would become mere tamed beasts, devoid of any deterrence. With this in mind, Liu Feng resolved to rescue the hostages, leaving the remainder to the northern armies to handle. After all, Rob was hailed as a military genius, and this would be an opportune moment to test whether his reputation was well-deserved or merely a facade. Ultimately, Liu Feng sheathed the dagger he had intended to wield and quietly closed the door behind him. Following the fragmented memories he had acquired, he made his way to the dungeon where the prisoners were held. This endeavor was not without its challenges. Numerous guards patrolled the prison, underscoring Ramsay's significant investment in these captives. Along the way, Liu Feng dispatched 10 guards before finally reaching the last cell. While turned to prison, it bore little resemblance to the typical squalor of a dungeon. One could argue it resembled an ordinary bedroom, albeit with a guard stationed before each door. Liu Feng estimated that 5 rooms were guarded. Through his hazy recollections, he discerned that Theon was in the second room. Thus, he opted to enter that very chamber. Not only because Theon was his primary target, but also due to Theon's familiarity with Ramsay's machinations, which could provide Liu Feng with invaluable insights. Without hesitation, Liu Feng seized the opportunity when one guard dozed off and disguised himself as one of the guards, proceeding directly to the second room's entrance. Then, in the face of the watchman's incredulous stare, he swiftly ended the guard's life. Silently resolving the guard, Liu Feng naturally entered the room. Theon, gripped by fear, had not been asleep, and upon seeing an intruder, his expression shifted dramatically. Trembling, he pointed at Liu Feng and exclaimed, "I am the stench, Ramsay's stench. What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Liu Feng focused intently and noted that Theon appeared not only gaunt, but also possessed a notably timid demeanor. This was a stark contrast to Liu Feng's memory of the spirited young man who once pointed at Rose and expressed a desire to see her again. Clearly, the treatment he had endured at Ramsay's hands had taken its toll. To avoid alarming Theon and causing complications, Liu Feng cut to the chase. "Theon Greyjoy, I'm here to rescue you." However, upon hearing this, Theon's fear intensified, his voice trembling as he responded, and he soon broke into tears. Liu Feng, taken aback by this display, wondered what kind of torment could reduce such a once arrogant lad to such a state. In fact, Liu Feng found himself somewhat admiring Ramsay. For in his view, Ramsay was an undeniable talent. Yet, business was business. Liu Feng dragged the lifeless guard into the room, brandishing his dagger against Theon's throat, and stated, "Stop crying. Do you intend to trust me, or do you wish to die right now?" At that moment, Theon completely crumbled, for Liu Feng's abrupt shift in demeanor left him momentarily speechless. Fortunately, after a period of silence, Theon finally comprehended that he had but 2 choices. With a corpse already presented before him, no matter how treacherous Ramsay might be, he would not squander the lives of his subordinates on a mere plaything like Theon. With this realization, Theon tentatively nodded in agreement. Although Liu Feng was uncertain about the reason for his nod, he reasoned that it could not possibly imply a direct choice of death. Thus, he ventured once more. "Do you know who is imprisoned in the 4 rooms behind us?" Sean, relieved to find that Liu Feng's intentions extended beyond merely interrogating him, promptly divulged all he knew. It turned out that Sean was the most liberated prisoner in this place, a status that was, of course, a consequence of his torment to the brink of collapse. Ramsay had marked him as a harmless nuisance, granting him relative freedom aside from his nightly return to the cell. Consequently, He had encountered the other prisoners and revealed that the third room held Rickon. As the youngest scion of House Stark, Ramsay had refrained from inflicting cruelty upon him, for the Stark family held familial bonds in high esteem. He merely needed to keep a watchful eye on him for future utility. The fourth room housed Alan Valerion, the victorious lord of Riverrun in the family feud. In the fifth chamber, Sean had not laid eyes on the occupant, but he was aware that the first room contained Jaemos Fry, a principal architect in the collaboration with Roose and the Lannisters to reclaim Riverrun. However, following Roose's assassination, he too had fallen under Ramsay's house arrest, while Ramsay promoted one of Jaemos' confidants. This was nothing short of a betrayal, leaving one aggrieved. Upon grasping this information, Liu Feng swiftly silenced Sean and proceeded as if unperturbed, skillfully dispatching the remaining guards still lost in slumber. He then led Sean to the third room, intent on liberating Rickon first. Chapter 77, The Timorous Rickon. The door to Rickon's chamber was securely fastened, even obstructed by a haphazard pile of items. Had Liu Feng not been quick-witted, the sound of shattering pottery might have compromised his stealth. As he entered, a gust of frigid air rushed towards him, prompting him to evade while his right hand transformed into a claw, seizing the assailant's throat. Coughing, the sound emanated from a child, and Liu Feng promptly eased his grip, revealing a disheveled young boy clutching a long stick, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Liu Feng. Upon closer inspection, Liu Feng recognized him as Rickon, and thus donned a friendly smile. "Are you Rickon Stark?" Clearly still reeling from the earlier fright. Rickon stared vacantly for a moment before nodding silently. Liu Feng exhaled in relief. His purpose today was singular, to rescue both individuals. As for the phrase, he held no concern, for his initial intent in selecting the proxy lord was to incite infighting within their ranks, given their overwhelming numbers. To eradicate them all would be feasible but cumbersome, and he had no desire to become a butcher indiscriminately slaying individuals. However, the two he sought to rescue were not innocuous. One had survived a brutal struggle for dominance, while the other had narrowly escaped pursuit and rallied an army as the rightful heir. Liu Feng surmised that it would be more fitting to leave these two in Ramsay's hands, allowing him to reveal his true nature to the families of Riverrun, instilling fear and distrust among them. Should Robb ultimately lose the war, it would merely suggest that this military genius had been somewhat overrated. Resolute, Liu Feng addressed Rickon again. "I am well acquainted with Robb, Sansa, Jon, and Bran. Trust me, I can escort you home, but you must cooperate with my actions." At the mention of Bran, Rickon's eyes sparkled with excitement, and then, as if recalling something, he regarded Liu Feng seriously. "Where did you see Bran?" Taken aback, Liu Feng managed a smile of appreciation. "I saw Bran accompanied by Dew, Summer, and the sisters Jojen and Mira." This statement was a falsehood, as Jojen had perished by the time Liu Feng encountered Bran. However, he deemed it necessary to embellish his credibility. As Bran had been surrounded by those individuals when he last parted from Rickon, the passage of time had perhaps dulled Rickon's memory, for after a long moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. "Indeed, it appears you truly know Bran." Liu Feng furrowed his brow at this peculiar logic, having established that he was there to rescue him. Rickon offered no words of thanks. It seemed that his time in House Amber had rendered him oblivious to basic etiquette. Nonetheless, Liu Feng felt no anger. Rickon was, after all, a pitiable child who had lost his parents at a tender age and had been sent alone to the unfamiliar House Amber, just as Bran was embarking on his journey to find the Heart Tree. His life had been fraught with misfortune, compounded further after being captured by the deranged Ramsay following the betrayal of House Amber. Contemplating this, Liu Feng adopted Rickon's manner of speaking. "Very well, let us proceed. I shall return you home post-haste." With that, he disregarded Rickon's potential protests and strode confidently toward the exit. Seeing Liu Feng depart, Rickon was seized by panic and hurriedly scrambled after him, his pallor turning ghostly as he caught sight of several corpses along the way. Their passage was remarkably smooth, as Liu Feng had already dispatched the majority of the guards, rendering the castle's defenses alarmingly sparse. Even as the three of them swaggered out of Riverrun, they encountered no obstructive sentinels. Liu Feng first led them to the banks of the Green Fork, then whistled a specific tune, his signal to the two dragons. One whistle signified a summon, while two consecutive notes indicated concealment. Other commands were communicated directly through spoken language, simple and efficient. Before long, the massive silhouette of Vagr emerged within Liu Feng's line of sight. Sean and Rickon, too, beheld Vagr, and despite Sean's prior exposure to the world, he was still so astounded by the sight of the dragon that he collapsed onto the ground. Rickon, unable to withstand the shock, let out a piercing scream and turned to flee. Liu Feng, observing this spectacle, found amusement in the occasional astonishment of others. However, he worried that Riken might run too far and encounter unforeseen dangers, so he instructed Verilina to intercept him. Verilina, astute as ever, grasped Liu Feng's intent with a single mention and transformed into a streak of pink light, darting after Riken. In his fear, Riken had initially believed Liu Feng's intentions were noble, but upon seeing Vagr, tales of dragons consuming humans and incinerating them with flame echoed in his mind. In a panic, he assumed Liu Feng intended to lure him to feed the dragon and thus fled desperately into the distance. Yet, after running a short while, a disturbance caught his attention. Already apprehensive, Riken was frozen in place, compelled to halt and cautiously observe the source of the noise. He quietly advanced towards the direction from which the sound emanated. When he confirmed that no one was pursuing him, he sighed in relief, his courage bolstered. He then began to part the underbrush to uncover the origin of the disturbance. As he brushed aside the foliage and beheld the empty ground before him, a large pink head unexpectedly emerged before him, followed by a gaping maw of crimson. Riken was startled by the sudden appearance of Verilina, emitting a sharp scream before rolling his eyes and fainting. On Liu Feng's side, after soothing the still shaken scene, he seized a moment to discuss borrowing a ship. Scene, already filled with respect for Liu Feng, readily agreed, especially since the Iron Islands were abundant in vessels. Liu Feng was quite pleased with this outcome, and then recalled that Verilina had yet to return. He promptly called for her. Soon enough, Verilina flew back, clutching the unconscious Riken. Witnessing this, Liu Feng found himself somewhat speechless, surprised by Verilina's straightforward method of rendering Riken unconscious. He couldn't help but cast a look of admiration towards her. Chapter 78, The Old Ferryman. The following morning, Liu Feng delivered Riken to a tavern near Winterfell. He left behind a letter containing intelligence about Riverrun before departing with Scene. Naturally, the reason for not entering Winterfell was evident. Scene's betrayal had resulted in significant destruction to the castle. If Robb were to see him, it might lead to unpleasantness. Thus, taking into account Scene's emotions, Liu Feng opted to bypass Winterfell, and after depositing Riken, he made his way directly to rendezvous with the Brotherhood without banners. Subsequently, Liu Feng intended to cross the sea to the Iron Islands. He believed that, with the last male heir of House Greyjoy, he would be able to secure numerous ships. Furthermore, with the presence of his dragon, this could be deemed a surefire investment. The Iron Islands, situated between the north and the Riverlands in Ironman Bay, have their principal city as Pike. The Ironborn live by the motto that the strong prevail over the diligent. Thus they are indoctrinated into a life of piracy from a young age. They do not cultivate crops, relying instead on plunder for sustenance. Both the Northerners and the Riverlanders harbor a deep disdain for them. However, due to the Ironborn's maritime prowess and their strategic location on easily defensible islands, the lords of both regions can only grumble in frustration, unable to take decisive action against them. Yet, life is not without its trials for the Ironborn. While they relish in raiding, their combat effectiveness on land is rather weak. Each time they attempt to land and pillage, they suffer significant losses when confronted by local lords. Over time, their fighting spirit has gradually eroded. They have become hesitant to engage in land battles, relying instead on petty tricks to maintain a semblance of dominance in the vicinity of Ironman Bay. Of course, the Iron Islands are not solely populated by marauding pirates. There are also ferrymen who specialize in transporting goods. Most are retired pirates engaging in trade between the Iron Islands and the outside world, while also assisting the Ironborn in gathering intelligence about external affairs. Although the lords are well aware of this, they do not actively suppress it, knowing that a cornered rabbit will bite back, let alone the pirates of the Iron Islands. As Liu Feng and his entourage arrived at the port, they attracted a large crowd. Some approached to inquire if Liu Feng needed a ship, while others silently observed, presumably gathering useful intelligence. Noticing the commotion, Liu Feng pulled out some coins he had pilfered from House Lannister and proclaimed, "I wish to hire a fleet capable of accommodating 90 individuals who could take on this venture." Upon hearing Liu Feng mention 90 people, many of the less capable ferrymen immediately recoiled. 90 was no trifling number. Even during Scene's assault on Winterfell, he had only brought along a dozen men. This clearly illustrated that warships in the Iron Islands are not at everyone's disposal. As Liu Feng pondered the situation, a lecherous-looking old man with prominent buck teeth approached. His arrival stirred the crowd, and many ferrymen parted to make way for him, indicating his high status among them. Liu Feng exchanged glances with Scene, hoping to glean some information from this prominent figure of the Iron Islands. However, Scene, having been taken as a ward by House Stark since childhood, was not acquainted with the Iron Islands and, aside from his legitimate claim to inheritance, had little connection to them. Sensing Liu Feng's gaze, he helplessly shook his head, indicating he did not recognize the old man. Liu Feng, feeling resigned, realized he might miss the opportunity for a free ride. With that thought, he repeated to the watching crowd, "I require a fleet that can hold 90 individuals, who possesses the capability to secure this business." After Liu Feng's inquiry, many eyes gleamed with avarice. Yet upon noticing the drawn swords of Liu Feng's companions, a flicker of trepidation crossed their greedy gazes. The buck-toothed old man, upon hearing this, smiled slyly as he scanned the Brotherhood members behind Liu Feng, then stepped forward and declared, "Young man, I do have a fleet available. But how much can you afford to pay?" Liu Feng calculated discreetly. With 90 individuals and the ships he had observed, he estimated he would need around 9 vessels, each capable of accommodating a dozen or so. While he was not well-versed in shipping costs, he understood the existence of unscrupulous merchants. He tentatively asked, "What do you think I should pay?" The old man's eyes gleamed with shrewdness, and he raised his right hand, gesturing 5 fingers. Liu Feng paused, then cautiously ventured, 50 copper coins? The old man erupted into laughter, regarding Liu Feng with disdain. 5 coins, he retorted. Before Liu Feng could feel pleased, the old man continued, "Gold coins." By the gods, Liu Feng cursed inwardly. How could he negotiate in copper coins, only to be confronted with demands for gold? Though he was unaware of the precise worth of gold in this world, he believed that transporting a mere few individuals shouldn't necessitate such extravagant payment. Contemplating this, Liu Feng initially intended to haggle, but ultimately restrained himself. Instead, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a gold ingot, displaying it to the old man. "This will suffice. However, I do not have gold coins. Once your task is complete, you may take as much gold from this ingot as you wish." Upon seeing the ingot, the old man became visibly agitated, his hands trembling with excitement. He then shooed away the surrounding ferrymen and seized Liu Feng's arm, leading him towards a particular dock. The reason for Liu Feng's willingness to offer such a hefty sum was not straightforward. It stemmed from his frugality. Some might question why he would use a gold ingot for payment if he was indeed stingy. Liu Feng's reasoning was simple. On Iron-born territory, any hint of wealth could lead to robbery. Presenting a gold ingot was bound to attract the old man's greed, making it unlikely for him to set up an ambush without Liu Feng being aware. With Liu Feng's exceptional mapping abilities, he could detect any ambush immediately. At that point, it would be uncertain who would be robbing whom. Perhaps Liu Feng could not only save a considerable sum, but also profit from the old man's machinations. This was the rationale behind Liu Feng's apparent generosity. The dock where the old man operated was filled with larger ships, some even comparable to the transport vessels Liu Feng had once used in King's Landing. Ultimately, Liu Feng and his companions were assigned to 2 of the largest transport ships, and the ferryman commanded the crew to swiftly set sail towards the Iron Islands. Throughout the journey, the old man would frequently whisper to the crew and cast furtive, untrustworthy glances in Liu Feng's direction, which Liu Feng chose to ignore. After all, with his strength, he no longer feared the schemes of a mere ferry captain. Chapter 79. The Old Ferryman's Calculated Schemes. The old ferryman was remarkably efficient. Within 3 days, Liu Feng's party could vaguely see the outlines of the Iron Islands. To Liu Feng's surprise, this seemingly unscrupulous old man had not displayed the expected avarice throughout their journey. Firstly, he refrained from probing into Liu Feng's intelligence, and secondly, he did not suddenly strike while aboard the ship. This left Liu Feng somewhat perplexed, as he could not comprehend the reason behind the other's unusual demeanor. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for too long, as they were soon to arrive at the Iron Islands. Upon reaching this destination, it would be akin to stepping on a Liu Feng's own territory, accompanied by the young lord of the Iron Islands and his elite blood alliance warriors, who were tenfold in strength. He also possessed formidable assets such as Valor and Valerina. It could be said that seizing control of the Iron Islands would be a matter of mere minutes. However, Liu Feng did not intend to attack. After all, while force may compel submission, it is never a lasting solution. The most prudent course of action would be to cultivate a mutually beneficial friendship with the other party. With this relationship established, combined with overwhelming power, one would find that those around them would treat them with utmost cordiality. As Liu Feng contemplated the positioning of the Iron Islands in his mind, a sudden smirk appeared on the face of the old boatman. His eyes sparkled with confidence, and even his previously hunched figure seemed to straighten a bit. As the transport vessel neared the shore, he exchanged a knowing glance with the other boatman at the port, then approached Liu Feng with a lewd grin, saying, "Young man, we have arrived at the Iron Islands. Where do you wish to go? I can guide you there." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng's expression shifted to one of interest, and after a moment's thought, he replied, "We wish to go to Pike City to seek your Baron King. Might you be able to lead the way?" The old boatman momentarily appeared taken aback, his face reflecting a hint of confusion, which was quickly replaced by a look of realization. He then patted his chest and declared, "No problem, but how much are you prepared to pay me?" Understanding that the other party might be preparing to probe into his finances, Liu Feng feigned anger, retorting, "Isn't there still a surplus of gold bricks? Are you afraid I won't pay?" Sensing Liu Feng's irritation, the old boatman realized it was not the opportune moment to act against him and chuckled, "Sufficient, of course." However, as he turned away, a glimmer of malice flickered across his face, revealing his dwindling patience with Liu Feng and his entourage. Yet he bided his time, reluctant to reveal his intentions just yet. In no time, the old boatman regained his composure and led the way, stating, "Young man, I know the quickest route to Pike City. Follow me." By this point, Liu Feng and his companions had organized their belongings. Liu Feng glanced up at Vagger, frolicking in the sky, and nodded in agreement, beckoning the Blood Alliance warriors to follow suit. Liu Feng had already located Pike City on the map and discerned that the old boatman had not entirely lied. The path he led was indeed a straight line towards Pike City. However, the road itself was merely a common dirt path, narrow and flanked by towering bushes that instilled a sense of being watched. Liu Feng speculated that the old boatman might intend to strike along this road, as once they reached Pike City, treasures would abound, and it would no longer be the old boatman's to enjoy. Sure enough, after walking for about 10 minutes, they encountered a melon farmer. This farmer appeared to be a burly middle-aged man, and as he approached Liu Feng, he stumbled and suddenly fell, spilling a cart full of melons that smashed upon impact. Upon witnessing this, the farmer's face contorted with anguish, and he began to weep uncontrollably. Seeing the scene, Lannis leaned closer to Liu Feng and whispered, "Your Majesty, what shall we do?" Although this unexpected incident bore no relation to them, the shattered melons obstructed their path. To pass through would inevitably result in trampling a few melons, and it would seem unreasonable not to purchase some. Contemplating this, Liu Feng instructed Lannis, "Select a melon to taste. If it is delightful, we shall buy a few. This will not only resolve our predicament, but also assist this unfortunate farmer." Lannis, being obedient, did not hesitate. She picked up a clean piece of melon from the ground and took a bite. As soon as it graced her lips, she extolled the melon's exquisite taste, but suddenly, a flush crept across her face. She hurried to Liu Feng's side and exclaimed, "This melon seems to be poisoned. I detect a familiar flavor, albeit not overpowering." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes. It appeared that this was the grand gift prepared by the old boatman. Since the other party had shown no mercy, Liu Feng would not hesitate to reciprocate. With this thought, he discreetly observed the expressions of the farmer and the old boatman. Although they maintained their previous demeanor, their eyes occasionally darted towards Lannis, betraying their anxiety as if fearing she might collapse at any moment and expose their scheme. Liu Feng even caught glimpses of their murderous intent as they furtively eyed the bushes nearby, likely concealing their accomplices. Having confirmed his suspicions, Liu Feng decided to drop the pretense. He let out a sharp whistle that pierced the air and quietly conveyed a few instructions to Ragalo in Dothraki. After executing these commands, Liu Feng approached Lannis and inquired, "So, is the poison non-lethal?" Lannis, appearing relieved, replied, "It is merely a simple sedative. It will only induce unconsciousness. But for someone like me with a strong resistance to toxins, it is nearly ineffective." With Lannis's assurance, Liu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, a top-tier apothecary should not be outmatched by a mere bandit in such matters. Just as Liu Feng was about to solidify his resolve, the old boatman seemed to sense something amiss. He approached Liu Feng with a jovial demeanor and addressed Lannis, "Little girl, is this melon sweet? If it is, I recommend you buy a few more since this farmer is quite pitiable." Upon hearing this, Liu Feng could not help but internally scoff. Such tactics to elicit sympathy were all too common in the news from his previous life, making him wholly unimpressed by this ploy. Moreover, Liu Feng had always remained vigilant against the other party. Even without Lannis, he would not be easily ensnared. What he needed to do now was to observe the unfolding situation, waiting for the enemy to reveal their fangs before delivering a decisive blow. Chapter 8. Deceiving the Old Boatman. Lannis did not comprehend the common tongue of the continent, so she filtered out the old boatman's words. She merely looked to Liu Feng, ready to await further commands. Seeing that Lannis did not respond, the old boatman felt a twinge of confusion, yet pressed on, continuing to question Liu Feng. Naturally, Liu Feng would not acquiesce, but he intended to draw out their hidden numbers, as he was still unaware of how many adversaries they faced. He was also ignorant of their affiliations, Should he slay them all only to discover they were loyal followers of Old Baron? It would be quite the predicament. While the fact that they had not recognized Shi-In spoke volumes, Liu Feng was always inclined towards caution. With this in mind, he contemplated briefly before extending his robust right hand and seizing the old boatman's arm. With a smile that concealed menace, he said, "Old man, I have a monumental secret to share with you. Would you care to hear it?" The old boatman, feeling the grip of Liu Feng's hand and struggling in vain to free himself, was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. He glanced at Lannis, who showed no signs of alarm, leaving him bewildered as to where he had faltered. With a puzzled expression, he responded, "Young man, speak plainly and let me go." Liu Feng aimed to intimidate the old man, gesturing towards the sky as he said softly, "Have you ever seen such a creature? It is said that long ago, there was one in the Iron Islands. I wonder if you have heard the tale surrounding it?" Upon hearing those words, the old fisherman cautiously cast a glance toward the heavens, only to be met with an overwhelming sense of terror in his gaze. Having spent a lifetime at sea, he possessed a wealth of experience and knowledge. Yet, he had never laid eyes upon the fabled dragon of legend. It was well known that during the zenith of the Iron Islands, he had once married a princess of House Targaryen, whose steed was a formidable dragon, famously known as the Red Queen. Tales of dragons had reached his ears from many elderly lips, recounting how dragon fire could incinerate a castle and how a dragon could consume dozens of men in a single day. Such harrowing stories served as constant reminders of the unparalleled might of dragons, far beyond that of mere mortals. Now, the youth before him was the possessor of such a beast, and in that moment, his greed evaporated into nothingness. He could envision that no matter what vile scheme he concocted to ambush Liu Feng and his companions, the wrath of the dragon would be an unbearable force to withstand. Though he was indeed a man of avarice, he would never stake his life for the sake of wealth. With this thought, the old fisherman wiped the cold sweat from his brow and tentatively inquired, "Is this, perchance, your dragon?" This question represented his final vestige of defiance. After all, he was known as Old Shark, and in the vicinity of the Iron Islands, few dared to provoke him, aside from House Greyjoy. Yet today, in the interest of survival, he humbled his noble head. Although his demeanor was lowly, his spirit had not entirely surrendered. The moment he heard Liu Feng utter a no, he would be poised to strike. However, Liu Feng would not grant him that opportunity. He merely nodded in acknowledgement and replied with a smile, "I have never been fond of indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, so before I label you as a villain, I hope you can divulge some information I seek." With that, Liu Feng seized the old fisherman's right hand and exerted a sudden force, nearly bending his arm backward. The sudden surge of pain caused the old fisherman to furrow his brow and flush with color. Yet, being a seasoned veteran of the seas, he recognized his predicament and complied, saying, "My lord, I am indeed a good man. Whatever you wish to know, I can tell you. Trust me. My information is the most accurate and reliable." Liu Feng was pleased with this response and offered a slight smile. "Oh, then enlighten me about King Balon and the distribution of power within the city." Upon hearing this, the old fisherman's face brightened, and he began, "Well, my lord, King Balon passed away not long ago, and the many vassals of House Greyjoy are currently deliberating on the succession of Pike." Liu Feng felt a rush of excitement. Although he had anticipated King Balon's demise eventually, he had not expected it to occur so fortuitously. After all, he had just returned with Theon and was awaiting Balon to generously bestow ships in favor of his beloved son. To his dismay, the king had departed. Even if Theon had returned at this moment, Liu Feng doubted that he could secure the claim to the Iron Islands. He remembered that it was Euron who had slain King Balon, a daring and cunning rogue, and he realized that relying solely on Theon would make it exceedingly difficult to overcome Euron. Liu Feng had no desire for unforeseen complications, so he pondered for a moment before continuing, "Whom do you serve?" While he did not expect the old fisherman to be forthcoming, he hoped to glean some insight through his answer. The old fisherman hesitated, then displayed a hint of disdain as he replied, "I, Old Shark, serve no one. I have come to the Iron Islands solely for my own interests." At this point, it seemed that Old Shark had noticed Liu Feng's growing impatience, and he hastily added, "I am not well acquainted with the lords of the Iron Islands. My dealings with them are merely on the seas." Liu Feng nodded and then said, "Bring forth your men. There is a significant task at hand that requires your assistance, and upon its completion, you shall be rewarded handsomely with gold." The old fisherman had initially believed his fate was sealed, yet Liu Feng's unexpected proposition sparked a flicker of hope within him. He responded, "I have no subordinates, but I assure you, I'm more than willing to assist." Liu Feng could not help but mentally scoff at the old sea dog for still holding back at this juncture. Indeed, he was a seasoned player of the game. Nevertheless, Liu Feng genuinely needed his aid, So he patiently continued, "It appears that Sir Shark of Blackstone does not trust me, but that is of little concern. I shall grant you a moment to consider, but prior to that, you must take me into Pike. I wish to see who among the Iron Islands will emerge as the new ruler." Although the television series concluded with Euron's overwhelming victory in the struggle for the new Lord of the Iron Islands, Liu Feng intended to observe the proceedings. For history might unfold differently with his arrival. He could not afford to be overly confident, as the world of Game of Thrones had witnessed many unforeseen developments since its inception. Thus, Liu Feng remained cautious. After all, he was no deity, and certain contingencies required avoidance. In truth, Liu Feng had little interest in the contest for the Iron Islands crown. His objective was to align with a faction he could control and subsequently exert his influence over them to maximize his gains. It was evident that Euron harbored grand ambitions and would not be easily managed. Conversely, Theon and his sister were far more agreeable, as they belonged to a faction lacking support, and one of them was inherently timid. By exploiting their weaknesses, he could effortlessly secure substantial benefits from the Iron Islands. Liu Feng recalled that during the election, although Asha had lost, she had seized the opportunity to abscond with the warships while Euron was engaged in the drowning ceremony. Those very vessels were precisely what Liu Feng required. If he could blend in among them, once at sea, he could negotiate terms directly with Asha, and those ships would become his means of transport. With this in mind, Liu Feng promptly addressed the old fisherman. "I bring with me Balon Greyjoy's son, Theon, and I believe he is far more qualified to undergo the drowning ceremony and become the new king of the Iron Islands." As he spoke, he pulled a timid Theon closer, introducing him to the old fisherman, known as Shark. Liu Feng then urged, "We must hasten to Pike, otherwise we risk losing this opportunity for the election." While Liu Feng had little regard for the electoral opportunity itself, he was far more concerned with arriving at the scene promptly. This way, should the election fail, he could swiftly persuade Asha to steal the ships. After all, this was the only path to survival for Asha and Theon's faction. Otherwise, given Euron's ruthless nature, he would undoubtedly seek to eradicate them entirely. Although Liu Feng could assist Theon and his allies in overcoming Euron, it would be a time-consuming endeavor, potentially delaying the transport of the Unsullied and causing Liu Feng to miss the decisive confrontation with the Night King. Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, the old fisherman's eyes lit up with excitement as he scrutinized Theon intently, ultimately assuring, "Very well, I shall lead you through a shortcut." With that, Old Shark took the lead, forging ahead. Liu Feng's group followed suit without hesitation, eager to witness the capabilities of the old fisherman. Meanwhile, in Asha Greyjoy's chambers, she sat with a furrowed brow and an expression of grave concern. Although her feelings for King Balon were not particularly profound, the mysterious nature of her father's death weighed heavily on her heart as his daughter. The sudden return of Euron during this tumultuous period only heightened her anxiety. She found herself contemplating the potential fallout following an electoral defeat, primarily the pressure from her uncle Euron. It was well known that many elders had begun to advocate for a new king, including those who once believed Asha could fulfill the role, but were now gravitating toward Euron simply because she was a woman. This is truly terrifying, for the words of men act as a lit fuse. Initially, many only harbored a hint of skepticism regarding her identity as a woman. Yet once spoken, this trivial matter could swiftly escalate, ultimately engulfing her entirely. Presently, Raya finds herself ensnared in such a predicament. Although the actual elections commence tomorrow, she has already perceived ominous signs of impending defeat. In this moment, her demeanor begins to shift towards agitation. After all, nothing is more agonizing and helpless than an immutable innate condition that jeopardizes the inheritance of the family legacy. Knock, knock. Just as Raya wrestles with her distress, a sudden knock resounds at her door. This perplexes her. After all, on the Iron Islands, those who could converse with her have already aligned themselves with Euron. Thus, she cannot fathom who would dare to knock upon her door at this juncture. Cautiously, she retrieves a dagger and approaches the door with trepidation. She harbors suspicions that Euron might intend her harm, given the notorious circumstances surrounding his father's demise, which everyone is well aware of. This is the Iron Islands, a pirate city where audacity and ruthlessness reign supreme. Creak, as Raya inches the door open. She is met with the pale, tear-streaked visage of Theon. "Theon, what brings you back? Weren't you stationed with Ramsay at the Twins?" Raya is taken aback by Theon's unexpected arrival, especially since his recent correspondence had led to the unprecedented alliance between House Bolton and House Greyjoy against the North. At that time, Raya had deemed it somewhat unrealistic, recalling that Theon had initially been captured by Ramsay while protecting the North. However, she never anticipated that he would evolve into a pivotal figure in forging alliances. Mentioning Ramsay causes a wave of terror to wash over Theon's face. He is the one person he wishes to forget most in his life. Upon hearing Raya utter Ramsay's name, he grows agitated, rushing forward to embrace his sister before speaking with a trembling voice. This was all Ramsay's scheme. I was coerced into penning the alliance's falsehood. Raya, upon hearing this, forcefully pushes Theon away, nearly toppling him. Fortunately, Liu Feng steps forward to steady Theon, and Raya, her face flushed with emotion, exclaims, "Theon, you coward! Have you forgotten our bloodline as Ironborn?" After venting her frustration, she gazes at Theon with a mix of disappointment and anger, then points at Liu Feng and his entourage, saying, "Theon, have you returned to contest my claim due to our father's circumstances?" Indeed, Theon's return is suspiciously timely, coinciding perfectly with the recent passing of King Balon and the absence of a designated successor for the Iron Islands. Moreover, Liu Feng, with his imposing demeanor and formidable retinue, does not appear to be a mere follower of Theon. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for Raya not to harbor doubts. Taken aback, Theon had not considered this angle. Just then, Liu Feng steps forward, stating, "Lady Raya, we do not intend to interfere in the contest for the Iron Islands throne. We merely saved Lord Theon by chance, and wish to borrow some of your warships." At this, Raya's expression softens somewhat. Though she remains wary, her own situation is precarious, leading her to ponder what harm could arise from Liu Feng's request. After careful consideration, she finally smiles and asks, "How many warships do you require?" Liu Feng, sensing that Raya has lowered her guard, responds, "I wish to rent all your warships. I wonder if Lady Raya can grant me this favor?" His words effectively silence Raya, as historically, even during King Balon's reign, no one possessed the authority to simply rent out the entire fleet without substantial justification, perhaps necessitating a council meeting to reach a decision. Chapter 81. A Troubled Raya. At present, not only is Raya's chance of succeeding in the election dim, but her authority pales in comparison to that of King Balon. Contemplating this, she hesitantly replies, "Are you jesting? Do you have any notion of the time required to construct these warships?" Liu Feng, donning a confident smile, retorts, "I'm not jesting. As for the timeline, I do not concern myself with it. What I wish to convey is that these warships will transport my 10,000 Dothraki cavalry from Essos to Westeros. In the process, we might resolve a few difficulties for friends, which should be quite manageable." Raya's heart skips a beat at Liu Feng's words. His statement reveals two crucial pieces of information. First, he commands over 10,000 Dothraki horsemen, and second, he intends to engage in the conflicts of Westeros. The latter news is less alarming. However, if the former is true, it is utterly unimaginable. Horsemen are deemed aces in battle, and to possess such a vast number is staggering. Furthermore, aside from the terrestrial monarchs, the title of naval supremacy undoubtedly belongs to the Iron Islands. Should these forces unite, it might indeed herald a shift in who sits upon the Iron Throne of Westeros. Considering this, Raya tentatively inquires, "Such claims lack substantiation. After all, I cannot see these horsemen from the far reaches of Westeros." Liu Feng is unfazed by her skepticism, knowing full well that Raya will acquiesce. For if she fails in this contest for the new king, the entirety of the Iron Islands will fall into Yorn's possession, leaving Raya with no choice but to stealthily commandeer warships from others in pursuit of her own aspirations. Thus, Liu Feng calmly responds, "Lady Raya, I believe you need not worry. The new king of the Iron Islands will be crowned tonight. At that juncture, we can discuss the warships at the harbor." Upon hearing this, Raya comprehends that Liu Feng's insinuation is that she must become the new ruler of the Iron Islands to possess the leverage to negotiate with him. With mutual distrust prevailing, their conversation lacks substance. Realizing this, Raya feels a sense of urgency. She is acutely aware that without Liu Feng's assistance, her chances of prevailing in this contest are bleak. She turns to her brother, for Theon, having accompanied Liu Feng, ought to be more acquainted with his character. Theon, sensing her gaze, glances apprehensively at Liu Feng, recalling the formidable dragon he had witnessed. The thought of Liu Feng's mysterious origins fills him with trepidation. Fortunately, Liu Feng discerns Raya's intentions and interjects, "Theon has been delivered safely. Let us proceed thus. I hope Lady Raya understands that our objective is singular, warships. Other matters will be easily addressed once my cavalry arrives." With that, Liu Feng departs with his entourage. His final words serve to remind Raya that while she may not ascend as the new ruler of the Iron Islands, providing Liu Feng with warships could yield him as an ally in her quest. Raya, astute as she is, grasps the implications of Liu Feng's statement immediately. As soon as he vanishes from her sight, she pulls Theon into the room and, with a grave expression, inquires, "Is this man trustworthy?" Having spent time with Liu Feng, Theon has begun to regard him as a figure of near divinity. He is aware of Liu Feng's possession of dragons and has gleaned from their conversations that Liu Feng commands an army of 10,000 wildlings at the wall and maintains a cordial relationship with House Stark of the North. With these two factors alone, Liu Feng is a figure they both admire and respect. How could such a person deceive the two of them, especially when they stand at a disadvantage in this contest? Therefore, Theon, his face reflecting admiration, assures her, "Rest easy, sister, with his strength. He has no need to deceive us." Oh, is there yet more power he has not divulged? Upon hearing this, Raya felt a twinge of unease in her heart. As Liu Feng's formidable strength diminished their value significantly, she feared that Liu Feng might reconsider and choose to ally with Euron. The longing that Theon harbored for his kin had reached unprecedented heights, prompting him to share everything he knew about Liu Feng with Raya. As she absorbed this information, her heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. She had never anticipated that an obscure figure could suddenly wield the power to sweep across all of Westeros. However, she also uncovered a peculiar tidbit, that Liu Feng appeared to have no designs on the Iron Throne. Confounded, she pondered what exactly Liu Feng intended to achieve. As dusk fell, the shores of Pike were teeming with powerful lords of the Iron Islands, gathered for a significant event, the selection of a new king. Initially, Raya stood as the sole remaining heir on the islands. Despite the absence of female lords throughout the Iron Islands' history, Raya had garnered the admiration of the subordinate lords for her commendable conduct. However, just as her ascension was about to be announced, Euron made his entrance. Despite his checkered past and having been previously exiled due to his misdeeds, the current power vacuum in the Iron Islands allowed his supporters to swiftly outnumber those rallying behind Raya, as many still preferred to adhere to tradition. Consequently, a vote was determined to take place, wherein the candidate with the most votes would be deemed the new king. At that moment, Raya stood anxiously upon the platform, scanning the faces of the subordinate lords below, hoping for a glimmer of support. To her dismay, she found that most of her supporters were merely loyal confidants, while the established families scarcely acknowledged her presence. Just then, Theon unexpectedly stepped forward. Though now limping and lacking his former vigor, his arrival was met with enthusiastic cheers, as many had benefited from King Balan's favor, thereby making Theon a legitimate successor to the Iron Islands. Yet, to their disappointment, Theon approached Raya and publicly declared her to be the most suitable heir to the Iron Islands. This gesture undoubtedly won her several supporters, yet many others expressed their discontent. While they might support Theon, they would never endorse Raya, whom he championed. Such was the tradition of the Iron Islands, not to be trifled with unless absolutely necessary. Ironically, they had not reached such a critical juncture, as Euron and Theon still stood as legitimate heirs. Despite Theon's voluntary withdrawal, Euron remained. Ultimately, even with Theon's backing, Raya lost the election. Euron, a burly man in his 30s, wore a perpetual smirk of confidence. He cast a derisive glance at the dejected Raya, even going so far as to approach her and whisper, "I believe you're already aware that it was I who killed that old coot Balan. If you wish to avoid sharing your father's fate, you would do well to heed my words." Otherwise, well, with that, Euron audaciously pinched Raya's chin, undeterred by her apparent disinterest in male attention, reveling in his own success. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Liu Feng, mounted atop his dragon, who could not suppress a smile, recognizing that Raya and her brother had been cornered by Euron. He merely had to wait for Raya to make her choice. Indeed, after enduring Euron's humiliation, he descended from the platform, intent on performing the coronation ceremony under the watchful eyes of all the subordinate lords. This ceremonial rite, grand in name, essentially involved being submerged in seawater before the gathered crowd. As Euron departed, Raya and Theon exchanged resolute glances, both understanding that remaining on the Iron Islands left them with no viable options and even their lives in jeopardy. Their only recourse lay in audaciously seizing all the warships. Now, as Euron prepared to receive the blessings of the drowned god, it presented a perfect opportunity for them. Raya, whose authority clearly surpassed that of Theon, surveyed her remaining loyalists and then waved her hand, dashing towards the dock where the ships were moored. Time was of the essence. Once Euron completed the ritual, he would become the true king of the Iron Islands, commanding absolute obedience, while Raya's supporters would likely be swiftly annihilated. Upon reaching the harbor, Raya and Theon were startled to see Liu Feng descend from the skies upon Vagarel. This spectacle left them utterly astounded. However, with time pressing, Liu Feng wasted no words. "Lady Raya, have you made your decision?" Startled from her shock, Raya responded earnestly, I am willing to lend you all the warships, provided you assist me in reclaiming the Iron Islands. Liu Feng chuckled heartily at her words, for this was precisely what he desired. He foresaw that Euron would inevitably ally with Cersei. Thus, whether or not he pursued this venture, he would confront Euron. Hence, this promise bore no cost to him. A surefire gain. Without hesitation, Liu Feng nodded in agreement. Consider it done. By aiding me, you become a friend of House Cain, and I shall assist you in reclaiming the Iron Islands. With Liu Feng's assurance, both Raya and Theon sighed in relief. After all, they possessed little more than a handful of sailors. To exchange Euron's warships for the promise of a Dragon Knight was indeed a worthy bargain. Thus, in a delightful atmosphere, Raya and Liu Feng clandestinely commandeered Euron's fleet. Upon completing the Drowned God's ritual, Euron soon realized something was amiss. But by then the harbor lay deserted, leaving him seething with unspent fury. The warships of the Iron Islands were among the most advanced in the realm, and Liu Feng had taken approximately 3 months to journey from Essos to Westeros. This return voyage, despite the distance being greater, still took him merely 3 months. As the months elapsed, Vagril grew even more colossal, now comparable to a house. After 3 months of growth, Valeriana finally matured into a full-size dragon. Liu Feng had attempted to fly with Valeriana, astonished to discover that her speed surpassed even that of Vagril, eclipsing the modern airplanes he had piloted in his previous life. This revelation thrilled him. He believed that if he flew with Valeriana, he could traverse the strait between Essos and Westeros in less than a day. Regrettably, Valeriana's endurance was rather limited. She required rest after every hour of flight, unable to swim like Vagril, who navigated freely between the ocean and the sky. Nevertheless, Liu Feng remained thoroughly satisfied. He chose to land once more at Pentos, a place with which he was somewhat familiar, having spent 3 days there as a guest of Governor Lirio. This experience had unveiled many aspects of the world of Westeros that were not depicted in the series, including a church dedicated to the Lord of Light, where red priestesses akin to Melisandre and the others were revered by the people of Pentos, spreading the faith of the Lord of Light throughout the city. Liu Feng soared atop his colossal dragon, surveying the entirety of Pentos from above. At first glance, his eyes were drawn to the edifice symbolizing the King of Light. However, Liu Feng refrained from approaching recklessly, for he had come to comprehend the existence of the deities, and the King of Light stood as one of the most active among them, an entity he was keen to avoid provoking. After all, the mere presence of a Night King had already instilled a profound sense of dread in him, not to mention a true god. Perched upon Vagharl, he directed his flight towards the garden villa of Illyrio. Word had reached him that Daenerys had already informed the 3 free trade cities. Upon receiving this intelligence, Illyrio adjusted his course yet again, preparing to extend his assistance to Daenerys. Recently, he had conferred with Varys and, at the risk of incurring the ire of House Lannister, facilitated Tyrion's escape to this very location. Through Daenerys' protector, Yora, Tyrion was delivered safely into her presence. Illyrio's motivation stemmed from recognizing Tyrion as an exceptional talent in governance. Although Daenerys had transformed from a naive girl into the queen of 3 free cities and commanded 3 mighty dragons, her aptitude for ruling had yet to match her burgeoning power. Thus, an outstanding statesman had become a precious asset to Daenerys, a gift from Varys, delivered through Illyrio. Liu Feng's purpose in visiting was to gauge Illyrio's stance. While he had no desire to be adversarial with Daenerys, he aspired to secure an unassailable position of dominance in Essos. He was unwilling to be undermined by the misjudgments of those beneath him. Presently, the individual most likely to betray him was Illyrio. Chapter 82. Liu Feng's Olive Branch. For years, they had sought the favor of the Dothraki, but now, with the rise of the Dragon Queen, they found themselves emboldened, no longer needing to curry favor with the Dothraki. They had even begun to exalt Daenerys above all. Under such circumstances, it would not be surprising if, swayed by mere flattery, Daenerys would mount her dragon and wreak havoc upon the Dothraki stronghold. This was a scenario Liu Feng wished to avert, and thus he intended to address Illyrio before assessing Daenerys' own inclinations. Although he had once dispatched Olypera to assist Daenerys, this was merely a part of Liu Feng's strategy. Its success remained uncertain. After all this time, he had yet to receive any word from Olypera. The massive form of Liu Feng's dragon descended with tremendous impact into Illyrio's courtyard, creating a commotion that even roused Illyrio, who was indulging in the company of beautiful women within the villa. His guards were similarly disturbed. As Liu Feng touched down, a horde of Unsullied rushed forth, encased in armor that revealed only their fearless eyes. Upon witnessing Liu Feng and his dragon, a few Unsullied hesitated momentarily. Yet their rigorous training instilled in them the tenet of fearlessness in the face of any adversary. Thus, they resumed their advance, brandishing their spears towards Liu Feng and Vagharl. Liu Feng was taken aback by the Unsullied's courage. Not a single one faltered before the dragon, which was the size of a house. Yet bravery alone was insufficient against overwhelming power, and the Unsullied proved to be exceedingly vulnerable. Their sharp spears failed to penetrate Vagharl's scales. And as the dragon sensed the intent to kill, it unleashed its ferocity. Its massive jaws opened wide, emitting a terrifying sonic wave that reverberated outward. In an instant, everything within a radius of several dozen meters around Vagharl and Liu Feng quaked violently, causing structures to collapse and disintegrate into dust. The Unsullied charging towards Vagharl were left bloodied and unconscious from the shock. This spectacle was witnessed by Illyrio, who had hurriedly approached from a distance. His previously mild expression froze, morphing into one of sheer terror. Once an adventurer and mercenary, he had encountered sights far beyond those of ordinary men, including extraordinary magic. Yet what he beheld today shattered his worldview. This was a scene he had never dared to imagine, for he had seen Daenerys' Drogon, which, though immense and temperamental, lacked the overwhelming power displayed by the Golden Dragon today. He now witnessed hundreds of Unsullied reduced to mere insects before the might of the Golden Dragon, which had yet to unleash its flames. A mere roar had stripped them of their combat readiness. He then observed a figure dismounting from the Golden Dragon, one whose visage was all too familiar. It was the so-called King of Horses, whom he had believed perished in Westeros. Panic set in. Although he believed he had done nothing to wrong the Dothraki, standing before one capable of dictating his fate stirred an instinctual fear within him. As Liu Feng's gaze fell upon him, Illyrio forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown and approached Liu Feng with trembling steps. "My lord, I extend my apologies for the fate of your guards. The primary reason lies in their utter lack of decorum," he stammered as Liu Feng approached. From afar, Liu Feng noted the tension in Illyrio's face, recognizing that the man was wary of offending him. Liu Feng cut to the chase. "I have returned from Westeros. I have heard that Essos is currently in turmoil. Could you enlighten me about the present situation?" With the threat of further violence dissipating, Illyrio slowly relaxed, responding eagerly. "Your Majesty, after such a long journey, why not join me for a meal in the dining room, where we can enjoy exquisite delicacies while discussing matters?" Liu Feng, finding no objection to this proposal, replied, "Certainly, but my bloodsworn are still at the docks. I would appreciate it if you could send someone to fetch them." Illyrio readily agreed, quickly dispatching the remaining steward to locate them. Liu Feng instructed Vagharl to amuse itself, while he and Illyrio walked towards the dining area, engaged in conversation. Through their dialogue, Liu Feng gleaned numerous insights regarding the continent of Essos. Among the revelations that incited his ire were two significant developments. Firstly, after his departure, the Dothraki had enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, just recently, a seismic shift had occurred among them, due to the relentless suppression by several elder calls. Few young warriors had been able to rise to prominence, leading to growing discontent among the new generation of Dothraki fighters. Ultimately, this pent-up frustration culminated in an explosive rebellion, with many vigorous tribal warriors expressing their dissatisfaction with the old Khals rule and spontaneously forming a new Khalasar composed entirely of fresh faces. They defied Khals' commands, embarking on a spree of pillaging and destruction, relentlessly assaulting the elder tribes. Although the seasoned Khal remained robust, they found themselves overwhelmed by a growing tide of challengers. Meanwhile, as the ambitions of the younger generation burgeoned, merely 2 days prior, the youthful Akasa made the momentous decision to declare their independence. They severed ties with the tribal alliance formed by Liu Feng, absconding with nearly half of the able-bodied warriors of the Dothraki. This development, while causing considerable dissatisfaction among the elder Khals led by Moro, deterred them from instigating open conflict. Ultimately, they had no choice but to swallow their grievances, hoping that Liu Feng's eventual return would restore their rightful heir. Chapter 83. The Acquisition of Warships. Liu Feng could scarcely fathom that in less than 2 years since his departure, his stronghold had been cleaved in twain. While this division was, in part, attributable to his taking away the heirs of the Khals, it was nonetheless an unacceptable reality. He now recognized that both the Dothraki and the wildlings harbored an inherent yearning for freedom, despite their reverence for strength and their admiration for powerful leaders. This did not preclude them from possessing their own aspirations and selecting the strongest among them to follow. In addition to this revelation, Liu Feng learned that Daenerys' grip on the 3 free cities was tenuous at best. From the outset in Astapor, Her approach had been to eliminate slave masters and liberate their bondsmen, neglecting the fact that these slaves had grown accustomed to their circumstances. In granting them freedom, she had simultaneously failed to establish a new societal framework, leading to a plethora of liberated individuals left adrift, unable to sustain themselves. This situation provided a window of opportunity for some covert slave masters to rekindle rebellion among the former slaves, pressuring Daenerys to reinstate the institution of slavery. This predicament caused Daenerys considerable distress. However, with Tyrion's assistance and after making certain concessions, her position as queen regained stability. Nonetheless, an ominous undercurrent lingered. Consequently, Illyrio, viewing Daenerys as a potential asset, deployed considerable resources to monitor the movements of the slave masters. This intelligence afforded Liu Feng a crucial insight. A significant conflict loomed in Meereen. His return at this juncture was fortuitous. Yet, Liu Feng began to discern a troubling pattern. Perhaps the Targaryen lineage was ill-suited to rule a kingdom. Although this was merely the first step in Daenerys' reign, it diverged starkly from Liu Feng's expectations. It was noteworthy that Daenerys was not lacking in capable advisors. Alongside Tyrion, there was also the capable Olypera, whom Liu Feng had dispatched. One adept in governance, the other in the propagation of faith, yet despite their combined talents, Daenerys had managed to mismanage the free cities, perhaps indicative of a deeper character flaw. Though Liu Feng himself was not particularly skilled in governance, as a modern individual, his mind inherently contained the blueprint for a more refined society. Thus, he harbored a degree of disdain for the governance methods prevalent in the Seven Kingdoms. However, he resolved not to interfere at this moment, recognizing that such actions could provoke Daenerys' ire, an outcome he wished to avoid, as it could jeopardize a formidable alliance in the impending struggle against the Night King. After careful contemplation, Liu Feng ultimately determined to first unite the Dothraki. He aimed to dismantle their traditional structures and establish a wholly new Dothraki holy city. This was no simple task. Even as the call, accomplishing this would not be straightforward. Fortunately, with Vhagar now grown, he possessed an invaluable tool to sway the Dothraki. After all, the ancient Valyrian kingdom had once ruled Essos for centuries through the might of dragons, creatures that inspired both fear and reverence among them. Subsequently, Liu Feng inquired further with Illyrio regarding the Dothraki and Daenerys. He resolved to embark at dawn the following day, riding Vhagar to the holy city of Ys. He intended to observe whether those who had deemed themselves sovereign would indeed display the rebelliousness reported in the intelligence. Should they regard him with disdain, he would not hesitate to make an example of them. Ys, the sole sacred site of the Dothraki, had existed for an indeterminate span of time, serving as the residence of the call. However, due to Liu Feng's influence, it now hosted over 20 tribes. After 2 years of development, they had effectively divided Ys among themselves. Presently, 3 primary factions emerged. The first, an established tribal alliance led by Moro. The second, a newly formed tribal coalition helmed by the upstart Call. And the third, a loyal alliance of tribes organized around the once commanded Elan tribe, devoted to Liu Feng. Among these factions, the traditional tribal alliance had maintained a low profile, having been awed by Liu Feng's prowess. Despite his absence for 2 years, they still hesitated to claim kingship. Of course, their reluctance to assume the mantle of kingship did not prevent them from seizing opportunities for gain. Following Liu Feng's departure, they had embarked on a spree of population expansion while clandestinely suppressing other aspiring youths. This ultimately resulted in a dire consequence. The new generation of warriors found themselves cornered. Under the oppression of the elder cows, it became increasingly difficult for newcomers to rise, prompting the formation of a new tribal alliance. The establishment of these 2 new tribal alliances naturally incited the ire of the traditional faction, leading to a series of skirmishes that ignited internal strife among the Dothraki. This conflict persisted for 2 years, with numerous battles resulting in the deaths of many aged cows. Consequently, many factions had undergone significant changes, particularly within the Elan tribe, where Liu Feng's once trusted Odorm had perished under the relentless challenges of the new generation. Today, a significant event transpired within the Elan tribe. The cause was straightforward. Following Odorm's demise, the Elan tribe faced imminent assimilation by a newly ascended tribe. This was the tribe that had been among Liu Feng's earliest followers, and they found this fate intolerable. However, their indignation could not alter the reality that the men within the tribe were not particularly strong. Aside from a brief display of support for Odorm, none dared to confront the challenger. This lack of courage vexed Aera, who had been observing the contest from the sidelines. It was worth noting that when Liu Feng first unified the Dothraki, even the mere sight of him would send shivers down the spines of other warriors. However, times had changed. Liu Feng's prolonged absence from Westeros led many to believe he was dead, resulting in a significant decline in the Elon tribe's status and a rash of unwarranted challenges from the inexperienced youth. This culminated in Odorm's exhaustion, ultimately leading to his beheading. Astonishingly, none of the Elon males dared to step forward in his stead. Just as the challenger believed victory was within grasp, a strikingly beautiful and spirited young woman emerged. She was Arya, who, during Liu Feng's absence, had been consumed by sorrow. Upon hearing that Liu Feng had taken 100 Bloodriders, she resolved that to accompany him on adventures across other continents, she must possess considerable skill. Chapter 84. Arrival in Westeros. Thus, over the past 2 years, she had diligently honed her equestrian and combat skills, achieving notable success. While she had yet to engage in actual combat, Arya firmly believed she had become the sole female warrior of the continent. Upon witnessing the humiliation of her tribe's cows at the hands of their adversaries, and observing the cowardice of her kin, she felt compelled to act. She had no choice but to step onto the arena herself. Opposite Ella stood Fed, one of the newly minted 5 great cows. His skin was deeply tanned, and his gaze was sharp, despite his humble origins. He possessed a physique that surpassed that of ordinary men. His braids cascaded down to his waist, a testament to the years he had spent without tasting defeat. Arya, in stark contrast, though tall and having developed some well-defined muscles through rigorous training over the past 2 years, still appeared like a fledgling chick standing before a grand rooster when compared to Federal. As Ella approached, a mocking smile crept across Fed's face. Wow, is there no one left in the Elon tribe? They actually sent a woman onto the arena. It's unbelievable. A tribe like this could produce a horse lord like Cain. His words elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd, causing the members of the Elon tribe to bow their heads in shame. They had once boasted warriors as formidable as Orlon, but they had all been persecuted by Yuli's despicable tactics. Had it not been for Liu Feng's sudden emergence, they would have been led by a cowardly villain. However, that battle had resulted in the downfall of the young generation's top warriors, and now the Elon tribe could no longer find any outstanding fighters. Although Ella was a woman, she often sparred with the tribe members, emerging victorious each time. This was why no man stepped forward to stop her from entering the arena. After all, they were not her match, and in a matter that pertained to the tribe's honor, they did not wish to disrupt her. In response to Fed's taunts, Ella's eyes flickered with a hint of anger, though she managed to restrain herself. A smile crept onto her face as she retorted, Fed, I've heard of you, the little brat who failed to be selected as the Horse Lordess apprentice. I can't believe that in just 2 years, you've forgotten the majesty of His Highness, the Horse Lord. Fed chuckled heartily in reply. I was just a child then, not yet of age. So of course I failed. But I'm grateful. Otherwise, I would have had to follow a fool. Why abandon a noble horse lord for some nonsense in Westeros? Ella could not abide hearing Liu Feng spoken of in such a manner. Upon hearing Fed's words, fury washed over her, and she bellowed, You seek death. With that, she tightened her grip on her dagger and surged toward Fed like a hunting cheetah. To her surprise, a rare look of appreciation crossed Fed's face as he laughed and dodged her attack, exclaiming, I didn't expect you, a woman, to have some skills. How about you become my Khaleesi and jointly lead my tribal alliance? What do you say? This sentiment was genuine. After all, the Dothraki revered strength, and a warrior like Ella had not graced their ranks for centuries. Fed's proposition stirred his base desires. Yet, Ella's heart had long since soared away with Liu Feng. Her identity as a female warrior stemmed from the fact that only formidable fighters could follow Liu Feng. Moreover, for the past 2 years, the image of Liu Feng slaying Yuli had been etched in her mind. His handsome visage, calm and confident demeanor, and agile, precise blade work. Every recollection compelled her to grip her dagger tightly, mimicking Liu Feng's movements repeatedly. This practice not only honed her combat skills, but also intensified her longing for him. Consequently, when Fed earnestly professed his feelings, it only ignited her murderous intent. After another of her attacks was evaded by Fed, she halted, her entire being coiled like a tightly drawn arrow, her eyes fixed on him with lethal intent. In that moment, Fed sensed her killing intent and felt a jolt of alarm. His expression turned serious. He recognized that Ella indeed possessed some strength. If he continued to fight with such arrogance, he might very well find himself in a dire predicament. Seizing the moment of his hesitation, Ella launched herself forward like a bullet, her speed astonishing. Even a warrior as formidable as Fed could barely register her movement, instinctively sidestepping. He had never anticipated that such a reflexive evasion would save his life. Ella's movements were fluid and precise, as if she had practiced countless times. Her dagger was aimed at the vulnerable nerves near Fed's waist. Had he not instinctively dodged, that strike would have severed his spinal cord, leaving him a mere lamb to the slaughter at her hands. Fortunately, years of combat experience had sharpened Fed's instincts. Although the blade had torn through flesh and blood flowed profusely from the deep wound, he ultimately managed to evade a fatal blow. After executing her strike, Ella, seeing that Fed had not fallen, felt a pang of regret. This was her signature move, perfected over 2 arduous years. If it did not yield results, her chances of victory would diminish significantly. Fed, too, recognized this. A smile crept onto his pained face as he gazed lustfully at Ella, then proclaimed with the confidence of a victor, "You must have no other tricks up your sleeve. It seems it's time for me to retaliate. However, in light of your gender, I shall be a bit gentler. I hope you won't take it for granted." With that, Fed charged at her like a bull, his demeanor polite, but his blade showing no mercy. His powerful arm swung the sword, aimed at Ella's torso with deadly intent. Ella, never one to trust his words, dodged his strike with agility the moment he attacked. She bent her knees, her calf muscles taut, and propelled herself towards Fed once more like an arrow. The only path before her was to exhaust him, diminishing his combat prowess. She had no great expectations for this strike. If she could only inflict another wound, it would hasten his blood loss. Then, as long as she continued to evade, she would eventually wear him down. Meanwhile, Liu Feng soared aboard Vagor, weaving through the clouds, creating an illusion of riding on mist. Having departed from Pintos, he had been flying for an entire day. The dragon's speed far surpassed that of cavalry. The journey from the holy city of Westeros to the ruins of Illyria, and then to Pintos, had taken him months on horseback. Now, riding the dragon, he was already close to Westeros in just a day's time. Analyzing the system map, he estimated that he would reach Westeros in about an hour. Along the way, he pondered what scenes would greet him upon his return. He found himself missing the delightful Ella, who was not only a talented cook, but also possessed exceptional massage skills, as well as the stern-faced Odor. Although his time with them was brief, they were among the first he had come to know in this world of Game of Thrones. Particularly with Ella, Liu Feng had initially disguised himself as Cain. Even though he had revealed his true identity in the duel at the Holy City, Ella was still on her way to the Holy City at that time, and he wondered if she would see through his disguise upon their next encounter. However, none of this truly matters anymore. The image of Liu Feng, with his raven-black hair and obsidian eyes, has been indelibly etched into the memories of over 80 Dothraki. Moreover, due to the urgency of time, Liu Feng had not been able to complete the task of conquering the Dothraki on his initial endeavor. Now that he has returned, it is only natural for him to seek to fulfill the entire mission. He even feels a sense of anticipation for the rewards that might await him upon completion of this undertaking. One can only hope that these rewards do not pertain to horsemanship or archery, for his current range has already reached a staggering 1,000 meters, far beyond the limits of his vision. Increasing this distance serves no purpose, and his equestrian skills are already quite refined. As Liu Feng pondered these matters, he found himself soaring above the sacred city of V's Dothrak. In the distance, he observed a throng of Dothraki congregating once more around the octagonal cage he had constructed. It was evident that a significant event was underway below. Gradually, he descended, allowing him to ascertain the situation more clearly. Within the octagonal cage, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle, one of which was a more petite figure, constantly evading her opponent. Though her agility was commendable, each of her attacks resulted in her being sent sprawling by a powerful kick from her adversary. The crowd erupted in cheers, indicating that the smaller individual was at a distinct disadvantage, both against her opponent and in the eyes of the spectators. As Liu Feng lowered his altitude further, he finally discerned the combatants in their entirety. The taller figure was a dark-skinned man whose bloodied attire did little to diminish his steady gait. His face bore no trace of pain, suggesting that he was a seasoned warrior accustomed to the rigors of battle. In stark contrast, the smaller figure was a woman, a revelation that surprised Liu Feng. He had never heard of Dothraki women participating in such duels. Typically, after a tribe's defeat, women would align themselves with their conquerors, for survival in such harsh environments was exceedingly difficult without the strength of men. This had long been an unbroken rule among the Dothraki. No women or children were to be harmed in warfare, as they lacked combat prowess. Now, witnessing a female warrior fighting within the octagonal cage left Liu Feng astounded. What dire circumstances could have led to such a situation? His brow furrowed as he realized that the state of the Dothraki was far worse than he had anticipated if they had resorted to allowing women to fight. As he continued to reflect, the battle within the cage reached a fever pitch. At that moment, Ela had lost her initial nimbleness. Her relentless evasion had drained her of vital energy, leaving her unable to dodge effectively. Meanwhile, Fedor, despite his numerous wounds, managed to conserve his strength, exhibiting no unnecessary movements, thus maintaining his vigor. After yet another powerful kick sent Ela sprawling, a look of satisfaction crossed Fedor's face. Though injured, he relished the struggle. Observing Ela's labored movements, he spoke with feigned empathy. "Ela, you have lost. According to Dothraki tradition, I shall shave your hair. If you resist, I shall take your head instead. I advise you to surrender. It would spare you from becoming a bald wretch and preserve your life. Why not choose the easier path?" Upon hearing the name Ela, Liu Feng's gaze sharpened as he focused on the female warrior in the cage. Despite her disheveled appearance, bruised and battered from the fierce combat, he could still discern traces of the girl he once knew. The same girl who had smiled at him, grilled meat for him, and imparted the ways of the Dothraki. A wave of fury washed over him as he realized that the fighter in the octagonal cage was indeed that same girl. His mood darkened instantly, prompting him to command the descent of Vogr. Though he was already flying at a low altitude, Vogr remained silent, and the attention of the crowd was entirely consumed by the spectacle within the octagonal cage. Thus, none noticed his arrival. Inside the cage, Ela, undeterred by Fedor's threats, displayed no inclination to capitulate. She spat defiantly and, with unwavering resolve, replied, "If you wish to kill me, do it. Spare me your repugnant words. I would rather die than endure such nauseating conversation." Though Ela spoke with bravado, a tear escaped her eye. After 2 arduous years of training, she had finally become an exceptional female warrior, yet she had not awaited Liu Feng's return. It was a poignant regret, but she believed that once Liu Feng returned, he would surely avenge her by claiming Fedor's head. Seeing Ela's unwillingness to submit, Fedor sighed, a hint of regret crossing his features. "What a pity," he lamented. "To think that the first female warrior I encounter will meet her end in my hands." With that, he tightened his grip on his saber and advanced step by step towards Ela. At that moment, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air, followed by the thunderous sound of a dragon's cry. It was Liu Feng, descending from the heights of the sky atop Vogr, landing upon the stone statues of the 2 majestic horses in the city of the Horse Lords. 2 years prior, Vogr had perched upon the statues, emitting a deafening roar. Now, having grown in size beyond the statues themselves, Vogr landed with such force that the stone figures crumbled beneath her weight. The commotion instantly captured the attention of the onlookers, including the combatants within the octagonal cage. Ela, despite her despair, felt a flicker of curiosity awaken within her. When she beheld the enormous golden dragon responsible for the disturbance, her heart raced. She recognized it, for she had seen a similar golden dragon before, though much smaller then. Its shimmering scales and sun-like eyes were unmistakable. This dragon belonged to Liu Feng. In a moment of disbelief, Ela stood frozen, questioning whether this was merely an illusion. After all, there were countless legends surrounding the afterlife. Some claimed that the deceased would enter the spirit world to reunite with their loved ones, while others asserted that the person they longed to see would come to escort them. Fedor, too, was taken aback, although tales of dragons had proliferated across the plains, especially regarding Daenerys and her 3 colossal dragons. He knew that the magnificent creature before him was not one of hers. According to his knowledge, only the recently ascendant call of the Horse Lords, the man who had single-handedly challenged the entire KO alliance and was unharmed by fire, possessed a golden dragon. A tremor of fear coursed through him as he realized that he was in the midst of a plan to conquer the Elon tribe. Though he had 4 newly ascendant KO warriors at his back, he felt a primal fear in the presence of that man. As the dragon trampled the horse statues, a young man with black hair and eyes, exuding an air of cold menace, leapt down from its back. Liu Feng's face was etched with a chilling intent as he surveyed the scene before him, astonished at how much his tribal alliance had deteriorated in just 2 short years. He strode directly toward the octagonal cage, and the surrounding tribesmen parted to make way for him, their memories of the Horse Lord from 2 years prior still vivid. They all recognized the figure before them as the very same man who had once held their allegiance. Though the tribal alliance has now disintegrated into 3 factions, their reverence for the King of Horses remains instinctive. Thus, upon encountering Liu Feng with a stern countenance, they could not help but tremble inwardly. Among them were also members of the Elon tribe, while many had never witnessed Liu Feng's dark hair and eyes. Numerous cavalry warriors who had arrived in the Holy City alongside Liu Feng were well acquainted with his prowess. They had witnessed him mercilessly slaughtering the hapless cow in the octagonal cage, compelling the cow alliance to surrender en masse. Consequently, as Liu Feng descended from the back of the dragon, they understood that the Elon tribe's humiliation had come to an end, and under Liu Feng's leadership, They would once again ascend to the pinnacle of Dothraki. Their hearts surged with excitement, and they could not help but shout in unison, "Your Majesty Cain! Your Majesty Cain!" This ignited a chain reaction, and soon, those who regarded Liu Feng with a modicum of awe joined in the fervent chanting. Liu Feng reveled in the adulation, striding directly to the entrance of the octagonal cage. There, he clenched his right fist and struck a wooden post with tremendous force. Crack! The robust post splintered under Liu Feng's might, followed by a second and a third, until a gaping hole over 2 meters wide had been created in the octagonal cage. Only then did Liu Feng cease his assault. Inside the cage, the battered Arya was taken aback by the crowd's invocation of Liu Feng's alias, her eyes brimming with confusion. She had never seen Liu Feng in this guise, yet he appeared to exude an even greater air of mystery, his features more handsome than ever. A flush crept onto her cheeks at the thought. In stark contrast to Arya's reaction, Fed's legs quivered with trepidation. Despite his robust physique, even a single strike from him would scarcely suffice to sever the stout posts of the octagonal cage. Yet, Liu Feng had shattered them with a mere punch, creating a substantial breach. This display of strength surpassed the realm of ordinary mortals. Moreover, Liu Feng's unparalleled speed was no secret. Witnessing his raw power left Fed utterly petrified. Just as he contemplated kneeling, Liu Feng brushed past him, proceeding directly to Arya's side, gently lifting her and inquiring with genuine concern, "Arya, how are your injuries?" Arya had not anticipated Liu Feng's sudden embrace, and her expression momentarily froze. Her heart raced like a frightened doe, leaving her at a loss for words. Believing her injuries to be too severe for her to respond, Liu Feng shot a piercing glare at Federal. Startled by Liu Feng's fierce gaze, Fed immediately knelt, hastily explaining, "Your Majesty, I did not strike her hard." Perhaps it was in that moment Fed found himself at a loss for further explanations, rendered speechless. Finally, Arya regained her composure and softly replied, "Your Majesty, I am unharmed. I merely became overwhelmed upon seeing you and did not know how to respond." Upon hearing that Arya was well, Liu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. For Arya held a special place in his heart as his first friend in this world. Noticing Fed was now stained with blood, Liu Feng recognized that executing him would serve no purpose in instilling fear and would only tarnish his own reputation. Thus, he coldly addressed Fed, "I have heard that you have disposed of my appointed cow and declared yourself king." Fed's heart raced with anxiety upon hearing this, unsure of how to respond. Yet Liu Feng did not require an answer. He continued, "You have two choices. Either disband your cow alliance immediately and bring your new cows here to bow and confess, or summon those who wish to challenge me, and I shall accept all of your challenges." Relieved at Liu Feng's response, Fed quickly bowed several times, then, accompanied by those willing to follow him, scrambled away into the distance. Observing this scene, Liu Feng's eyes flashed with disdain. He had not anticipated such cowardice from one who had risen to the rank of cow. Moreover, this was a new cow, exceeding Liu Feng's expectations, for he had always envisioned new cows as valiant and fierce warriors. However, Liu Feng chose not to dwell on this trivial matter, for he had far more pressing concerns ahead, such as gaining a deeper understanding of the current state of Dothraki and aiding Arya in her recovery. The healing methods of the Dothraki were rather primitive, yet Arya bore no significant wounds, allowing for a swifter recovery. She was already able to move about normally. After a day of investigation, Liu Feng had gained a comprehensive grasp of the situation in the Holy City. The Dothraki population numbered around 300,000, with only a little over 100,000 capable of combat. Currently, there remained over 10,000 Dothraki warriors in the Elan tribe, while the Old Cow Alliance still boasted more than 50,000 warriors, leaving the remaining 40,000 within the ranks of the New Cow Alliance. Although the veteran cows possessed the most warriors, after losing several in fair duels, they had adopted a notably subdued demeanor. Once the pinnacle of Dothraki society, their youthful arrogance had given way to a desire to quietly cultivate their successors. Despite many of their first heirs having been taken by Liu Feng, each of them had numerous sons, making it no arduous task to select another. Consequently, with the rise of the new cows, they ceased to participate in the conflicts among the cows, preferring to turn a blind eye until they received concrete news from Liu Feng before taking action. Even as the new cows began to encroach upon Liu Feng as former loyal followers, they chose to remain indifferent. The new cow factions comprised 5 leaders: Kabi, Kes, Bolong, Shano, and Fed, who had battled Arya the previous day. Among them, Shano was the strongest, hailed as a top-tier warrior on par with the legendary Khal Drogo. His prowess in horsemanship, archery, and swordsmanship was unparalleled, boasting a remarkable record of defeating 10 foes single-handedly, while those he faced were not renowned cows. Such an achievement was nonetheless commendable. Fed, being the weakest among the five, was undoubtedly affected by his youth, having only recently come of age. He lacked the combat experience and courage requisite for a cow. Nevertheless, he was a childhood companion of Shano, and through Shano's intervention, Fed managed to successfully challenge an old cow. Tasting victory, he then set his sights on the Elon tribe. At that time, the Elon tribe's Odom was still alive, which tempered his ambition. However, not long ago, Odom was slain by Shano, emboldening Fed to become increasingly brazen, even daring to encircle the Elon tribe and forcing Arya to step forward. Upon receiving this information, a murderous intent surged within Liu Feng. Odom was a seasoned cow whom Liu Feng held in high regard. He had been designated as the acting cow of the Elon tribe before Liu Feng's departure. With his death at Shano's hands, Liu Feng's fury was palpable. Had he lacked the means to seek vengeance, it would have sufficed. But now Liu Feng was a changed man. Even if Drogo were to return, Liu Feng was confident he could easily overpower him, let alone a mere fledgling. Though the Elon tribe currently boasted only 10,000 combatants, Liu Feng commanded a dragon. Vhagar alone could sweep through the entirety of Dothraki. Not to mention, Liu Feng also had Valyriana. As Liu Feng pondered how to eliminate Shano and reclaim dominance over all Dothraki tribes, Arya unexpectedly entered the room. Now, Arya bore no visible signs of injury. 2 years had passed, and her already exquisite features had only grown more enchanting, due to prolonged practice of combat techniques. Liu Feng's physique had become increasingly graceful, exuding an aura of heroism. Much like the female soldiers of his past life, he found himself momentarily captivated. Arya, noting Liu Feng's gaze, felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, and after a brief cough, remarked, "Your Majesty, Moroka is approaching with a contingent of cow." Liu Feng's heart stirred at her words. Moroka's arrival likely stemmed from a fear of retribution, prompting him to gauge Liu Feng's disposition first. Liu Feng harbored no fondness for the cow, yet their son had exhibited commendable behavior during his time under Liu Feng's guidance. Thus he had no intention of taking drastic measures against them. Coincidentally, having taken 10 sons of the cow with him, and with the recent rise of Shano resulting in the sacrifice of some cow, Liu Feng was keen to ascertain who remained, particularly if any were kin to his Blood Alliance captain. If such a connection existed, he would await the arrival of the Blood Alliance to seek vengeance, which might be more fitting for them. With this thought, Liu Feng cleared his throat and said, "Let them enter." Upon receiving Liu Feng's command, Ella promptly exited to relay his instructions. Liu Feng then assumed a visibly irate demeanor, eager to observe how Moroka would justify the current predicament, given that he had entrusted the governance of the Holy City to the Cow Council, only to witness it descend into chaos. Soon Moroka entered, accompanied by 4 cow whom Liu Feng had previously met. As soon as he stepped in, Moroka felt the weight of Liu Feng's formidable presence, causing a tremor within him. He hastily said, "Your Majesty, we rushed here the moment we learned of your return to report on recent developments." Although Moroka adopted a humble stance, his eyes darted around, assessing the surroundings. Liu Feng remained unaware whether he was searching for his son or pondering other matters, yet deemed such concerns trivial. He merely scoffed upon my return. "I discover there are those intent on absorbing the Elon tribe. Was this your doing?" At his words, Moroka flinched, quickly explaining, "Of course not. It was instigated by those newly ascended youngsters. As your Majesty is aware, our heirs have accompanied you to Westeros. Without their restraint, a few reckless youths seized the opportunity to eliminate several established cow, leading nearly 10 tribes to splinter off. They no longer heed the Cow Council, even setting their sights on the Elon tribe." Liu Feng, unimpressed, retorted, "Are you implying that I am at fault?" Moroka's pupils dilated, and he hastily clarified, "Not at all. It is simply that we have grown old and lack the vigor to act. Otherwise, we would have dealt with them sooner. Now that your Majesty has returned, we can finally act without trepidation." Liu Feng found this response unsatisfactory. He was acutely aware that although the cow had entered middle age and lost their youthful fervor, each possessed unique combat skills. The reason Shano and his cohort hesitated to challenge Moroka lay in their apprehension of his prowess. Moroka's current pretense of meekness likely aimed to provoke Liu Feng into action. After 2 years apart, they might be eager to ascertain Liu Feng's strength, questioning if he remained as formidable as he had been 2 years prior. Should Liu Feng display even a hint of weakness, they would undoubtedly plot to eliminate him and seize the title of Horse King. Nonetheless, Liu Feng remained unperturbed, confident in his absolute strength undaunted by any schemes. Having resolved his stance, he chose not to further press Moroka, recognizing that he required the support of a significant portion of the Dothraki warriors for his endeavors in Westeros. Should all the Cow rally behind him, success would be assured. With this in mind, Liu Feng feigned curiosity, asking Moroka Cow, "Are those newcomers particularly formidable?" Perceiving Liu Feng's interest in Shano and his companions, Moroka boasted, "Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but Shano's father was a Cow of Drogo, adept in a method of muscle conditioning that renders one's muscles as hard as steel." Muscles as hard as steel? Liu Feng's interest piqued. For this was a secret technique he had never contemplated. In his understanding, the most formidable entities in the world of Game of Thrones were magical beings, such as dragons, children of the forest, White Walkers, and Nagas. Yet, he had never encountered such a technique, reminiscent of the legendary Iron Shirt from his former world. Eager to learn more, Liu Feng inquired, "Do they possess any other extraordinary traits?" Moroka pondered for a moment, then sheepishly replied, "No. Aside from Shano, the others are merely robust and audacious." Liu Feng nodded in satisfaction, saying, "I see. No wonder none of you dared to intervene. It appears you were all intimidated by Shano." His words left Moroka and the others speechless, unable to admit their cowardice or fabricate a more convincing rationale. Eventually, they found themselves at a loss for words, their faces flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, as the Cow struggled to find their voices, Ella re-entered, a clear expression of anger etched upon her face. Approaching Liu Feng, she whispered, "Your Majesty, Shano has arrived with Fader." Liu Feng recognized both names well. One was the recently discussed Shano, and the other was Fader, whom he had previously encountered. Observing the distressed expressions of Moroka and the others, Liu Feng declared, "Perfect timing. Since the Cow are present, we might as well meet this newly ascended Cow together." Moroka furrowed his brow at this suggestion, but soon relaxed, responding, "Your Majesty, Fader poses little threat. Yet Shano is indeed quite formidable. You must exercise caution." Casting a sidelong glance at the duplicitous Moroka, Liu Feng chose to disregard him and strode purposefully outside. Though missing the opportunity to confront Drogo was a regret, facing Shano, who now stood as his equal, would provide Liu Feng the chance to test his mettle against the legendary technique. As he stepped outside, Liu Feng encountered a group approaching him. Leading the assembly was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with skin the color of bronze. His bare torso was adorned with bulging muscles, exuding explosive power. Upon noticing Liu Feng and the Cow behind him, the youth smirked mockingly. "So you are the famed Cain. You hardly seem as imposing as the legend suggests." With that, the youth stood tall, adopting a condescending posture as he directed his taunts at Liu Feng. Unable to tolerate such derision, Liu Feng reacted instantaneously, channeling a powerful surge through his right leg. In a swift motion, he delivered a forceful kick to the youth's groin before Shano could react. Ow! Shano, utterly blindsided by the brazen attack, let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, agony etched across his face, tears streaming from his eyes. Observing this, Liu Feng mused, "It appears this technique only enhances muscle. It seems ineffective against more sensitive areas." Moroka and the others behind him were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Despite his excruciating pain, Shano, upon hearing Liu Feng's words, shot him a venomous glare filled with murderous intent. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shano slowly rose to his feet, gritting his teeth as he declared, "You despicable coward who can only ambush. I challenge you. You are unworthy to remain seated upon the throne of the Horse King. I shall use your head as a tribute to my descendants." Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that despite Shano's agony, he would still issue a challenge. The reasoning was absurd, invoking the notion of honoring his descendants, when it seemed he had none left. With this thought, Liu Feng glanced at Shano's bloody groin and a mocking smile crept across his face. "Shano, in your current state, can you even fight?" Unable to withstand Liu Feng's gaze, Shano brandished his saber and hobbled toward Liu Feng. He had mastered the secret technique for developing iron muscles. Though he wore no armor, his body gleamed as if clad in golden armor. Liu Feng felt a fleeting illusion that, at this moment, Shano had attained an invulnerable state. With this in mind, Liu Feng drew forth the dragon spear, commanding Moro and the others to retreat. The spear, suited for long-range combat, found its advantage limited in the confined space. However, once Moro and his companions withdrew from the battlefield, the area opened up considerably. Facing the rampaging Shano, Liu Feng thrust the spear directly at Shano's chest. He sought to discover if Shano's muscles truly possessed the legendary hardness of steel. As anticipated, The spear penetrated Shano's outer layer, but became lodged in his muscular chest. Yet, Liu Feng's formidable strength pushed Shano back several steps, despite the spear not piercing through entirely. Recognizing Shano's formidable defense but inadequate power, Liu Feng advanced, sweeping the spear towards Shano's head, eager to test the resilience of his skull. Indeed, the head proved to be Shano's weakness. Upon seeing Liu Feng's attack aimed at it, Shano instinctively raised his saber to block. In the same motion, Shano lunged forward, seeking to close the distance and capitalize on his close combat advantage to swiftly subdue Liu Feng. However, he did not anticipate that Liu Feng's spear was merely a feint. At the moment Shano blocked, Liu Feng delivered a precise kick to Shano's groin. A howl of pain erupted from Shano as his body trembled from the agony. And fear began to flicker in his eyes as he regarded Liu Feng. He could not fathom why Liu Feng seemed so fixated on his groin. Once was not enough. And now there would be a second. This was not a duel. It felt more like a deliberate effort to ensure his lineage was extinguished. Not only Shano harbored this thought, but so did the onlookers. Each time they glanced at Liu Feng, they instinctively clenched their legs, fearing he might unleash his primal instincts upon them. Liu Feng, indifferent to their concerns, seized the opportunity as Shano shielded his pain with one hand, relentlessly thrusting the spear in a flurry of attacks, determined to pierce Shano's iron muscles. This was one of the most staggering visuals he could conjure, the once feared iron muscles being brutally pierced by a spear. Indeed, although Shano's iron muscles were formidable, under Liu Feng's relentless assaults, the golden sheen began to wane. Ultimately, with a final, furious strike, Liu Feng pierced through Shano's chest. In the fleeting moments before his demise, a flicker of relief crossed Shano's face. Perhaps he believed that battling Liu Feng was not worth the torment, for the pain of a crushed groin was not something anyone could endure. Just then, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the secret technique Heir Shano, successfully usurping his identity and acquiring the basic level of iron muscles. While Liu Feng reveled in his newfound power, a silence enveloped the crowd. Many had witnessed Shano's secret technique, the feeling of helplessness against his invulnerability etched deeply in their minds. They had anticipated Liu Feng would resort to cunning tactics against Shano, and indeed, he had targeted Shano's groin and head initially. Yet they were astonished that, in the end, Liu Feng had chosen to launch a direct assault on Shano's chest, and even more frightening, he had succeeded. What immense power must one possess to achieve such a feat? They were left in awe, understanding that from this day forth, this technique would no longer reign supreme in Dothraki. Once Liu Feng assessed his rewards, he surveyed the crowd, noting that by usurping Shano's identity, those loyal to Shano now exhibited a sense of allegiance towards him. Although their loyalty was not remarkably high, it indicated that Liu Feng could easily reclaim this faction. After the shock dissipated, Moro was the first to react, bellowing, "All hail the Horse King." The others followed suit, chanting in unison, with the most unexpected being Feed, who had originally belonged to Shano's camp. Yet, his profound respect for Liu Feng, compounded by Liu Feng's usurpation of Shano's identity, saw his loyalty skyrocket beyond 70%. He joined the chorus of praise for Liu Feng. Initially, Liu Feng had intended to eliminate him, but upon witnessing his loyalty, he decided to spare him. After all, there would be ample opportunities to orchestrate his demise, such as placing him at the forefront during battles against the White Walkers. If he survived, he would be deemed the chosen one. Liu Feng was willing to yield to fate this once. However, if he perished, it would bring satisfaction to all, indirectly aiding Ayla. Despite Shano's former followers now displaying a loyalty of 50% towards Liu Feng, most chose to flee at the earliest opportunity. Although they were perplexed by the resemblance Liu Feng bore to the former Shano Conqueror, they remained rational, believing Liu Feng would not spare them, prompting their hasty retreat. Liu Feng noted their flight, but made no effort to impede them. After all, the holy city was not vast, and where could they escape? Eventually, they would have to await Liu Feng's consolidation. Swiftly, the news of Liu Feng's slaying of Shano spread throughout the holy city, leading some of Shano's brigands to join Liu Feng's Elan tribe, boosting its ranks from 10,000 to 20,000. However, Liu Feng was puzzled that, following Shano's death, the newly formed Conqueror alliance had not disbanded. As far as Liu Feng was aware, only 3 Conquerors remained in the alliance, having previously separated from Shano. With Shano's demise, they could not be so oblivious to the need to choose a side. While Liu Feng was deep in thought regarding their hidden cards, Moro approached him once more, this time alone, indicating an urgent matter that could not wait for the other Conquerors. Inside Liu Feng's tent, Moro's expression was grave as he reported, "Your Majesty, trouble looms. Today, I received word that a dragon has appeared within the newly formed Conqueror Alliance. This revelation was entirely unexpected for Liu Feng, who, as a player with an advantage, was aware of all dragon owners. The emergence of a dragon within the Conqueror Alliance warranted thorough investigation. After all, Daenerys was in Meereen, and her dragons would not come here. The only other dragons remaining were Liu Feng's Vhagar and Helena. If a dragon was present in the new Conqueror Alliance, it surpassed Liu Feng's intelligence network. Pondering this, Liu Feng inquired, "What does their dragon look like?" Uncertain of the dragon's ownership, he aimed to gather descriptions to analyze further. Moro replied, "I cannot specify its appearance, but it is a massive dragon with black and red scales." Upon hearing Moro's description, Liu Feng couldn't shake the feeling that this dragon resembled Drogon. However, he knew that Drogon was Daenerys' largest dragon and the only one not confined. However, the dragon ought to be with Daenerys in Meereen. Liu Feng simply could not fathom why it would appear here. With this thought, he began to understand why the remnants of Shano had perished. Yet the newly formed Cow Alliance dared to act with such audacity, failing to come before him to seek forgiveness. Gathering 1,000-strong force, let us venture forth to discern the tricks the new alliance is employing. Upon learning of the dragon's presence, Moro hesitated momentarily, but remembering that Liu Feng also possessed a dragon, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, your majesty, I shall return shortly." After Moro departed, the more Liu Feng pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. He even began to suspect that the newly established Cow Alliance was orchestrated by Daenerys herself. However, considering he had already positioned Olypera beside her, how could such a situation arise? Just as Liu Feng was grappling with these thoughts, Ela walked in unexpectedly. Chapter 87. The Warrior Ela. Liu Feng expressed his surprise. "Ela, what brings you here?" Ela, noticing the seriousness in Liu Feng's demeanor, felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly masked it, replying, "Your Majesty, Olypera has returned." "Oh." Liu Feng was taken aback. It seemed fortuitous that just as he contemplated Olypera, she appeared before him, an unexpected turn of events. However, he quickly realized that her return was timely, especially as he needed to clarify the matter of the dragon. Olypera would serve as the most valuable informant. Thus, he instructed, "Perfect timing. I have an important matter to discuss with her. Please have her come to see me." Soon, the statuesque and graceful Olypera, clad in a flowing red robe, entered the chamber. Upon seeing Liu Feng, she immediately bowed and said, "Your Majesty, it has been a long time." Liu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it has been a while, esteemed priestess." Olypera smiled at his words and promptly continued, "At your behest, I have been aiding Daenerys for quite some time, establishing a cordial relationship. However, not long ago, after your ambush by the Harpy's offspring, she and Drogon went missing." Upon hearing Olypera's words, Liu Feng began to form a hypothesis regarding the new Cow Alliance's possession of a dragon. To validate his suspicions, he asked earnestly, "Have you discovered their whereabouts?" Olypera, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Yes, I have. She has been captured by the Dothraki and is said to be taken to the Holy City, which is why I have followed." With this information, Liu Feng could now ascertain that the dragon in the new Cow Alliance was indeed Drogon. Yet, he remained perplexed about how they managed to control the dragon, for he could hardly believe that the mother of dragons would easily yield. As Liu Feng mulled over these thoughts, Moro re-entered the room, announcing, "Your Majesty, everything is prepared." Seeing that Moro was ready, Liu Feng decided to cease his contemplation. After all, he had Vhagar, and he had no fear of the opposition. Rather than ruminating endlessly, it would be far more pragmatic to directly confront the situation. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he declared, "Let us go and see how they have persuaded Daenerys." With that, Liu Feng stepped out of the tent, whistled into the sky, and Vhagar and Valerina descended gracefully. After exchanging a few words with Moro, he mounted the golden dragon and soared towards the direction of the newly formed Cow Alliance. From her vantage point, Olypera watched Liu Feng riding the dragon, a spark of fervor igniting within her as she thought, "Indeed, he is the prophesied son chosen by the King of Light." As this was an offensive mission, Liu Feng did not restrain Vhagar. From a distance, Vhagar unleashed a thunderous roar, asserting the very essence of draconic majesty. Each time he roared, it resonated with powerful sound waves, akin to the flames other dragons might unleash. These sound waves were entirely under Vhagar's control, ensuring that Liu Feng remained unharmed amidst the cacophony. Within the encampment of the new Cow Alliance, a grand dragon nest had been constructed for Drogon. At this moment, Drogon lay comfortably atop the nest, sleeping soundly. Occasionally, he would emit soft, contented sounds if his dreams indulged him. Daenerys was conspicuously absent from his side, presumably imprisoned. Had Liu Feng been present, he would have observed that the entire dragon nest was adorned with peculiar symbols, which appeared both eerie and enigmatic, drawing one in with but a glance. Strangely, Drogon's head was also painted with odd mud patterns, mirroring the symbols etched upon the ground. Suddenly, Varder's roaring sound waves reverberated, sending tremors through Drogon's nest. In an instant, Drogon opened his eyes, his golden-black pupils aflame with rage. As the eldest of Daenerys' dragons, he was accustomed to being revered by his siblings. The audacity of another dragon's roar directed at him was intolerable. Varder's roar echoed throughout the sacred city of V's Dothrak. The inhabitants of the city were well acquainted with this sound, as 2 years prior, Vargar had caused the very foundations of the city to tremble with his youthful cries. However, back then, he was merely a fledgling, and while his voice was formidable, it paled in comparison to the current display. In an instant, the entire city of V's Dothrak quaked. Inside a heavily guarded tent, Daenerys, who had previously appeared somewhat dazed, suddenly illuminated with shock. She recognized the roar of a dragon. Distinct from Drogon, Viserion, and Regal, she recalled Olypera mentioning that the new call had a dragon of his own. Now, hearing the roar of another dragon, she speculated that it might belong to this mysterious call. With this thought, a flicker of excitement crossed her face. On one hand, Liu Feng might be coming to rescue her from this captivity. On the other hand, she was eager to meet this enigmatic call capable of taming dragons. After all, when she faced peril in Karth, it was Olypera sent by Liu Feng who had aided her immensely. Simultaneously, she was curious to learn how Liu Feng had become aware of her plight. Equally astonished by the dragon's roar was Cabby, one of the 5 newly appointed cows. He was not a Dothraki, but a male witch from Ashai. He had been well acquainted with the male witch Piet, and when Piet had stolen Daenerys' dragon, Cabby had received a letter from him. However, by the time he arrived in Karth, Piet had already perished in Dragonfire, and Daenerys had departed. Through various inquiries, he eventually pinpointed Daenerys' location. Yet, he realized that he could not approach Daenerys alone, so he spent a year infiltrating the Dothraki tribe. Ultimately, he utilized sorcery to gain control over the tribe, intending to leverage their strength to capture Daenerys. Indeed, after another year, he finally awaited his opportunity. Upon Shano's formation of the new Khalasar, he was the first to join, using his sorcery to slay a Khal and assume leadership of that tribe. Subsequently, he informed Shano that Daenerys, as the widow of Khal Drogo, should be brought back to the holy city of Dothraki to live alongside the other widows. Shano, being of the same bloodline as Drogo, was naturally unwilling to see his widow roaming freely. Thus, the two set out with a contingent to Meereen, intending to capture her. However, at that time, Daenerys' dragon remained steadfastly by her side, accompanied by a multitude of guards. Chapter 88. The Jealousy of Vargar. They had yet to find an opportunity to strike. Eventually, they discovered a critical vulnerability in Meereen. The slave masters bore a deep-seated hatred for Daenerys. Thus, with Kirby's instigation, a plot to assassinate the son of the Harpy was orchestrated. After a fierce battle, Jon Snow sustained injuries, prompting him, in a fit of rage, to retreat with Daenerys into the wilderness. This scene was fortuitously observed by Kirby, who then followed them discreetly. Ultimately, when Daenerys departed from Jon, he seized the opportunity to abduct her and transport her to the holy city of Vise. Yet, this act did not deter Kirby, for he harbored an ultimate ambition, the dragon. Employing various sorcery, he ensnared Jon's mind, successfully inscribing a control array upon his head. This became the fundamental reason for Jon's eventual domination. Now a new dragon had arrived, its ferocity seemingly surpassing Jon's. This revelation both exhilarated and instilled a modicum of trepidation in Kirby. After all, he could control Jon only through Daenerys. If his suspicions were correct, this new dragon was Liu Feng's golden dragon. To obtain the dragon, he first needed to subdue Liu Feng. However, given that Shano had perished at Liu Feng's hands, Kirby was uncertain of his chances against him. Contemplating this, he swiftly channeled his magical energy, conjuring 3 magical mirrors, and hastily inscribed them within his tent. Upon completing the inscriptions, he immediately summoned Daenerys to his presence. In contrast to Kirby, the other 2 cows remained considerably more composed. Although they were startled by the dragon's roar, they possessed dragons of their own, thus their fear was mitigated. They even speculated that Shano's demise was a result of Liu Feng's cunning strategy, having heard that Shano endured a lingering pain throughout the battle. To combat such a debilitating fate, they had crafted new armor specifically designed to prevent catastrophic failures. Kess and Bolin had readied themselves for battle, swiftly gathering their Blood Alliance warriors before approaching the vicinity of Jon's dragon nest. As they arrived, Kirby conveniently made his entrance as well. The three exchanged glances, promptly preparing for the impending confrontation. Kirby, observing the two's demeanor, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Among the newly formed Cows Alliance, aside from Shano, Kirby was the most informed and influential. Conversely, Kess and Bolin were utterly disinterested in intelligence, living solely for pleasure. Thus, they remained ignorant of Liu Feng's prowess. While Kirby was acutely aware, he ascended onto John's back, preparing to command him in battle, fully cognizant of Liu Feng's unparalleled strength capable of piercing Shano's iron muscles. Yet, when compared to the dragon's power, his own seemed somewhat lacking. Thus, the astute Kirby resolved to engage Liu Feng in a dragon rider duel. John, initially volatile, astonishingly calmed upon Kirby's ascent. This indicated the effectiveness of Kirby's control array. Liu Feng, mounted upon Vargar, circled the skies before plunging towards Kirby's encampment. He had already observed that Moro, accompanied by a newly assembled 1,000 cavalrymen, had entered the camp. As the central figure, he needed to make a timely appearance. Otherwise, he risked having Moro and his men incinerated by John's dragonfire before he even arrived. Vargar, larger than John, had been nurtured using Liu Feng's dragon-rearing secrets, thus growing even more formidable. Its immense form, carrying a terrifying weight, thunderously descended opposite John's lair. To assert its dominance in the presence of its kin, it let out a resounding roar upon landing. The powerful sound waves instantly reverberated, sending Kess and Bolin's assembled forces into disarray. The scene erupted into chaos. As the little tyrant of his family, John was not one to back down. Despite Vargar's greater size, he roared defiantly at it, though his voice lacked the resonance of Vargar's, resulting in a less impactful display. Just as the two dragons prepared to confront one another, Moro finally arrived. However, upon entering, he was immediately overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the two colossal beasts, retreating several meters in alarm. Liu Feng had intended for Moro to bolster their presence, yet unexpectedly, Vargar and John had already engaged in their inaugural confrontation. Observing this, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes and directed his gaze at Kirby atop John, inquiring, "Who are you, that you do not kneel before the King of Horses?" Kirby, confronted with Liu Feng's question, maintained a calm demeanor, his expression largely unchanged. Much like the male sorcerers and the priestesses of light, he appeared youthful, yet was, in truth, an ancient being, with a composed countenance. Kirby cast a glance at Liu Feng, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he replied, "King of Horses? When did the tribe acquire a King of Horses? I was unaware." Liu Feng recognized that Kirby was feigning ignorance to provoke his ire. Naturally, he would not take the bait, responding instead, according to tradition, "All Dothraki must address the King of Horses as your majesty upon sight." "Are you challenging me?" Kirby, upon hearing this, laughed heartily, retorting, "What challenges? I am eager to see whether your golden dragon or my black dragon is the mightier." Liu Feng had no desire for a battle of dragons, as John was Daenerys' dragon and had always been regarded as his own. Should a fight ensue, the potential for Vargar to inadvertently harm or kill John would constitute a significant loss. Therefore, he raised his voice, proclaiming, "The Dothraki have always revered personal strength. What merit does riding a dragon hold for a Dothraki?" However, Kirby scoffed at Liu Feng's words, subsequently mocking, "A king of horses is merely a ruler upon a horse. Riding horses is antiquated. Riding dragons is the true path to kingship. Our contention is not over the title of King of Horses, but rather the title of Dragon Rider." Realizing that Kirby was resolute in pursuing a dragon-riding battle, Liu Feng ceased his verbal sparring and commanded Vargar to ascend. He sought an open area. Otherwise, a confrontation between the two dragons could easily result in a catastrophic blaze that might claim countless innocent lives. Perceiving Liu Feng's silence as an indication of intent, Kirby promptly guided John to follow suit, leaving Kess and Bolin bewildered on the ground. Moro, too, was perplexed, having expected to witness another duel between Liu Feng and Kirby while leading his 1,000 cavalrymen. Instead, he found himself witnessing only the two riders soaring away on their dragons, his solitary 1,000 men encircled with no escape. Vargar's speed evidently surpassed John's. After all, it was of Dragon King blood, possessing abilities far exceeding those of ordinary dragons. Despite John's own notable prowess. Chapter 89, Liu Feng's Return. Liu Feng found a spacious location and promptly halted. Noticing that John had yet to catch up, he seized the opportunity to unsling his dragonbone bow from his back. Given that this was a duel between dragon riders, conventional melee weapons would be of little use. Due to the dragon's massive size, it was challenging for knights to strike at one another unless they were entangled in close combat. Soon, John, hindered by Kirby's commands, caught up with him. However, They were met not by Vargar's claws, but by an arrow infused with the fury of tempest. Liu Feng had been preparing this shot for some time, and, as Jon approached, commanded Vargar to ascend further, releasing an arrow aimed at Kirby. The arrow was imbued with formidable power, encompassing both potent wind magic and flame magic. Even a dragon would not withstand such an arrow unscathed, let alone Kirby. Upon seeing Liu Feng's projectile, Kirby was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to evade. Fortunately, Jon's agility was impressive, and with the altitude advantage, Liu Feng's aim was slightly off. The arrow merely grazed Kirby, whizzing past him. In that instant, he felt a surge of cold sweat, as if he had narrowly escaped death. However, the male witch was not without means of attack. As soon as Kirby noticed that Liu Feng's strike had missed its mark, he quickly regained his composure. Chanting incantations, he wielded a small staff crafted from dragon bone, gesturing towards Liu Feng. Suddenly, Liu Feng found himself engulfed in a dense cloud, surrounded by a murky fog in every direction. In that instant, he realized the peril he was in. He hadn't anticipated such an ability from his adversary, which explained how the opponent could control Daenerys' mighty dragon. As Liu Feng became entrapped in the illusion, Kirby seized the opportunity to command Zhu Kong to lunge at the unsuspecting Vagral. With its powerful claws glistening ominously, Zhu Kong struck directly at Vagral's head, much to the horror of both Liu Feng and Vagral. In that moment, Kirby felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. If he could overcome Liu Feng, he could then leverage Zhu Kong's formidable strength to defeat the other two dragons. At that point, with 3 dragons at his command, he would possess an inexhaustible source of magical power, enabling him to conquer the entire continent of Essos. He envisioned himself as one of the most successful male witches in history. However, after indulging in his fantasies for a while, he was still met with the absence of a blood-soaked spectacle. It turned out that Vagral's head bore an unparalleled defense. Even a might of Zhu Kong could not penetrate a single scale. Enraged, Zhu Kong, realizing its claws could not inflict harm, began to conjure a searing dragon flame within its cavernous maw. In an instant, the dragon flame was ready. Without any forewarning, the overwhelming fire surged towards Liu Feng and Vagral, a massive inferno akin to a fiery hand descending from the heavens, engulfing them both. Inside the flames, Liu Feng, initially in a stupor, suddenly regained his senses, startled by the oncoming blaze. However, he soon realized that the fire posed no threat to him, and his heart settled. Just then, Vagral broke free from the illusion, sensing the heat of the flames, and let out a deafening roar directed at Zhu Kong. The powerful sound wave spiraled towards Zhu Kong and Kirby, engulfing them in an instant. While ordinary sound waves might lack power, Vagral's amplified wave was extraordinary. Upon being struck, Zhu Kong's eyes became unfocused, and blood seeped from its nostrils. In contrast, Kirby, perched atop Zhu Kong, fared even worse. Despite most of the attacks being absorbed by Zhu Kong, he still suffered considerable damage. Yet, the Soundwave's assault was swift, fleeting, leaving them with only a brief moment of dizziness and a stinging sensation, but not fatal. As they regained their senses, Zhu Kong's dragon flame extinguished at that very moment. Looking towards Vagral, they beheld a youth with flowing black hair, bare and wielding a dragon bone bow, his icy gaze fixed upon them. Kirby, caught off guard, quickly directed Zhu Kong to evade. Alas, it was too late. Liu Feng had already charged his dragon bone bow, and at the moment the flames dissipated, a powerful arrow imbued with surging magical energy was unleashed, aimed directly at Kirby on Zhu Kong's back. Fueled by Liu Feng's unrelenting fury and seizing the perfect moment, the arrow struck Kirby's arm despite his attempt to dodge. While it was not a vital blow, the dragon bone bow endowed the arrow with formidable fire magic. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying surge of magic erupted, igniting Kirby and transforming him into a figure engulfed in flames. The pain. The power of the flames was immense. Yet the process of taking a life was slow and agonizing. Despite Kirby's desperate struggles, he was utterly powerless to escape, forced to endure the searing torment as the flames consumed him entirely. Seizing the moment while Zhu Kong was left uncontrolled and dazed, Liu Feng swiftly commanded Vagral to ascend, diving downwards. Ultimately, Vagral's immense form bore down upon Zhu Kong, forcing it into a rapid descent. The excruciating pain elicited a haunting wail from Zhu Kong as it unleashed its dragon flames, attempting to incinerate anything in sight to alleviate its suffering. Yet, both Liu Feng and Vagral remained immune to its flames. In the end, Zhu Kong could do nothing but succumb to Vagral's relentless assault until it was too weak to continue. However, Liu Feng did not order Vagral to deliver a lethal blow, for he recognized that Zhukong had merely been manipulated by the enemy. His goal was solely to render Zhukong temporarily incapacitated. With everything concluded, Liu Feng cast a glance at the ashes that were once Kirby and at the weakened form of Zhukong groaning on the ground. Satisfied, he affectionately stroked Vagrel's draconic head. Responding to its master's praise, Vagrel joyfully emitted a dragon's roar. It seemed that this grand creature expressed its emotions through boisterous outbursts. Liu Feng understood that while he had dealt with Kirby, it was not the end. He still needed to rescue Daenerys and address the two disobedient cows in a more traditional manner. Thus, without delay, he guided Vagrel back towards the holy city. Vagrel soared swiftly, cutting through the winds with grace. Yet, this posed a challenge for Liu Feng, as his clothes had been scorched by dragonfire, leaving him exposed to the chilling gusts, making him acutely aware of the cold air against his skin. Fortunately, Liu Feng possessed a degree of resistance to the cold. Otherwise, he might have frozen solid. The fleeting joy of the moment passed quickly, and in just over 10 minutes, Liu Feng found himself once again hovering above the holy city. However, in his current state, descending directly would likely invite unwanted attention to his physique. With no other option, Liu Feng decided to return to the Elon tribe, taking advantage of the solitude to slip into his tent. Yet, the moment he entered, he was taken aback. Having not brought Arya with him on his journey to the newly formed Cows Alliance's tribe, she had taken it upon herself to tidy up his quarters. Little did she expect Liu Feng's return, especially in such a state of undress. Their eyes met, both faces flushing with embarrassment. I just had a little skirmish with an enemy, and unfortunately, my clothes were burned away. Liu Feng stammered, breaking the silence as he noticed Arya's cheeks redden further, her gaze fixed on the ground as she rummaged through his belongings. Finally, she handed him a clean fur coat, saying, "Your Majesty, please put on some clothes." Liu Feng, taken aback for a moment, realized his nakedness and quickly donned the offered garment. Having learned his lesson, Liu Feng vowed to acquire flame-resistant materials for his next battle. He could not afford to fight in such a vulnerable state. However, that was a concern for another day. Without further ado, he grasped Arya's hand and declared, "Come, let's seek revenge." Arya, still flustered from the earlier encounter, allowed Liu Feng to lead her towards Vagrel. The great dragon loomed overhead, surveying the entire city of Dothraki. In less than 2 minutes, Liu Feng returned to the Cows Alliance's tribe. To his surprise, the once crowded dragon lair was now deserted. Confused, Liu Feng took to the skies once more aboard Vagrel, searching for any signs of their whereabouts. Indeed, after some time, he soon discovered their trail. A throng of Dothraki warriors had gathered around a peculiar tent, seemingly engaged in some arcane ritual. Observing this, Liu Feng promptly instructed Waghar to draw closer, eager to discern the nature of the unfolding events. After all, it had been scarcely an hour since his battle with Cabby. Why had everything transformed into such a bizarre spectacle upon his return? As Waghar descended to 100 meters, Liu Feng was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of unease. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Host conquest level over the Dothraki is diminishing. The host may soon lose the Conqueror buff. Startled, Liu Feng pondered how, after vanquishing his foes, his conquest level could plummet so drastically. Was the elusive mastermind behind the newly formed Cow Alliance capable of manipulating Drogon? As Liu Feng grappled with these perplexities, his gaze fell upon a familiar silhouette. As he turned to face the figure, it too directed its attention towards him. It was none other than Cabby, the very adversary Liu Feng had just felled with his fiery arrow. Bewildered, Liu Feng struggled to comprehend this newfound ability. Had Cabby, somehow, returned from the dead? Yet, upon closer inspection, Cabby bore no signs of scorching. It was evident that this individual was not the same as the one Liu Feng had dispatched. Recognizing the root of the conundrum, Liu Feng's nature would not permit indulgence. He opted to charge forward. He instructed Ayla, who was behind him, to cling tightly to his waist while he drew his bow. Waghar, already attuned to Liu Feng's intentions, executed a swift dive, securing the optimal vantage point for a shot. The Cabby who had been pondering his next move was now being revered by a multitude of Dothraki. Upon witnessing Liu Feng's impending attack, a sinister smile crept across his lips, and he abruptly transformed into Liu Feng's likeness. At that moment, Liu Feng's dragonbone bow completed its enchantment, unleashing an arrow that shimmered with a triad of colors, hurtling forth in a cascade of brilliance towards the impostor. However, what transpired next deepened Liu Feng's confusion. The moment the doppelganger assumed Liu Feng's form, he remained utterly still, his expression devoid of any reaction, even as Liu Feng's arrow approached. Bang! A surge of arcane energy erupted upon impact, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of fiery magic. The resultant shockwave sent the nearest worshippers of the foe Liu Feng sprawling. Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had vanquished his foe. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a searing pain pierced through his chest, akin to being impaled by a sharp object. The agony destabilized him atop the dragon, and he lurched dangerously toward the ground. Fortunately, Ayla acted swiftly, riding his tilted form. Waghar instinctively lowered their altitude, fearing Liu Feng might plummet to a gruesome demise amidst the throng below. With the crowd below preventing a safe landing, Waghar alighted atop an elevated platform, only to be met with an unexpected and intense burning sensation beneath his feet. This was an experience entirely foreign to him. Dragons, much like Daenerys of the Targaryen lineage, were impervious to extreme heat. They thrived in volcanic layers, harnessing the very flames to augment their magical prowess. Yet, Waghar felt the unmistakable sting of heat. Lowering his massive head, he beheld the intricate runes etched into the platform beneath him, revealing he had unwittingly stepped into the center of a malevolent magical circle. The circle siphoned his vitality, leaving him ensnared despite his formidable strength. In desperation, Waghar struggled against the binding force, yet his efforts were rendered futile. The enchantment anchored him firmly in place. With a deafening roar, he unleashed a shockwave of sound that reverberated outward, causing the nearby Dothraki to suffer grievous injuries, some having their heads explode from the sheer force. Though the cost was high, the effect was immediate. The binding spell dissipated under the weight of his roar. At that moment, Liu Feng, still dazed, began to regain consciousness. Chapter 91. The Arrogant Cabbie. Upon awakening, Liu Feng glanced at the platform, which now appeared as if it had been a mere illusion. The platform stood intact, yet the arrow he had loosed was embedded in his own body. Not fatally, fortunately, as it had missed any vital organs. Just as Liu Feng reveled in his narrow escape, a figure emerged before him. Cabbie, the very one he believed he had slain. Yet now, Cabbie stood at the entrance of the strange tent, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Feng before mockingly gesturing with a raised middle finger. Liu Feng's mind raced with curses, a desire to confront this provocateur surging within him. Yet reason prevailed, warning him that this was likely another trap. Thus, he notched an arrow and aimed it at Cabbie, releasing a tricolored projectile. However, Cabbie, cunning as ever, evaded the shot. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Feng's arrows not only pierced enemies, but also ignited with fiery magic. The arrow that Cabbie had dodged continued its trajectory, striking the tent above. The ensuing explosion of flames ignited the structure, forcing Cabbie to flee from the searing heat. Liu Feng seized the opportunity, sprinting in pursuit of Cabbie. Yet, Cabbie's speed surpassed Liu Feng's expectations. Despite his relentless chase, he found himself unable to close the distance. Resigned, Liu Feng relinquished his dragonbone bow, opting to fire arrows in an attempt to hinder Cabbie's escape. Though lacking in magical potency, the sheer force of the arrows could still inflict harm. His final arrow struck true, grazing Cabbie's ankle and causing him to stumble. Glancing back, Cabbie saw Liu Feng closing in and had no choice but to dart into the nearest tent. Inside, Cabbie was met with the breathtaking visage of Daenerys. In his frantic escape, he had unwittingly stumbled into her prison. With the guards summoned to the peculiar tent, Daenerys was left unprotected, ensconced within a rudimentary magical barrier that had just faded as Cabbie entered. The moment their eyes met, Daenerys' expression shifted from one of blissful serenity to a mask of fury. "You despicable sorcerer, what have you done to me?" she demanded, her voice trembling with rage. It was painfully clear to her that the experiences she had endured were the machinations of Cabbie, though Cabbie momentarily faltered at the sight of her. The relentless pursuit of Liu Feng lingered in his mind, pushing him to act swiftly. Upon contemplating this, Carby steeled himself, slightly bowed, and stepped forward to grip Daenerys by the throat. Simultaneously enduring excruciating pain, he extracted the arrow lodged in his ankle and aimed it at Daenerys' temple. Left with no other recourse, he resolved to gamble on a desperate chance, hoping Liu Feng would recognize the enchanting beauty before him. Indeed, as Carby completed his actions, the pursuing Liu Feng fortuitously arrived. Just as he reached the entrance of the tent, he beheld Daenerys subduing Carby, her arrow poised at his temple. It was unmistakably Daenerys, arrow in hand, targeting Carby's temple. Witnessing this scene, Liu Feng was engulfed in profound confusion. Yet before he could utter a word, Daenerys spoke first. "Warrior King, what brings you here? Is this wretched sorcerer the one you wounded?" Liu Feng was taken aback, while he recognized Daenerys. He had no recollection of her ever having met him. Thus, he immediately grew suspicious of her identity. Throughout his journey, he had been ensnared by the malevolent sorcery of the wizard, and he could not afford to be deceived again. Although he perceived the anomaly, Liu Feng refrained from exposing it hastily. After all, if someone could impersonate Daenerys, it suggested many underlying truths. The real Daenerys was likely among the two individuals present. Indeed, once Daenerys finished speaking, Carby glanced at Liu Feng, a flicker of something unusual sparkling in his eyes. Before he could articulate a response, Liu Feng interjected, "Indeed, he is the one I shot, but your majesty need not intervene personally. Allow me to handle this." As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of the freshly arrived Valerina. Daenerys, arrow in hand, hesitated upon hearing Liu Feng's words. This only heightened Liu Feng's suspicions, yet he chose not to reveal them, as he was eager to signal Valerina. Being nurtured by Liu Feng's dragon blood, both Valerina and Vagril shared a profound connection with him. With a mere glance, Valerina discerned Liu Feng's intent and silently ascended the tent, assuming a poised stance for a potential attack. Liu Feng then addressed Daenerys, still grasping the arrow. "Your Majesty, do you not trust me?" Hearing this, Daenerys sensed sincerity in Liu Feng's gaze, and acknowledging their acquaintance, she perceived it as an excellent opportunity for escape, shaking her head. "How could that be? I was merely feeling a tad anxious." As she spoke, she prepared to lower the arrow. At that moment, Carby, liberated from the threat of the arrow, suddenly displayed a look of urgency and exclaimed, "He is an impostor. I am the real Daenerys." Daenerys, holding the arrow, glared at him with murderous intent. Her right hand, which had been poised to lower the arrow, tightened its grip once more, aiming to eliminate the shouting Carby. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Feng bellowed, "Dragon fire." As his voice echoed, Valerina, concealed above the tent, unleashed a colossal torrent of flames. The temperature of the dragon fire far surpassed that of ordinary flames, incinerating the tent in a mere 0.1 seconds. The dragon fire surged forth, undeterred, toward the indistinguishable figures of Daenerys and Carby. Liu Feng, exercising caution, wished to avoid further speculation. After all, Daenerys was a true dragon and would not fear the searing flames. Regardless of whether one of them was the genuine Daenerys, he could ascertain the truth through the fire. Indeed, under the terrifying heat of the dragon fire, Daenerys screamed in agony, struggling briefly before falling silent. Meanwhile, the subdued Carby maintained an expression of calm, swiftly transforming into Daenerys' likeness. However, due to the intense heat of the flames, while Daenerys herself remained unscathed, her garments suffered greatly. The once exquisite azure silk was instantly reduced to ash, revealing her alluring form. Her slender waist, curvaceous figure, and the mesmerizing golden hue of her hair radiated an intoxicating beauty. Liu Feng could swear that summoning Valerina to unleash dragon fire was not for the purpose of beholding Daenerys' nakedness, but solely to discern between the two. Bathed in Valerina's dragon fire, Daenerys' earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by an expression of pure enjoyment. To her, the dragon fire felt akin to a warm spring, cleansing and comforting her. It was only when Valerina extinguished the flames that Daenerys emerged from that exquisite state of comfort. The first sight that met her was Liu Feng's austere visage, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Though she had never encountered Liu Feng, she was well acquainted with his exploits in Dothraki and was deeply curious as to why he had enlisted Olypra's assistance on her behalf. Now, face to face with him, though she had countless inquiries, words eluded her. Just as she grappled with her thoughts, she suddenly noticed a trickle of crimson seeping from Liu Feng's nostrils. This startled Daenerys, prompting her to rush forward. "Warrior King, are you injured?" Liu Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, especially upon realizing his nose was bleeding, and Daenerys was coming closer to inquire. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After stammering for an eternity, he finally managed, his face flushed and breathing heavy. "Your Majesty, might you consider donning some attire?" Upon hearing Liu Feng's words, Daenerys quickly surveyed her surroundings and realized her garments had already disintegrated into ashes beneath Valerina's dragon fire. Standing there, utterly bare before a man, it was no wonder he was bleeding profusely. This thought brought a faint blush to Daenerys' cheeks. However, she was now the Queen of Meereen, no longer the shy girl she once was. With this in mind, she puffed her chest with pride, allowing a sultry smile to grace her exquisite face as she gazed at Liu Feng. "Warrior King, you haven't had the pleasure of a woman yet, have you?" As she spoke, Daenerys took another step closer to Liu Feng, causing his nosebleed to cascade like a waterfall, blood streaming uncontrollably. Even Valerina, observing the scene, could not help but lick her lips. After all, Liu Feng's blood was of dragon lineage, and though not of purest quality, it remained irresistibly enticing to dragons. Witnessing Liu Feng's dragon blood flow freely to the ground, Valerina certainly entertained thoughts. Liu Feng, completely captivated by Daenerys, would have sighed deeply had he noticed Valerina's expression. The burden of his allure. Now even the mother dragon was unable to restrain her desires. Yet Liu Feng remained oblivious to Valerina's thoughts. For the sake of his own well-being, he hastily found something to stanch the flow from his nose, then offered his clothing to Daenerys, cautioning, "Your Majesty, we are presently in the encampment of the newly formed Chow Alliance." Daenerys, upon hearing this, recognized the impropriety of her state. While she had experienced moments of nudity before, she was not an exhibitionist. The thought of inadvertently becoming the center of attention for countless onlookers compelled her to cast a reluctant glance at Liu Feng before, begrudgingly, she donned his garments. With Daenerys' tempting figure concealed by clothing, Liu Feng's nosebleed returned to normal. He called out to Valerina, instructing her to guard Daenerys, before swiftly making his way back to the elevated platform. There remained enemies to confront, and having witnessed Karbai's peculiarities once, he needed to confirm whether Karbai was truly dead. As Liu Feng approached the platform, Vadril soared high above, roaring down at the ground. However, it was aware of Liu Feng's intentions and refrained from employing sound waves, much to Liu Feng's relief. Soon, Liu Feng encountered Moro, who was currently huffing and puffing, engaging in heated discussion with two robust individuals. Liu Feng recognized these two, recalling that they had each led a contingent when he arrived at the dragon's nest. If Liu Feng's deductions were accurate, they were likely the other two cows. Upon spotting Liu Feng, Moro's face lit up with a glimmer of joy. He had now fully grasped the situation and hurried over, kneeling on one knee before Liu Feng and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you have finally returned." Liu Feng was taken aback by Moro's obsequious demeanor, pondering why. If Moro were indeed weak, Karbai and Shano held no concerns regarding his prowess. However, given the numerous complexities involved, Liu Feng chose not to dwell on it, as the pressing matter at hand was to rally the Dothraki forces. A few months prior, the Night King had already shown signs of aggression. Although the current circumstances remained unclear, action was imperative. Liu Feng urgently needed to consolidate his strength to counter the Night King's assault. Thus, he inquired about the events that transpired during his battle with Karbai. It turned out that after Liu Feng had lured Drogo and Karbai away on Vagr, Karbai had reappeared at the dragon's nest in less than 10 minutes, claiming to have slain Liu Feng and coercing Moro into surrendering. Though Moro relayed to Liu Feng the threats and pressures he faced, ultimately feigning compliance, Liu Feng understood that Moro had likely chosen to capitulate from the outset, divulging Liu Feng's secrets to Karbai. Otherwise, Liu Feng would not have fallen into Karbai's trap, nearly losing both himself and his dragon. However, now was not the time for settling scores with Moro. Liu Feng merely pretended to accept his feigned loyalty, intending to reveal the consequences of crossing a superior once they reached Westeros. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Liu Feng expressed his desire to mobilize the army toward Westeros. To his surprise, Moro readily consented, even willing to persuade the other tribe's cows. With Moro's approval, Liu Feng spared himself much effort. The only challenges that remained were the two young men before him, the only cows who had yet to submit to Liu Feng, along with that elusive federal Chapter 92, the annihilation of lineage. Following Liu Feng's defeat of Shano, Fed had exhibited an attitude of utmost respect, even demonstrating a loyalty rating of 70. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had vanished, and today he intended to exact revenge alongside Era, but failed to appear. Left with no choice, Liu Feng turned his attention to the other two cows, Kes and Borlin. Kes was the son of an established cow, yet he resented his father's favoritism towards his brother and, with Shano's assistance, ultimately murdered his father. Borlin, on the other hand, hailed from humble beginnings. Having spent years tending to livestock and frequently battling wild wolves, he had evolved into an exceptionally skilled warrior. His combat style was notably distinct, adept at utilizing every hard part of his body as a weapon. In battle, he resembled the free fighting techniques Liu Feng had often witnessed in his previous life. He had indeed defeated a seasoned cow through sheer strength, but ultimately succumbed to Shano's formidable might, subsequently joining their ranks. As Liu Feng cast his gaze upon them, they returned his stare. Unlike Liu Feng, however, their eyes reflected not scrutiny but reverence. After all, the tale of Liu Feng's execution of Shano had spread far and wide. Compounded by his recent victory over the enigmatic Karbai, they had instinctively developed a sense of awe towards Liu Feng, and even before he could utter a word, they knelt, pledging their fealty. Yet Liu Feng was not inclined to indulge their fervor. He harbored concerns that a mysterious individual might be lurking among them. Therefore, as they knelt, he promptly commanded the soldiers accompanying him to bind the two. He intended to utilize them as a means of venting the frustrations of his blood-bound warriors once the Blood Alliance returned. After all, he had already acquired what he desired. But the emotions of those who had lost their fathers required an outlet. With Moro's assistance, everything proceeded smoothly. In just a few days, Liu Feng completed the mobilization of the Dothraki. Meanwhile, Daenerys successfully retrieved Drogon. Although Drogon had sustained significant injuries during the battle with Vhagar, the dragon's remarkable healing ability rendered non-fatal wounds inconsequential. To expedite Drogon's recovery, Liu Feng prepared a sumptuous feast using the secret methods of dragon nurturing. This gesture transformed Drogon, who had harbored a hint of hostility towards Liu Feng, into a more compliant creature. This unexpected turn of events was a pleasant surprise, as Liu Feng, despite possessing his own dragon, sought to foster good relations with Daenerys' dragons. Such camaraderie would undoubtedly alleviate complications during the impending conflict with the White Walkers. Having resolved matters with Daenerys, Liu Feng promptly commenced preparations for the transport plan. He devoted half a month to educating the Dothraki about the enemy situation. Fortunately, the Dothraki, inherently brave and skilled in battle, exhibited no signs of retreat, even upon learning they would confront the eerie White Walkers. This saved Liu Feng considerable time. Any hint of cowardice would have rendered his plans unfeasible. As he successfully unified all the Dothraki tribes, the Blood Alliance finally arrived at the holy city of Ys. Despite enduring a grueling half-month journey, they exhibited no signs of fatigue and sought Liu Feng immediately upon their arrival. After a 2-year absence, they returned to the Dothraki holy city, their spirits buoyed. Their primary motivation for finding Liu Feng was to return to their tribes and reunite with friends and family. Liu Feng, naturally, did not deny their request. He readily acquiesced and briefed them on recent events. Within the brief span of 2 years, over 5 cows had perished, indicating that 5 Blood Alliance leaders had lost their fathers or revered elders. Upon hearing this somber news, the Blood Alliance members displayed expressions of fury. They bore a burning desire for vengeance and were increasingly eager to return to their tribes. However, Liu Feng had anticipated this. He had already detained Borlin and Kess, awaiting this very moment. Thus, when the Blood Alliance requested to return to their tribes, Liu Feng had already instructed his men to bring Borlin and Kess outside the tent to await their arrival. He left behind the 5 grief-stricken Blood Alliance leaders who, once the others departed, gently clapped their hands. Soon, Borlin and Kess were ushered in, and Liu Feng pointed at them, declaring, "These are 2 of the 5 newly appointed cows. Among the remaining 3, 2 have perished in my hand, while 1 remains missing. It is now your duty to deal with them." Without waiting for their response, Liu Feng strode directly out of the tent. He understood that it was time to relinquish the authority of judgment to his subordinates, as they were the rightful arbiters of Borlin and Kess's fate. After resolving the matters concerning the last 2 newly appointed cows, Liu Feng summoned all the Dothraki to hold a grand celebration. This would be the final revelry for the Dothraki warriors before their departure. Standing atop the platform, Liu Feng surveyed the jubilant Dothraki below, filled with laughter, song, and dance. A rare smile gracing his typically stern visage. He found solace in this existence, devoid of slaughter and sorrow, merely enjoying each day surrounded by familiar faces, singing and dancing together. This may very well be the most innocent desire of the Dothraki. Despite their barbaric nature and penchant for conflict and plunder, they still possess a heart that yearns for beauty. However, they're soon to face a most desperate battle, a confrontation between the living and the dead. Though each individual may wield only limited power, Liu Feng is convinced that as long as his army is sufficiently large, they will ultimately unleash unimaginable strength. Nevertheless, Liu Feng decides to take only over 50,000 Dothraki cavalry with him. After all, once the able-bodied warriors depart, the children and women left behind will be rendered incapable of self-defense. The Essos continent is not solely inhabited by the city-states of free trade and the Dothraki. It is also home to various mysterious alien races, as well as beings from the continents of Ashai and Sithorios. Currently, the Dothraki are relatively strong, which deters any rash actions from their adversaries. Yet when they find themselves in a position of weakness, Liu Feng does not doubt that those foes will covet this fertile land. Thus, he cannot, for the sake of his own interests, place the remaining Dothraki in jeopardy. As preparations for the expedition commence, Liu Feng calls upon the Dothraki to revel for 3 days and nights, fostering camaraderie among the previously hostile tribes. This is precisely what Liu Feng wishes to see, as the Dothraki were the first to welcome his arrival, instilling in him a natural affinity for this tribe. He aspires to transform this people and guide them to traverse every corner of the world. Following the revelry and redemption, Liu Feng instructs Moro and others to assemble the troops. This time, he brings along all the veteran calls while leaving 10 Blood Riders behind, as they have shared many battles with him and their loyalty is steadfast, making them less likely to betray him. Furthermore, they have witnessed the landscapes of Westeros and the land of eternal winter, thus broadening their horizons and equipping them to assist the Dothraki in expanding their worldview. Upon setting out, Liu Feng opts to first return Daenerys to Meereen, for he requires the aid of her other 2 dragons, and fortuitously, she seeks to reclaim the Iron Throne. However, Daenerys insists that Liu Feng help quell the uprising of the slave masters and solidify her rule over the free trade city-states. Liu Feng, understanding Daenerys' immense thirst for power through their time spent together, is aware that she believes the Valyrians once dominated the entirety of Essos upon their resurgence. As the last noble of the Valyrian bloodline, she seeks not only to reclaim the Iron Throne, but also to bring Essos under her dominion. Yet, Liu Feng chooses to turn a blind eye to Daenerys' inflated ambitions, recognizing that a queen requires careful guidance. An immediate display of authority would only incite her resentment. Having watched Game of Thrones, Liu Feng knows that Daenerys is currently in a phase of arrogance, dismissing any counsel. So he only desires her dragon's assistance and prefers not to interfere excessively. At this moment, Meereen faces a tremendous crisis, taking advantage of Daenerys' absence. The slave masters have formed a slave masters alliance. They not only command a vast army of Unsullied, but also possess immense wealth. While they may lack military prowess, they have encircled Meereen with an unending fleet of warships and countless legions of Unsullied, leaving no room for escape. Within the Queen's council chamber, Tyrion, Grey Worm, and Missandei sit in grave silence, their expressions tense. Following the defeat of the Harpy's son, Tyrion has adeptly restored order to Meereen. Yet they still face a critical vulnerability in terms of military strength. Currently, Meereen has only 2 military forces, the Unsullied and the Second Sons, totaling a mere 20,000 troops. Conversely, the slave masters have prepared to stake everything, amassing all their Unsullied forces, which exceed 100,000. Furthermore, they possess advanced warships capable of raining arrows upon the entire city of Meereen. Faced with such an onslaught, even the cunning Tyrion feels a sense of helplessness. Casting another glance at the silent Grey Worm and Missandei, Tyrion, in resignation, descends from the position of Hand of the Queen, bearing the weight of immense pressure. He ultimately approaches the stone prison where Rhaegal and Viserion are confined. As the door to the stone cell swings open, Tyrion can distinctly sense 2 enormous eyes in the darkness fixated upon him. However, Tyrion is a proud man, and his unwavering ambition is to govern the realm and become the Hand of the Queen. Yet, during his time in King's Landing, he was often belittled for his stature as a dwarf. Although he served as Hand for a time, he did not gain the recognition he sought. Now, having finally found trust in Daenerys, he cannot allow the city, which has begun to flourish under his governance, to be destroyed. Thus, he sees only one option before him: to release the dragons from their shackles and harness their might to intimidate the enemy. With a heart full of trepidation, yet eyes resolute, he strides into the darkness. Soon, he feels waves of scorching heat rushing towards him. At that moment, he is on edge, for he realizes this is the breath of the dragons. Tyrion raises the torch in his hand, his diminutive form straining to look upward. In an instant, the previously dark chamber is illuminated, revealing a massive dragon looming above him. The dragon's belly suddenly glows with a fierce red light, casting a brilliant radiance throughout the stone cell. Tyrion, ever astute, immediately deduces the dragon's next move and, in a panic, drops to the ground. Indeed, in the next moment, a torrent of flames erupts from Viserion's colossal maw. Fortunately, this dragon fire transforms into a blinding beam of destructive energy that engulfs the stone door ahead. The intense heat scorches Tyrion's back, causing him great discomfort, yet he dares not move an inch. After what seems an eternity, the dragon's fury appears to subside, and it retracts its flames, fixing its enormous eyes upon Tyrion. Dragons possess a unique magical essence. They can sense the innermost thoughts of those before them. This is why the previous blast of dragon fire was not directed at Tyrion, perhaps for Viserion. Allowing his rage to be unleashed in this manner is the most effective means of catharsis. Tyrion understands this well. He realizes that the dragon harbors no intent to kill him. Otherwise, he would already be reduced to ashes. With this thought, he endures the pain in his back and struggles to rise, gesturing towards the chain around Viserion's neck. There lies a shackle that Daenerys herself had secured. For at one point, the two dragons, in their youthful indiscretion, had not only raided the flocks of shepherds, but also burned the daughters of those same shepherds. It was then that Daenerys recognized the dragons, in their adolescence, were as rebellious and mischievous as any human child. Ultimately, she confined the two young dragons to this stone prison. Now, as Tyrion points to their shackles, the dragon can surely comprehend that this individual stands before them to liberate them. With this understanding, Viserion is the first to comply, lowering his head toward Tyrion. Though his heart races with trepidation, Tyrion feels reassured, recalling that the dragon did not incinerate him moments ago. Thus, it is unlikely to harm someone who approaches with goodwill. Gaining courage, he retrieves the key hidden within his clothing and, with trembling hands, unlocks the shackle around Viserion's neck. As the chain falls away, Viserion's golden and white scales unfurl magnificently. In that moment, he not only experienced physical relaxation, but also felt a flicker of freedom in his soul. He threw back his head and let out a roar, soaring through the opening above the stone prison. Upon witnessing the shackles binding Viserion being undone, Rhaegar could no longer remain seated. He approached Tyrion, presenting the collar around his neck before emitting a low, rumbling growl. With the experience of liberating Viserion fresh in his mind, Tyrion found his courage significantly bolstered. He swiftly produced the key and deftly unfastened the collar from Rhaegar's neck. As the collar vanished, Rhaegar immediately threw his head back, releasing a mighty roar that unleashed the grievances and rage he had endured throughout the year. Tyrion, taken aback by Rhaegar's actions, fell onto the ground. However, as Rhaegar's gaze fell upon him, Tyrion scrambled to his feet, adopting an air of gentlemanly composure. It seemed that in Tyrion's eyes, the dragon's wisdom had gained his respect, elevating it to the status of human nobility. Yet, Rhaegar appeared indifferent to his display, merely letting out a growl before ascending into the sky. Observing Rhaegar's flight, Tyrion exhaled a long breath. His spirits lifted as he made his way towards the council hall. He now felt invincible. After all, a man who dares to confront a dragon, regardless of his stature as a dwarf, proves himself to possess a heart unyielding in the face of fear. As the two dragons soared high above, the slave masters who had intended to launch an assault were suddenly filled with hesitation. They had long heard tales of the dragon's ferocity. Unlike Cersei, they lacked a scientific genius like Qyburn to devise dragon-slaying weaponry. Their ordinary bows were incapable of inflicting harm upon the dragons, and their wooden ships were as fragile as parchment beneath the onslaught of dragon fire. Azan, the new representative of the Astapor slave masters, was immediately struck with panic upon witnessing the dragons. Unlike the others, he had not become blinded by wealth and status. He had risen through caution and intellect. Therefore, upon seeing the two dragons take flight, he swiftly sought out the other two representatives, wishing to withdraw from the impending attack. The other two slave master representatives, Rajdon and Belisario, came from generations of slave masters, their wealth far exceeding that of the newly ascended Azan. When Azan expressed his concerns, a flicker of disdain crossed Rajdon's eyes. He looked down at Azan, scoffing. Dragons, you say? Can they possibly rival my 100,000-strong army and 1,000 ships? Having been confined in the stone prison for nearly a year, Rhaegar and Viserion were utterly restless. Finally liberated, they took to the skies, their roars echoing across the heavens. Soon, the citizens of Meereen caught sight of the two dragons. Some were filled with terror, while others were exhilarated. After all, news of the slave master's imminent assault on Meereen had spread, and the majority of these people had once been slaves, harboring deep-seated resentment towards their oppressors. With Tyrion's adept governance, their lives had begun to flourish in freedom, and they were loath to fall back under the yoke of slavery. Thus, the sight of the dragons brought them a newfound sense of security. As the two dragons frolicked in the sky, their attention began to shift. They emitted deep, rumbling calls, searching for the presence of their mother, Daenerys, and their brother, Drogon. However, after circling the area of Meereen, they found no trace of them. This realization stirred a sense of agitation within the two dragons. Despite having been imprisoned for a year, the only beings they recognized in this world were their mother and their elder brother, Drogon. Unable to locate them, their roars grew increasingly urgent. They ceased their search over Meereen and began to fly towards the direction of the Dothraki Sea. This movement incited cheers among the slave masters. Rajdon, gripping Azan's arm, exclaimed, "Did you see that? Even the dragons fear my fleet and are fleeing." Azan, hearing this, wore a look of resignation. He could hardly fathom how such a fool had risen to the position of a slave master representative, thus lowering the collective intelligence of the entire slave master alliance. Yet, as the newest figure among the slave masters, he did not wish to offend Rajdan and simply nodded, saying, "It seems even dragons cannot thwart our will as slave masters." His words were insincere, yet they were well received by Rajdan. Belisrio, filled with excitement, turned to a common slave master beside him and declared, "See, the dragons have been frightened away. Go spread the word to their dwarf prime minister. If they do not surrender by tonight, I shall lead my army to obliterate all of Meereen." As the slave master departed, Azan intercepted him, urging, "We would do better to launch a full-scale assault. The delay may invite trouble." Belisrio shot Azan a displeased glare, scornfully retorting, "Look at you, cowering like a coward. We have assembled 100,000 fearless, unsullied. Komen. Even if the queen of Meereen herself returns, that little harlot will have no choice but to lick my boots." Azan, feeling thwarted once more, wore a hint of displeasure on his face, but recognizing Belisario's might, he swallowed his pride, saying, with Lord Belisario's words, "I feel reassured." Seeing no one to oppose him, the minor slave master quickly summoned a small boat and, filled with trepidation, made his way to the docks of Meereen. Though all were slave masters, their ranks were marked by stark disparities in status and power. To the larger slave masters, he was merely a minor slave master, a slightly more capable slave, ready to serve at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, while the slave masters negotiated with Tyrion, Viserion, and Rhaegar had flown several dozen kilometers eastward. They first arrived at the grazing grounds of shepherds, but found no sign of Drogon, who typically frequented the area for food, so they continued their search eastward. After an unknown distance, a deafening roar from a dragon suddenly echoed, causing both dragons to tremble, their massive eyes filled with astonishment. This was an unfamiliar dragon's roar, resonating with a volume and strength surpassing that of their brother, Drogon. In that instant, the two dragons felt a surge of apprehension, unsure of how to respond. While they hesitated, another roar followed, this one unmistakably belonging to their familiar elder brother, Drogon. Upon hearing this, the two loyal younger brothers immediately surged forward, hastening towards the source. Although there is a language among dragons, the roar does not necessarily convey dragon speech. The roar might merely serve as an expression of emotion. Just moments ago, Vhagar had roared because Drogon had crossed his path, a display of displeasure. In the fierce battle against Vhagar, Drogon had been battered and bruised. Manipulated by Qyburn, his mind clouded, rendering him oblivious to the events that had transpired. Now, hearing Vhagar assert his dominance, Drogon, emboldened by the support of his mother, Daenerys, let out a roar in defiance. This was precisely why Rhaegar and Viserion viewed him as their elder brother, often bullied. The two dragons roared at one another, but were quickly restrained by their respective masters, preventing any further conflict. Chapter 95, Qyburn. Just then, the gold and green dragons unleashed a roar and, without time for Daenerys to intervene, charged directly at Vhagar. As the king among dragons, Vhagar could hardly endure such indignity. Were he capable of speech, he would undoubtedly express his disdain, deriding the two lesser dragons for their cowardly ambush. However, despite being confronted by Rhaegar and Viserion, Vhagar remained unfazed. His greatest advantage lay in the impenetrability of his scales and his unmatched strength and speed. For him, close-quarters combat among dragons was child's play. Thus, after a brief moment of surprise, he met the two dragons head-on, opening his massive jaws and unleashing a thunderous roar. The terrifying sound wave struck unexpectedly, plunging the consciousness of Rhaegar and Viserion into a state of paralysis. Seizing the moment, Vhagar pounced, grasping the heads of the two dragons as if they were mere chicks. Fortunately, Liu Feng recognized the two colossal dragons as belonging to Daenerys and quickly intervened. Otherwise, these freshly unleashed creatures would have met their demise in an instant. Simultaneously, Daenerys cried out in alarm, nearly prompting Drogon to launch an attack. Upon regaining their senses, Rhaegar and Viserion were filled with trepidation. Although their awareness had been suspended for mere seconds, they retained a grasp on the concept of time, fully aware that they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Their eyes, now fixed on Vhagar, brimmed with fear. For any creature that encounters a being capable of extinguishing its life, cannot help but feel profound reverence. Yet, Vhagar seemed entirely disinterested. To it, this encounter was likely a trivial affair, and its occasional demeanor bore the air of a solitary master. Having witnessed Drogon's prowess, Vhagar knew that it posed no threat to it. In these moments, Valeriana would swoop in with remarkable speed, circling around Vagr before vanishing like a fleeting spark. It felt akin to a humorous quip often shared by the esteemed Fei Yuqing. Come catch me, and if you do, I shall reward you. However, Vagr was acutely aware of its own limitations. Compared to Valeriana, its speed was laughably inadequate. Under Valeriana's relentless pursuit, it surmised that it would never catch up in this lifetime. After prolonged negotiations, the slavers and Tyrion parted ways in discontent once more. The slavers' demands were excessively harsh, insisting that the cities under the Mother of Dragons revert to slavery and that she become their shared concubine. This was no negotiation. It was simply the victors issuing commands to the vanquished. Tyrion, despite knowing their impending defeat, maintained a stern demeanor towards the emissaries of the Slaver Alliance. Were it not for the refinement cultivated over years of noble life, he might have ordered the execution of the envoy. After all, there was merit in venting his frustrations, given the inevitable outcome of war. Ultimately, however, reason prevailed, and Tyrion reiterated his firm stance. He warned the representatives of the Slaver Alliance that while he might perish today, soon they would face the wrath of dragons descending from the skies, heralding their doom. Should the terms of negotiation shift towards equality, Tyrion might consider acquiescing, but if they continued to insult Queen Mylin, he vowed to ensure mutual destruction with the slavers. Tyrion's profound warning resonated, causing the slavers to contemplate their fate. Nevertheless, the sight of Rhaego and Viserion soaring away instilled great confidence in Rajdan and Belisario. They believed the dragons had forsaken the city and that the remaining 20,000 troops were merely flailing in their final struggles. Thus, as evening fell and Tyrion once again rejected their demands, Rajdan ordered a full-scale assault. The war horns sounded, and a swarm of ships surged forth from Slaver's Bay, akin to ants devouring bread, converging upon the free city of Meereen. The inhabitants, too, heard the call to arms. The Unsullied formed ranks and gathered at the docks, undaunted and resolute in the face of overwhelming odds. Yet, their adversaries were similarly composed of pitiable innocents, equally gripped by fear. This was a battle destined for futility, reminiscent of the infamous Battle of Blackwater. Back then, Tyrion had possessed wildfire as a devastating weapon, but Meereen now lacked such resources, having neither wildfire nor scorpions. They had once commanded dragons, but with the Mother of Dragons missing, even Rhaego and Viserion had abandoned the city. Rajdan, observing the sparse ranks of the Unsullied, bore a victorious smile. He stood atop a grand warship, defiantly glancing at Tyrion atop the city walls, before ungraciously whistling. Tyrion, however, had no time to ponder whether he was being mocked from the enemy's ranks. His focus was firmly fixed on the impending battle of the docks, where both sides were closing in for combat. Every ordinary citizen within the city, as well as officials like Missandei, held their breath in anticipation. Some began to pray fervently, beseeching the gods to deliver a miracle to dispel the vile slavers, allowing them to resume their lives in freedom. Some events had seemingly been orchestrated by the Lord of Light. Just as the two armies were poised for conflict, a brilliant dragon roar resonated through the air. Following this, a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth roar echoed, each imbued with the majesty of dragons, slicing through the skies. Upon hearing the roars, all turned their gaze skyward, witnessing 4 dragons in formation, descending in sequence. A fifth, a pink dragon, flitted about the 4 like a sprite, flapping its 3 pairs of wings. The leading golden dragon, spotting the dense fleet of warships, plunged downward, its scales glistening in the sunlight, casting dazzling rays that blinded the onlookers. The remaining dragons followed suit, each emitting a regal roar, as if asserting their dominion. On the most opulent warship, Rajdan and Belisario's expressions of excitement abruptly turned to shock and terror. Azan, overwhelmed, retreated into the ship's cabin, peering through a narrow crack, breathing heavily as he gazed at the sky. They had never envisioned that the dragons, once fled, would return, now doubled in number. It was sheer madness. In the blink of an eye, Vagr soared above the warship, gliding around it before finding a suitable perch from which to unleash a resounding roar. Chapter 96. The Duel of Dragon Riders. The powerful sound waves, imbued with the inexorable might of dragons, caused even the fearless Unsullied to falter, their thoughts thrown into disarray as they clutched their heads and screamed in agony. Under Liu Feng's guidance, Vagr maintained a relatively temperate disposition towards foes. Though it inflicted considerable suffering, it refrained from delivering fatal blows. In stark contrast, Drogon was a tempest of fury. The Mother of Dragons, enraged by the slaver's audacity in assaulting her city, would not let such an affront go unpunished. With a command from Daenerys, Drogon, Rhaego, and Viserion formed a triangular battle formation and unleashed torrents of dragon fire upon the ships. The flames, emerging from the dragon's maws, not only radiated intense heat, but also carried tremendous force. Soldiers aboard the warships screamed as they were incinerated, while the more fragile vessels were shattered into splinters by the sheer impact. In an instant, dozens of ships were obliterated. Liu Feng, witnessing this carnage, wore an expression of pained regret. His reluctance to unleash Vagor and Valeriana upon the enemy was not born of mercy, but rather a strategic calculation. He coveted the fleet of ships, as he commanded an army of 50,000, complemented by Daenerys' forces numbering in the tens of thousands. The vessels brought by the Greyjoy siblings were woefully insufficient. The arrival of the slavers with a plethora of ships and unsullied was akin to a boon, providing Liu Feng with much-needed resources. Thus, when he saw Daenerys urging Drogon to continue the destruction of the fleet, he swiftly mounted Vagor to intervene. Meanwhile, Rajdan and Belisarion were left aghast in the wake of the dragon's devastating display. They had only just begun to comprehend the true terror of the dragons, having witnessed the instantaneous destruction of numerous warships. In but an hour's time, the destruction of their 3,000 warships would be an inevitable reality. A profound sense of dread compelled them to hastily raise the white flag, signaling their surrender. Daenerys, immersed in the fervor of battle, exhibited a fleeting expression of confusion upon seeing Liu Feng approach, subsequently questioning, "Your Majesty, why do you not hasten to vanquish our foes and instead come over here?" In response, Liu Feng promptly remarked, "Your Grace, I believe it unnecessary to annihilate all their ships. Achieving a state of intimidation suffices. Whether in warfare or in dealing with these unsullied, they may yet prove advantageous to us." Daenerys, upon hearing this, displayed a trace of displeasure as she retorted, "Have you not witnessed the cruelty of slave masters? They treat their slaves as mere beasts. Now that they dare to assault my Meereen, they will surely see us as slaves in the future." Liu Feng pondered her words, nearly swayed by her conviction. Yet, maintaining his rationality, he urged once more, "Your Grace speaks truthfully, but have you considered that the slave masters aboard those ships constitute but a minority? The majority are innocent, unfortunate souls." Upon this, Daenerys' anger began to abate slightly, and she nodded in acquiescence. Without further ado, she mounted Drogon and soared towards the walls where Tyrion awaited. Liu Feng cast a glance at Rajdan, who held the white flag aloft, and followed closely behind, ascending to the battlements. Rajdan and Belisarion, upon witnessing the retreat of the dragon, exchanged anxious glances, then exhaled with relief. They understood that they had failed in this confrontation, left only to ponder whether their adversaries would show mercy or exact retribution. Reflecting on this, the two men, who had just relaxed, sank to the ground, their eyes filled with despair. Regret gnawed at them for lacking means to combat the dragon and for launching an assault on Meereen, an act tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, hiding within the ship's hold, Azan observed the direction in which the dragon had vanished, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He was astute enough to recognize that the dragon's overwhelming victory suggested ulterior motives in their retreat, perhaps offering the sole opportunity for survival. The thoughts of the three prominent slave masters had now diverged from those of Liu Feng and Daenerys. Upon reaching the battlements, they encountered the visibly agitated Tyrion and Missandei. They had expected demise, yet to their astonishment, their queen had returned at a crucial moment, accompanied by a new dragon. Tyrion, recognizing Liu Feng as he descended from the Golden Dragon, wore a look of incredulity. Fortunately, he had not forgotten the decorum of nobility. Promptly approaching Liu Feng and extending his right hand, stating, "I never anticipated we would meet again here, my Lord Prophet." Liu Feng responded with a smile, appreciating Tyrion's intellect despite his unremarkable appearance, for his prodigious mind was exceptionally sharp. As he grasped Tyrion's hand, he replied, "I am not surprised. Wherever you serve as Hand of the King, it is only fitting, for such is your talent." Recalling Liu Feng's earlier prophecy regarding his future as Hand, Tyrion could now reflect on its accuracy. His gaze towards Liu Feng grew more reverent. Then he glanced at Daenerys, who wore a smile, and inquired, "How should I address you now?" Taken aback, Liu Feng replied, "As I previously mentioned, I have ventured north of the wall to the land of eternal winter, where I have tamed the wildling host. I remain the horse lord of the plains." Tyrion was astonished that Liu Feng had amassed such power in a mere year. Yet, given Liu Feng's remarkable linguistic abilities, it was somewhat understandable. However, as he now served Daenerys, a note of wariness crept into his gaze towards Liu Feng. It appeared Tyrion was quite satisfied with his current role and loyal to Daenerys. Liu Feng, observing this, laughed heartily and reassured, "Fear not, my lord hand. I harbor no hostility towards your queen. With my capabilities, why would I require such convoluted means to ascend to that position? My only adversary at present is the Night King. He understood the necessity of allaying Tyrion's suspicions, for the latter held considerable influence with Daenerys. Should he become rash, it could pose a significant threat. Tyrion, being a clever man, recognized Liu Feng's intent and awkwardly chuckled. It is my duty to be concerned. Yet I trust you have no desire for that position. Liu Feng chuckled again to ease the tension, then turned to Daenerys, who had just concluded a hushed conversation with Missandei. Upon noticing Liu Feng's gaze, her exquisite visage flushed slightly, and after clearing her throat, she assumed her regal demeanor, declaring, "The slave masters have surrendered. My lord Hand, please find someone to bring their masters to me. I wish to speak with them." Tyrion's countenance grew serious at her words. He then placed a hand on his shoulder and bowed to Daenerys before departing to fulfill her request. After these proceedings, Daenerys turned to Liu Feng and inquired, "Your Majesty, would you care to join me in this negotiation?" Naturally, Liu Feng was eager to participate. With Daenerys' invitation, he readily acquiesced. "I will be delighted." Liu Feng and Daenerys awaited in the Queen's hall for half an hour until Tyrion and Grey Worm arrived, escorting 3 prominent slave masters. Upon sensing Daenerys' presence, Rajdan and Bellisario immediately knelt, their faces awash with pitiable expressions, pleading, "Your Grace, we were mistaken. We implore you to spare our lives. Henceforth, slave masters shall never set foot in Meereen again." Daenerys' gaze shifted to Liu Feng. Noticing this, he promptly asked, "Why did you attack Meereen?" Rajdan, sensing Liu Feng's interest in the matter, brightened and seized Azan, exclaiming, "We were deceived by him." Bellisario quickly corroborated, "Indeed, he is the benevolent Lord of Astapor, the one who misled us within the Slave Masters Alliance, prompting our joint assault on Meereen. We too are merely victims." Azan, realizing he had been thrust into the role of scapegoat, paled, yet seemed to recall something. He knelt and bowed before Daenerys, remaining silent in the face of Rajdan and Bellisario's accusations. Curious at Azan's silence, Liu Feng inquired, "Why do you not speak? Are you not afraid of death?" Azan's countenance shifted dramatically as he stammered, "Nay, I am but a minor slave master, afraid to defy their will." Daenerys' beautiful cheeks flushed with indignation as she declared, "I am Daenerys, the liberator of slaves. In my realm, there exists no distinction between slaves and masters. Speak freely." Azan's spirits lifted at her words. He had done his research on Daenerys and knew of her profound sympathy for the plight of slaves. Thus, he remained silent while Rajdan and Bellisario begged for mercy and shifted blame. Eventually, cornered, he chose to appeal to Daenerys' compassion. However, as the pivotal moment approached, Azan could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. In a trembling voice, he responded, "As far as I am aware, under your rule, Meereen has flourished, far surpassing its former desolation. Therefore, I do not harbor hatred towards you, my queen, but rather respect." At this juncture, Azan furtively glanced at Daenerys, noting her unperturbed demeanor, and continued, "Nearly half of the ships bound for Slaver's Bay were meant as tribute to you, to assist in leading your forces to Westeros and reclaiming the Iron Throne. However, they were forcibly requisitioned by Rajdan and Bellisario, and I was compelled to nominate them as the new benevolent lords." Most of Azan's claims were verifiable. Firstly, it is indeed true that half of the warships belong to Azan, for he is a newly appointed lord, and in such times, it is imperative to demonstrate loyalty to the established lords. Thus he expended greater financial resources. Secondly, his ascent to lordship was largely facilitated by the assistance of Rajdan and Bellisario, which account for his lack of presence in their eyes. The two held him in disdain. Considering him merely a puppet, they had elevated from the status of a lowly slave. Daenerys, naturally skeptical of his words, recalled Liu Feng's advice and thus inquired, "Given this, how many unsullied and warships can you command within this fleet?" Noticing Daenerys' burgeoning interest, Azan seized the opportunity to showcase one of the essential talents of a merchant. He animatedly divulged the true nature of the unsullied and the warships to Daenerys. It transpired that the majority of these unsullied were under the control of slave masters loyal to Rajdan and Bellisario, while the command of the warships had also been entrusted to those minor slave masters. However, as one of the 3 principal slave masters, he wielded absolute command. Upon hearing this, Tyrion approached Daenerys and whispered a few words into her ear. He expressed his perspective, suggesting that not all 3 slave masters needed to be executed. Retaining one who could be easily managed would suffice to dominate the remaining majority of the slave masters. Yet, Daenerys' thoughts diverged sharply from Tyrion's. She believed that by eliminating the slave masters aboard the warships, she could easily command the Unsullied army. Recalling how the Unsullied, led by Grey Worm, had been obtained in a similar manner. Contemplating this, Daenerys disregarded Tyrion and turned her gaze towards Liu Feng. Upon noticing her attention, Liu Feng promptly stated, "I believe it is necessary for one of these 3 slave masters to perish to quell Her Majesty's wrath." At Liu Feng's words, Daenerys nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes narrowing with murderous intent as she glared at the 3 slave masters. Faced with Daenerys' ominous aura, both Azan and the others felt a wave of trepidation wash over them as their resolve crumbled under the pressure. Although Rajdon was proud, he possessed a basic level of intelligence. His eyes darted between Belisario and Azan before decisively settling on Azan. He hastily grasped Azan's arm and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I swear that what he just said was a deception. He is the one who deserves to die." Belisario, closely allied with Rajdon, immediately echoed, "Indeed. Though he hails from humble origins, he is a tyrannical slave master, and those warships were willingly offered by him." Daenerys, hearing this, displayed a flicker of impatience on her face, for she had no intention of letting any of them escape, and their bickering only served to irritate her. Liu Feng, recognizing Daenerys' rising agitation, stood and declared, "Your Majesty, allow me to handle this matter." Tyrion's expression shifted, and he contemplated intervening. But then he recalled Liu Feng's capabilities and relented. He found himself perplexed, uncertain whether Liu Feng would become an impediment to Daenerys' ascension to the Iron Throne. Daenerys, intrigued by Liu Feng's offer to assist her, wished to observe how he would address the situation and nodded. "Then I shall entrust this matter to your grace." Liu Feng responded with a serene smile, "It is my honor to alleviate your burdens, Your Majesty." He then strode confidently before Rajdon and the others, scrutinizing them intently before stating, "I grant you 10 seconds to identify a scapegoat among you." With that, he softly intoned one. At his words, the 3 men panicked, especially Azan, who, being of a timid disposition, had hoped to evoke Daenerys' mercy to secure his survival. He never anticipated that the one to ultimately decide their fate would be the black-haired youth standing before him, who exuded an overwhelming pressure. In that moment, his face turned ashen, for he realized that Rajdon and Belisario's bond would undoubtedly lead them to cast him as the sacrificial lamb. True to his expectations, when Liu Feng counted to 1, Rajdon and Belisario exchanged glances and swiftly pulled the pallid Azan forward. Their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, they stated, "My lord, we have reached a decision. Let him bear the burden of our transgressions." As Liu Feng counted to 3, he could not help but regard the 2 rotund figures with newfound respect. Indeed, in the face of death, the latent potential within a person could be remarkably unleashed. Yet, their potential reached its limits there, for Liu Feng had discerned that Rajdon and Belisario's close relationship, coupled with their inherent pride as established slave masters, rendered them unsuitable for control. Although Azan harbored many schemes, he was now quaking in fear, clearly too timid to achieve anything significant. Such a character was far easier to manipulate. With this realization, Liu Feng's right arm surged with power as he swiftly drew his dagger, the dragon's tooth. And in one fluid motion, he slashed the throats of the 2 men before their incredulous eyes. Liu Feng's actions were as seamless as water flowing, leaving no trace of blood as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Hearing the thuds, Azan's dazed gaze sharpened slightly as he stole a glance, only to find Rajdon and Belisario. Witnessing this astonishing scene, he understood that he had survived. In that instant, tears welled in his eyes, overwhelmed by the miraculous turn of fate that had spared his life. This profound sense of relief profoundly impacted his emotions, akin to the principle of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, easily winning her heart. Yet, Azan was not a dashing hero, but rather an unattractive, portly old man. After his moment of emotional release, he suddenly threw himself at Liu Feng's legs, weeping profusely in gratitude. This spectacle drastically diminished Liu Feng's dignified image. The elegance of his earlier move was starkly contrasted by the awkwardness of being clung to by the blubbering man. At that moment, Liu Feng felt an overwhelming urge to kick the greasy figure away. Fortunately, after his initial excitement subsided, Azan quickly regained his composure, glancing up at Liu Feng, only to be met with a gaze filled with cold fury. Azan gasped, realizing the impropriety of his actions, and hastily released Liu Feng's legs. Falling to his knees in supplication, "My lord, I was merely overwhelmed with emotion. Please forgive my rudeness." Azan, now filled with regret, lamented his foolishness. He had narrowly escaped death, and the thought of provoking Liu Feng's ire was unbearable. Fortunately, Liu Feng chose not to dwell on the incident and instead turned to Daenerys, stating, "I believe he possesses potential. He will surely spread word of the dragon's might throughout all free trade cities." Azan, not comprehending the underlying message in Liu Feng's statement, eagerly bowed his head, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I shall convey your grace and the dragon's valor to all slave masters, inspiring them to revere you." Though Daenerys had no desire to spare him, witnessing Liu Feng and Tyrion's intent to let one slave master representative go, she chose not to object, instead commanding, "You may live, but only after all warships and slave masters have been surrendered." This aligned with Liu Feng's own thoughts, as the loss of several dozen warships equated to a mere fraction of the vast army of 100,000. With unanimous agreement, Azan was promptly escorted by Grey Worm and Tyrion to handle the transfer of authority. Once everyone had departed, only Daenerys, Missandei, and Liu Feng remained in the Grand Hall. Daenerys, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, remarked, "Your Grace, why not stay in my palace tonight?" At her words, Missandei cast a surprised glance at Liu Feng. After all, she had never seen their queen take such an initiative toward a man. Liu Feng, naturally, had no objections to this proposal. After all, as a robust man, could he truly fear Daenerys Targaryen? He gazed earnestly at Daenerys' exquisite visage and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not be modest." Liu Feng harbored no ulterior motives. He merely sought to ascertain whether Daenerys was being courteous or sincere, while his status warranted such treatment. Daenerys was a woman of considerable conviction. If she were displeased, even a deity would find themselves relegated to the periphery. However, Liu Feng could discern that Daenerys was indeed sincere, which was why she had acquiesced. Daenerys' palace was vast, featuring 2 stories, 18 bedrooms, and 2 banquet halls. Currently, the only inhabitants were Missandei and herself. Even Jorah Mormont, once her closest companion, was relegated to residing outside the palace. Liu Feng casually selected a room and prepared to enter. Upon seeing his choice, Daenerys appeared momentarily taken aback, followed by a smile gracing her luscious, crimson lips. As he opened the door, the room's decor left Liu Feng utterly astonished. It was spacious, measuring approximately 100 square meters. The room was outfitted with all manner of amenities: a steaming bathtub, a fireplace filled with charcoal, and an extraordinarily large bed adorned with a flawless white mink duvet. The headboard, crafted from precious wood, was intricately carved into the likeness of a soaring dragon, exuding exquisite elegance. While such features might seem commonplace or even somewhat outdated to a modern individual, in the realm of Game of Thrones, these luxuries were typically reserved for the nobility. What surprised Liu Feng, however, was that the grand bed was draped in pink silk and the bathtub was filled with red rose petals. It appeared decidedly unfit for a man's accommodation. Unable to restrain himself, Liu Feng inquired, "Your Majesty, this hardly seems like a room intended for a man. Perhaps we should choose another?" At this, Daenerys' smile deepened, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Liu Feng's countenance. "Your taste is impeccable. This was originally my room. Since you have selected it, let it be so." Liu Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. The hostess had invited him to choose a room, and he had inadvertently claimed her personal quarters, an act that felt rather presumptuous. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but I believe I shall opt for another room," he said, remorsefully. Daenerys, however, unexpectedly shut the door with a decisive motion, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at Liu Feng. "It matters not. The room is ample enough to accommodate 2 without feeling cramped." Liu Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Daenerys, who typically presented herself as a formidable woman, would so boldly confine him within her chamber. As he beheld her stunning visage, words eluded him. Though unflinching in battle, he possessed little experience in matters of intimacy. The memory of Daenerys' alluring form, inadvertently revealed during their confrontation with the Dothraki, flooded his mind, causing his handsome face to redden. Noticing Liu Feng's reaction, Daenerys' smile broadened. With a light blush, she approached him, her right hand gently caressing his chiseled face. In a soft voice, she remarked, "I have long heard from Lyanna that the new king of the Maesters possesses the most handsome visage and the strongest physique. While I have witnessed your handsomeness, your strength remains to be validated." Without awaiting his response, Daenerys slowly shed the outer garment he had gifted her, revealing her flawless, enchanting figure. She then extended the garment back to Liu Feng, saying, "Your Majesty, this is your attire. I return it to you." Liu Feng had entirely forgotten everything else. His gaze was solely fixated on Daenerys' breathtaking beauty, rendering her offer of the garment unheard. Observing Liu Feng's rapt attention, Daenerys, her cheeks now flushed, provocatively inquired, "Your Majesty, why do you gaze at me in such a manner?" Caught off guard by Daenerys' flirtation, Liu Feng shifted from defense to offense, pulling her into his embrace and, with an air of dominance, pressed his lips against her vibrant red ones. The suddenness of his action caused Daenerys' heart to race, and she reciprocated the kiss fervently. Chapter 98. The army sets forth from Dragonstone. A night of passion, together in ecstasy. Liu Feng was roused from slumber by the thunderous roar of a dragon. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on the still dreaming Daenerys before hastily donning his clothes and stepping onto the balcony. Following the direction of the roar, he observed Vhagar engaged in a struggle with Drogon. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Without Liu Feng's mount, Vhagar remained formidable. Its scales bore a striking resemblance to the golden dragon of Liu Feng's past life on television, exhibiting exceptional defensive qualities. No matter how Drogon attacked, only sparks flew. Conversely, Drogon appeared to suffer with each of Vhagar's assaults, emitting painful cries. Nearby, Rhaegal and Viserion flapped their wings anxiously, clearly distressed at witnessing their elder brother's plight, but hesitant to intervene. Meanwhile, Viserion flitted freely around the statue of the Harpy, occasionally glancing disdainfully at the two clashing behemoths. After a prolonged bout, Drogon succumbed once more, landing heavily on the ground, exhausted, and bowed his head in defeat. Witnessing this, Liu Feng could not suppress a smile, as the sight was reminiscent of Daenerys' pleas for mercy from the previous night. Truly, like mother like dragon. Just as Liu Feng was savoring the memories of the night prior, a sudden knock on the door jolted him, an unmistakable embarrassment creeping across his handsome face. He was unsure whether to answer, feeling somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Daenerys stirred awake at that moment, her expression revealing a hint of displeasure. She rose from the bed, her annoyance dissipating upon spotting Liu Feng on the balcony, replaced swiftly by a radiant smile. Ignoring Liu Feng's gaze, she began to search for her garments. Liu Feng, unable to resist the allure of her graceful figure, stole a few glances before resolutely turning away. After all, lingering any longer would surely test the limits of his self-control at such an early hour, especially with someone knocking at the door. Before long, Daenerys was fully dressed. She donned a delicate pink sheer fabric, cinched at the waist with a golden ribbon that accentuated her slender figure, further enhancing her captivating silhouette. She gently arranged her light golden locks, casting a flirtatious glance at Liu Feng before grasping his hand and leading him towards the door. Upon opening it, they discovered Miss Sandy Eye. Today, Miss Sandy Eye looked particularly lovely. Though her skin was somewhat dark, her delicate features and tall stature possessed a youthful charm. She first cast a discreet glance at Liu Feng before speaking softly to Daenerys. "Your Majesty, Yazan has brought the slavers to the dock, and the Unsullied have all disembarked, now commanded by Grey Worm." At Miss Sandy Eye's words, a glimmer of menace flickered in Daenerys' eyes as she turned to Liu Feng, inquiring, "What shall we do with these slavers?" Liu Feng pondered momentarily before responding. To execute them may instill fear, yet it could also incite deeper animosity. Perhaps it would be wiser to send them to the Temple of the Lord of Light, allowing the Red Priest to offer them a new doctrine. The Temple of the Lord of Light? Daenerys whispered softly, a flicker of recollection gracing her visage. When she first fled to Essos, she had spent a spell residing in the Temple of the Lord of Light. Thus she was well acquainted with its customs. Suddenly, she recalled how those haughty slave masters, confined within the temple, would daily recite prayers extolling the Lord of Light, their faces alight with fervor as they sought answers amidst the flames. A smile creeping upon her lips. It is worth noting that the temple was a veritable bastion of talent. They commanded their own armed forces capable of repelling nefarious heretics, and employed missionaries skilled in indoctrination, capable of training even a monkey to recite prayers. One could only imagine the fate of the slave masters once they found themselves there. It resembled a prison, an ideal place to detain one's enemies. Contemplating this, Daenerys cast an admiring glance at Liu Feng. She recognized that the young man before her not only possessed extraordinary martial prowess, but also an inexhaustible reservoir of wisdom. Liu Feng never failed to astonish her. Having arranged the accommodations for the slave masters, Liu Feng and Daenerys found themselves at leisure once more. After several days of blissful tranquility, Liu Feng eagerly awaited the arrival of the Dothraki horde. With Liu Feng and Daenerys mounted upon dragons, their pace far surpassed that of the cavalry. Though they often paused to accommodate the speed of the horsemen, they nonetheless left them trailing behind. As the cavalry finally arrived, Liu Feng promptly began orchestrating the crossing of the strait, setting his sights on the path to the wall. After deliberation, they ultimately resolved to first journey to Dragonstone. This undertaking served two primary purposes. The The first, naturally, was to procure dragonglass. With the combined forces of Liu Feng and Daenerys, now exceeding 30,000, a substantial supply of dragonglass was imperative for combating the White Walkers. Dragonstone, fortuitously, housed the second largest dragonglass mine in the world of Westeros. Simultaneously, Liu Feng understood that deploying an excessive number of troops against the White Walkers was not necessarily advantageous. Daenerys already commanded an army of 100,000 unsullied, which need not be solely allocated for this purpose. Liu Feng believed that as long as Daenerys provided dragons, he could vanquish the Night King. After all, he could currently muster 200,000 soldiers, far surpassing the forces Jon Snow had gathered in the show. Having made his decision, the army promptly set forth. 5,000 warships sailing regally towards Dragonstone. Chapter 99. The Resurgence of War in the North. 2,000 ships surged forth, surrounding Dragonstone as they approached, resembling an immense, tempestuous net slowly enveloping the island. This desolate and diminutive isle would have remained a forgotten rock, were it not for its significance as the birthplace of the first Targaryen king. Although it had become the residence of the first heirs due to Aegon I, the island's circumstances had not markedly changed. Once the domain of Stannis Baratheon, it had become a mere refuge for him after his defeat at the Battle of Blackwater, before he resumed his quest for the Iron Throne. Now, only the elderly, infirm, and unconscribed commoners remained. Upon Liu Feng and Daenerys' forces landing, they seized the island without resistance. Liu Feng's primary concern was, of course, the dragonglass mine, one of the finest weapons against the White Walkers. However, upon his arrival, he encountered a substantial obstacle, for the Dothraki had long dwelled on the plains, knowing naught of mining. The Unsullied, having been trained from youth to be killing machines, were equally ignorant of the craft. Thus, on the second day following their arrival at Dragonstone, Liu Feng set forth towards Winterfell. For the only allies he could rely upon were those of the north. Theon chose not to accompany Liu Feng, still apprehensive about confronting Robb. Meanwhile, Daenerys bid Liu Feng a reluctant farewell, for she, born on Dragonstone, harbored deep sentiments for the place. Moreover, her primary objective in Westeros was the reclamation of the Iron Throne, and she had many matters to attend to, rendering it unnecessary to accompany Liu Feng. Although he felt a tinge of reluctance, Liu Feng did not press the matter, fully aware that for Daenerys, reclaiming the Iron Throne was her utmost obsession. With this thought in mind, Liu Feng embarked with over 5,000 Dothraki cavalry aboard 1,000 warships, steering towards the direction of Qarth. He entrusted the command of the fleet to Lannister and Morrow, while he himself took to the skies on a dragon alongside Aera. In these tumultuous times, every decision required Liu Feng to take the lead. Meanwhile, far away in River Run, a multitude of soldiers busily arranged defensive measures. After more than half a year of recuperation, the North had once again amassed a considerable force, ready to reclaim River Run. The presence of River Run directly severed the flow of troops between House Tully's River Run and the North's Winterfell, rendering communication between these two closely knit families exceedingly difficult. This reality plagued Catelyn, who was deeply concerned for her loved ones. As a dutiful son, Robb naturally wished to alleviate his mother's burdensome worries. Winterfell had resumed its former prosperity, bolstered by the presence of his two brothers guarding the wall. News of the Iron Islands severing ties with House Bolton had also emerged, and with Cersei in power, King's Landing was mired in chaos, leaving no room for other matters. This presented the opportune moment to assault River Run. He intended to seize this chance to annihilate House Bolton entirely, having recognized that they were a malignant tumor in the north, as long as they existed. His peace of mind would remain elusive. With his children now beginning to grow, he resolved to secure the north thoroughly before they matured. Thus, with the consent of several lords, he quickly assembled a formidable force. Chapter 100. The Siege of River Run. 20,000 troops marched resolutely towards River Run, led by Robb, followed closely by Rickard Stark and Lyanna Mormont. 2 years had elapsed since the War of the Five Kings, and Robb had now become a father. The youthful countenance of Ur had matured, adorned now with a burgeoning beard. His towering figure was complemented by gaze as sharp as a blade, and the addition of facial hair only heightened his imposing presence. Rickard remained robust, despite having lost a thumb on his right hand, which rendered him unable to wield a sword. Still, he exuded the gravitas of a seasoned commander atop his steed. Lyanna, merely a girl of 13 or 14, possessed a delicate visage that hinted at the beauty she was destined to become. Even amidst the throngs of soldiers surrounding her, her bright, lively eyes bore no trace of fear, instead reflecting a maturity beyond her years. As she surveyed the defenses of River Run, prepared for Robb's forces, a shadow of gravity crossed her features. She then curtsied to Rob, and, with a voice that still carried a hint of youth, remarked, "Your Grace. This city appears easily defended, yet difficult to conquer. I believe we would need at least double the troops to succeed in taking it." While Rob had heard much about Lyanna's insights, he was nonetheless astonished that a girl of her age possessed such a profound understanding of siege warfare. Though he regarded her with newfound respect, Rob, a military prodigy, remained confident in his expertise. He cast a casual glance toward River Run, then declared with unwavering assurance, "Though theoretically that may be the case, the lives of our Northmen are invaluable, and thus I shall capture River Run without losing a single man." Upon hearing this, both Lyanna and Ricard exchanged incredulous glances, for River Run was notoriously known as a fortress that was easily defended, yet challenging to conquer. Otherwise, it would have been eradicated long ago at the confluence of the Trident's forks, obstructing the passage of various forces. The reason for its continued existence lies in its formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, Rob audaciously boasts that he will capture River Run without a single loss of life, which, of course, they find incredulous. Observing the expressions of those around him, a knowing smile graces Rob's face as he continues, "If my assembled forces were fewer, I would not dare to make such a claim. Although River Run is indeed easier to defend than to assault, it possesses a critical vulnerability, its exceedingly confined space." Pausing for effect, Rob adds, "We shall simply encircle the entirety of River Run, sending forth a horn each night to deprive them of rest. This will wear down their troops, exhausting their combat capabilities, and coupled with the siege, lead to food shortages. The common folk will undoubtedly lament their plight, ultimately eroding the soldiers' morale." Both Ricard and Lyanna nod in agreement. This indeed seems the most prudent course of action. After all, in recent years, many from the northern houses have perished in battle, and they wish to see no more of their kin lost. If they can adopt a strategy of patience, camping outside the city to compel the enemy to emerge and confront them, it would indeed be a sound approach. However, it remains uncertain whether the cruel and cunning Ramsay will simply capitulate. That remains to be seen. After all, due to the emergence of Liu Feng, the dynamics of both armies have shifted, one being the forces of Stannis, the king beyond the narrow sea, and the other that of the Eyrie. Chapter 101, Arya's Return. Within River Run, Ramsay Bolton's countenance darkens. He is utterly confounded as to why the North dares to assault River Run at this juncture. It is well known that the Riverlands are now teeming with Lannister soldiers, since their resounding victory at the Battle of Blackwater. The Lannisters have emerged as the ultimate victors in the War of the Five Kings. Although Ramsay commands only 6,000 or 7,000 men, he can readily call for aid from the Lannisters. He never anticipated Robb would possess the audacity to attack River Run. With this thought, he promptly summons a messenger, preparing to request reinforcements from Harrenhal, situated between River Run and the city of the Riverlands, making it the quickest Lannister garrison to support River Run. Fearing Robb's encirclement, Ramsay meticulously counts his men, dispatching over 100 exceptional cavalry to undertake this mission. After all, this is one of Ramsay's greatest trump cards, and utmost caution is imperative. Indeed, Ramsay's concerns are well-founded. The messenger has scarcely sprinted a short distance when he encounters Robb's scouts. However, relying on their superior numbers, 10 manage to break free from the encirclement. Upon their escape, relief washes over their faces, soon morphing into exhilaration. Should they successfully convey the news to Harrenhal, not only would they earn considerable acclaim, but they would also evade perilous combat. Once the war concludes, they would undoubtedly find favor with Ramsay, perhaps even ascending to the ranks of nobility. With this in mind, their spirits soar. After deliberation, they decide to locate a tavern to indulge in food and drink before continuing their journey, fully aware that, given River Run's defensive fortifications, the Northern Coalition will not breach its walls within a week. Soon, they discover a tavern that, while somewhat dilapidated, is still quite acceptable. Noting the absence of better options nearby, Boris, their leader, declares, "Brothers, let us partake in a few cups of rum before we resume our travels." Traveling on empty stomachs is far from wise. The others, sharing this sentiment, rally behind Boris's words with unanimous agreement. The group of 10, resplendent in their camaraderie, strides toward the tavern, drawing the attention of several passers-by. Among them, a slender youth with pronounced eyebrows and striking features follows closely. She finds a neighboring seat to Boris and his companions, orders a rum and a snack, and quietly listens in on their conversation. Seated, Boris immediately boasts, "Brothers, our fortune is at hand. We've broken through the encirclement under the pressure of the Northern Coalition. Once we find reinforcements, we shall undoubtedly earn the Marquis's favor. And when it comes time to rout the Northern forces, we may even find ourselves elevated to the status of nobility." The others erupt in raucous excitement at Boris's words, momentarily envisioning their lives as lords. Yet, they remain blissfully unaware that, upon the mention of the Northern Coalition, the slender youth's expression shifts dramatically. A fleeting glimmer of malice flashes in her eyes, only to dissipate as she masks her cold demeanor with a faint smile, though one laced with hidden implications. After a while, as Boris and his companions begin to show signs of inebriation, he calls for the tavern keeper to bring more drinks. Seizing the moment, the slender youth rises, scanning the tavern until she spots the server carrying a jug of liquor. She approaches nonchalantly, discreetly producing a silver coin and handing it to the server. The tavern staff, often from impoverished backgrounds, are quick to smile upon receiving payment, addressing her as my lady. The youth, with no further fuss, whispers in a tone meant only for two, "Deliver that jug to me." The server, understanding without question, gestures a number with one hand. The youth, without hesitation, tosses another silver coin to the server, then seamlessly takes the jug and strides toward Boris and his companions. Already tipsy, Boris and his men remain oblivious to the switch as they continue their boasts, downing the freshly poured rum with pride. Yet, moments later, Boris suddenly feels his vision blur, his body succumbing to an uncontrollable weakness. One of his subordinates, noticing this, beams with delight and points at Boris, exclaiming, "Look, our leader has only had a few drinks, and he is already out cold." Having received no response, he scans the room, his excitement growing as he realizes he is the last one standing. A feeling of long-awaited satisfaction washes over him. Yet, before he can revel in his triumph, the keen-eyed youth approaches with urgency, pinning him down and demanding, "Speak. Where are you from? What transpired in the north that led to your encirclement?" The messenger, caught by the youth's intensity, displays no fear. Instead, he gazes with drunken fascination. "What a beauty! Are you a reward from the Marquis?" Clearly intoxicated, he mistakes the youth's striking features for those of a lovely maiden. The youth's expression darkens at the remark, and in an instant, she produces a dagger, pressing it against the messenger's throat. The blade, cold and razor-sharp, sends a shiver of dread through him, casting aside his earlier bravado. Stammering, he concedes, I shall speak. Sensing his willingness to divulge, the youth maintains her impassive demeanor but retracts the dagger. With the pressure lifted, the messenger, now trembling, pleads, "My lord is acquainted with the Lannisters. We are merely messengers." The youth, upon hearing this, repositions the dagger against his neck, her voice chillingly calm as she inquires, "Why does the Northern Coalition seek to engage in battle with you?" Realizing he cannot conceal the truth any longer, the messenger hastily reveals all he knows in detail. The young man with large eyes, upon hearing the words, displayed a flicker of anger on his face. Swiftly and decisively, he drew his blade, ending the messenger's life with precision. Without hesitation, he continued his grim task, effortlessly slicing through the necks of several others, leaving only their leader, Boris, alive. In the terrified gaze of the tavern owner, he hoisted Boris onto his shoulder and made his way toward the stables. Indeed, this seemingly robust and well-groomed youth was none other than Arya Stark. Disguised as a man, she had mastered the skills of the Faceless men at the House of Black and White. Faceless men typically conceal their true identities when venturing out. So Arya had simply donned a mask made from human skin. Her decision not to kill Boris was motivated by a desire to extract information, intending to leverage his identity to infiltrate the enemy ranks. Chapter 102, Infiltration. In the city of Moat Cailin, Ramsay sat in the Lord's seat with a peculiar smile, his eyes occasionally flashing with a sinister glint, exuding an aura of terror. Ramsay was a cautious individual, despite facing the siege laid by Robb's army. His expression suggested he had devised a solution and was contemplating how to punish his adversaries. Initially, he had placed his bets on the Lannister forces, but given their notorious ruthlessness, he sought to balance their power by enlisting the new Lord of the Iron Islands as an ally. Given their prior connections, messages had been exchanged swiftly, and he had recently received a handwritten alliance agreement from Yara. Although the terms were not equitable, demanding half of the North in exchange for support from the Iron Islands, he felt a surge of delight. Defeating Robb would solidify his standing as the rightful heir of the North, garnering the support of its populace, thereby affording him the confidence to confront Yara when the time came. Moreover, with the Lannisters, a family renowned for never setting foot in the North, backing him, his confidence grew even stronger, prompting an even brighter smile. However, he did not allow himself to rest on his laurels. After some contemplation, he summoned dozens of archers and ascended the city walls to survey the approaching Northern Coalition. 2,000 troops encircling Moat Cailin presented a significant challenge, especially with over 7,000 defenders within its walls capable of breaking through with relative ease. As such, Robb had divided his main forces into 3 segments. The family soldiers led by Ricard stationed in the east, those commanded by young Lyanna, and allied forces in the west, while Robb himself took charge of the north. The remaining southern forces were merely a few patrols stationed in the woods to intercept messengers. Although news of the messenger's escape had reached Robb, he chose not to withdraw his troops. Thus, from the city walls, Ramsay observed Robb's army with a mocking gaze, his mind brimming with resentment. He could not fathom why Robb was hailed as a military genius. To him, Robb seemed utterly ordinary. After a brief observation, Ramsay ordered a soldier to approach Robb with a proposal for negotiation. He was a man willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. Curious to see if the principled Robb would accept his invitation. Should Robb dare to reveal himself, he intended to command his archers to turn him into a pincushion. Indeed, although Robb harbored no belief in Ramsay's intention to surrender, he approached nonetheless, clinging to a sliver of hope. After all, he had lost far too many northern soldiers in his previous campaign southward, having once acted recklessly in his youth. Through the trials he had faced, he had come to recognize the paramount importance of his men. Thus, his greatest wish was to capture Moat Cailin without incurring further losses. Should the White Walkers truly descend upon the realm, he longed to contribute his strength as a lord of the north. Robb rode a magnificent steed, its coat as dark as night and its muscular form exuding power, presenting an imposing figure. His tall and robust physique, combined with sharp eyes, embodied the essence of a king returning to reclaim his throne. His presence vastly surpassed that of Jon Snow, let alone the soldiers of other houses. Ramsay spotted Robb from afar, and a smile crept upon his face as he commanded his archers to prepare. He aimed to attempt Robb's assassination. Should he succeed, the Northern Coalition would be rendered leaderless, allowing him to consolidate power and draw the allegiance of the northern houses under his banner. In that moment, he envisioned himself as the true master of the North, capable of vying for the Iron Throne. As Robb drew near, he caught sight of Ramsay atop the city walls, an unsettling feeling washing over him. He halted his steed and locked eyes with Ramsay, failing to detect the despair of a defeated man upon his face. Furthermore, the patrols from the south had reported an escaping messenger. It became evident that Ramsay summoned him for a purpose, one that Robb could not discern, namely, the intent to eliminate him, the king of the north. This could only be attributed to his naivety, as he was fixated on defeating his enemy through honorable means, much like at Lord Walder's feast, leaving him utterly unguarded. After more than 2 years of growth, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. After a 10-second gaze with Ramsay, he shouted, "Retreat," and immediately turned his horse to flee. Simultaneously, Ramsay issued the command to attack. Possessing keen intelligence and an astute ability to read the room, he recognized the shift in Robb's demeanor the moment he halted, prompting him to command his men to strike. Dozens of archers, poised and ready, unleashed a volley of arrows the moment the order was given, enveloping Robb's position. Although clad in armor, Robb was struck in the back by an arrow, perilously close to his heart. Fortunately, he was remarkably resilient, despite sustaining multiple wounds. He maintained his grip on the reins until his steed carried him out of the line of fire. He was fortunate, yet his men were not as lucky. One family cavalryman, sacrificing himself to shield Robb, was struck by dozens of arrows and fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining soldiers fared poorly as well, with nearly all sustaining injuries. In this era, any arrow wound, even if not fatal, posed the risk of infection and death. Thus, like Robb, who had been struck multiple times yet remained robust, his fate was still precarious. Fortunately, Robb's wife was an exceptional healer. Over the past 2 years in the north, she had trained a cadre of handmaidens dedicated to treating the wounded, akin to medics of the era. This would prove crucial for Robb's survival. Concurrently, Arya, having fixed her gaze upon Borrismask, finally arrived in Moat Cailin. Upon learning of Robb's injuries, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Though overwhelmed with a desire to eliminate the forces within Moat Cailin, her training at the House of Black and White had tempered her impulsiveness. Acknowledging that events had transpired beyond her control, she understood that mortal beings are destined to perish. Her current objective was to annihilate the entirety of Moat Cailin, and for that, she must extinguish her emotions, transforming into an unfeeling assassin. Upon her return to the city, she promptly informed Ramsay that the Lannisters had received his message. However, she was not afforded any courtesies and embarked on her journey back alone. Ramsay harbored no suspicions, yet Arya perceived a glint of distrust in his ever-shifting gaze. Nevertheless, as long as she could infiltrate Moat Cailin, she would become like a fish slipping into the sea, rendering any attempts to capture her utterly futile. Chapter 103: Assassination. The news of Robb's grievous injury swiftly spread, causing a rift in the once unified Northern Alliance. Asha of House Umber, a belligerent spirit despite her tender age, voiced her intentions. She insisted on leading the troops to continue the siege of Riverrun, for retreating now would severely undermine the morale of the Northern forces. Securing Riverrun in the future would become an arduous task. Her sentiments found favor with Robb, who, though gravely wounded in his haze of confusion, entrusted command to the youngest among them, Asha. However, Ricard vehemently opposed this course of action, believing he had a more prudent strategy to capture Riverrun. Yet, this plan required the approval of Lord Luwin, and thus he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he advocated for a strategic withdrawal, suggesting they consult old Lord Manderley regarding the procurement of wildfire as a siege weapon. Such incendiary projectiles could reduce Riverrun to ashes, rendering any defending forces utterly futile. Unfortunately, this idea was met with skepticism from the other lords, largely due to Ricard's past actions leading up to the Red Wedding, where his removal of soldiers from Carhold nearly led to the annihilation of the Northern Army. This created a palpable rift between him and the families of the North. Were it not for Lord Luwin's decision to grant Ricard the captured White Walkers, helping him regain some semblance of respect, he would have found himself entirely ostracized. In a fit of anger, Ricard's temper flared as he glared at the lords who regarded him with disdain. He declared, "Since you choose to act with such obstinacy, I shall withdraw Carhold's support. I will escort His Grace Robb back to Winterfell, and the rest will be left to this young lady." With a dismissive wave, Ricard led his troops away, carrying the unconscious Robb towards Winterfell, leaving behind a group of small lords exchanging glances, their teeth clenched in frustration, yet unwilling to express their fury. Witnessing this, Lyanna stepped forward and proclaimed, "All present are lords of the North, and each of you once pledged fealty to House Stark. Now, the king in the North lies vulnerable under Ramsay's treachery. Will you choose to cower like that old man? Or will you rise as true warriors to avenge our king?" Despite her youth, Lyanna exuded a commanding presence that rivaled Ricard's. The other lords, their faces flushed with indignation, erupted in fervent cries of, "Let us slay Ramsay and avenge our king." Meanwhile, within Riverrun, Arya had once again altered her appearance, now masquerading as a member of the city guard on night patrol. In recent days, she had gleaned the intricacies of Riverrun's operations. Her nocturnal patrols were motivated by the knowledge that Ramsay, unlike Lord Frey, would not host regular feasts to commemorate various occasions. Even the grievous wounding of King Robb was met with mere casual celebration. Thus, Arya resolved to aid the Northern Alliance in capturing Riverrun by infiltrating the city guard. Not originally on the guard as patrol roster, Arya employed a few clever tactics to discreetly eliminate a guard member and assume their identity. After carefully assessing the guard's total number, she discovered there were scarcely over 100. Observing for a time, Arya found a secluded spot and stealthily shot an arrow in the direction of the Northern forces. Then casually departed. Uncertain if her message would earn the trust of the Northern Alliance, she nonetheless sent it forth, for she could no longer wait, eager to personally confront and eliminate the monstrous Ramsay. In the days prior, she had attempted various strategies, but Ramsay's vigilance was extraordinarily high. Unable to find a trusted ally among the guards, she sought assistance from the Northern forces. Her plan for tomorrow was to behead Ramsay and, amidst the ensuing chaos in Riverrun, eliminate any remaining threats. Arya adopted yet another guise, this time donning the mask of Ramsay's personal maid. Her objective was to poison Ramsay and then impersonate him to eliminate the malevolent elements within Riverrun. Although this was not her first act of murder, today's mission posed a significant challenge. This led to an unnatural expression crossing her face, which did not go unnoticed by Ramsay, who smirked wickedly and remarked, "Belly, you seem rather unhappy today." Startled by his words, Arya quickly masked her fear, responding with feigned confidence, "My lord, I am Amy. Belly passed away 2 days ago." Ramsay feigned surprise, then adopted a sorrowful demeanor. "Ah, so does Amy. Do you recall how Belly met her end?" Arya, observing Ramsay's erratic shifts in expression, maintained her facade of trepidation, replying, "She was disobedient, so what?" Ramsay's expression darkened as he glared at Arya. Prepared for every eventuality, Arya stammered, I do not know." Ramsay's malicious smile returned as he scrutinized her. "Of course, she became the dinner for my precious pets. Ha ha ha." Before Arya could respond, Ramsay continued, "Do not fear. Simply drink this cup of water, and I shall let you be." After receiving the water from Arya, he returned it to her. his gaze unwavering. Arya's heart raced with alarm. She sensed Ramsay was merely toying with her. Yet, she had not revealed all her cards. Standing tall, her expression cold, she inquired, "How did you discover my ruse?" Ramsay's face twisted into a smug grin as he replied, "You see, Amy and Belly are one and the same. By day, I call her Belly and take her to admire my treasures. By night, I call her Amy." Hith. Arya realized the extent of Ramsay's depravity and his penchant for feeding disobedient souls to his vicious hounds. Upon hearing that Belly had been taken to see the dogs, she had presumed her demise, only to realize it was a trap laid by Ramsay. Despair washed over Arya's face as she downed the poison she held. Collapsing to the ground like a wisp of smoke, her breath extinguished. Ramsay, reveling in his triumph, took one last look at Arya before turning to seek his guards. Yet, at that very moment, the seemingly lifeless Arya sprang to her feet, her movements swift as lightning. Having undergone rigorous training at the House of Black and White, Arya's skills in assassination and physical prowess had dramatically improved. In an instant, she closed the distance to Ramsay, plunging her blade into his chest, only to be met with the sound of metal striking metal. A failed strike caused Arya to leap back, creating space between them. Ramsay's face lit up with a maniacal grin. Surprised, are we? But the real surprise is yet to come. As Ramsay approached Arya, an unsettling calm enveloped him, as if death held no terror for him. Arya, witnessing this, muttered a curse under her breath, deeming him mad, before swiftly leaping out of the window, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once she departed, Ramsay exhaled a sigh of relief. The arrogant, deranged grin on his face evaporated, replaced by a dreadful scowl. He had long anticipated Arya's appearance, which confirmed a disconcerting truth. A shape-shifting assassin had infiltrated the city. The only means by which the assassin could have entered was through Boris, masquerading as a messenger. If this assassin truly had impersonated Boris to gain access, it signified the failure of his rescue plan. With this thought, Ramsay promptly summoned the guards, declaring, "I have been attacked by an assassin. Dispatch men to conduct an immediate search." The captain of the guards, startled from his stupor, responded hastily, "At once, my lord." After the guards departed, Ramsay, still uneasy, retreated to his secret chamber. This sanctuary had served as his playground of torment, where he had inflicted suffering upon many, including the loathsome Theon, his stepmother, and the disobedient Jane Poole. It was indeed his favored refuge, one he deemed the most secure. Finding a comfortable spot, Ramsay reclined and succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the Northern Alliance found themselves embroiled in fervent debate upon receiving Arya's relayed message. Among them, Lyanna firmly believed they should trust the dubious intelligence and seize this opportunity to assault Riverrun. In stark contrast, other families vehemently opposed, recalling how Robb had fallen victim to a surprise attack due to misplaced trust. They had already tasted the treachery of House Bolton and were loath to rely on any unreliable information. Observing the heated arguments of the elders, Lyanna's youthful face betrayed a hint of disdain. Once the cacophony had subsided, she rose, clapping her hands to command their attention. With a voice both youthful and authoritative, she declared, "Robb appointed me as the commander of the Northern Alliance before his departure. Thus, my decision is the will of the king in the north." As the clamor diminished and all eyes turned to her, she continued, "I too harbor doubts regarding this intelligence, yet you must understand. The true obstacle before us is not the soldiers of Riverrun, but the crossbow towers. Once we ascend the walls, the entire city shall be powerless to thwart our reclamation of this stronghold." After her resolute statement, with silence enveloping the room, she asserted, "My house, House Mormont, has never known cowardice. I shall lead the charge, while the main forces remain poised in the rear. Once I secure the walls, I will signal you." With her words resonating through the assembly, the Northern Lords found themselves at a loss for retort. After all, a mere girl of tender age was willing to lead the charge, while they, seasoned men, hesitated. A burning shame crept across their faces. Suddenly, a nobleman in his 30s stood and proclaimed, "Lady Lyanna, I shall be the first to charge in your stead. If I should fall, tell my children that I died a warrior of the North." His declaration ignited a spark, and the previously abashed warriors lifted their heads in unison, echoing, "I too shall be the first to charge. The North produces no cowards." With their spirits elevated, the unified army surged forth towards Riverrun. Given their encirclement strategy, the Northern Alliance had not strayed far, and within mere minutes, they arrived at the city's gates. Lyanna halted her soldiers, scrutinizing the walls, and noted the absence of patrolling guards. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely approached the city gate. Her soldiers sought to follow, but she restrained them, should any ambush await. Their numbers would be of little consequence, and the cost would be dire. Arriving at the gate, she inhaled deeply and forcefully pushed it open. With a creaking protest, the gate swung wide. Elated by this development, Lyanna rode through the city, discovering no lurking enemies, and signaled to her troops outside. A throng of soldiers surged in, the thunder of hooves rousing the once dormant river run. "Citizens, return to your homes. The North does not harm innocents," the soldiers shouted, causing those who had ventured from their abodes to retreat in compliance. In the heart of the city, Ramsay was commanding his men in a fruitless search for Arya. His face contorted with rage from the lack of results. The soldiers nearby gulped nervously at the sight. "My lord, trouble brews. The northern forces have breached our defenses." A soldier rushed in, breathless and trembling. "What did you say?" Ramsay's complexion shifted dramatically. A glance at the castle of Riverrun filled him with despair, yet he bellowed, "Rally the troops. Riverrun shall not fall." The surrounding soldiers hastened towards the barracks, leaving only Ramsay and the frightened messenger behind. "Why aren't you following?" Ramsay demanded. The soldier, shaking uncontrollably, replied, "My lord, the northern soldiers have already infiltrated the city. It is too late." At this, Ramsay spun in disbelief, then, in a fit of anguish, shouted, "Impossible! Riverrun cannot be taken." As realization dawned upon him, he seized the soldier by the collar, demanding, "Explain how Riverrun was breached." The soldier, held captive, trembled in fear, but upon hearing the question, a broad smile spread across his face as he calmly replied, "Because I desired its downfall." With that, the soldier's demeanor shifted, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Ramsay let out a piercing scream as he found himself losing control of his hands. Chapter 105. The Death of Ramsay. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving Ramsay to grapple with excruciating pain, unaware he had permanently lost his hands. The messenger, having severed Ramsay's hands, maintained an impassive expression, regarding him with calm eyes as he remarked, "Surprised? Are we?" At that moment, Ramsay comprehended the full extent of his loss. He seemed oblivious to the messenger's words, fixated instead on the stumps where his hands once were, his gaze vacant. The messenger, witnessing Ramsay's reaction, revealed a stiff smile before slowly removing his mask, unveiling a pair of piercing eyes set in a strong brow. With no trace of pity, she looked at Ramsay and smirked, "It's over, little Skinner. Remember, the North never forgets." With a swift motion of her arm, Arya's dagger sliced through Ramsay's throat. With no hands to staunch the gushing wound, Ramsay could only watch in despair as blood poured forth. His eyes filled with hopelessness and resentment as he gradually succumbed to the ground. Having dealt with Ramsay, Arya did not linger for the northern army besieging the city. Instead, she mounted a steed and, cloaked in the night, rode towards Winterfell. As for Lyanna, she led the northern forces, cutting through any opposition with ease until they reached the lifeless body of Ramsay. Observing the rigid corpse, Lyanna's brow furrowed in contemplation. She remained oblivious to the identity of those aiding them. However, the true enemy had perished, and she did not dwell excessively on the matter. Decapitating the head of the little flayer, she hoisted it upon a banner, conveying to the rebel soldiers that their lord was dead. Though Lyanna had yet to reach adulthood, her commanding presence was formidable, and her actions were resolute. Upon witnessing the corpse, she promptly issued orders. Thus, the Twin Rivers city, which had resisted Robb's 20,000-strong army, fell effortlessly to the hands of two young girls. Presently, Robb lay unconscious, his fate uncertain. Had he known, his jaw would surely have dropped in astonishment. In the north, a legion of 50,000 cavalry surged forth like a brown tempest, advancing toward Castle Carhold. Above the riders, a colossal golden dragon, stretching over 30 meters in length, soared through the skies, its wings casting shadows that blotted out the sun. The formidable procession soon captured the attention of all within Carhold. Torrhen Karstark, acting lord of the castle, ascended the walls upon receiving the news. Having once accompanied his father in campaigns against the west under the leadership of Robb, the king in the north, he was no stranger to grand battles. However, both the north and the west had been deficient in cavalry. Robb's 20,000 northern forces boasted a mere 2,000 horsemen, while the Lannisters had only a few thousand to their name. The sheer number of 50,000 cavalry now before him was beyond Torrhen's imagination. The clouds of dust stirred by the galloping hooves conjured a tempest. The thunderous sound resonating like a primordial beast taking strides, evoking the deepest terrors within the hearts of onlookers. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated from the heavens, and an immense shadow enveloped the castle walls. The soldiers of Carhold, initially pale with fear, found the source of the roar unfathomably terrifying. Yet, amidst the dread, Torrhen's expression flickered with a glimmer of exhilaration. Indeed, in the next moment, a magnificent figure, glimmering with golden light, descended from the sky. And upon its back stood a young man with black hair and black eyes, who began to make his way down. Chapter 106. The Return to Winterfell. Brother Cain, it truly is you who has returned. Despite the overwhelming presence of the dragon instilling fear, Torrhen, having a degree of familiarity with Liu Feng, rushed forward, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Cain responded with a smile, though he noted the absence of Ricard among the crowd, leading to his puzzlement. As he had not seen Ricard since their return from the lands of eternal winter, he inquired, Torrhen, has your father not yet returned? Torrhen's countenance darkened as he replied gravely, initially, following your last encounter with the White Walkers, most of the northern vassals began preparations for the coming long night. However, Robb suddenly summoned all northern houses for a renewed assault on the Twin Rivers city, compelling my father to represent Carhold in aiding Winterfell. Liu Feng understood the implications. Since he had rescued Rickon and Bran from captivity, the threat posed by the Twin Rivers city had dissipated. Given Robb's character, it was unsurprising that he would not allow such a treacherous individual to hold sway over the vital stronghold of the North. However, reflecting on the situation, it seemed Robb was not far from breaching the Twin Rivers city, for he was renowned as a military genius. As the two conversed, an urgent figure rushed toward them. Panic etched across his face. "It is grave news, my lord. We have just learned that His Majesty Robb has fallen into a trap set by Ramsay and is gravely injured." Both Liu Feng and Torrhen's expressions shifted dramatically. Liu Feng was astonished that Robb had once again suffered a significant defeat at the Twin Rivers city, while Torrhen's concern for his father grew. Fully aware of Ricard's temper and fearing impulsive actions. "What of my father?" he inquired anxiously. "My lord, the castle lord has taken it upon himself to lead our forces to escort His Majesty Robb back to Winterfell, fearing for the safety of the king in the north." Upon hearing this, Torrhen breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Feng, however, furrowed his brow, asserting, "This cannot stand. I must journey to Winterfell." The necessity of this trip stemmed from Liu Feng's understanding that, given the current state of medical knowledge, severe injuries were difficult to treat. The only potential savior for Robb lay in the distant lands of eternal winter, with the children of the forest. Yet Bran, as the three-eyed raven, should also possess knowledge of their magic. Therefore, Liu Feng resolved to leverage the dragon's swiftness to secure Robb's salvation. Although Robb appeared ineffectual, having once again fallen victim to his own hubris, Liu Feng recognized the urgent need for stability in the north. The chaos that would ensue from Robb's demise would yield more losses than gains, compelling Liu Feng to undertake the mission of rescuing him once more. Seeing Liu Feng's determination to head north, Torrhen felt reassured. In his eyes, Liu Feng was a figure of boundless capability. With Liu Feng's involvement, not only would the king in the north be saved, but his father would also safely return to Carhold. "I deeply regret, Brother Cain, but as the acting lord, I cannot accompany you. If you encounter my father, please look after him." Liu Feng smiled and nodded in assurance, then approached the Bloodsworn. Arranging for the previous contingent to lead the way to the wall, he calculated that, at the speed of the cavalry, it would take several days to reach the wall, while his dragon could transport Robb there in less than a day, alleviating concerns over potential conflicts with the Night's Watch or the Wildlings. With everything arranged, Liu Feng took a great leap onto Vagor, calling for Valeriana, and set off toward Winterfell.